Okay, then give me this blessing rice. Lin Ziyan agreed decisively, and even added, you are also an unlucky person. Fang Cheng was speechless when he heard this. Who are these people? He turned angrily and said to Guolin, Taoist master, if he wants this rice, just give it to him. Listen to the benefactor. Guolin secretly sighed at the wonder of something like fate. The Fang Cheng in front of him is obviously a lucky person, but it's a pity that the other party can't keep the lucky person. This kind of person is called missing edge and shallow edge. Many people are like this in life. For example, someone won 5 million, but in the blink of an eye he was tricked into killing a pig, and all the money was lost in a month. Some people meet a good woman due to various luck, and because of the shallow relationship, they can't keep her. As soon as they turn around, she is no longer theirs. There are countless such things. Guolin looked at Lin Ziyan and asked, Donor, do you want to take this blessing rice away, or eat it in the temple? Obviously, this person in front of him is a truly blessed person. The destiny you should have, even if you miss it at the beginning, you will still gain something in the end. Moreover, the only person who contributed his or her will should also get what the other person received. Lin Ziyan immediately thanked him, thank you, Taoist master. We are planning to have dinner at the Taoist temple, so we have troubled the Taoist priest. Yes. Guolin nodded and said to the old layman on the side, Builder, please take them to the dining hall to wait. Okay, Taoist master. The old layman nodded, and also saluted Lin Ziyan and the others and invited them, all donors, please come with me. Lin Ziyan and his party also followed Xie Qingyang out of the main hall. Seeing this, Guolin also took out his mobile phone and started operating the lucky system. The system sent by Huang Xian is obviously very useful. After the experiment, he also eliminated the setting that one of the first 10 pilgrims would receive merit, and reset it to a random chance. After that, he went to the kitchen and took out 2 steaming buckets, one of which was naturally used to steam ordinary rice, and gave them to Fang Cheng and his party. The other steaming bucket is naturally steamed spiritual energy rice, which is big enough for him and the old layman to eat, as well as Lin Ziyan's portion. After washing the 2 kinds of rice, putting them down for steaming, he started to prepare the vegetables next to them. After a while, the old layman also came to help. In the dining hall, Lin Ziyan and others were already sitting at 2 tables. Luna sat next to Lin Ziyan and couldn't help but praise, Lin Ziyan, this Taoist temple is really good. Not only is it well laid out, but it is also simple and beautiful. The spiritual spring tank is also really magical. I should make an appointment to visit more if I have the opportunity in the future. Second rate. Her beautiful eyes showed a kind of sincerity, and she seemed to be really impressed and attracted by this Taoist temple. The man next to her immediately agreed, yes, this Taoist temple is really good. Luna's proposal is very good. We can make an appointment then. He looked at Luna with a look that couldn't be concealed. He didn't doubt what Luna would do to Lin Ziyan. As far as he knew, Lin Ziyan had a girlfriend. Fang Cheng next to him shook his head when he heard this. Look at what this is all about. He really doesn't believe in anything pious or ungrateful. He is a staunch scientific atheist. Lin Ziyan, a talented person, is so superstitious and believes in the spiritual spring that he must have an abnormal mentality and be led to have a psychological effect. Just when Fang Cheng was thinking about it, an alluring rice fragrance floated over, attracting him immediately. The aroma of this rice is really tempting. Not to mention anything else about this Taoist temple, the food should be good, it's so delicious. Fang Cheng couldn't help but sigh, and even looked forward to it. To be honest, he didn't expect Lin Ziyan to be so wrong, and he regretted agreeing to come to the Taoist temple with Luna. After all, we are all colleagues, nothing more, and here we have to be angry with a psycho. He didn't offend the other party, wasn't he just telling the truth? However, the aroma of the rice in this Taoist temple is really good, so it is well worth the trip. Soon, Guolin and the old layman packed up the food and served it. Even after it has been cooked, the Reiki rice still exudes fragrance, making everyone around look at it with great anticipation. The old layman put down the bucket of rice in his hand and said to the group of people, everyone, please help yourself to the meal. Fang Cheng had been looking forward to it for a long time. He took a bowl and went to the old layman's place to cook, but he was stunned immediately. That rice fragrance is not the rice in this bucket. Then, he immediately looked over to Guolin. The aroma of rice came from the small pot of rice. It's incredible that it has this kind of fragrance at all. Guolin had already brought the portion of spiritual energy rice to Lin Ziyan. Donor, this is your blessing rice. Thank you, Taoist master. Lin Ziyan quickly stood up and thanked him, looking at the rice in front of him with surprise. He was also attracted by the rice fragrance just now, but he didn't expect that the rice fragrance turned out to be this blessing rice. This was such a surprise to him. After he was saved by the old Taoist priest when he was a child, he studied the Taoist scriptures and knew about the theory of good fortune. Obviously, this blessing rice is his blessing. This made him happy, and he bowed respectfully to Guolin. When Fangqing saw this scene, there was only embarrassment on his face. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, but in the end, only the blessing rice he gave to Lin Ziyin had that kind of rice fragrance. Even though he had a bowl of rice, he had no appetite at all. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Ziyin. There was an inexplicable feeling of regret. Lin Ziyin had already taken some bowl and started eating. As soon as he ate the rice, he felt a look of disbelief on his face and felt the miraculous effect. This blessing rice is so magical. He subconsciously looked at Fangqing. This person. He suddenly stood up with a smile, picked up a rice spoon and poured some blessing rice, walked towards Fangqing, and said with a smile, "Fangqing, my good fortune is also because of you, so I repay the kindness and let you have a taste of this blessing." The delicious taste of rice. After saying that, he had returned to his seat and continued to eat the remaining blessing rice. Of course, he did this on purpose. He wanted to let Fangqing know that he got something good and missed it in the blink of an eye. It's just murder and heartbreaking. Also let the other party know that in a place like Taoist temple, one should have some respect. Fangqing looked at that little bit of rice and his mind was filled with dark thoughts. Did he really just let him have a taste? Can't you put more in your small pot? Thinking of the alluring rice aroma, he couldn't help but put it in his mouth and taste it. Then, he also felt the delicious taste and a special feeling. What's going on with that warm current? This rice is definitely not simple. There was even more regret on his face, as he actually gave up the rice to Lin Ziyin. Who would have thought that the blessings of this Taoist temple are so magical? Lin Ziyin felt the effect and couldn't help but ask Guolin, Taoist Master Gua, this blessing rice should have special effects, right? Guolin nodded and explained, well, this blessing rice is not only delicious, but it is also good for the human body. It also has the effect of healing and healthy gastrointestinal. I see. Lin Ziyin nodded and said with a smile, then I am really blessed today and I have earned it. Fangqing was speechless. Did this guy do this on purpose? But when he heard that this rice was good for people's health, he regretted it even more, and hurriedly asked Guolin, Taoist Master Gua, how do you sell this blessing rice to the outside world? Or how much money do you need to donate to get one? He was too lazy to pay attention to this Lin Ziyin. It was just a portion of prayer rice. What he had drawn was given to the other party. How about deliberately giving him eye drops? If you want to eat, spend some money, but if you don't believe it, this Taoist temple won't give it to you. Aren't any of these temples and Taoist temples about to become commercial companies? After Fangqing finished speaking, he looked at Guolin expectantly. This kind of rice is worth spending some money to experience. But Guolin shook his head and said, Donor, I'm sorry, blessing rice is rare and is a merit that only those with good fortune can obtain. He looked at the other party's natural look and was a little helpless. I don't know where the other party got this misconception, but he actually thinks that the things in the Taoist gate can be bought with casual money. Fangqing didn't expect to be rejected at all, so he frowned and said, Dea Zhangua, I don't believe there is anything in this world that is not for sale. Donor, I'm sorry, only those with good fortune can get the blessing rice. Guolin frowned and replied in the same way, then turned around and made himself a bowl of spiritual energy rice, not wanting to pay attention to this Fangqing anymore. There are too many people with shallow or missed connections. These people often find treasures at the beginning but do not cherish them. When they fall into the hands of others and shine, they begin to regret and are unwilling to accept them. Some people who are petty may even hold grudges against the previous person because they cannot get out of it or let go. They are prone to committing karma, anger, and ignorance among the 3 obstacles and 10 evils. In the end, not only do they suffer the karma, but they also suffer the consequences. People around me. For such people, the Taoist priest recommends keeping a respectful distance and just ignoring them. There is no need to blame them. After all, shallow and missed connections are actually the greatest torture to them. In layman's terms, arguing with this kind of person means that you have lowered your IQ to the same level as the other person. Seeing that Guolin was already busy preparing food and sitting down to eat the refined rice, Fangqing's face turned blue and white. His colleagues at the same table all looked at him with sympathy, which was quite embarrassing. These looks made him even more annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it now. In the end, he could only glare at Lin Ziyin fiercely. He felt like it was all this guy's fault. If the other party hadn't interfered in that trouble, then the blessing rice would have been his. Now it's time for everyone to envy him, and he can be a good person and let everyone have a taste. The other party had better not let him seize the opportunity. His cousin is the head of their department. Isn't it easy to target the other party? Lin Ziyin didn't care about this equation at all. The other party was just an ordinary employee in his father's company. He was already minding his own business, eating the blessing rice, with a look of enjoyment on his face. That look was obviously mean in Fang Cheng's eyes, and the desire to mess with him became stronger and stronger. After the group finished eating and washed the bowls, Lin Ziyan also reminded, "Don't forget to clean up the merits of the dining hall. The merits of the dining hall are enjoyed by yourself." Lin Ziyan's words reminded others. Just now, Fangcheng got a portion of blessing rice by sweeping the merit money. This also made them run to the merit box in the dining hall one after another, and scan the QR code on the merit box with their mobile phones. Unfortunately, this time it was just a normal code scan and there was no special prompt. Everyone was disappointed. Lin Ziyan took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code for the last time. Guo Lin put the washed bowls in the cabinet and found that his phone kept vibrating. He knew that it was Lin Ziyan and the others who had scanned the charity money. When he took it out, he was surprised by the last merit payment. A full 10,000 yuan. It was Lin Ziyan who scanned it. With such a huge amount of merit, only Xie Chong, the son of Layman Xie, has collected more than him, 100,000 yuan. But Xie Chong was a special situation. Therefore, donor Lin's 10,000 yuan is really the largest donation since he took over Qingfeng Temple. This man is not only pious and capable of making wishes, but he is also obviously a rich man with deep merit. Just as Guo Lin was thinking about it, Lin Ziyan had already come towards him. "Taoist priest, there are many interruptions today, so we will leave first." Just as Guo Lin was about to speak, he noticed that the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck vibrated, and a cool feeling rushed into his mind instantly. When he got the information, he frowned and looked at Lin Ziyan and Lu Na behind him. This female benefactor is indeed in good shape and has a charming face. The key is her acting skills. She can play the role of piety so well. I'm afraid everyone in the palace will sigh in admiration when they see her acting skills. Once this kind of woman is given a special stage to perform, it will be very troublesome to use any means necessary. He looked at Lin Ziyan again. However, this devout believer was in trouble, his plans were ruined, and his emotions were hard to recover. Thinking of this, Guo Lin said, "Donor Lin, please wait a moment. Since the fragments of the evolved Bagua disc are triggered by this donor, it is a blessing. The Taoist priest should kill this rotten peach blossom for him." Lin Ziyan was confused and didn't know the Taoist priest's purpose, but he nodded out of respect. Then, he watched curiously as Taoist Guo walked to a desk, picked up a pen and started writing on a piece of yellow paper. This aroused his curiosity even more, and he didn't understand what the Taoist master was doing. Guo Lin started writing on the yellow paper, then found a lucky bag and put it in, and wrote a time on the lucky bag. After finishing, he walked up to Lin Ziyan with the lucky bag and handed it to him. "This is for you. Don't open it now, and don't show it to anyone else. Open it according to the time above." Lin Ziyan was surprised. Is this the legendary fortune-telling bag? He subconsciously looked at the time on the lucky bag, which was 8:10 p.m. He didn't know what was special about this time, and he was more curious about what the Taoist priest wrote, which was obviously a foreshadowing for him. However, after hearing the order, he immediately put the talisman bag away. "Taoist master, let's go down the mountain." Lin Ziyan suppressed his curiosity and greeted Guo Lin respectfully before walking outside with the group of people. But at this time, Guo Lin discovered that his phone was vibrating crazily, filled with numerous merit reminders. He opened the prompt in confusion, but was dumbfounded when he saw it. 0.1 yuan, 0.1 yuan, 0.1 yuan, 0.1 yuan. Who is doing this crazy swiping thing? It's just 0.1 yuan. He guessed something and walked towards the main hall. Sure enough, he saw Fang Cheng holding his mobile phone and scanning the QR code on the merit box in the main hall. Is this guy really a criminal of anger and ignorance? Guo Lin sighed and stepped forward to remind, "Donor, this merit scan will only be triggered the first time and cannot be repeated a second time." Fang Cheng was immediately embarrassed when he heard this. He wanted to get a bug, but who knew there was such a restriction? He could only leave in silence and walk towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Guo Lin shook his head helplessly. The world is complicated, and indeed there are all kinds of people. Lin Ziyan and his party quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain and walked towards the simple parking lot at the foot of the mountain. They traveled by car from Mingxi and booked a room at Shushan Hotel tonight. Lin Ziyan drives a simple BMW 3 Series. Because he came to his father's company from the grassroots level as an ordinary employee, he didn't want to be too ostentatious. As he was walking towards the car, he was suddenly attracted by a sign on the side of the road. I walked over curiously and saw clearly that it was a billboard. If you have a need for sacrifices, you can order various kinds of sacrifices such as 4 fruits, 5 offerings, etc., and Laoi's sacrifice shop will deliver them to the foot of the mountain. Contact number 149300052XX. Lin Ziyan was thoughtful when he saw the billboard, and suddenly had some inspiration. He hurried to his car, opened the trunk and took out a set of exquisite standing billboards, plastic paper and a special oil-based pen. After taking out these things, he placed the billboard directly next to the advertisement for the sacrificial gift shop, and also took out pieces of rocks to fix the feet of the billboard. He finally took out the special grease pen and apparently wanted to write something on it. Seeing this, one of the colleagues hurriedly reminded Lin Ziyan, "That is a customized billboard ordered by the department. The leader arranged for you to prepare it first. You will use it when you go back tomorrow." Lin Ziyan didn't care at all when he heard this and had already started writing on it. Fangqing smiled when he saw this. "I told you not to give him a chance. The other party is now coming to his door. I called my cousin in the evening to discuss how to deal with this guy, who actually caused him such humiliation at Qingfeng Temple." Lin Ziyan quickly finished writing on the billboard, "Sincerely want to buy prayer rice, 5000/peace, please plus V 1300490025XX. Lin Ziyan was very satisfied with his masterpiece. Lu Na and others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that the other party had written a wanted advertisement for what the leader had ordered to prepare. The key is 5,000 copies. Is this guy crazy? In other words, is this spiritual energy rice really so delicious, and is it really good for the body as Taoist Gua said? But Lin Ziyan surprised them, because 5,000 yuan was already 1/4 of their salary. That portion of blessing rice is only enough for one meal. How could this guy be so generous? It seems that the other party has some wealth. Only Lu Na disapproved of this. Ever since she saw Lin Ziyan calling Chairman Dad in the parking lot, she knew how big a dragon lurked in her department. Regardless of whether the other party is experiencing life or something else, if she can win the other party, it will definitely be her chance to fly up a branch and become a phoenix, even if the other person already has a girlfriend. Then, a group of people got in the car and found a restaurant together to solve their stomach problems. At Lu Na's suggestion, the group drank some wine and went back to the hotel after they were full. Lin Ziyan arrived at the hotel and took a shower. The time was already pointing to 8 o'clock. He also curiously took out the talisman bag given by Taoist Gua. It was almost 8:10 as mentioned above. The more this happened, the more curious he became about what Dao Kangguo wrote. When the time reached exactly 8:10, he couldn't wait to open the talisman bag and take out the talisman paper inside. I saw 10 big characters written on the talisman paper. Lin Ziyan was stunned when he saw these 10 words. Thank you to the readers who have read the latest chapter. Thank you readers who voted. Please give me recommendation votes. Please give me monthly votes, thank you. Don't go, the peach blossom disaster will ruin your marriage. Lin Ziyan's expression changed when he saw the 10 big characters written by the Taoist priest. When he was a child, he was rescued by an old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest was very powerful and used a set of boxing techniques to easily defeat several kidnappers. At that time, he admired martial arts and really wanted to learn it, but the old Taoist priests would not teach him, saying that they would only teach him personally, and he already had his own disciples. This made him sad for a long time, but the old Taoist priest also had a great influence on him, making him believe in Taoism. He studied Taoist scriptures a lot and knew what the peach blossom disaster meant. The peach blossoms that Taoists pay attention to are generally divided into 2 types. A good one is called love luck, which represents good emotional interaction between the opposite sex and can lead to a good relationship, even if it is just a romantic relationship. The bad ones are called peach blossom tribulation or peach blossom evil, that is, encountering a rotten peach blossom is definitely not a good thing. In the light case, you will miss a good relationship. In the worst case, your marriage will be destroyed, your family will be broken, and there will be unpredictable consequences. Now the Taoist priest is saying that he will fall in love with someone bad and ruin his marriage with his girlfriend? This made him look very ugly. He and his girlfriend were childhood sweethearts, and they were also rescued by the old Taoist priest together. That time, her small body stood in front of him, and he knew that he would never marry her unless she was in this life. She was indispensable for all the beautiful existences in the world. Whoever dares to ruin his marriage with his girlfriend will fight him to the death. Therefore, seeing these 10 words of Taoist master even made him panic a little. Why don't you go? The Taoist priest didn't make it clear. And the sudden ringing of his cell phone made him unable to calm down. Lu Na, is she the rotten peach blossom? He only remembered that when he first entered his father's company and was assigned to the current department, Lu Na was a flower in the department. She heard that many colleagues in the company were pursuing her, but she didn't like them. Naturally, they never communicated with her. Until some time ago, the other party suddenly had a very good attitude toward him and seemed to express some meaning. He even felt that the other party might have discovered something. After all, as an ordinary employee, no matter how good he would never be able to attract a beautiful woman with high eyesight. Now the Taoist master's 10 words seemed to indicate something. Just can't be sure. The Taoist master's 10 words were obviously about where to go before the peach blossom disaster would occur, so he was told not to go. Thinking about it, he also pressed answer. Luna's voice came immediately. Lin Ziyan, I heard that there are 3 bars in this small Yushan. It's rare to go out to play. How about we go and have a look? Go away. When Lin Ziyan heard the invitation, he cursed and hung up the phone in shock. Is this what the Taoist priest said? Don't go. Moreover, Rotten Peach Blossom is really this woman. He was sure that he couldn't make some stupid mistakes because of his love for his girlfriend. There was only one possibility for him to commit robbery. What tricks did the other party use? Lin Ziyan's face was full of horror. Dao Kangwa is so awesome, he actually did all these things. The other party asked him to open the charm bag at 8:10 to check the information inside, and then Luna called to come to the bar. If this is a coincidence, how can we explain the 10 words written by the Taoist priest? That means it's not a coincidence. In that kind of place, if you accidentally get something dropped, have sex after drinking, and then get hit by a blow, the mother will be more valuable than the child. What the hell? Thinking of this, he directly used his mobile phone to block Luna's phone number, and then pulled out WeChat to block it. He never likes to deal with some people, nor will he spoil some people. On the other side, Luna was confused by the word go. What happened suddenly? She immediately called again, but this time she couldn't get through. There was only a prompt, the other party is on a call and cannot be connected at the moment. She waited for a while and continued typing, still with the same prompt. Luna frowned. A woman's sixth sense told her that something was wrong. She immediately pulled out Lin Ziyan's WeChat account and sent a message. What happened just now? The other party has turned on friend verification. You are not his friend yet. Please send friend verification first. Only after the verification is passed can you chat. Luna was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Suddenly she was blocked and deleted. She didn't provoke the other party. This made her subconsciously look at the small bottle in her hand. Didn't you buy this thing for nothing? Just when she was upset, a call came in. When she saw the number, she answered it, and a voice came from the other side. Luna, I heard that there are 3 bars in this small county in Yushan. It's not easy for us to come here once. Let's go and see them. Look. Luna became furious when she heard this and shouted directly, get out. After saying that, she hung up the phone, but thinking about the fact that she was blocked by Lin Ziyan, she also found out the other party's contact number and WeChat and blocked him directly. On the other side, the man who had been showing courtesy to Luna was also stunned. He could tell that Luna seemed very angry. It must be the reason why he invited her to the nightclub, right? This is a good woman. I was abrupt. He immediately called again, but couldn't get through at all. He opened WeChat and sent a message. The other party has turned on friend verification. You are not his friend yet. Please send friend verification first. Only after the verification is passed can you chat. The man suddenly became anxious. I made a mistake this time and I will miss a good girl. When Fangqing returned to the hotel, he was still worried about what happened at King Fengedwen. Moreover, as time went by, he became more and more angry. He didn't know that he had committed karmic obstacles, and the evils of anger and ignorance arose, like anger adding fuel to the fire, which grew stronger and stronger. If it is not resolved in time at this time, it will be a disaster for others and itself. He only had one thought in his mind now, to teach Lin Ziyan a lesson, so he dialed his cousin's number. What's wrong with Aiken? Cousin, do you have an impression of Lin Ziyan? Help me teach him a lesson. What's wrong with him? He's a huge embarrassment to me. Why do you have to worry about him? We are all colleagues. Cousin, just tell me whether you want to help or not. Don't forget who lent you the money when your dad had the surgery. There has to be a reason. He used the custom-made billboards arranged by the leadership. That's all right, I'll give you a reason. The night passed quickly. Lin Ziyan received a call early in the morning. It's the department head's phone number. He pressed the answer button, and a questioning voice came from the other side. Lin Ziyan, let me ask you, did you use the custom-made billboard arranged by the leader? Lin Ziyan frowned. Unexpectedly, the company already knew about it, so he simply said, well, use it. What's your attitude? The supervisor's voice gradually became colder. Lin Ziyan, if you have such a work attitude, you are really not suitable for our company. Okay, I'll leave. Lin Ziyan said nonchalantly, just as he planned to stay in Yushan for some time. The supervisor opposite was stunned. He didn't want to make the other person resign, but just wanted to embarrass the other person and ask him to write a letter of apology so that he could give an explanation to his cousin. Lin Ziyan hung up the phone and made another call. As soon as the call came through, he said inward, "Old man, I have been fired from the company, so I will not go to work in the company." What the hell? What's going on? Hey, son. The person opposite was obviously dumbfounded. Lin Ziyan had already hung up the phone, put down his phone, washed his hands, and went to the restaurant to have breakfast. He would never go to the company anyway, and there was no need to greet his colleagues. After breakfast, he saw Luna as soon as he came out to the lobby. A colleague was sticking to her to apologize. "Luna, I know you are a good girl. I shouldn't ask you to hang out in places like bars. I was wrong." Luna saw Lin Ziyan and wanted to step forward, but Lin Ziyan didn't even look at her and walked straight out of the hotel. This made her freeze right in her place. Next to the hall, Fangqing also saw Lin Ziyan going out, with a sneer on his face. He had already received a call from his cousin, and this guy was taken away by his cousin. It only takes a phone call from my cousin to get the other party. This made his inner irritation and unhappiness disappear immediately. His thoughts became clearer, and he felt comfortable. At this moment, his cell phone rang, and when he saw it was his cousin's number, he immediately pressed the answer. "Cousin, thank you. Thank you for being numb." Came the angry voice of my cousin. "Tell me, who is Lin Ziyan?" Fangqing said doubtfully, "You are an ordinary employee in our department. Cousin, don't you know? Are you paralyzed?" My cousin scolded me again. "You are an ordinary employee, and the HR department will ask me to get out with you? Damn it, is it easy for me to get into this position? Are you drafting it? You are using your previous kindness to pressure me. What? Damn, don't contact me again." Fangqing fainted from the scolding, and only became anxious when the sound of the phone being hung up came. Did the company fire him? How is this going? And, how to do this? It is difficult to find a job now. It is really difficult to find a job with a salary of more than 20,000 yuan a month. Once you lose your job, it will be a big trouble. If his girlfriend knew that he was unemployed, her family's snobbery would definitely hinder him. He anxiously called his cousin again, but he couldn't get through at all. Lin Ziyan had arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain again. After parking the car, he walked towards the two billboards. He specially arranged the billboards he had erected before walking towards Qingfeng Mountain. Soon after, several taxis stopped and a group of people got out, obviously all tourists who came here to see the place. The group of people looked around, and soon someone was attracted by two billboards. What is that? It looks like a billboard. Go over and have a look. It is very important to follow up on new books. Thank you very much to those readers who have read the latest chapters. Thank you readers who voted. Please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you all. A group of tourists approached the two billboards and saw that the first one was an advertisement for a souvenir shop. Of course they knew what kind of store it was, but they just didn't know the specific situation. There is a QR code in the lower left corner of the advertisement, which prompts you to scan it to understand the functions and symbols of various sacrificial objects. A group of tourists also curiously scanned the QR code to check it out. They really learned a lot. For example, salt, sugar, ginger, and red beans are collectively known as delicacies from the mountains and seas. They are indispensable offerings in some special ceremonies to worship the Jade Emperor or the Three Pure Ones. Rice, wheat, millet, beetroot, and millet are collectively called the 5 grains and represent the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are also 3 offerings: celery, which means diligent study, green onions, which represent intelligence, and vegetarian rice dumplings, which represent prayers for exams. They are the best offerings during the exam season. There is so much content that a group of people will be dazzled by it. It was the first time that they saw so much detail in Taoist offerings. A tourist suggested, "Shall we order a 3-part meal for the college entrance examination? Pray that the children will get good grades in the college entrance examination." Well, that's how it should be. We are all here at Qingfeng Temple, so prepare one. The group of people agreed and took out their mobile phones to add orders. Children's college entrance examination will be auspicious no matter what. After ordering the 3 supplies for the exam, the group looked at another billboard and were attracted by the information on it. What is blessing rice? Some people actually want to spend 5,000 yuan to buy a portion. I don't know. It looks like it's something from a Taoist temple. Look it up online. In modern society, when something happens, you just don't know how to ask. They also quickly learned what blessing rice was. This is rice specially prayed for by Taoist priests or heavenly masters. Eating it has great benefits for the human body. Moreover, this kind of blessing rice is available in various Taoist temples and pilgrims can buy it. The price is a little more expensive than ordinary rice. This rice costs 5,000 per serving. A tourist was surprised. Another tourist also said, yes, according to a certain introduction, it is no problem to buy jars by jars, and it is not scarce. However, one tourist said whimsically, let's go up to Qingfeng Temple and get some blessing rice. The person in this contact information won't really buy it, right? This statement shocked everyone. How can it be? No one is that stupid. Maybe this person is just trying to impress people, or is he a liar? However, a girl found it interesting and took a video of the billboard with her mobile phone, then uploaded it online and wrote the title. If you had 20 kilograms of this kind of rice, it would be enough as a gift to marry me. Sometimes the internet is very confusing. Many people's carefully crafted and meaningful videos are uploaded online but no one pays attention to them. But sometimes, some topics can easily attract the attention of the audience. For example, the issue of bride price is not only easy to attract attention, but also prone to abuse and arguments between men and women in the comment area. Many people have even spotted this point and made a big fuss about it. They even use this type of topic to cause controversy and gain traffic. This is extremely unethical. When 20 kilograms of rice and betrothal gifts are involved, especially when the girls who post this kind of title have a good figure and are beautiful with special beauty effects, then this topic can easily attract attention. Most male compatriots will click in subconsciously, especially those who are single and unmarried. Therefore, after watching the video, they were also attracted by the advertisement of 5,000 rice for blessing, and they also knew what this girl meant when she said that 20 kilograms of rice was enough as a gift. Someone put up a sign at the foot of the King Fengiguan mountain, offering to buy Qing Fengiguan's blessing rice for 5,000 yuan a share. Therefore, it didn't take long for the girl who posted the video to find that her phone kept ringing with messages of likes and comments from a certain voice. When she opened it, she was stunned. The casual video seems to have gone viral, and the comment section is very lively. Sister, are you serious? I have a gift of 100,000 yuan. Why does a portion of prayer rice cost 5,000 yuan? Is there anything special about Qingfeng Temple's blessing rice? Isn't it easily available in every Taoist temple? Just a heads up, there's contact information on the billboard. Already plus. Already plus. Already plus. When the girl saw these already plus comments, she subconsciously set the video to a private video. It's very bad to post other people's contact information online like this, but when she saw that 43 people had forwarded the video, she was dumbfounded. She really didn't mean it. While she was dazed, a small truck also drove up. It was the middle-aged owner of the souvenir shop. Everyone, are you the ones who decided to take the exam? The middle-aged boss asked with a smile on his face. Qingfeng Guanhuo, setting up a billboard here is indeed effective. There is a very empty area behind Qingfeng Temple. Except for a holly tree planted there, it is empty and covered by a layer of leaves. Guolin held a hoe and began to choose a place to turn over the leaves and dig up the ground. He plans to plant some tea trees here later. Many people know about tea culture, especially in Fujian province where tea culture is very popular. However, few people know that tea culture originally originated from Taoism. Taoism has its own profound tea culture and Taoism has also made a huge contribution to the spread of tea culture. Contribute. Taoism has long understood the functions of tea, and there are as many as 45 ways to make health-preserving tea, many of which have the health-preserving effect of lightening the body and reshaping bones. Moreover, in Taoist legends, tea has been associated with immortals for a long time, and drinking tea is also closely related to the concept of becoming immortals. There are many legends that all Taoist masters must drink tea. It's just that nowadays, it is almost difficult to find tea with health-preserving effects that can make people lighten up and change their bones. According to the old Taoist priest, only the mother tree protected by the army has some effect, but it is a pity that ordinary people cannot taste it at all. Spiritual spring water has special effects on plants, and those vegetables have proven the magic of this effect. Therefore, he has ordered some more tea saplings online, intending to plant them here and then water them with spiritual spring water. Maybe he can make real Taoist health tea. After uncovering all the lands in this area, Guolin was about to return to the Taoist temple when he received a system prompt. Congratulations to you for gaining 2 points of willpower. Is this another high-quality devout believer? He immediately quickened his pace and saw that there were only 2 people in the main hall. One of them was the old layman who was guiding him, and the other one turned out to be Lin Ziyan from yesterday. The 2 points of willpower are provided by him. Guolin's eyes lit up. Is the other party more pious because of what happened yesterday? This is definitely good news. After all, upgrading a sex station requires willing power, and the 500 willing power of a level 1 station has not been satisfied for so long. Qingfeng Temple now attracts many tourists, but very few can truly provide the power of aspiration. Therefore, if the piety of believers can be increased, it is also a disguised increase in the source of willpower. It is just a matter of how to operate it. After Lin Ziyin and the old layman finished offering incense, they also took out their mobile phones to scan their merits. The reason why I came to Qingfeng Temple early in the morning was not only to thank Taoist Guo for killing his bad luck, but also to sweep away this merit and see if I could get good luck. But when Lin Ziyin took out his phone, he was dumbfounded and saw 539 new friend addition applications on his phone. What's the situation? Did someone post his WeChat account somewhere to sell it? He subconsciously opened the application list. Local tycoon, let me meet you. I just want to know what rice costing 5,000 yuan per pound tastes like. I have 2 tanks of blessing rice that I just bought from Sanfen Temple. Can you take them? I just came to take a look. Added when I saw the billboard. Lin Ziyin was shocked. He just put up a billboard. What happened? There aren't that many people coming to Qingfeng Temple, right? In the blink of an eye, he found that dozens more people had applied to join. Isn't this causing trouble for him? If someone really gets a blessing and wants to sell him the blessing rice, how will he know whether the other person is real or fake? Looking at the applications that were still being added, he immediately clicked settings to disable additions. The billboards are also useless. If you want to buy the blessing rice from those blessed people, you can only think of other ways. Now faced with this situation, he could only sigh, and then scan the merit box with his mobile phone. It's a pity that there is no luck today. Lin Ziyin saw Guo Lin coming in and hurriedly said hello, thank you, Taoist master, for relieving me from the disaster yesterday. That's your own good fortune. Guo Lin didn't take credit either. If it wasn't for the fragments of the 8 diagrams disc, he wouldn't be able to calculate the other party's fault even if they were cheated. However, he also said to the old layman, layout, take Giver Lin to pray again. The old layman nodded and invited Lin Ziyin. Lin Ziyin thought it was because of what happened last night and followed him seriously, not knowing that it was because of Yuan Li's matter. Guo Lin also put down the hoe, returned to the dressing room and took out his mobile phone to check the game. The task I just hung up on has ended, and there is no gain. He also clicked on the taskbar to check it out. Suddenly, a task caught his attention. Marriage. This is obviously a mission about marriage. The story of the mission tells the story of a woman named Mrs. Lin who suspected that her husband no longer loved her, and wanted to seek a marriage talisman from the Lingzhong Temple. It was rumored that the owner of the Lingzhong Temple had learned some spells from an immortal named Master Guyu. This is the simplest errand task. Yesterday, I helped Lin Ziyin cut off the rotten peach blossoms, and today I have another marriage mission, maybe I can gain something. But he decisively accepted the task, and then sat down and spent time controlling the game character to run crazy errands. Anyway, I accept any task. What if the simpler the task, the more rewards I get? What's more, if you help someone cut off their peach blossoms yesterday, the system might give you a reward related to marriage today. Sometimes you have to play with the occult. With this idea in mind, Guo Lin completed the task and finally delivered a sachet containing a marriage charm to Mrs. Lin. Almost as soon as I clicked to complete the task, a prompt suddenly appeared. Congratulations on getting the special internal marriage talisman production method. Guo Lin's expression was in disbelief. Did you really get it? Moreover, it is another talisman making technique. But what is this internal marriage talisman? Thank you to the readers who have read the latest chapter. Thank you readers who voted. Thank you. Internal marriage talisman? Guo Lin was a little confused. He had heard of marriage talismans, but he had never heard of them being divided into internal and external ones. It's just that he studied Taoism with an old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest didn't teach everything. He had a lot of time to study before, so it was normal for him not to understand some partial things. He got up and took out the encyclopedia of Taoist talismans in the closet, turned to the category of marriage talismans, and then knew why. It turns out there is more than one kind of marriage talisman. The marriage talismans that people understand are only in a general sense. There are many types of real marriage talismans, such as love and compatibility for men and women's love. The Yulao marriage amulet for singles who are in urgent need of marriage. Xian Nu's love-breaking and coupling talisman for breaking up between men and women. Heart-locking charm for married and separated people. The peach blossom talisman used to attract the opposite sex. Unrequited love charm for secret love. Changing heart for couples whose relationship is in crisis, etc. These marriage charms require specific people and are only useful under specific circumstances, and cannot be abused, otherwise they will have the opposite effect. Not only that, there are not only many types of marriage charms, but also up to 50 kinds of spells. The internal marriage talisman here is also one of the change of heart talismans. It does not refer to the internal and external, but refers to the marriage talisman of the situation within the marriage. There are two types of change of heart symbols, one is for lovers and the other is for couples. In this way, the inner marriage talisman is meant to be used between couples, while the changing of the heart talisman is for lovers. Guo Lin also understood now that this talisman was for couples who were in crisis in their marriage. As the saying goes, it is better to demolish a temple than ruin a marriage. This kind of marriage talisman also has merit. Of course, as described above, this kind of talisman cannot change the minds of both parties. It is a natural conflict. Perhaps it is better to use a Suan love-breaking talisman to break up the relationship. The two hate each other, are internally scrutinizing each other, and tormenting each other. Why not let each other be free? Guo Lin put down the talisman collection and entered the game with an idea. The art of making the inner marriage talisman is the same as the previous calming talisman, which is a skill jade tablet. Picking up the jade plaque, he also saw the message on it. This is a special talisman making skill. It is a talisman specially used to save a marriage. It can be used to prevent feelings from weakening, alienation, conflicts, and other unfortunate things in a marriage. Effects of use: eliminate estrangements +2 during the period, calm down during the period +2, reminisce about the good things during the period +3, reduce misconceptions during the period +2. Restrictions on use: 1. It requires a drop of blood from a true and sincere person and the water from the spiritual spring to grind cinnabar. 2. A special marriage hall. 3. The statue of the immortal who has been enshrining marriage for more than 100 years is placed in the marriage hall. 4. Couples who comply with etiquette and ethics. Instructions for use: burn it in the marriage palace. Guo Lin also immediately knew the effect of this inner marriage talisman. This obviously does not directly change a person's will. It will have an effect on whomever it is used on. It is not such a simple thing, but solves the problem through guidance. After all, even if you allow forces the marriage, it may cause the marriage line to be severed, and there is nothing that can be done. This is why it is said that those straight men who are sealed with steel bars are useless even if you allow comes, because they cannot guide them. Therefore, once a problem arises between a husband and wife, the most important thing is to sit down and talk. But there is a problem in the relationship, and the other person is annoyed, so how can we have a good conversation? Therefore, during this period, the attributes of eliminating barriers +2 and calming down +2 are more important. In this way, the other party will not dislike each other. This is the prerequisite for all communication. After that, the two attributes become more powerful. During this period, we reminisce about the good things and eliminate misconceptions, just to lay the foundation for compounding the relationship. What are misconceptions? It is the misunderstanding or wrongdoing that caused the relationship to break up. For example, cheating is a wrong perception. Under normal circumstances, what do men think of women who hook up with others, act as mistresses, or become lovers? Nothing more than a bitch, a bus, dirty, exhausted, shameless, disgusting. Anyway, this is the understanding that normal people have no problem with their psychology and morality. Naturally, many men or women are addicted to it and are controlled by karma, like a leaf that blocks their eyesight and cannot see clearly. Therefore, we must first remove this blinding leaf, let them see the facts clearly, and restore their normal understanding of ethics and morality. In this case, not only will you feel disgusted by the cheating partner, but you will also feel disgusted by yourself after your cognitive recovery, right? Is it possible for such a woman or man to stop talking? Of course, if you really cheat, there is no need to recover according to modern concepts. When the cognition has returned to normal, it's time for the main event, which is to reminisce about the good things, and this attribute is +3. What is good memory? It is a beautiful time for two people to be together. The first time two people are together must be beautiful, sweet, and passionate. At that time, it must have been all sweetness in each other's vows, but time and life have worn away these things. This attribute is to trigger both parties to recall this beautiful thing. When all these beautiful things are the same as before, the other person is still the one you care about the most, right? Moreover, this beauty is not just the period of passionate love. The two people must have had countless touching and sweet moments, which can be affected by this attribute. Thinking about how strong the +2 effect is, how strong is the +3 attribute? Therefore, under this series of processes, it is impossible not to reconcile as before, and both parties may even be completely shocked by husband you. If there's still no way to reconcile, then it's really time to offer Shin Nu's talisman to break up the love and break up the marriage. After all, that's it, why bother? Moreover, I believe there are many such people. After all, men are now rich and like to play around outside. This is a habitual nature and cannot be solved by a charm. Similarly, many women are addicted to the excitement of cheating, and their nature has been lost. If men try to save such women, their husbands will not be able to stand it anymore. Naturally, although the effect of this inner marriage talisman is magical, it also has many limitations, which is completely different from the calming talisman. The limitation of the calming talisman is that the person making the talisman must have energy, and the other is water without roots. This marriage talisman has more restrictions. The restriction on making talismans does not require rootless water. It only requires water from a spiritual spring plus a drop of blood from a true and sincere person. As for spiritual spring water should be fine, but the blood of a true and sincere person needs to be scrutinized. Moreover, when using this talisman, there is a special marriage hall, but there is no requirement for the size of the marriage hall. In this case, the several side halls of Qingfeng Temple can be sorted out, and the gods inside can be moved to other places and turned into the marriage hall. As long as the position of the god in charge of the marriage palace is higher than the original position, there will be no problem. There is still a moon husband in the side of the main hall of Qingfeng Temple, but this month's husband has a terrifyingly high priesthood, otherwise he would not be qualified to be in the side of the main hall of Sanking. It's just that in movies and TV shows, husband Yu doesn't seem to have much status when he's being photographed. Even a bastard god dares to point fingers at him. In fact, Mr. Yu is an immortal in heaven, and his priesthood is second only to Taizhang Lejun. Think about it, based on the power of wishes and incense alone, all love in the world is controlled by Yu Lahuang, and his power of wishes and incense are not comparable to that of other gods. The third restriction would really be a bit embarrassing if applied to other Taoist temples. After all, there are very few statues of gods in Taoist temples that have been enshrined for hundreds of years, and many of them were remade later. Firstly, it was an invasion of time, and secondly, it was wantonly destroyed during a special period of time. The more famous people were, the more serious the damage was. Therefore, it is almost impossible to get those Taoist temples to produce a statue that has been enshrined for hundreds of years and is specifically responsible for marriage. But their views on Qingfeng are different. Qingfeng Temple has definitely existed for more than 100 years. The time on the property ownership certificate does not refer to the time when the Taoist temple existed. It was just that someone happened to donate at that time and the property rights of 30,000 yuan were attributed to Qingfeng Temple. Before this, King Fengguan existed. The Qingfeng Temple may be too dilapidated and remote, or perhaps the Qingfeng Temple was not damaged during that period. Although the main building of Qingfeng Temple has been repaired, the statue has never been replaced. That's why the statue of King Fengguan was so dilapidated before he got the game system. But it is precisely because of this that the Yu Lao Gong is definitely more than 100 years old and fully meets the requirements. A side hall can be cleared out and Yu Lao Gong can be placed in charge of the deity. This is awesome. Qingfeng Temple is equivalent to having a truly efficacious god. As long as the couple comes because of these problems, they will definitely know what a true god is. They will definitely become devout believers by then. Naturally, if they are not husband and wife and the relationship is not legitimate and legal, then there is nothing you can do. The fourth restriction is very strict. There shouldn't be any couple in such a relationship who would dare to go to a Taoist temple to ask husband Yu for help in getting back together or getting back together, right? This is deceiving God. No one should be so stupid. Do you use the method of making inner marriage talisman? No. Guolin decisively chose yes, and the next moment, the skill jade metal turned into dots of starlight and penetrated into his mind, turning into streams of relevant information imprinted in his mind. He also has enough knowledge about this inner marriage talisman. At this moment, Lin Ziyan stepped forward and asked respectfully, Taoist Master Gua, is it possible to stay at Qingfeng Temple? I want to stay at Qingfeng Temple. This was a way he thought of. The billboard at the foot of the mountain was inexplicably abandoned, so he could only think of other ways, such as waiting for the rabbit. Then you have to live in King Fengguan. Guolin nodded. Donor Lin, Qingfeng Temple provides guest rooms, but the environment is simple. The donor still needs to contribute 100 merits every day to enjoy it. It means 100/night. Taoist temples don't talk about these things in the same way as temples, and they all have clearly marked prices. For example, Shanqing Palace is 300/night, Jinmu Temple is 260/night, Weidang is 200/night. The price of Qingfeng Temple is 100/night, which was also set by the old Taoist priest. However, no pilgrim has stayed here since he inherited it. Okay, Taoist priest. Lin Ziyan didn't hesitate and went directly to the merit box to scan the code. A moment later, Guo Lin also received the message. But when he saw Lin Ziyan scanning the QR code, he was a little stunned. 50,000.00. If he counted correctly, this should be 50,000. Isn't that 500 days? But who would actually think of staying in a Taoist temple for more than 500 days? I'll trouble you later, Taoist priest. Lin Ziyan walked up to Guo Lin with a respectful face and bowed. Householder, take donor Lin to prepare a guest room. Guo Lin saw that what had happened, also gave instructions to the old layman. More than 500 days, I don't know how long this person can last. The life in Taoist temple is poor and it is difficult for ordinary people to live there for a long time. However, Qingfeng temple is different. Once you know the magic of Qingfeng temple, I am afraid that many people will do this kind of operation in the future. Not only for some people, this is really not much money. Therefore, this rule should be changed in the future and a restriction should be made. Donor, please. The old layman also led Lin Ziyan towards the guest room. At this time, a group of tourists walked in, most of them carrying 3 supplies for the college entrance examination. Apparently they had children at home who were going to take the college entrance examination. I've met all of you good believers. Guo Lin smiled and stepped forward to guide, leading a group of people through the incense burning process. What is different from usual times is that there are more rituals required to put the 3 offerings into the offering table, which takes a lot of time. It's a pity that no one in this industry can provide the willpower. None of them are devout believers. It's probably because the children are taking the college entrance examination, and everyone has scanned 500 merit points. Guo Lin also took a look at the merit money information of the station where he was stationed. The merit money had reached 201,200, which was twice as much as the upgrade requirement. However, there are only 273 willing points, which is still a long way from the 500 required for upgrading. Willingness is still more difficult. It is a pity that there is no Taoist sacrificial etiquette in recent times. Most of the people Qingfeng temple attracts are people who join in the fun or just want to go out and have fun. There are still few devout Taoist believers. This reminded him of the benefactor Lin Ziyan. At least the resident at Qingfeng temple has some benefits. He can earn 3 points of wish power every day. If you add the old layman's 9 points every day, it will be 12 o'clock. After the group of tourists left, Guo Lin also walked towards a side hall. Now he still had to get out the marriage hall first. This side hall is dedicated to gods of fortune, longevity and longevity. Now all we need to do is to get the god in charge of this side hall, invite these gods of functions to other side halls, and then invite Lao Yu from the side of the main hall. Naturally, when moving the deity, ritual prayers are also required, and the gods of various functions are appealed to, and then the husband of the moon is bequeathed. The general meaning is that now I want you to clear this office so that the leaders above can use it. If you have any opinions, go to the leadership and tell them. Therefore, if this god of functions has any objections, he can go to Yu Gong and tell him, but the gap in priesthood status is obviously impossible. Guo Lin also went back to his room and put on the Taoist robe of the temple master, and started the spirit transfer ceremony in the side hall. Lin Ziyan tidied up the room and came over. Seeing Guo Lin's ceremony, he curiously asked the old layman, layholder, what is the Taoist master doing? Xie Qingyang explained, this is a god-moving ceremony. The Taoist priest should invite other gods in charge to take their places in this side hall, but I don't know which god to invite. When he saw the Taoist leader removing the functional gods of fortune, Lushao and Shou, and inviting Mr. Yuan, the old layman understood. This is going to be transformed into the marriage hall. It seems that with the current development of society, the marriage hall is indeed very popular among pilgrims and believers. Many Taoist temples have specially set up marriage halls. Even those dedicated to marriage temples are popular. This is the need of the times. However, he subconsciously realized that the Taoist priest had specially built a marriage hall, which must be extraordinary. Guo Lin moved the altars and burned incense and prayed. During this process, Xie Qingyang and Lin Ziyan stood aside politely and did not interrupt. After Guo Lin finished everything, he turned his attention to the inner marriage talisman. This thing will be effective only if it is made and paired with the marriage palace. It's just that making an inner marriage talisman requires a drop of blood from a sincere person, which means that you have to be in emotion and be extremely strong in this emotion. He subconsciously excluded himself. He was already single and there was no need to talk about true love. He looked at the old layman next to him again. Now that you are old, what are you thinking about? Finally, he set his sights on Lin Ziyan and asked, Donor Lin is sincere to his girlfriend. Lin Ziyan was stunned for a moment when he was asked. He thought he had some instructions and immediately said, De Zhangua, that's natural. I love my girlfriend very much and I must have her in this life. In front of Mr. Yu, is this oath sincere? Guo Lin asked again. That's for sure. Lin Ziyan never doubted himself on this point. Guo Lin immediately said with a smile, Donor Lin, do you mind donating a drop of blood? Lin Ziyan was a little confused. It could be seen that Dao Kang was spoke like this, but he nodded subconsciously. Then, it was too late to regret. Without any hesitation, Guo Lin said to Xie Qingyan, Father, please help me prepare some tools for making talismans. I'm going to make talismans. The old layman was stunned. Taoist master, there is no rootless water. Guo Lin explained, the layman has made a fortune. There are many kinds of Taoist talismans. Not all talismans require rootless water. This time, spiritual spring water will do. The old layman said nothing more and hurried to the warehouse. The Taoist priest is going to make a new talisman. This means that you can learn more. After a while, the old layman brought all the things he needed and asked, Taoist master, how to grind cinnabar? Guo Lin said with a smile, please donate a drop of blood on the cinnabar, Master Lin. The old layman was obviously stunned. Will human blood be used to grind cinnabar this time to make the talisman? He has been searching for a long time, and this is the first time he has heard of it. But this was the first time he had encountered these magical powers of the Taoist master. Therefore, he immediately found a needle for disinfection, and then walked towards Lin Ziyan with cinnabar, Donor Lin, please. Lin Ziyan took the needle. Although it took courage to prick himself with a needle, he would not regret what he agreed to do. In addition, after what happened last night, he was also curious about what kind of talisman Guo Daozang was going to make. He gritted his teeth and pricked his finger, squeezing a drop of blood on the cinnabar. The old layman also hurriedly ground cinnabar and sent it to Guo Lin, Taoist master. Guo Lin nodded, picked up the pen, and ran the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to control the energy to be absorbed into the talisman pen. When the green hair was inserted, cinnabar would automatically attach to it. This was Lin Ziyan's first time seeing this situation. This move alone surprised him. Dao Kang Gui is indeed amazing. Guo Lin took out a piece of yellow paper, picked up a pen and started drawing. The making of the inner marriage talisman is obviously simpler than the tranquilizing talisman, so it costs less. After a while, an inner marriage talisman was drawn. When the runes closed the loop, the effect was activated, and there were energy fluctuations that were difficult to feel. It seems that benefactor Lin is indeed very sincere towards his girlfriend. This also made him pick up the pen again and start drawing on a new piece of yellow paper. After a while, another inner marriage talisman was drawn. Because he consumed less energy, he drew 5 pictures in a row before stopping, still very relaxed. Taoist priest, is this talisman related to marriage? The old layman asked curiously. Yes. Guo Lin nodded and explained, this is the internal marriage talisman. It can solve many conflicts and emotional problems between the two parties in the marriage. As long as both parties truly love and care about each other, they should be able to reconcile as before. Lin Ziyan was suddenly attracted by these words, with a thoughtful expression on his face, obviously thinking of something. Guo Lin put away the talisman, and the sun reached its center. He also went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The old layman took advantage of the time and picked up a broom to sweep up the fallen leaves. Lin Ziyan didn't know what he wanted to do. He often heard that living in a Taoist temple could help the Taoist priests with some chores, so he took out a broom and followed the old layman to sweep the fallen leaves. Dum, dum, dum. A group of crows suddenly flew over, attracting Lin Ziyan's attention. He also discovered that these crows were standing on the stone table, and they were calling towards the kitchen. Is this crow begging for food? When Guo Daozang came out, the crows flapped their wings and flew over. Except for one that was relatively slow, it jumped onto the stone chair first and then fluttered over. You guys are more active than anyone else at mealtime. Guo Lin said, throwing the handful of spiritual energy rice in his hand to a few crows. Lin Ziyan was immediately surprised and said, Laity, are these crows raised by the Taoist priest? They seem to be very smart. The old layman smiled and said, they are the auspicious treasures of the Taoist temple. They were attracted by the Taoist priest's blessing rice, and they ate it. What? Lin Ziyan was stunned when he heard the word prayer rice. He has eaten blessing rice and knows the magic of blessing rice. That's a blessing rice. No matter how much money that guy in Fanqing paid, he still wouldn't sell it. The Taoist priest actually used this blessing rice to feed a few crows. I suddenly felt envious of these crows. After a while, with the enticing aroma spreading, the rice was ready. After Lin Ziyan and the old layman entered the charity hall, they found that Taoist Gua seemed to have only prepared one kind of rice today. That is the blessing rice. The Taoist priest made his prayer rice. He had put up a billboard to pray for rice before and worked hard. Who knew happiness would come so suddenly? What is the donor doing in a daze? Make food for yourself. Guolin said to Lin Ziyan, the donor donated blood today, can he rely on blessing rice to make up for it? Trenching. Lin Ziyan subconsciously looked at the small pinprick that had recovered on his finger, and said almost subconsciously, Taoist master, do you still need blood tomorrow? Guolin smiled but said nothing, all in silence. Free long-term blood bank. There should be a lot more needed in the future. Lin Ziyan was embarrassed again. He felt that he was too eager, so he hurriedly lowered his head and ate the blessing rice. When he was half full, he hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, Taoist master, is it okay to have any conflicts within the marriage talisman? Even if we have to quarrel every day when we meet at home? Guolin nodded, it should be so. However, this cannot be verified until the destined couple comes. Otherwise, there will be no such couple to verify this talisman for a while. Lin Ziyan looked overjoyed when he got the answer, and immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call. As soon as the phone call came through, a male voice came from inside, you brat, I've already had those 2 people fired. Lin Ziyan didn't wait for the other party to finish speaking, and said directly, Dad, I am in Qingfeng Temple now. I am going to become a Taoist priest here. In the future, you can have another one to inherit the family property. What? Touch. Crash. Hello, son. An anxious voice suddenly sounded from the other side. Lin Ziyan hung up the phone decisively, then dialed another number and went out, saying inside, Mom, I'm at Qingfeng Temple now. I'm going to become a Taoist priest. You won't be able to have grandchildren in the future. Son, oh, don't scare Mom. Lin Ziyan didn't wait for the other person to finish speaking, and hung up the phone without any further delay. Finally, a shutdown operation came directly. After finishing, he awkwardly said to Guolin, Master Gua, this destined couple will be here soon. Guolin looked at each other with the old layman in astonishment. This is really a filial son. Donor Lin, your parents don't get along? Guolin asked after a moment. Lin Ziyan nodded and said, they always quarrel when they meet, and they don't like each other. My mother complains that my father socializes all day long, and my father always says that my mother has nothing to do and is not considerate. He also hopes that Guadao Kang will be successful. Guolin finally nodded. Using the donor's blood, this first talisman was used on the other person's parents, which was also a good deed. On the other side, in a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man and woman were seen coming down from upstairs. The woman was obviously limping, and there were burn marks on the corners of the man's mouth, which should have been caused by cigarette butts. When the two saw each other, the atmosphere turned cold in vain, and then the volcano erupted. It's all your fault. My son is going to become a monk. You still blame me. It's because you're away from home all day long and can't give your son the warmth of home. The two complained to each other, but hurriedly walked out of the villa, fearing that their son would become a monk too late. King Fengagwen. After Lin Ziyan finished eating the spiritual energy rice, his face was full of enjoyment. He can really replenish it every day. Thank you to the readers who read to the end. Thank you so much to the readers who voted. Kowtow again and say thank you. In the afternoon, the sun is tilted to the west and the breeze is in the shade. It is also a good time to go up the mountain. On the mountain road, Chun-Li led the two of them up to Qingfeng Temple. He was dressed in red as a heroine, with a smooth wig slicked back. He is cosplaying with the heroine again. Today is Qindong Fangbubi. Designer Ma, please worry about the design of King Fengagwen in the future. Chun-Li didn't forget to say to a man next to him as he walked. Bureau Chen, I know. Ma Tao said, subconsciously taking 2 steps away from Chun-Li. The other party also brought an assistant who specialized in photography. He didn't want to enter the country suddenly, as that would affect his image. The other party was dressed in women's red clothes and had a sinister face, so he didn't care about life and death. If he didn't know the inside story, who would have thought that the person in front of him was Lin Qingxia's version of Dongfang Invincible? In the movie, Dongfang Bubi is really like this. Ling Yuchong will definitely not chase him when he sees him. He will run as far as he can, and there will be no subsequent plot. However, it was true that he came up to Qingfeng Mountain again inside. He came here because the county wanted to demolish Qingfeng Temple to build a viewing platform. Who would have thought it would only take so long, but he finally got the design drawings of the viewing platform in retreat, and the county changed its mind and wanted to help Qingfeng Temple build a mountain temple and a viewing pavilion. Instead, the Fengyuan Temple at the foot of the mountain was to be demolished and a tourist service center rebuilt, and he was asked to help design it. Things are really unpredictable. Who would have thought that Fengyuan Temple would suddenly gather so many flies, and the scene of flying all over the sky was really scary. Chun-Li added, if I hadn't come here in person before, I would never have thought that we in Yushan still have an ancient building like King Fengagwen. which is so ornamental, so this time I would also trouble designer Ma to go to the ancient building. The design in terms of style must be appropriate. Ma Tao shook his head when he heard Director Chen's words. What the hell is this guy talking about? There is no problem in designing in ancient architectural style. But other comments, I really feel that this person is taking him as a fool, or intends to take the tourists as a fool. It's not like he's never been to Qingfeng Temple before. He's come here to explore it himself, okay? That's called dilapidated and has nothing to do with simplicity, let alone ornamental value. If you really want to use simplicity to promote King Fengiguan, you will be scolded by netizens. Ma Tao thought as he reached the corner and saw the boundary monument of the mountain road. He remembered that there was no such thing last time. Unexpectedly, it only took so long for a boundary marker to be erected. After turning the corner, Qingfeng Temple suddenly came into view. Ma Tao was stunned at that moment and looked at King Fengiguan with wide eyes. Simple. Full of fun to watch. Antique. Such descriptions entered his mind one after another. How is that possible? Ma Tao subconsciously said. It wasn't like this the last time he came. It's obviously dilapidated. From here, it looks like a dilapidated scene. How is this possible? Even if it is a renovation, it cannot be done in such a short time. It's not that he looks down on the people in Yushan. Even those from first-tier cities can't repair a dilapidated Taoist temple into such an antique style in a short period of time. It can be said that nowhere else can the antique buildings look so antique from a distance. That takes time to settle. But what is going on with the Qingfeng Temple in front of me? What happened to King Fengiguan last time? Could it be that he encountered something like a ghost covering his eyes? It is not often seen in some stories that a person goes to a place that is very prosperous for the first time, and then the next day, the place is dilapidated or even non-existent. There are also some ghost movies and TV shows. Not all of them show the protagonist going to a place, which is obviously an abandoned building, but it looks completely new the second time he goes there. The key point is that the protagonist was stupid enough to go in and investigate without noticing anything strange. The more Ma Tao thought about it, the more his scalp became numb. Then should he go up to Qingfeng Temple now? Chen Li also smiled when he saw King Fengiguan and said, Designer Ma, it's almost here, let's hurry up. Seeing this, Ma Tao could only keep up, his mind already filled with thoughts. In a place like a Taoist temple, a place dedicated to gods and goddesses, as long as you don't have bad intentions, nothing bad should happen. Only through personal experience did I know what an incredible and mysterious event this was. But he can't say it. People like Bureauchen thought that Qingfeng Temple was like this when they came here, and they wouldn't believe it even if I told them. Secondly, if such a mysterious power really exists, if you tell yourself, wouldn't that make you unhappy? Therefore, he decided to keep this matter firmly in his heart. When he looked at Qingfeng Temple, he felt an inexplicable sense of piety. Anyone who encounters this should be pious. This Qingfeng Temple is really spiritual. Ma Tao thought about it, then smiled and said to Chen Li, Bureauchen, the last time I came here I was curious about this ancient building like Qingfeng Temple. Why did the county demolish it? Chen Li sighed, but he didn't hide anything, it's all a scandal. The people from the city construction department took money from Fenjiayu and Jiuhui and tampered with the test records. Now both of them have been arrested. That's it. Ma Tao said, even more surprised, and subconsciously thought of the situation of Fengyuan Temple. If Fengyuan Temple was responsible for the demolition of Qingfeng Temple before, then the current situation of Fengyuan Temple. Isn't this all connected? Very scary. Soon, the three of them arrived at Qingfeng Temple. Chen Li took Ma Tao and the shooting assistant directly to the spiritual spring tank. I'm thirsty along the way. Let's take a sip of the spiritual spring water. But Designer Ma, you shouldn't be able to feel the effect of this water. As he spoke, he started drinking. Ma Tao also doubtfully took the bamboo ladle to draw water and drank it. Suddenly, he felt something strange. After drinking this spiritual spring water, the physical strength consumed by going up the mountain was recovered quickly. Chen Li asked with a smile, Designer Ma, most people can't feel the effect of this spiritual spring water. If they can feel it, the physical energy consumed by going up the mountain will be restored after a ladle of water is poured down. Bureauchen, I feel it. Ma Tao said in disbelief. You feel it. Chen Li was also a little surprised. What's going on? Ma Tao couldn't help but ask. However, the assistant in charge of shooting next to him explained, Designer Ma, it seems that you haven't been online recently. Just look at the story on the stone tablet and you will know. As he said this, he sighed in his heart. The leader is really into this. When he drank the water, it was obviously mountain spring water. The leader also gave Designer Ma some psychological guidance. Drinking it with a pious heart will have special effects. It's all publicity plus psychological guidance. He works in the tourism bureau and knows all about these things. However, the designer of this horse is amazing, and it worked together seamlessly to give the situation a good appearance. Ma Tao looked at the stone tablet and saw the story about the immortal staying at Qingfeng Temple and leaving a spiritual spring that real. This story is true. Ma Tao immediately screamed in his heart. In the closet, Guolin had already taken his mobile phone and controlled the game character to Suzhou City. There was a task here that he found very interesting, so he came to take it. Because bandits have appeared in the suburbs of Suzhou City, Miss Lin Jiabao is gathering knights to eliminate the bandits together. Among the various games, novels, movies, and materials related to Shushan, not to mention swordsmen, but only Kixia, how many people regretted this Miss Lin Jiabao? Controlling the game character to the place where the mission was received, he saw Miss Lin in this game and respected the original work. Behind her were 4 strong women with round waists and fat bodies, almost all of whom weighed over 200 pounds. All of them were holding maces. Obviously, in order to suppress the bandits, she also gathered a lot of strength. If there were these 4 characters in the original version, would Xiao Litzi have been able to escape from his marriage? Just after Guolin clicked to accept the task, his phone rang, and it was Huang Xin calling. As soon as the phone call came through, Huang Xin's voice spread, "Guolin, you are exhausting me to death. You didn't say that the mountain road to your Taoist temple is so difficult." Guolin was surprised. "Are you coming?" "Yes, we should be there soon. We can see the boundary monument." Huang Xin responded. "Well, then I'll wait for you outside." Guolin responded with a smile, immediately completed Miss Lin's task automatically, and walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple. After leaving the Taoist temple, he was surprised to see Chen Li and his party standing on the edge of the cliff next to the entrance of the mountain road, gesticulating. He didn't forget about business and went straight to the entrance. Looking down, he saw a man and a woman coming up. Looking from a distance, he knew it was Huang Xin and Lin Ro. At this time, Chen Li saw Guolin and immediately greeted, "Taoist Master Gua." Seeing this, Guolin had no choice but to walk towards the other party. Looking at this man in red, "I really want to complain. Are you so careless about people's lives every time?" When Chen Li saw Guolin approaching, he immediately said with embarrassment, "Master Gua, can I ask you something? Aren't I going to make a video about the Qingfeng Mountain Wild Viewing Park? I will be the heroine Dongfeng Bubi. You happen to be the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Mountain and you are somewhat famous. You will be the hero Ling Yu Chong." At that moment, Guolin regretted why he didn't ignore this person. He was so frightened that he kicked off his feet and jumped directly to the 20-meter cliff. "Run for your life. Are you kidding me? I will play the leading role for you, and I will have sex with you. How can I find a couple in the future?" When Ma Tao and the shooting assistant saw this scene, their expressions changed with fright. He knew how high the cliff was. "Director Chen, look at you, you don't care about people's lives, you're going to kill someone." Thank you to the readers who have read the latest chapter. Thank you readers who voted. By the way, I would like to ask for some recommendation votes and monthly passes, thank you. Guolin's behavior of jumping off the cliff frightened Ma Tao and the filming assistant. They subconsciously poked their heads out and saw an incredible scene. What did they see? Nothing happened as they imagined. After the Taoist priest jumped out, he landed lightly on the bottom of the cliff. Light, gong. Ma Tao's face was full of shock. This is more than 20 meters, right? The filming assistant was even more amazed. That Taoist priest Chen's 20-meter triple jump is Qinggong. What is this Taoist priest Gua? Chen Li shouted down anxiously, "Dea Zhenghua, let's talk about the male protagonist again." When Guolin heard this, he hurriedly walked to the other side. The ghost hero. Ma Tao and his filming assistant were completely stunned when they saw the Taoist priest walking like flying. At the same time, on the mountain road, Huang Xin and Lin Ro also saw Guolin jumping off the cliff, and their faces turned pale with fright. They had seen the cliff below just now, even though it was 20 meters high. If you jump from such a high height, you will either die or be crippled. But from their current position, they couldn't see the situation at the bottom, and they didn't know how Guolin was doing. Huang Xin pulled Lin Ro and ran up quickly with a worried look on his face. This bastard invited him to play, but he actually jumped off a cliff. Can he still have fun? If he was asked to collect the body, he would never forgive the other person in his life. The two of them were panting and finally ran up to the top. They were shocked to see Guolin coming out of the side path and bumping into each other. Huang Xin and Lin Ro were stunned on the spot. Jumping off such a high cliff, this bastard was fine. Huang Xin. Guolin greeted him in surprise. It took Huang Xin a long time to react. With a face full of shock, "Guolin, we all know that you have practiced martial arts, but now I know how much you have restrained yourself in college. Lin Ro nodded in agreement. In the previous video, I saw Guolin smashing the bluestone with one palm, which was beyond imagination. Who knew that today I would see such an inhuman scene again? One floor is 2.8 meters, and 20 meters is much higher than a 7-story building. Let's go, I'll take you up. Guolin invited, taking Huang Xian and Lin Ro up to Qingfeng Temple. De Zhenghua. Chun-Li saw Guolin coming up and immediately ran forward again. When Huang Xian and Lin Ro saw Chun-Li, they were frightened by this man's careless appearance. Guolin, who is this? It's scary in broad daylight. Ignore him, let's enter the Taoist temple. Guolin had no choice but to walk quickly towards the Taoist temple with Huang Xian and Lin Ro, who were unaware of the situation. Why is this person so stubborn? But at this moment, 2 reminders suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations to you for getting a set of clothes belonging to Miss Lin Jiabao. Congratulations on getting a set of clothes belonging to Miss Lin Jiabao's fat guard. Guolin was walking, and when he heard this prompt, he almost stumbled. Miss Lin Jiabao was actually rewarded for her mission. But what exactly did this game character do? How did you get Miss Lin's clothes? The key is that Miss Lin's clothes are the only thing that can be said. Why is there a set of clothes belonging to Miss Lin's fat escort? He felt a chill when he thought of the 4 fat women holding maces standing next to Miss Lin when she took the mission. He thought that he might get some clothing treasures in leisure Shushan. Whether it is Kixia or Swordsman, or some Shushan-related games, movies, and TV shows, there are many armor-type treasures. If he could get that 7-star robe, he wouldn't know how awesome he would be. He would want to take a few shots to try. Unexpectedly, the first clothing item he got was Lin Yuru's clothes. But even so, he was also curious about the properties of this thing. De Zhenghua, let's discuss it and make a video. Chun-Li's voice sounded, and Bureau Chen followed in without giving up. Huang Xian, Lin Ro, you go shopping by yourselves, I'll get out of the way first. Guolin said helplessly and walked towards the dressing room. He didn't forget to tell the old layman on the side, lawyer, help me take care of my friend. When Chun-Li saw this, he also sighed and didn't pursue him any further. That would be rude. Why is it so difficult to let Dao Kangwa be his leading actor for once? The old layman looked at Chun-Li doubtfully. Mr. Chin, what happened to you and the Taoist priest? Chun-Li sighed and said, I want to make a video to promote Qingfeng Mountain and Qingfeng Temple, and I want Taoist Gua to be my leading actor. Is it that simple? The old layman said in astonishment, Mr. Chin, if the Taoist master doesn't want it, don't make things difficult for him. I can do it for him. Chun-Li also looked at the old layman in astonishment and found that for his age, he was wearing Taoist clothes and he really had some temperament. Thinking that he was also playing the opposite role, he immediately said, Xie Jushi, that's really troublesome for you. When the time comes, you will play Ling Yu Chong and I will play the heroine Dongfang Bubi. We are going to have an interaction. You put your arm around my waist and hold me back. Lean back and hold the sword in one hand. What? When the old layman heard this, his expression changed instantly. This guy didn't say he was going to play the heroine, or interact with her. He finally knew why the Taoist priest was hiding, and suddenly he felt heartbroken. What on earth had he promised? I thought it was simply to promote the Taoist temple, but who knew it would be late for the festival? Huang Xian and Lin Ro next to them looked at Chun-Li and the old layman and didn't know how to describe it. Is this Dongfang Bubi and Ling Yu Chong? What and what? Guolin had already hid in the closet and was relieved when Chun-Li didn't chase him. Then, he also thought about the clothes of Miss Lin he had just obtained, and entered the game with a thought, and saw the 2 ancient women's clothes, one blue and one red. Walking to the table and picking up Miss Lin's piece, he saw the attributes of the piece of clothing. This is a piece of clothing that the eldest daughter of the Lin family wears daily in Lin Jiabao. It has special effects after wearing it, including ornamental value +2, charm +2, self-cultivation +2, comfort +2, and antique style +2. Wearing requirements, no restrictions for men and women. Seeing the remarks about Miss Lin Jiabao's clothes, it is definitely a piece of ancient clothing that no girl can refuse, right? Needless to say, the ornamental value is +2, it looks great when worn. Charm +2 means the person wearing it will become more attractive. Slimming +2, there is no doubt that clothes can highlight the figure, make people restrain their body, and make their figure better. Comfort +2, naturally very comfortable to wear. Ancient style +2, this should be a feeling in style. Like many ancient costume dramas nowadays, those so-called beauties have no feeling at all wearing ancient costumes. But the attributes of this dress are still +2. Once you put it on, you will think that you are a real ancient beauty, right? Etc. What does it mean to have no restrictions on men and women? Can Miss Lin's women's clothing be worn by men too? This Guolin suddenly realized that things were not simple. Let's look at the attributes of the fat guard's clothes. This is the daily clothes of Miss Lin's fat guard. When worn, it has special effects, reverse charm +2, strange ornamental value +2, popularity +2, and sense of identity +2. Dress code, no limit to men and women. It is also open to both men and women. Then, when he saw the remarks on the clothes, he inexplicably thought of Chun-Li, the director who worked hard and did not hesitate to look ugly to promote tourism. If this dress were worn by this person, it would be a magic weapon. The +2 popularity alone is awesome. He wants to promote the video to attract passersby to come in and understand the scenery of Yushan. As the popularity among passersby increases, the video will naturally attract more people. And the sense of identity +2 is also awesome. Nowadays, many people on the internet do not agree with what this person is doing. They think that he is sensationalizing, acting ugly and losing his identity. Some even say that he has no idea how he got to this position. Anyway, there are not a few malicious people, and many people have been guided. But the other party can do this, and the county has no objections, and even the higher-ups have no objections, which means that it must be effective. The malicious speculation of these people is clown behavior. And with this identity +2 attribute, more people will surely identify with it, right? As for reverse charm, I don't need to introduce it too much. There is a saying that if you are extremely ugly, you are ugly and handsome, and strange ornamental quality, the literal meaning is strange ornamental quality, right? Anyway, it's good to watch. Thinking about it, he left Miss Lin's clothes in the game and took this fat guard's clothes out of the game. As long as director Chen doesn't force him to play the leading role, he's still good. He's also been very helpful to King Fengagwan, helping to secure property rights and help build facilities. If the other party has publicized Qingfeng Mountain and Qingfeng Temple well, it will also attract more tourists to Qingfeng Temple, and there will always be devout believers who can provide their wishes. A little more willingness is also a little bit more. Of course, if he was asked to play the leading role again, he would tear off his clothes. Taking the clothes back to the entrance courtyard, I saw that it was already very lively, and there were even tourists who had just arrived to watch. Huang Xin and Lin Ro also watched with great interest. It seemed that the old layman was holding Chenju's waist. He walked up to Huang Xin and asked, "What's going on now?" Huang Xin saw him and joked, "You don't have to worry. This old man Xia didn't know the situation and fell into the trap himself. Now he is the male protagonist Ling Yu Chong." Guolin felt relieved immediately. He immediately stepped forward to watch the excitement. He looked at the old layman and guided him, "Building layman, you are a little too awkward. The beauty you are holding in your arms now is Dongfang Bubi. Think about Lin Qingxia." The old layman immediately looked at the Taoist priest with resentful eyes. "Xie Zheshi, just look at it, I'm going to tell you that you are unnatural." Chun-Li immediately agreed. The old layman just wanted to slap himself in the mouth, so that he could use his mouth to do the job for the Taoist priest. It took him so long to suffer this fate. "Director Chen, I'm giving you a gift," Guolin said when the two separated and were about to start filming again. Chun-Li was attracted and asked, "Taoist Master Gua, what gift?" "Here you go." Guolin immediately handed the red Lin Yuru fat guard's clothes to the other party. With Chenju's fat figure, he is a perfect match. Chun-Li was dumbfounded when he took the clothes and looked at Guolin doubtfully. How could Dao Kang would give him such a piece of clothing? Although he does cross-dressing, it is for work promotion purposes and he really has no habit of wearing women's clothing. Seeing Chun-Li's confusion, Guolin made up a false statement. "Chen Bureau, you helped Qingfengguan through the difficulties last time, and you have done meritorious deeds for Qingfengguan. This clothes carries your merits to the Taoist temple. After wearing it, it should be of great benefit to your promotional video." When Chun-Li heard this, he immediately became serious. He thought of the calming talisman given by Taoist Gua. If he didn't experience the magic of the calming talisman personally, no one would believe it. Therefore, Dao Kang said this dress must be extraordinary. Because he was wearing his bottom clothes, he took off the red shirt without any scruples, and then started to put on the clothes given by Guolin. The tourists around looked at this scene dumbfounded. This Dao Kang is also very good at deceiving. "We know that you have real kung fu, but what you said about clothes carrying merit is too fantasy, right? It's a bit like treating people like fools." The key point is that this person actually believed it and changed his clothes so impatiently. Huang Xin and Lin Ro glanced at each other subconsciously. Isn't Guolin very suitable to be a Taoist priest? This kind of talk makes the face red and the heart not beating. But when Qin Lijiang put on the clothes of Lin Yuer's fat guard, the two of them suddenly looked stunned. The eyes of the tourists around him suddenly showed a sense of surprise. "Hey, This person suddenly looks different when he puts on this outfit. Yeah, why did I suddenly get used to this kind of costume that doesn't care about people's lives or lives? I even think this one has a strange ornamental quality when he puts it on. I can't tell why it's so strange. Me too, this is so weird. At this time, the tourists around him looked at Guolin in disbelief, with even a hint of awe in their eyes. Could it be that what Taoist Guo just said is true? Otherwise, how can we explain that this person suddenly feels like this when he puts on this outfit? Are there any clothes that really carry merit? The assistant who specializes in photography felt the most intuitive. After all, he had been filming Burochin. Burochin was indeed a bit careless about people's lives before, but now wearing this dress seems to make people feel less disgusted, and inexplicably feels that Burochin has an extremely ugly charm. This kind of charm actually forced him to be subjectively pleasing to the eye. Lin Ro pulled Huang Xin and whispered, "What Guolin just said seems to be true." Huang Xin was equally surprised. If it wasn't true, how could a piece of clothing cause such a change in this person who didn't care about people's lives and lives? Does Guolin really have any abilities that are difficult for ordinary people to understand? But after 4 years of college, in the same dormitory, the other party didn't even show it. This is hidden too deep. Thank you to the readers who have read the latest chapter. Thank you so much to the readers who voted. Please give me some recommendation votes. Please give me some monthly votes, thank you. Chun-Li and the old layman filmed several times in succession, and finally completed the video shooting. The video hasn't been edited yet, but Chun-Li was surprised when he saw himself in the video. In the past, he couldn't bear to look at the videos he took, but now it was completely different. He actually found that he looked unspeakably charming. Why do you have this strange appreciation for yourself? Although the tourists around me had already reacted to it, I was still surprised when I saw it in person. He tried to take off the clothes he was wearing, put on the one he had just worn, and let his assistant take pictures. The assistant's expression was astonished as soon as the photo was taken, and Director Chen's feeling of making people complain came out again in the shot. This situation made his scalp numb. Is it really like that Taoist priest Guo said that the clothes just now carried Bureau Chen's merits to the Taoist temple? The tourists around were equally shocked. They also found that the pleasant impression they had on this person just now seemed to be gone. Strange, why do you feel like hitting him with a brick again? Indeed, it was clearly pleasing to the eye just now. It's really hard to accept this now. Then, they looked at the changed clothes in shock. This kind of transformation can only happen with this piece of clothing. Inexplicably, a trace of awe couldn't help but emerge. This Qingfeng temple seems to be a bit magical. Really, it must be true. Ma Tao was on the outside, muttering to himself, what is a piece of clothing? These people have never seen the great transformation of Taoism, so that would be unbelievable. Huang Xin and Lin Ro also looked at Guolin subconsciously. Why did they feel that their worldview was about to be overturned when they came to play with him? Taoist master, please lead us to offer incense. Chun-Li's attitude was very humble, and he even looked at Guolin with a kind of respect. This has nothing to do with status, but a respect for ability. Just like ancient emperors, they would also show respect to those capable and accomplished people. Mr. Qin, come with me. Guolin nodded. When Chun-Li wanted to offer incense, his assistant and the designer Ma Tao naturally followed him. This also led other tourists to express their desire to offer incense out of a sense of awe. It was in line with Guolin's wishes, so there was no need for him to say anything. The onlookers could not have been affected at all by the difference in Chun-Li's transformation when he put on that piece of clothing. I guess you can also provide willing power, right? Guolin led the group to the incense shop. After taking the incense candles, he also guided the group to burn incense. As the tourists put up the incense, reminders appeared one after another. Congratulations on gaining some willpower. Congratulations on gaining some willpower. Congratulations on gaining some willpower. Guolin had a smile on his face and seemed to be affected. But think about it, if anyone sees that 2 sets of clothes can bring about such magical and huge changes in people, they will feel a little nervous. Congratulations to you for gaining 3 points of willpower. The sudden 3 points of willpower made Guolin look instantly. He is also a very devout believer. But when he saw the person offering incense, he was stunned for a moment. It's that designer. Does the other party have such a high degree of piety? It shouldn't be right. The first time the other party came up, he had never entered the main hall. With such a high level of piety, there was no way he would leave without burning incense. There is weirdness. Ma Tao seemed to notice someone looking at him. He looked up and saw the Taoist priest from Qingfeng Temple, who was staring at him. His heart skipped a beat. Isn't this a warning to yourself to stop talking nonsense? After all, he had seen the magic of the great transformation Taoist temple. Does this Taoist priest not want people to know about this?
Guo Lin, however, told the old layman on the side householder, this benefactor is destined to my Taoist sect.
Please take him to pray twice later. If you don't brush off your willpower, you will be sorry for yourself. The old layman nodded, walked up to Ma Tao and said in a pleasant voice, Good believer, you are destined to be a Taoist sect. I will take you to pray twice later. It will be good for you. Yes, yes, I'm sorry to bother you, old man. Ma Tao nodded quickly and secretly exclaimed. Sure enough, the other party was really warning him. How dare he not obey? Just pray for blessings. For such a mysterious power, it is good to be obedient, right? Only fools make mistakes. This scene makes some tourists envious. They don't know the benefits of praying. It can be seen that others have it but they don't, which means they feel unbalanced. But who makes himself unlucky? They can only go to the merit box and scan the code. Lin Ziyin walked out of it expectantly and looked at the location of the merit box. If someone got the blessing rice, he would find the other person to buy it. It's a pity that none of these people scanned the QR code one by one and got the blessing rice. Soon, except for Ma Tao, who was led by Xie Qingyan to continue praying, everyone else also finished offering incense. This time, I got 16 points of willpower directly. The total willingness has also reached 291 points, and is about to exceed 300 points. 2 fiery figures also broke into the Taoist temple at this time. They were a middle-aged man and woman, with anxious looks on their faces, and they didn't even bother to wipe their sweaty brows. Moreover, they rushed in while shouting, Son, where are you? You brat, where are you hiding? Dad, Mom, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Lin Ziyin walked out of the main hall in surprise. It seems you still care about me. Lin Sheng and Shen Yuan couldn't care less about their son's teasing, and hurriedly surrounded them. Son, Dad won't force you to inherit the company. Don't you want to start a business and need 110,009,870? I will ask the accountant to call you now, as long as you don't become a monk. Yes, son, don't become a monk. Your girlfriend is not a badminton player. I will help you build a badminton stadium. The couple seemed to have no regard for the lives of the people around them and made attractive terms to Lin Ziyin. Huang Xin, Lin Ro, Ma Tao. Visitor 1. Visitor 2. Are they suddenly guilty? Let them hear this conversation. See, this is human language? Want to start a business and give 110 million to build a badminton hall for your girlfriend? Is this Jason Yangzi? You may still be wandering at the bottom of the mountain after struggling all your life. Some people are born at the top of the mountain, and it is still the kind of mountain top that you can never climb to. They were lucky enough to meet such a person who was born on the top of the mountain because of their evil deeds, and they still suffered such a critical blow, right? Don't think about it. Thinking about it again makes me jealous. A group of tourists chose to leave in a hurry because they really couldn't stay any longer. Seeing this, Chen Li also asked his assistant to leave, leaving Ma Tao behind. He also wanted to post this different video quickly to see the effect. Dad, Mom, let's go over there and talk about the transfer. Lin Ziyin said with a smile, leading his parents towards the marriage hall. Son, as long as you don't become a monk, everything is easy. Lin Sheng hurriedly followed, and as he walked, he did not forget to take out his mobile phone and make a call. Accountant Lin, now, immediately, transfer 110 million to my son's account. Go through my private process, say hello to President Wu, and it will be transferred soon. He was really afraid that his son would become a monk. After all, his son had read Taoist scriptures very early and was interested in Taoist matters and was very persistent in this matter. Seeing this, Guo Lin also went to the marriage hall. Everyone is here, and the process must be completed. Huang Xin and Lin Ro didn't know what to do for a moment, so they simply followed Guo Lin. They were also curious about this family. What kind of ghost family is this? 110 million people can be beaten at any time. When he arrived at the marriage hall, Lin Xing had already put down his mobile phone, and said to Lin Ziyin with a smile, Son, look, I have already asked someone to pay, and the money will arrive soon. That's good. Lin Ziyin nodded with a smile, and then told the truth, Dad, actually I have no intention of becoming a monk, so thank you for your pocket money. What? Lin Shun was stunned. Chen Yuan didn't understand what was going on. Lin Ziyin also explained helplessly, Dad, Mom, I know you have been very tired these years. You are noisy every day. This is the marriage hall, which is very spiritual. I just want you to live in harmony and be like a family. That's all. These words made the couple stunned for a moment, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. My son doesn't just want to become a monk. Then, after hearing their son's reason, the two of them looked at each other, and they instantly became displeased. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have done this. Qin Yuan immediately accused him angrily. Lin Sheng was dissatisfied. You still talking about me? I have bin running around all day for this family. Have you ever cared about me? Qin Yuan said coldly, I am considerate of you. How can you ask me to be considerate of you? Look at how much time you spend at home now. In order to give birth to your child, I shit myself. Do you still have any? A little conscience. You say I have no conscience. Lin Sheng became even more angry. For the sake of this family, in order to give you and your children a good life, how many times did I have stomach bleeding when I first fought hard? Lin Jun immediately scratched his head. The two of them were so angry that they couldn't control it. Seeing Guolin coming, he immediately stepped forward to ask for help. Taoist master, please, if we really can't make them reconcile, can you make them put down the divorce talisman? I really don't want them to live so tiredly. Huang Xin. Lin Ro. When the two of them heard Lin Ziyan's words, they felt that this was truly a filial son. The key is what he said? Relying on talismans to get parents to divorce? Do you still want to rely on talismans to reconcile your parents? Guolin nodded, already agreeing to it. Entering the marriage hall, he also walked towards the noisy couple who were blushing, and saluted, two good believers. After hearing Guolin's words, the couple stopped immediately and responded to Guolin. Hello, Chief Taoist. I've met the Taoist priest. This politeness made Guolin stunned for a moment, but then he was even more dumbfounded. After the two responded politely, they ignored him and looked at each other angrily. Qin Yuan immediately complained, what did you say just now? By the way, you still have the face. It's my fault, it's not you who has become unreasonable. Lin Sheng was not to be outdone. Guolin sighed, and could only go to the small drawer in front of the statue of Yu Lao Gong and took out a marriage talisman. When Huang Xin and Lin Ro saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Guolin really wanted to use a talisman to reconcile such a couple? Thank you to the readers who have read the latest chapter. Thank you so much to the readers who voted. Please vote for recommendations, monthly votes, thank you. Guolin took out the inner marriage talisman, looked at the couple Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan, and stretched the talisman towards the burning candle to light it. At that moment, he felt the marriage talisman being activated, and the flames inspired the talisman. As the marriage talisman burned, Guolin clearly felt a wave of energy floating out, rushing toward the couple Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan, and getting into their eyebrows. This energy cannot be felt by ordinary people. Suddenly, the angry and arguing couple suddenly stopped. The couple was stunned. Or, the two of them were confused. Suddenly, I felt a coolness penetrate into my mind, and my anger dissipated instantly. I found that if I wanted to be angry again, I couldn't. They have never felt this way. In the past, when we quarreled, we always wanted to win the fight against the other party. If the other party refused to give in, we would become more and more angry. This is obviously the inner marriage talisman's calmness plus 2 attribute taking effect. At the same time, other attributes of the inner marriage talisman also took effect. Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan were suddenly speechless at the excuses they used to criticize each other. How could I be so stupid and unreasonable? There is a kind of embarrassment when you are arguing with confidence and suddenly realize that you are wrong. If you were given a step at this time, you would definitely go down it. When these thoughts came together, the two of them were in disbelief, and their attitudes softened a little when they saw each other. Facing his unreasonable troubles, the other party must be very uncomfortable and collapsed, right? When the two of them had these thoughts together, the coldness in their minds appeared again. This magical feeling made the two of them widen their eyes, and then they couldn't help but recall all the sweetness in the past. The shyness of first meeting, the sweetness and excitement of holding hands and kissing for the first time. The feeling was extremely clear, as if I had just experienced a rapid heartbeat. The two of them suddenly felt this way at their age, and their faces turned slightly red, but they seemed to understand. Yes, at the beginning, I was so attracted to the other person, wanted to be with the other person so much, wanted to see the other person so much, and talked so much about everything. Now why is this happening? Once people reflect, it is easy to know how good the other person is, not to mention the attributes of the inner marriage talisman. The two of them suddenly recalled a lot, including proposal, marriage, starting a business, supporting each other, loving each other. All the good memories came back to them, as if they had just experienced them. This also made the two people look at each other more and more closely, as if something called emotion was reborn again. Lin Ziyan was full of expectations after Guolin burned the marriage talisman. When I saw my parents suddenly quiet for a long time, I got a little excited. He knew very well that once his parents quarreled, the only way for them to stop was because they were tired, their throats were hoarse, and they couldn't quarrel anymore. With their fighting power, where are they now? When this situation occurs, is it because Guodeazang's marriage talisman has taken effect? Honey, I was wrong.
Lin Sheng suddenly sighed. As a grown man, I really shouldn't be like this. It's me who failed to give you a sense of security and I blamed you. Qin Yuan shook her head hurriedly, stepped forward pitifully and grabbed Lin Sheng's arm. Husband, it's all my fault.
I became petty and didn't understand you. The couple seemed to have changed into different persons in a short period of time, and the tenderness and sweetness were completely reflected on their faces. Fuck, that's awesome. Lin Ziyan couldn't help but curse. He knew the situation of his parents. If he could do this, would he still use this method? Now Dao Kang was solved the problem so easily with just one talisman. Outside the marriage hall, Huang Xian and Lin Ro both looked at each other in shock. Real or fake? A couple was arguing so fiercely just because Guolin burned a talisman. It was a pity that people like me had become Taoist priests for Guolin. But who would have thought that Guolin was this kind of Taoist priest? Didn't you notice anything unusual after 4 years of college with him? Lin Ro couldn't help but ask her boyfriend. Huang Xian was suddenly embarrassed. Who would have thought that the guy who skipped classes and played games with you in the internet cafe was not a human being? He really doesn't show off at all. He can jump 20 meters. Why didn't he just jump from the 4th floor when he was blocked by the dean? Lin Ro snorted. You are just not careful. This happens everywhere in your life. Otherwise, how could you not notice it at all? Huang Xian hurriedly said, Baby, you have wronged me. Why am I not careful? Lin Ro asked carefully, when was my menstrual period last month? What is my phone number? What do I like to eat? When is my birthday? If you can answer an answer, you must be careful. If you can't answer it, go back and you will know what to buy. Huang Xian suddenly wanted to cry without tears. He wanted to give himself a mouthful. 2 benefactors, the fate of this life is not easy. I hope to cherish it in the future. Guolin spoke at this time. His feeling was the most intuitive, because he could feel the special energy of the inner marriage talisman pouring into the two of them. Lin Ziyan also immediately said, Dad, Mom, you can reconcile thanks to Daozeng's marriage charm. Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan reacted and hurriedly greeted Guolin. Guolin returned the greeting and said, Only in front of Mr. Yu, the marriage talisman is effective. In this marriage hall, the talisman can communicate with Mr. Yu and give guidance to believers. Outside of this marriage hall, it is useless. These words made Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan look at the statue of Yu Logong in the hall in shock. They immediately thought of the coldness that had just appeared in their minds. It seemed like a special energy was guiding them, pointing out the way for them to get out of the confusion. Both of them were not stupid. They knew that that kind of cold energy could not appear in their minds out of thin air. There must be some existence guiding them. Looking at the statue of Mr. Yu, the awe in their eyes became deeper and deeper. They didn't believe this originally, but after experiencing it personally, how could they not believe it? It turns out that there are really mysterious things in this world. Taoist priest, how do we pay homage to husband Xieyu? What else can we donate? Lin Sheng immediately asked Guolin respectfully and piously. Qin Yuan immediately nodded in agreement, reluctant to put her hand down from Lin Sheng's arm. The two of them have gone through such a bad experience, and their current situation is no different from a couple in love. The happiness and sweetness of the past were all drawn out by the marriage talisman. Guolin explained, there are 3 incense sticks, 1 bowl filled with rice, 1 red cloth, 3 glasses of wine, and 3 kowtows. As for donating, just be sincere, tangerines, lychees, peach branches, or such carvings, any crafts are fine. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate when he heard this and immediately took out his mobile phone to make a call. As soon as the phone call came through, he immediately ordered, immediately bring up the 3 peach carvings I just took in my car, and prepare 3 incense sticks, a bowl filled with rice, a red cloth, and 3 glasses of wine, all of which are of the best quality. Lin Sheng hung up the phone and said to Guolin respectfully, when the time comes, please ask the Taoist priest to guide and preside over the meeting. Guolin nodded. Wait 20 seconds. Chapter 86 Willing Power plus 100. Wonder plus 1. Guolin gave up the marriage palace to Lin Ziyan's family for a gathering, and he led Huang Xian and Lin Ro around the Taoist temple. When they arrived at the ancient ginkgo tree, the two of them were surprised to see such a big ginkgo tree. When returning to Taoist temple, Huang Xian couldn't help but ask, Guolin, how much did you restrain yourself when you were in college? We didn't know you were such a powerful person. It's just a little restrained. Guolin explained truthfully. When he was in college, he really only practiced unknown boxing techniques with old Taoist priests, and he might not have tried his best in some competitions or during fights. Are you sure it's called a little bit? Huang Xian's face filled with resentment when he thought of all the magic Guolin had done today. Just jumping off a 20-meter cliff is fine,
but that doesn't mean you have to restrain yourself a little bit.
Did this guy misunderstand the word a little bit?
The three of them returned to the Taoist temple, and Lin Ziyan's family of three were watching the old layman praying curiously.
The old layman took out the luminous sand and started praying 3 times a day.
Huang Xian and Lin Ro were attracted, especially when they saw Yi Mingxia in front of the old layman.
Huang Xian couldn't help but ask, "Well, Lin, what is this?" Lin Ro and Lin Ziyan's family were all curious.
The old layman prayed so devoutly and with a full sense of ritual, which showed that this thing was not simple.
Guolin did not hide anything and explained, "This is luminous sand. It is a good thing. It can treat various eye diseases. Didn't I say before that it can treat the sequelae of Lin Ro's eye laser surgery? This is it." "Really?" Lin Ro couldn't help but be surprised.
She knew very well the sequelae of her eye surgery.
If someone else just said something could cure her eyes, she would definitely tell him to go away. Guolin is different.
All kinds of magic made her look forward to it. "Congratulations to you for gaining 3 points of willpower."
With this reminder of the willpower, the total willpower of the sex station also reached 297. After the old layman finished the remaining 2 blessings today, he had 300 wish points.
When Guolin saw the old layman getting up, he ordered, "Lady, give this lady a grain of luminous sand." The old layman glanced at Lin Ro, picked up a grain of luminous sand and handed it over. "Madam, just take it and it's fine." Lin Ro had been looking forward to it for a long time, so she didn't hesitate and just put it in her mouth and swallowed it. She felt that there was something wrong with the smell, like. Huang Xian suddenly said, "I know, lumming sand is bat guano, so I thought I had seen this name before."
Ugh. Lin Ro's face turned green at that moment.
She said it smelled weird.
She actually ate a shit.
But the next moment, an incredible look appeared on her pretty face, and she felt a coldness in her eyes.
That kind of coldness is very comfortable.
It can be said that after the sequelae of the operation appeared, her eyes had never felt so comfortable. At this moment, she didn't care that what she just ate was shit. She said with a look of disbelief on her face, "My eyes feel so comfortable.
It seems like there is a surge of energy. It's incredible."
Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan were amazed when they saw this. Before this, someone told him that there was energy flowing in his eyes, and they would feel that there was something wrong with the other person's brain.
Now they immediately remembered what happened in the marriage palace. This Taoist temple is full of magic.
Not to mention the very efficacious Yu Logong, the luminous sand produced by praying at Qingfeng Temple actually has a therapeutic effect on people's eyes.
That's bat guano. It's so magical after being blessed? It can only be really amazing.
Lin Ro was very sure that the luminous sand was effective. She used to stare into the distance and her eyes would become sore and even blurry after a while.
This is caused by sequelae.
It is precisely because of these sequelae that many people dare not undergo laser surgery. She herself regretted the sequelae after the operation, but now, she tried to look far away and stared at one place. This time it was obviously different. Not only is there no sourness, but there is no fuzzy feeling either. It can be seen very clearly.
It seems completely fine. The doctors said it was troublesome and the treatment would cost some money. Can Guolin's grain of luminous sand cure it? Huang Xian looked at his girlfriend's excited look and couldn't help but ask, "Baby, is the effect of this shit really so miraculous? Get out of here." Lin Ro simply wanted her boyfriend to kneel down and hold the keyboard and durian for 3 days.
She was so attracted by this effect that she even ignored that she was eating shit, but the other party was still reminding her. Not long after, a strong man in a suit ran into the Taoist temple with sweat on his face and a lot of things in his hands. The other party was Lin Sheng's driver. He walked directly to Lin Sheng and said, "Chairman, this is what you want." Lin Sheng took the things and immediately said respectfully to Guolin, "Taoist priest, do you think the Xiantao carving can be donated to Mr. Yu?"
Guolin was surprised. The peach carving was obviously made of jade.
Even if he didn't know jade, he knew it was worth a lot just by looking at the color. Seeing this, he could only say, "As long as it comes to your mind, it doesn't have to be too expensive."
It's not expensive, it's only a few million.
Lin Sheng said hurriedly, fearing that he would be rejected by the Taoist priest in front of him.
But this hit others. Lin Ro, Huang Xian. The two of them opened their mouths inexplicably. Only a few million? Do they think they shouldn't be here today?
Meeting this family was really shocking.
But you can't say that people are showing off their wealth.
After all, to others, maybe a few $1,000,000 is no different than their thousands of dollars.
The driver was surprised. What's going on? The chairman actually has such respect for this young Taoist priest? Do you want to donate this jade fairy peach carving that you just took and liked so much to the other party?
The chairman doesn't believe this at all, and often complains about Taoism, saying that Mr. In doesn't learn well and only follows these nonsense.
What's going on now? Why is there something evil about this today?
Seeing Lin Sheng like this, Guo Lin didn't say anything more and led Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan to the marriage palace again. Then, the couple was guided to put the red cloth, a bowl of rice, wine and other things on the altar table according to their positions, especially the jade carvings of 3 fairy peaches, which were placed directly in front of Mr. Yu's seat. Guo Lin was a little envious of her husband this month. The other party is carrying millions of items. His Qingfeng Guan meritorious deeds don't add up to that much. Moreover, although this thing was donated by Lin Sheng, it was not included in the merit funds of the sex residents. Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan had already lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed to Mr. Yu 3 times with pious faces, and then placed the incense on the statue in front of Mr. Yu. Almost at the same time that the two of them had finished their obeisances, a prompt appeared in Guo Lin's mind. Congratulations, the sex station has the first special functional part recognized by loyal believers. It will reward you with 100 wish points and the wonder of Yu Logong statue +1. Almost as soon as this prompt appeared, the smoke from the incense in front of the statue of Yu Logong actually floated towards the statue of Yu Logong, swirling around him. Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan's eyes widened instantly as they finished placing the incense. Not only them, but the driver who followed them felt that something was wrong when they saw this scene. Guo Lin looked at the sudden prompt in surprise. This is a surprise. It is obviously another achievement reward, just like the first monument laying ceremony before. Moreover, he looked at the sex station and found that the information about the sex station had also changed. The sex residence, King Fengedwen. Level, first level sex station. Effect, solid +2, simple +2, ornamental +2. Upgrade requirements, 1. 100,000 merit money, available merit money is 21.15 million. 2. Willingness value 500, available wishing value 397. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Guo Lin, Guo Suanlin. In monk, nun. Religious layman, Xie Qingyang. The spiritual pet of the sect, Fan Jixian Bao X7. Site area, 30,000 square meters. Martial arts facilities, 5 elements boundary monument. 7 sages, 2/7 ginkgo, withering, Mount Huangshan pine, growing vigorously. Special function parts, 1. Marriage hall, 1. It can produce mysterious effects with the inner marriage talisman. 2. Wonder +1. 3. Jade immortal peach carving, can be brought back to the marriage hall, but it cannot be repaired in the marriage hall. Guo Lin saw the remark information and probably knew what the special functions section meant. I didn't expect that I would get 100 willpower so unexpectedly. Lin Ziyan, the filial son, brought him an unexpected surprise with his magical skills. The key is that this jade fairy peach has become exclusive to Mr. Yu? Can it be recalled and repaired just like the Lingquan vat? That's fine, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with these millions of things. If you put them away, the merits of believers will be dusted. If you don't put them away, you will be afraid of being damaged or stolen. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower. Apparently the old layman had finished praying for the second time, and his total wish strength increased by 2 points. In this way, when the old academician finishes praying for the third time, the total willpower will exceed 400 points, and he will be only 100 willpower short of being upgraded. It seems that we have to find a reason to call those believers who can provide vow power to refresh their wish power. Then, Guo Lin also looked at the statue of Yu Logong, his eyes were attracted, and he knew what the wonder +1 meant. I saw that after the lit smoke dispersed, it quickly floated towards Mr. Yu, and then gathered around Mr. Yu. The feeling was like a fairy mist. It's absolutely incredible. It is not surprising that smoke from burning incense in temples and Taoist temples will disperse. However, under normal circumstances, this dispersion is irregular and follows the airflow and wind direction. It is absolutely impossible for it to converge towards a specific location. Moreover, as the smoke gathered more, a lot of smoke actually settled at the feet of the Yu Logong statue, and spread towards the surrounding tabletops. This gives people a magical feeling of the moon husband flying in the mist-shrouded fairy world. Just seeing this mysterious sight will make you feel in awe of husband Yu, just like Lin Sheng's driver. The evil nature of the Taoism that he had felt just now was even more impacted now. As the incense burners, Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan saw such a wonderful scene caused by the incense they put on, which made them more pious when they looked at husband Yu. People are not afraid of gods. In ancient times, gods were even believed to be moral models to a certain extent. It's just that now many people have lost their morals. Over time, it is the mainstream that money can make people go around.
This is an era where money matters. Most people on the internet even joke that the Yu Lao marriage talisman may not be as useful as the wealth talisman. But that's just because I haven't seen the mystery of the true God. Only after I have seen it do I know how shocking it is, and only then do I know that God should be respected. Thank you, Taoist Master Gua, for your guidance. Lin Xing thanked Guolin again. Qin Yuan asked, Taoist Master Gua, it's already evening. We want to stay in the temple to have a meal. Guolin nodded and agreed. When we arrived at the main hall outside, another prompt appeared. Congratulations on gaining some willpower. The old layman finished his last prayer, and the total wish power of the sect resident reached 400. The old layman was putting away the remaining 2 grains of luminous sand. Guolin went directly to the kitchen to prepare dinner. He counted the heads and finally made all the rice. After all, he got 100 willing power at once and was in a good mood, so he was happy. What's more, Lin Sheng and his wife donated millions of jade fairy peaches to Yulahuan, which was just a little spiritual energy. This thing is something that people outside can only ask for, but for him, his daily task is 10 kilograms of spiritual energy rice, and now he is saving more and more in the novice's residence. It was enough for him and the old layman to eat 2 kilograms a day. The old layman had a small appetite and didn't even need 2 kilograms. After putting down the Reiki polished rice to steam, he washed the vegetables. Lin Ziyan was in a very good mood when he saw his parents reconciled, and took Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan around the Taoist temple. There is actually nothing to see in the Taoist temple, but for people in a good mood, there are beautiful views everywhere. Sometimes, compared to a good mood, the scenery is secondary. When the family returned to the main hall, the fragrance of linky polished rice floated around. This was the first time for Lin Sheng and Qin Yuan to smell this rice fragrance. You brat, what kind of rice is this? It's so fragrant. Lin Sheng couldn't help but be curious. He has also eaten rice that costs tens of thousands per caddy, and this is the first time he smells this kind of rice. Dad, you'll know after you eat it. Lin Ziyan said mysteriously, compared with this blessing rice, you will find that the rice you used to eat, no matter how expensive it is garbage. Also, don't think so self-righteously. If you and Taoist master buy this rice, the quantity is very small. If you can't buy it, don't embarrass me. After speaking, he looked at the courtyard wall and said, Mi Xiang has appeared. They should be coming. Who? Lin Sheng was curious. The Taoist temple's auspicious treasure. Lin Ziyan explained. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a hoarse voice sounded, and several crows flew in and landed neatly on the stone table in the courtyard. Or if it weren't for the last one being a step slower. Lin Shen was very surprised. Aren't these crows? Are they auspicious treasures? Lin Ziyan explained, well, crows are sacred birds in Taoism and are the smartest birds. Therefore, as soon as the fragrance of rice wafts out, they will immediately appear to look for Taoist priests to eat. Qin Yuan was surprised and said, this is the first time I heard about it. I have heard before that crows can bring death and are unlucky. Lin Ziyan immediately said, Mom, I have to explain this to you. Crows don't bring death, they discover death, because they are attracted to carrion. In ancient times, when many fishermen searched for dead bodies in the wild, crows would also serve as guides. Is that so? Qin Yuan was surprised. She felt that she was ignorant, but she didn't blame her. After all, everyone said so now. Soon, the meal is ready. Lin Sheng and Huang Xian were also introduced to the Shantang by old lay people. As for the driver, he was lucky because Lin Sheng, the boss, was included this time. Huang Xian and Lin Ro had long been attracted by the fragrance of the rice just now. They had asked the old layman just now and knew that this was the rice that Guolin prayed for. Huang Xian even checked online to find out what the blessing rice was. But Guolin can still do this. He has never seen the other party do it during his 4 years of college. Therefore, as soon as the Reiki polished rice arrived, he and his girlfriend started eating it immediately, and soon felt the magic of the Reiki polished rice. Lin Ro looked at Huang Xian blankly. Honey, this is the rice that Guolin prayed for? Have you ever eaten it in college? It's weird if you've eaten it. Huang Xian felt a little resentful. Is this what Guolin said about hiding a little bit? The opponent really only hid a little bit, so he stood on his head and ate flying. The key is that if he has this ability, why would he bother eating instant noodles all the time in college? Lin Sheng and his wife also felt the magic of Reiki rice, and finally understood what their son meant. The expensive rice he used to eat was nothing compared to this. It's true that he had a gastric perforation due to drinking, and the sequelae left a lot of problems, especially stomach burning. Now that the blessing rice is gone, the warmth flows down, and the stomach feels very comfortable. He really wanted to buy this kind of rice, but he was reminded by his son that he couldn't buy it at all, so he could only sigh. After finishing the meal, Lin Sheng and his wife were still unsatisfied. Thinking that his son would still stay at King Fengiguan, Lin Sheng asked worriedly, "You brat, are you really not here just to become a monk?" After all, he has seen the magic of Qing Feng Temple, and his son has always been interested in Taoist things, so he was easily attracted into it. "Dad, it's really not true," Lin Ziyan said in astonishment. "Although you can't buy the blessing rice, there is still a chance for believers to get it by offering incense. I stayed here because I wanted to buy the blessing rice that believers get." After Lin Sheng and his wife repeatedly confirmed that their son would not become a monk, they went down the mountain with peace of mind. The two of them had to rush back to Mingxi overnight, as there was still something to do there. Arrive at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Lin Sheng suddenly saw the billboard erected by Lin Ziyan. 5,000 to purchase a blessing rice. It seems that what my son said is true. Thinking of the magic of the blessing rice, he immediately told the driver, "You help me set up another one, and I will receive a portion of blessing rice for 10,000 yuan. After thinking about it, he said to the driver, "Just wait for someone to sell it at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. I assume you are on a business trip, so I will leave the car to you. Once you buy the rice, I will deliver it to Mingxi. By the way, take away that brat's billboard." The driver wondered if the chairman was trying to steal his son's business. After Lin Sheng finished his instructions, he and Qin Yuan had already walked to a pink lady's car. Yes, the couple came in different cars, which shows the depth of the contradiction. Now it's natural to go back in one car. Lin Sheng's car was left to the driver. He had to recruit a driver when he returned. So, not long after, the driver started playing games in the Maybach. There was an advertising sign beside the car to collect prayer rice. It was a boring day. At King Fengiguan, after Guolin ate the blessing rice, he went back to his studio to practice the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined rice. Because you no longer have to practice internal martial arts, and you don't have to do it in the backyard. But this time, just after running the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined rice, the energy in his body became abnormal. It seemed that some kind of breakthrough had occurred, and all the energy quickly rushed out of the danshan. Then, his face lit up with joy. Through the content information of basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, he immediately knew what was going on. This is the first important moment in the mortal realm. This 9 heavens mysterious sutra is one of the inherited skills of the Yimei sect in Shushan swordsman. It is the famous skill of Ren Shou, the ancestor of Longmei. It is the top skill in the entire world of immortality. When many people watch Shushan swordsman, the biggest impression is that the protagonists are obviously weak at the beginning, but not long after entering the Yimei sect to practice, they can easily defeat the famous masters in the world. The protagonist group initially practiced mostly weaker techniques than the 9 heavens mysterious sutra. This also shows how powerful this 9 heavens mysterious sutra is. Swordsman training in Shushan is divided into 9 realms, and the first realm is the mortal realm. The mortal realm is also the foundation of the foundation realm. Only when the foundation of the mortal realm is laid firmly can it be possible to enter the foundation building realm. But even in the mortal realm, in the later stages of cultivation, they are comparable to martial arts masters. If they can enter the foundation building, just like in swordsman, top masters who have been in the martial arts for a long time can easily defeat them. That is beyond the realm of mortals. To use a common saying, if someone who cultivates immortality asks someone who practices martial arts to show off, that is bullying others. The most important thing in the mortal realm is to break the meridians so that one's own energy can circulate throughout the world. When the pulse is broken successfully, you can try to enter the foundation building. This broken meridians does not refer to the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 2 Rondu meridians, but to the spiritual meridians of the body. Having spiritual veins is a fairy mountain, and only when a person has spiritual veins can he cultivate and become an immortal who can travel around the world. If you don't have spiritual veins or immortal fate, you can go down the mountain and join the martial arts world, and you will become a master. For people with spiritual veins, after birth, the spiritual veins will slowly close and become blocked, and they need to break the veins again and open the spiritual veins before they can step out of the mortal realm and have the possibility of successful foundation building. The abnormality in his energy is because he was able to break his pulse for the first time. However, breaking the veins does not happen overnight. It requires a process. It is like digging through a solid piece of wood. You need to dig out the core of the wood inch by inch. If you have enough strength during this process, you may be able to dig through it in one go. If you are not strong enough, you need to rest and do it several times. The same goes for the process of breaking pulses, which requires the consumption of one's own energy. Once it is exhausted, there is no way to continue. Guolin's broken pulse stopped at noon the next day.
Naturally, it was impossible for him to break the spiritual veins the first time. After all, the training time was not long, and there was no spiritual energy to replenish the breakthrough process. The spiritual energy was exhausted, and he only felt a sense of emptiness, unable to do anything. Fortunately, after leaving the parlor, the old layman had already prepared a meal. After eating 2 large bowls of spiritual energy refined rice, he returned to the parlor to practice the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the spiritual energy, and then the energy in his body began to recover.
The feeling of emptiness also disappeared. Guo Lin sighed. In modern immortal cultivation, there is no spiritual energy around, and breaking the pulse cannot be forced. Currently, the only way is to rely on the spiritual energy to refine the technique and slowly figure it out. There are always times of success. Then, he picked up his mobile phone and went online to check the news. The video taken by director Chen and the old layman yesterday should have been uploaded. He didn't know what happened. With the blessing of Lin Yuer's fat guard's clothes, I think it should have a great effect. Bureau Chen has really become popular because when he opened the app, the first news video was Bureau Chen's video, with more than 200,000 likes. Isn't this going to be popular?
But when he saw the title, Guo Lin was stunned. When encountering Dongfang Bubi like this, the Taoist priest was so frightened that he jumped off the cliff. When he clicked on the video, he saw a video of Bureau Chen pestering him to be the male lead, and he jumped off a cliff to escape. The assistant actually filmed the scene, and the key was posted online.
The comment area of the video is very lively. Lin Qingxia should regret playing this role now. The Taoist priest was so frightened that he jumped off the cliff. He couldn't see the situation at the bottom of the cliff. May I ask if Taoist priest Gui is still there? Dao Zhanggua, I would rather die than follow an invincible Dongfang like you.
Dao Zhanggua, I am still asking you to come to the police station to make a note.
If you are no longer here, please express my condolences. What the hell, I wanted to eat a melon but I turned into a melon. Who can understand this feeling?
Guo Lin complained and saw the related video below the video, which was also about Bureau Chen. This time it was finally Dongfang Bubi and Ling Hu Chong who had a close relationship with each other and the old layman.
Moreover, this video has more than 570,000 likes. Bureau Chen is completely on fire this time.
He clicked on the video and watched it, then clicked on the comment area. When he saw the comments inside, a smile appeared on his lips. Strange, why did I complain about Chenju in the last video of Taoist priest jumping off a cliff, but this video suddenly makes Chenju more pleasing to my eyes. Oops, help me, not only do I find Chenju attractive to me, I even find him a bit strangely charming. I also feel that Bureau Chen has a strange aesthetic quality, which makes me feel very comfortable.
Is there something wrong with my aesthetics? You're not the only one upstairs. I'm impressed by Bureau Chen's risk-taking beauty. I actually find him a bit charming. Oh my god, help.
Obviously, because of the properties of Lin Yuer's fat guard costume, Director Chen gives people a completely different sense.
It can be seen from the comments that this is also the reason for his popularity.
Moreover, there is another related video below this video, which is about blessing rice. Perhaps Chenju's viral video targeted Qing Fengguan, which also made Qing Fengguan's blessing rice popular. In the video, a man is seen sitting in a car, seemingly playing games on his mobile phone. There is also an advertising sign beside the car, 10,000 yuan for King Fengguan prayer rice.
Guo Lin recognized it. Isn't this the driver Lin Sheng?
That car seemed to be a Maybach, probably Lin Sheng's car.
The comment area of this video is equally lively. Is this true?
I remember that prayer rice was only 5,000 before, but now it has gone up to 10,000.
The blessing rice from Qingfeng Temple is so expensive? Isn't it because Qingfeng Temple is asking for it? Brother, you go find a Maybach in the video. I believe he is a toy.
The Maybach in the video belongs to a rich man.
Maybe he really spent 10,000 yuan to buy rice. The wealthy Maybach spends 10,000 yuan to buy a portion of rice. How can I get King Fengguan blessing rice? Has anyone successfully sold rice? There is no doubt that it is not the Maybach. No one would believe that 10,000 yuan would buy a piece of rice.
Guo Lin put away his phone with a smile on his face. It seems that Qingfeng Temple is going to be popularized by Director Chen again, and many tourists should be attracted to it in the future. If there are a few more devout believers, the 500 willpower can be reached faster, and the sex station can be upgraded to level 2 by then. And, just as he thought, in the afternoon, the number of tourists attracted significantly increased. There were several waves in a short period of time, and it really increased the willingness by 3 points, and the total willingness reached 403. This is probably why all scenic spots on the internet have to work hard to attract traffic. Room. Guo Lin was holding his mobile phone and was playing a game when the old layman came over in a hurry. Taoist priest, a pilgrim was blessed and got a piece of rice for blessing.
Someone got the blessing rice so soon.
Guo Lin was surprised. He has adjusted the probability of praying rice very low.
But if someone wins, it must be given to the other party.
When he walked to the main hall, he saw many people gathered there. One of them was holding a mobile phone with a look of expectation on his face.
Lin Dongdong was not only looking forward to it, but also a little excited. He didn't expect that he would receive this reminder after scanning the merit money.
When he came here, he was actually curious about blessing rice, and he also saw that the Maybach rich man down the mountain bought a portion of blessing rice for 10,000 yuan. In other words, if he gets the blessing rice, he can go down the mountain and sell it to the other party. Whether the other party really buys the rice or is just asking for it, he will know right away.
Next to him, Lin Ziyan also walked out expectantly. He also waited until he was lucky enough to buy rice.
Seeing this, Guo Lin also ordered, "Laity, go get a portion of blessing rice and give it to the pilgrim."
Okay, Taoist priest.
The old layman walked towards the kitchen, and after a while he brought a piece of blessing rice in a small bamboo tube and handed it to the pilgrim. "Donor, this is your blessing." Lin Dongdong took the bamboo tube without hesitation, opened it subconsciously, and saw the blessing rice inside. All the rice is crystal clear and looks surprisingly good.
You can definitely tell by looking at it that it is not ordinary rice.
This made the onlookers curious and wanted to know what the rice looked like. Lin Dongdong had already closed the lid and walked outside. The onlookers immediately followed him.
They guessed what Lin Dongdong wanted to do.
They must be going down the mountain to sell rice, and they are also curious whether the Maybach rich man will really spend 10,000 yuan to buy this rice.
Seeing the opportunity, Lin Ziyan stopped Lin Dongdong and asked, "Brother, do you want to sell this blessing rice?" Lin Dongdong was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be people buying it on this mountain. It seemed that this blessing rice was really good. He immediately asked, "How much do you charge?" 5,000 a copy. Yamashita wrote a sign on it. Lin Ziyan said with a smile. When Lin Dongdong heard the price, he asked angrily, "Do you think I'm a fool or do you think you're smart? 5,000 yuan? Humph."
After saying that, he snorted and hurried down the mountain.
Is this person brainless? I want to buy his rice for 5,000 yuan. After buying it, the Maybach will be sold to a rich man for 10,000 yuan, and then make a 5,000 price difference? It's a pity that he is not stupid. Those who followed around looked at Lin Ziyan with disdain. Some people always misplace their cleverness and just want to take advantage. Lin Ziyan was stunned. What do these people look at? And what does the guy who just got the blessing rice mean? He just collected rice. Why do you think he is a fool?
When Lin Ziyan was confused, the conversation between two tourists chasing him attracted him.
Now we can know whether the Maybach tycoon at the foot of the mountain really earns 10,000 yuan. Yes, people on the internet are also curious. Maybach tycoon? 10,000 harvested rice? Lin Ziyan immediately understood that someone was robbing the business and took out his mobile phone to surf the internet. People online are also curious. Then you can definitely find out what's going on online.
Searching for Maybach, he was dumbfounded when the video popped up.
Gone. Lin Ziyan felt like he had been stabbed in the back.
The one who did it was my own father.
Why doesn't this Maybach belong to his father? Isn't this rich man his driver? Is there no father and son in the shopping mall?
Lin Ziyan gritted his teeth, quickly looked around, found a wooden board, and then asked the old layman for a pen, and wrote on the wooden board, "Purchase blessing rice, 15,000 yuan per serving, the only designated purchasing point. I just made 110 million from the old man, which is not less than 5,000 yuan. Have money and be willful." After writing, he walked to the mountain pass, fixed the board with a few big stones, and stood there. A group of tourists happened to come up and saw the sign he put up, and were attracted by the content on it.
There are people here who collect rice and pay back 15,000 a share.
The wealthy man down the mountain only earns 10,000 yuan of rice, so we need to cut it directly at the source.
What's so magical about this King Fengiguan blessing rice? For a time, all these people's attention was on the blessing rice breeze at the foot of the mountain.
The driver was playing a mobile game while lying in the boss's Maybach worth more than 10 million, controlling the game character to kill monsters like crazy.
I saw a message sent to WeChat, "Brother Tohao, do you want to make a date tonight?"
There seem to be many fun places in Yushan.
Can you take them to play? It was sent by someone named Your Little Cutie.
His mind instantly flashed to the hot girl wearing an orange short skirt just now. Although a knife was used on her face, the surgery was still relatively successful.
After a while, another message popped up. "Sir, have you been in Yushan recently? Thank you very much for your help just now. I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you. It was sent by another woman named Sad Man. She seemed to be a female teacher, very young and quite tall. The other party pretended to have a bank card limit and used cash to ask him to transfer 100 on WeChat, so he added WeChat. Fuck, it's affecting my gameplay. The driver couldn't help but feel annoyed. After Lin Dongdong got the blessing rice, he rushed down the mountain as fast as possible. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he ran over to the Maybach as soon as he saw it. When he saw the driver playing the game, he immediately asked, I have a piece of King Fengiguan prayer rice. Do you really want a piece of it for 10,000 yuan? The tourists who followed also gathered around and looked at the driver. Some people even had some thoughts. If you really accept it, you might still have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. After all, how would the other party know whether it is King Fengiguan prayer rice? The driver decisively quit the game and replied, yes, 10,000 blessing rice per portion, you can take whatever you have. Show me your blessing rice. Lin Dongdong did not hesitate and handed the driver his small bamboo tube containing the blessing rice. The driver took the bamboo tube and opened it to see that it was crystal clear and the shape was different from normal rice. He had never seen a blessing rice, so he couldn't confirm it based on its appearance alone. However, he had an idea and took out 2 thumb-width mini iron pots and a flamethrower from the trunk. He poured a little bit of blessing rice into the mini iron pot, then poured some mineral water, and then used a flamethrower to spray the mini iron pot. This operation stunned Lin Dongdong and the onlookers around him. Professional. But within a moment, they suddenly smelled an alluring aroma of rice wafting into their noses. Stimulated by the aroma of rice, they only felt their taste buds secrete strongly. This little bit is so tempting, are you sure it's rice? Perhaps, they understood a little bit why this rich man wanted to buy this blessing rice. How can we fish in troubled waters? There is no way to get this kind of rice fragrance from any kind of rice. When the driver stopped the fire, he took out a mini fan and blew it on the mini iron pot. After that, just take a sip. That familiar taste, familiar feeling. It is undoubtedly a blessing rice. Give me a payment code. The driver said decisively to Lin Dongdong. Lin Dongdong had prepared the payment code a long time ago and immediately gave it to the driver. As the driver scanned the code, he quickly received the information that the payment was 10,000 yuan. The money has arrived. Lin Dongdong's face was full of joy. Unexpectedly, he and his friends came to King Fengiguan to join in the fun and unexpectedly picked up 10,000 yuan. Now the tourists around were also surprised. Really accepted. Wherever these people hesitated, they immediately posted the video they shot online. However, the driver returned to the car with a happy face and decisively called Lin Shun to report, Boss, I have received a blessing rice. Well done, keep collecting, collect a few more and send them back together. Lin Shun was obviously very happy to hear the news. The driver immediately promised, don't worry, boss, I will definitely accept every copy. If you buy one for 10,000 yuan, those people will definitely sell it. Online. King Fengiguan's prayer rice became popular because of Chun-Li's video, and everyone was curious about whether the offer of receiving a blessing rice from 10,000 people was true or false. You must know that the most expensive rice in the world is not so expensive. Jingyan rice, known as the terminator of rice in the world, only costs 8,400 yuan/jin. Wanyan tribute rice is 6,500 yuan per pound. Yushan rouge rice is 4,000 yuan/pound. 10,000 yuan is already more expensive than the most expensive rice. Therefore, as the video of Lin Dongdong successfully selling rice was uploaded to the internet, it instantly became popular, and then became popular. In a short period of time, a popular headline was generated, the status of the world's most expensive rice has changed hands. Isn't it? The most expensive rice before was 8,400 yuan per pound. Now the prayer rice is 10,000 per serving. You must know that a portion of blessing rice is definitely not 1 kilogram. If it is 1 kilogram, how much does it cost? If 10,000 copies would be surprising. Soon, it was even more surprising to hear that someone at the top of the mountain collected 15,000 pieces of King Fengiguan prayer rice. Are these rich people crazy? Spending so much money to buy a portion of rice can only feed one person. At this time, a blogger posted a video. You only know that rich people charge high prices for prayer rice, but have you ever thought about the magic of rice that makes rich people spend so much money on it? Don't tell me that people are stupid because they have too much money. If someone can buy a portion of rice for 15,000 yuan, his wealth will overwhelm you for several lifetimes. It is impossible for him to be stupider than you. Therefore, the fact that people can buy King Fengiguan blessing rice at this price is enough to show that this blessing rice has this value, and it also has effects that we don't know about. If people are willing to spend this money to buy King Fengiguan's blessing rice, they must know the effect of this rice. This blogger is obviously very accurate in his analysis. There are also some attractive and explosive comments in his comment area. What the blogger said is so right. I saw the Maybach tycoon testing the blessing rice. The rice has a very attractive fragrance. Indeed, the smell alone shows that the rice is not simple. Maybe it really has special effects, so that the rich man will buy it. It is said on the internet that blessing rice is the rice obtained by the Taoist masters who pray for blessings. It is good for the human body. Could it be that the blessing rice from other places is not the real blessing rice at all? Is the rice from King Fengiguan really good for the body? Immediately, many people were attracted by the blessing rice itself and began to explore it. Many people even thought that Taoist master Guo of Qingfeng Temple really knew how to teach martial arts, so it would not be surprising that Qingfeng Temple had some inheritance. Therefore, it is really possible that the blessing rice of King Fengiguan is the real blessing rice, and eating it is good for the body. Real blessing rice, such a word obviously attracts some true Taoist believers. After all, some believers even go to Taoist temples to buy rice for blessing. Now I couldn't help but set off to Qingfeng Temple. And soon, something happened that surprised Guolin. Congratulations on your increased willingness. Congratulations on your increased willingness. Congratulations on increasing your willingness by 2 points. Congratulations on increasing your willingness by 1 point. In a short period of time, the strength of the sex station has increased much more than before. This shows that many devout pilgrims were attracted. Following this trend, the martial arts station will be upgraded soon. Naturally, in addition to attracting pilgrims, it also attracted some smart people with ulterior motives. 3 figures appeared at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, looking at the Maybach luxury car that received prayer rice. Brother Pao, are you sure we want to go to Qingfeng Temple? Someone asked. Another person said with some worry, that Taoist priest Gui is so powerful, I'm afraid he will beat us to death. Wealth can be found in danger. Moreover, I have a way to make the Taoist priest named Gua unable to do anything to us. A Pao said, looking in the direction of Qingfeng Temple, and his eyes became firmer as he spoke. A Pao quickly took his younger brother outside Qingfeng Temple. He ordered a younger brother, go in and fight quickly. The young man nodded and carefully walked into Qingfeng Temple, fearing that the Taoist priest named Guo would suddenly appear. The lesson he learned last time was so profound that he still remembered the feeling of being lifted up by the opponent and unable to breathe. He also remembered the embarrassment of being thrown out like a ball. Fortunately, he didn't meet the other party. He hurried to the main hall and scanned the QR code on the merit box. The next moment, the mobile phone received a message, thank you for the donor's merits. Don't do any evil, and you will be safe every year, do all the good deeds, and you will be healthy every year. This means that the blessing rice was not obtained. He also decisively took a photo of the QR code and left. After a while, he reunited with a Pao again, Brother Pao, the photo is here. A Pao immediately took out his mobile phone, scanned the QR code, and paid 0.1 yuan. Payment successful. But there was a prompt on the mobile phone, it exceeds the restricted area and cannot trigger the mini program. Guolin set this restriction on the small program created by Huang Xian's brother to prevent someone from maliciously swiping the QR code. After all, now that the internet is developed, if someone takes a photo of the QR code and uses a cloud account to operate it online, wouldn't that mean you can take advantage of them? Even if each account is limited to scanning once a day, he is not hairy enough. With this restriction, the code can only be scanned within King Fengiguan, and it cannot be triggered if it exceeds the range. This is similar to the way that QR codes restrict payment collection in other places. Is there such a restriction? A Pao frowned. Brother Pao, Plan A is no longer possible. The boy sighed. Then Plan B. Bring your cell phone and account number tomorrow. A Pao said fiercely, and then hurried down the mountain. He has a brother who is engaged in attracting traffic and fans on the internet. He has set up thousands of cloud accounts. He rents them for an hour at a friendly price of 2,000 a day just for this blessing rice. He has made a budget and can almost ensure that he can earn at least one portion of blessing rice every day. Even if you swipe one copy every 3 days, you still make money. When the time comes, find a young man with a strange face to pick it up. He was not afraid that the Taoist priest surnamed Guo would not pay. If the defaulter was exposed, it would do no good to King Fengiguan. He couldn't help but smile when he thought about how helpless the other party was while he was trying to get rid of him. It's really a relief. The revenge of being taught a lesson by the other party last time can be repaid with profit lost over time. The next day, more tourists were attracted to Qingfeng Temple. Qian Zuan and his girlfriend were attracted by the online video about blessing rice. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had heard of rice priced at 15,000 yuan. My monthly salary is less than 15,000 yuan. If you can get a piece of prayer rice, you can buy an electric car and a new mobile phone.
They came by car from Mingxi, and the train ticket was only 35 yuan.
Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't get it, just treat it as an outing with your girlfriend. The mentality is very right.
Qian Zuan took his girlfriend straight to the incense shop.
Someone has posted a guide on the internet.
After burning incense and scanning the merit money, you will have a chance to trigger blessings and get blessing rice.
Probably like a lottery.
Of course, you can actually just scan the QR code without adding incense, but that is what shameless people do, and they can't do it. Qian Rui and his girlfriend finished offering incense, but unsurprisingly, they gained nothing.
The two just sighed softly.
Because I had a good mentality and didn't worry too much, I started walking around King Fengiguan.
Baby, there is a marriage hall here.
Qian Zuan was suddenly surprised and came forward with his girlfriend. Young lovers who pursue the beauty in their hearts generally will not miss this kind of place that is related to marriage. But when they got closer, they found that many lovers gathered in the marriage palace to watch.
The view is amazing.
I feel like Mr. Yu is riding the clouds in the mist-shrouded fairyland. Qian and Rui were attracted by the discussion. When they walked in and took a look, they were incredibly attracted by the scene of the altar table.
Why are these cigarettes like this?
The girlfriend looked surprised.
Qian Zuan was also shocked.
The smoke from the sticks of incense in front of the Yulaogong statue seemed to be pulled by some force. It actually gathered towards the Yulaogong statue, causing clouds and mist to surround the statue. Moreover, after the smoke gathered, it sank to the bottom of the statue and spread towards the surrounding tables, causing the entire altar table to condense into a layer of smoke, like a sea of floating clouds, which was very spectacular. That scene was really fantastic. Really, if they hadn't known that Taoist temples don't allow taking pictures with mobile phones, they would have wanted to take pictures of this scene. I don't know why there is such a regulation, and it is really a pity that such beautiful scenery cannot be preserved.
Finally, some young people couldn't help but asked curiously, what kind of technology is this? Another person whispered, maybe it's not technology.
These words made the young men and women who were watching look at each other in confusion, somewhat muttering in their hearts.
Indeed so.
Even technology may not be able to do such spectacular things. What's more, apart from the statue of Yulogong, there is only the peach carving on the table.
It is clear at a glance that there is no technology at all. Baby, let's burn incense again.
Qian Rui suddenly saw the spectacular scene in front of him and whispered to his girlfriend beside him.
Yeah.
The girlfriend nodded subconsciously. For young lovers, they would rather believe it or not. After all, they all hope to have a better future. Other onlookers also reacted, went to the incense shop to sweep incense candles, and then returned to the marriage hall to burn incense. After lighting the incense, they also found that the incense they had burned had the same problem, and the smoke was drawn towards the statue of Yulogong. This personal experience also gave them a sense of piety in their hearts.
Watching the breeze. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining some willpower.
As Guolin was sending Huang Xian and Lin Ro down the mountain, several reminders appeared in his mind, which increased his willpower. It seems that the benefits of giving Lin Yuer's fat guard's clothes to Director Chen are obvious.
Guolin, let's go then. Huang Xian said goodbye with some emotion. The experience of this trip made him really feel like he was in a dream. If it weren't for the holidays, he would really want to stay a few more days. This time, he got to know Guolin again as a brother. This guy who skipped class with him and did those outrageous things turned out to be so inhuman. However, he was not envious. After all, he had a beautiful girlfriend whom he was talking about getting married to. In addition to his 30,000 yuan worth of Taoism and his talents, what else could Guolin have? But he was still single. Lin Ro was already satisfied with her visit this time. Just settling the matter of laser eye surgery was the luckiest thing for her. This damn boyfriend is always teasing her about eating feces. She really loves durians now, and she must let him buy a few to eat herself when she gets back. Come back to play again when I have the opportunity.
Guolin smiled, took a small bag and handed it to the two of them. There were 3 kilograms of blessing rice inside, which was his parting gift. After all, in his ordinary days, he only had this one friend in front of him. Huang Xian and Huang Xian guessed what it was when Guolin put forward the bag, and they were still full of excitement when they took the bag. After all, they know the magic of this blessing rice. No one else can buy it if they want to. After talking to the parents and friends about some memories, Huang Xian also took Lin Ro down the mountain, and soon got on the train home. Lin Ro had been holding the bag of blessing rice for fear of being stolen. However, when she was looking at her phone, she saw Lin Yu and a group of classmates telling how she had become the group leader after her internship. Lin Yu, hey, the internship period is really difficult. Only 3 people were left out of 30. Fortunately, I stayed. After hard work during the period of becoming a full-time employee, I was lucky enough to become the team leader. Now I have to study hard to enrich myself and strive for become a supervisor within this year.
Lin Ro looked at the information with amusement. Wasn't it because she was with a man she swore she would never find again? Wasn't it because the other man's father was the vice president? Everyone knows that now. It seems that he is very good. After leaving society, Lin Yu has really changed a lot. Lin Ro thought about it, took a photo of the blessing rice in her hand, and sent it to the group. I want to share with you that I am lucky enough to get so much blessing rice from Qingfeng Temple. It's funny, after all, this rice was given by Guolin. Lin Yu, Lin Ro, since when have you been so vain? It's not like we haven't watched the video of blessing rice in the past 2 days. You can't even buy it for 15,000 yuan per pound. How can you buy it? Lin Ro fell silent, sneering in her heart. What a wonderful thing there is in this world. King Fengaguen. After Guolin sent Huang Xian away, he also returned to the Taoist temple office and started playing leisure Shushan. Near evening, he received a phone call. It was a call from the Green Plant Company. The previously ordered maple and elm trees arrived. He walked out of the Taoist temple and saw a group of panting people carrying an elm tree and a maple tree. Although there is no way to order mature trees that are too old on the top of the mountain, and the greening companies do not do this kind of business, the 2 trees are not small and are older than the holly trees behind the Taoist temple. Guolin stepped forward and saluted several people. Thank you for your hard work, dear believers. Taoist master, if I had known that your Taoist temple was so high and the road was so difficult, we wouldn't have taken this business. Although the leader complained, he had a smile on his face and a very kind tone. You could tell that the other person wasn't really complaining, just joking. That's how he behaved. The first sense these people give people is very good. Sure enough, the other party asked again, Taoist master, I don't know where to plant these 2 trees. I will help you transplant them as soon as possible, and I have to rush back later. Several believers are coming with me. Guolin also led the way to the open space behind the Taoist temple. Elm trees and maples are also 7 sages plants, so he naturally wants to know whether these 2 will be recognized by the game system. When the sun completely set, the people from the Green Plant Company planted the elm and maple trees. Guolin immediately looked at the information about the 7 sages at the sex station, but unfortunately, the information about the 7 sages at the sex station had not changed, only the ancient ginkgo and the Huangshan pine. This elm and maple tree, like the previous holly, are not recognized by the game system. It seems that the trees are not old enough. In this case, it would be a little difficult to achieve the 7 sages. However, sometimes when you get nothing from one thing, you may suddenly get a huge surprise from another thing. Congratulations to your sect for exceeding 100 daily pilgrim merits for the first time, and you will be rewarded with 100 willpower. Congratulations, your sex station meets the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. No. Thank you to the readers who have read the latest chapter. Thank you so much to the readers who voted. Thank you so much, readers. Chapter 92. The sex station is upgraded. The solemn statue of the god +2. Guolin didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. Another direct increase of 100 willingness. This is apparently another first achievement reward. For the first time, the number of merits of daily pilgrims exceeded 100, which should mean that 100 tourists swept their merits and contributed merits today. He immediately took out his mobile phone and looked at the number of payments received in today's merit box. Sure enough, it exceeded 100. Looking at the game system prompts, he directly chose yes without hesitation. The system prompt appears again. The martial arts station begins to increase its level. The next moment, a magical scene appeared. Mysterious runes began to appear out of thin air on the walls around Qingfeng Temple. These runes emitted light, and when connected together, began to gather some mysterious power, and then turned into rays of light that spread and rushed towards the Qingfeng Temple. When Guolin walked back to the Taoist Temple, a layer of light had condensed over Qingfeng Temple, shrouding the entire Qingfeng Temple inside. There were tourists coming in and out of the Taoist Temple, but they seemed unaware of the mysterious talisman light and could not see it at all. I'm afraid these people can't possibly imagine that the entire Taoist temple is being shrouded in a mysterious light barrier at this time. Otherwise, your jaw will definitely drop. Dumb, dumb, dumb. The cries of crows suddenly sounded. He saw those auspicious treasures flying in with shouts, and the key fell to his feet in a panic. They actually all looked upward. Guolin looked at this scene in surprise. Could these guys see the light that enveloped the Taoist temple? What a surprise. Maybe it's the reason for being bound to the Taoist temple. Dumb, dumb. Another crow sounded, and a certain guy who was always slow to fly belatedly flew in. This time it seemed to fly too fast and hit him directly.
Fortunately, he had quick eyesight and quick hands to catch the sky. Dumb. Surprisingly, when he caught the sky, it didn't resist at all except for barking twice, and was very obedient. Human beings are inexplicably attracted to obedient and cute animals.
This is why so many people like to keep pets.
Therefore, Guolin put the one down and said, I keep clapping slowly, I will ask you to clap slowly in the future.
Dumb.
The crow actually responded twice in time, as if in response. At this moment, the light shrouding the sky began to quickly converge and merged into the Taoist temple.
Immediately afterwards, the prompt appeared again. Congratulations on upgrading your sex station to level 2, and the solemnity of the statue +2. Quiet room renovation complete. Almost at the same time.
In the main hall, Xie Qingyang has already guided 3 more tourists inside. Because of the traffic brought by the internet, he is also very busy today, and the guidance alone has not stopped. Even Lin Ziyan, a resident believer, was dragged to the incense shop to help guide people to scan the QR code and receive incense candles.
Xie Qingyang began to guide the 3 tourists to offer incense and pray.
But at this time, when he looked at the statue, he was horrified to find that the expression of the statue had changed, and his expression seemed to have become solemn.
The old layman opened his mouth in shock. He didn't think he had seen it wrong.
Before, the expression of the statue was that of a sculpture, but now the solemn feeling is very real, as if it has come alive. He subconsciously looked at the 3 pilgrims offering incense, and sure enough he found that the 3 pilgrims had their eyes wide open in shock, and they were also a little stunned.
Obviously, it was not his illusion just now.
The 3 believers in front of him also noticed the changes in the statue. Not only did the 3 believers find out, they were shocked and their hearts beat faster.
Who can imagine what it would be like to hold incense and pray to the statue of Sanking, and when you are stating your wish in your heart, you suddenly see the expression of the statue change?
If it were late at night and the scene was different, they would be afraid that they would pee in fear.
Even at this time, they were feeling panicked. 3 good believers, it's time to worship.
Although the old layman was shocked, he did not forget his responsibilities. When the 3 pilgrims heard the old layman's words, they didn't seem to tense up at all.
Their legs were weak and they all knelt down in unison. Even after they finished lighting the incense, their expressions were still respectful.
After the incense burning process was over, the 3 of them still felt their hearts beating faster. After leaving the main hall, they couldn't help but look back and discuss in a low voice.
Did you encounter anything strange just now?
You saw it too, that statue. I've seen it too, this Qingfeng looks really extraordinary. No wonder the rice used to pray for blessings at Qingfeng Temple can be sold for 15,000 yuan.
Now I know the reason.
I'm afraid they won't forget the scene just now in a short time. After hearing the words of the 3 people, Xie Qingyang looked respectfully at the majestic statue, and his yearning for Tao in his heart became even stronger. On the way to seek the Tao, he had entered too many Taoist temples to practice, and had seen too many mystical and magical things, but in the end everything was false and false. Now he truly experienced the magic again.
There really is a way here that he is looking for. Just a moment later, 2 more tourists arrived.
Passing by the Lord's Highness, he was subconsciously attracted to stop. He looked at the statue inside in surprise, and then couldn't look away.
This statue seems different from the Taoist temples we have been to before. Well, the expressions of these statues are very solemn, as if they are alive. It is sin that one should not look directly at God. The 2 tourists actually knelt down on the spot and kowtowed in the direction of the Sanking statue. These 2 men were obviously devout Taoist believers.
Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower.
Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower.
When Guolin received 2 reminder messages, he also looked at the information about the sex location. The sex residence, King Fengedwen.
Level 2 sex station. Effects, sturdy +2, simplicity +2, ornamental +2, solemnity +2.
Upgrade requirements, 1. 400,000 merit money, 13.25 million usable merit money.
2. 1,000 wish value, 33 usable wish value. Special, 1.
The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2.
Damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Guolin, Guosuanlin.
In monk, nun.
Religious layman, Xie Qingyang. The spiritual pet of the sect, Fan Jixian Bao X7. Site area, 30,000 square meters. Martial arts facilities, 5 elements boundary monument. 7 sages, 2/7 ginkgo, withering, Mount Huangshan pine, growing vigorously. Special features section. 1. Marriage palace, 1.
It can produce mysterious effects with the inner marriage talisman.
2. Wonder +1. 3. Jade immortal peach carving.
can be brought back to the marriage hall, but it cannot be repaired in the marriage hall. 2. Quiet room. The stimulating effect can be activated after the layout is completed.
Sure enough, the information about the sex residence has an additional attribute of solemnity +2. As the name suggests, this attribute acts on Taoist statues.
He immediately walked to the main hall. When he looked at the statues inside, he felt so solemn that even if he knew what was going on, he couldn't help but be surprised.
If it were other tourists, just seeing this scene, they would feel a sense of awe in their hearts, right?
In other words, if the statue of a god has this attribute, the probability of converting tourists into believers will increase.
After knowing the solemn +2 attributes of the statue, Guolin also continued to look at the sex station information.
After the martial arts station is upgraded to level 2, the upgrade requirements also become higher.
The first thing is to ask for 400,000 merit money, wanting Krypton gold again.
After the previous merit payment was upgraded, 100,000 was automatically deducted. I turned on my phone and saw that there was indeed another series of transfers. Looking at the payee, I saw that the system was using his Taoist temple's merit money for charity. In addition to 200,000 merit money, the upgrade requirement for willingness has also become 1,000.
Another beginning of lack of willpower. Then, Guolin set his sights on the quiet room.
After the renovation, the quiet room was included in the special functions section just like the marriage hall.
Moreover, being transformed by the game system must have special functions. It is just a note that the transformed quiet room must be rearranged to stimulate the effect.
This is probably because the Qingfeng Temple's quiet room has been abandoned for a long time.
After all, the quiet room in their Taoist temple is open to believers.
There are very few pilgrims, let alone devout believers, who come to the quiet room to sit in meditation and chant Taoist scriptures.
There is not only one theory of Taoist quiet room.
According to one school of thought, the quiet room is a place where diseases are cured and evil spirits are exorcised. There is also a saying that the name of the Taoist temple was called the Jingxi from the beginning.
Before Zhang Tianqi founded Taoism, he had been leading people to practice in the Jingxi.
Later, when Taoism was established, the Jingxi was also gradually called Taoist temples. Naturally, there were also other temples such as palaces and temples.
The quiet room in their Qingfeng temple was different. He didn't understand it before.
After getting the property rights, he also read the relevant information and knew that the situation like their Qingfeng temple was that of the Descendants Temple. The property rights of the Descendants Temple can be passed down from generation to generation, and all income from the Taoist temple belongs to the property owner. Some facilities and rules may not be exactly like those of the conventional Fangshanlin Taoist temple. You can even extend the facilities and rules of your own Taoist temple, as long as they comply with the Taoist principles of conversion. To put it simply, as long as it is within the framework of this Taoism, I have the final say on my territory.
Guolin also went directly to the direction of the quiet room. The quiet room is not big, about 30 square meters. When you open the door, you can see a lot of old chairs, tables, and other sundries inside.
These things are basically covered with a thick layer of dust. He immediately moved out all the debris and placed them in the open space outside the Taoist temple.
Most of these things are old and can no longer be used.
Things like tables and chairs can be chopped up and used as firewood. After taking some time to empty the quiet room, he also started cleaning it.
What's amazing is that when using the sex station construction card, the Taoist temple was transformed and became antique. This quiet room did not look shabby due to long-term disuse. After removing the dust, what was revealed was its antique charm.
All I can say is that the game system is amazing. But even so, when he cleaned the quiet room, it was already dark.
Next, just decorate the quiet room.
There are not many things needed for a quiet room, mostly statues of the three pure ones, futons, Taoist scriptures such as the Washing Dust Sutra, incense burners, Dharma drums, Taoist scriptures, and other things.
In fact, there are still many props, but they have all been abandoned.
According to the old Taoist priest, it was stolen and taken as their own, and their Taoist sect no longer bothered to use it. These things still need to be purchased again from the mountain.
The next day,
after eating the spiritual energy refined rice and practicing the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the rice's spiritual energy, Guolin also gave instructions to the old layman, and then went down the mountain to purchase the things needed for the quiet room. When he arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, he found that it was not as deserted as before. There were actually 3 hawkers with burdens appearing. The burdens are filled with bayberries, peaches, plums, and other fruits.
Moreover, when he came down, there were several tourists buying their fruits. Sure enough, vendors will appear wherever there are people.
Guolin took a taxi, went to the county, and purchased the necessary things before returning to King Fengiguan. However, the Daojing gift rack is not in stock and it will take a day to get the goods. Guo Lin returned to the Taoist temple and took the things he brought back to the quiet room and arranged them first. The information about the quiet room and the sect's headquarters has not changed. It seems that we still have to wait for the Taoist scriptures to arrive and put the Jinshin Sutra to stimulate the effect. But suddenly, he found that his phone vibrated continuously, which made him a little confused. When he opened it, he frowned tightly. Your account received 0.1 yuan. Your account received 0.1 yuan. In a short period of time, rows of payment information appeared on the Taoist temple's merit account, and there were probably hundreds of them, all of which were 0.1 yuan. This reminded him of Fangqing last time, who also did this. But this time it's obviously different, it's not the same account. Moreover, in a short period of time, another row of payment information appeared. Guo Lin was immediately speechless. This is someone taking advantage of him. He asked his brother Huang Xian to create a small program that could only be triggered once for each account, and set a limit on the triggering range. The code could only be scanned in Qingfeng Temple. I thought this would prevent people on the internet from taking advantage of him, but who would have thought that someone would go so far as to take advantage of me and end up in Qingfeng Temple? If the other party can do this, he must be somewhere in the Taoist temple. The key is for the opponent to make reasonable use of the loophole. If the conditions are triggered and the blessing rice is obtained, it will be hard for him not to give it away. Otherwise, if people like this deliberately cause trouble, Qingfeng Temple will lose its trust in others. With the current traffic, the gain outweighs the gain for a piece of prayer rice. In other words, there is nothing you can do if you are disgusted. Almost as he was thinking about it, he couldn't help but cursed, gone. Because after swiping through another row of prompts, one account actually triggered a pair of blessing rice. In a corner outside Qingfeng Temple, a Pao and several people were squatting. There were mobile phones in front of him, and they all had a special cloud account software running on them. As long as you send the QR code you captured, the software will automatically control the cloud account to scan the QR code. Moreover, in order to ensure a good signal, they also brought a signal enhancement instrument. Suddenly, a young man with flowery arms stood up excitedly. Brother Pao, one of our accounts won a portion of blessing rice. When A Pao heard the news, he smiled and said, haha, I got the 15,000 yuan. Xioma, take your phone and go in to get the blessing rice. Okay, Brother Pao. The pony immediately took the phone and ran towards Qingfeng Temple. Seeing this, A Pao's smile grew stronger. It feels so good to pluck out the enemy's wool like this. A serving of blessing rice costs 15,000. 10 copies is 150,000. 100 copies is 1.5 million. I hope that the Taoist priest surnamed Guo will pray for more rice, so that he can get rich. Inside the Qingfeng Temple, Guo Lin also quickly saw the old layman who came over in a hurry. Taoist priest, a believer has received the blessing of blessing rice. The old layman reported as soon as he saw him. Bushi, go get a piece of blessing rice and give it to him. Guo Lin sighed inwardly. Where are the believers? Sheeping wool. The old layman nodded and went straight to the kitchen. Guo Lin also walked to the main hall, with a look of displeasure on his face. He saw the old layman giving a piece of blessing rice to a man. After the man hurried out of the Taoist temple, he followed silently. Always find out. Reminders of 0.1 yuan are still appearing on his mobile phone. These people don't know how many accounts they have found. From a distance, I saw the man walking towards a corner outside the Taoist temple. Guo Lin's face darkened when he saw 3 acquaintances. Aren't they the 3 gangsters who were arranged by Yui to provoke them and then were taught a lesson by him? Unexpectedly, Yui went in and these 3 guys came to pick King Fengiguan's wool again. It seems that the attack was gentle last time and the opponent did not suffer any pain. At this time, A Pao had already received the blessing rice handed over by the boy, with a smile on his face. It's so easy to make money. According to this trend, maybe the remaining accounts can still get a piece of blessing rice today. Guo Lin frowned and turned around and walked inside. There is no other way to do it. There are still tourists in the Taoist temple, which has a bad impact, but we can't let the other party be so unscrupulous. Fortunately, the lucky system applet created with the help of Huang Xian's brother can still be operated. He walked to the incense shop, took a photo of the incense shop's QR code with his mobile phone, and went straight back to the closet. This lucky system made by Huang Xian's brother has many setting functions. Almost all of these functions point to black box operations, and it seems that every aspect has been thought of. He didn't know if brother Huang Xian was good at doing this, or if he just modified a lottery system that was operated in secret. When he returned to the lobby, he opened the lucky system and started operating it. In addition to the previous restrictions on the scanning area and the fact that each account can only be triggered once, he added 2 more conditions. 1. You must first scan the QR code of the incense shop to pay, and then scan the QR code of the merit box in the main hall to trigger it. In this way, the QR code of the incense shop must be uploaded to the Lucky System applet for association. 2. After scanning the QR code of the incense shop, there must be a certain period of time before scanning the QR code of the merit box to trigger it. This interval is calculated based on the time required for the pilgrims to offer incense. In other words, normal pilgrims will trigger the conditions from the time they buy incense to the time they are offered and then scan the QR code of the merit box. Otherwise, there is no way to trigger it. After setting up, he clicked OK directly. Almost at the same time, Chinfeng looked outside and people like Apao were shocked. "Brother Pao, you can't brush anymore," a younger brother said hurriedly. "Yes, it's because the trigger conditions are not met," another younger brother also said. Apao turned his head and took a look, and it was indeed the case. The Taoist priest named Gua must have reacted and taken precautions. "Brother Pao, what should we do now?" a younger brother asked. "Let's go in and take a look." Apao frowned and walked towards Qingfeng Temple with his two younger brothers. He had successfully picked up a portion of the rice for blessing. If he didn't pick up another 100 portions to earn him 1.5 million, he would naturally not give up. He has also led people to collect the wool of a certain treasure in the past. If a certain treasure is picked up, he will respond quickly. Those of them who are harvesting will naturally have to find ways to crack the opponent's response and continue to harvest. It's the same situation now. After Guolin reset the settings, the payment prompt of 0.1 yuan for the merit account no longer appeared on his mobile phone. This put him in a good mood and played the game for a while. After getting no results, he took on a series of tasks and hung up to complete the tasks automatically. People who are not very patient will generally become very irritable while doing this kind of series of tasks. But when he walked outside the main hall, his face darkened again. The other party actually came to the door openly. Apao was observing the code scanning patterns of the tourists when he suddenly jumped when he saw Guolin coming out. The other party knows real kung fu. The experience of provocation before was still vivid in my mind. He also paid attention to the opponent's situation later. This person could really smash bluestone with one palm. If it fell on a person, the bones would be broken directly. However, he also pretended to be calm, reminding himself that this is a society ruled by law, and the other party cannot do whatever they want with force. Otherwise, what else would the law do? Guolin knew that after he made the settings again, the other party was unwilling to give up. So, he also walked towards Apao, who was so frightened that Apao took 2 steps back. Guolin frowned and said, "Donor, there are things you can do and things you can't do. There are gods 3 feet above your head. It is not advisable to deceive gods in Taoist temples." Apao didn't listen, but instead he hurriedly threatened, "If you dare to touch me, I will lie down and never get up. If you fall down, you will have to pay for it, and it will not be good for Qingfeng Temple's reputation." His 2 younger brothers also cooperated very well and took out their mobile phones, even trying to record a video. This is how he copes. So what if the other party is powerful? As long as the other party doesn't dare to kill him, he won't fight back. As long as you are touched by the opponent, you are guaranteed to be injured this or that, and medical expenses and lost work expenses are inevitable. The cost of lost work due to litigation is calculated as 450,000 per month. A portion of blessing rice is 15,000 yuan. If he buys it for a month, 1 portion per day, isn't it 450,000 yuan? Even if it is impossible to get the money, it will disgust the other party to death. Guolin was dumbfounded. Is there such an operation? This is a bit irritating. The key point is that he can't stop the blessing rice now. Tourists come here for the blessing rice. If he stops or no one gets the blessing rice for a long time, the tourists will lose interest, which will affect their income. To upgrade the sex base, 1,000 willpower is needed. Who knows how much more willpower will be needed to upgrade in the future? This is a bit confusing. Why are there so many scoundrels causing trouble for him? As if feeling his emotions, the fragment of the evolution bagua disc around his neck suddenly vibrated, and a coldness rushed into his head. Then, Guolin looked at Apao and the others in astonishment. These people are so arrogant that they can no longer stand the fragments of the evolution bagua disc. Therefore, you cannot deceive God in a place like Taoist temple, otherwise you will be rewarded. Thinking about it, he hurried to the closet. It's not his character not to avenge himself or vent his anger. Hurry up and follow the instructions on the fragments of the evolution bagua disc to get something that can punish these guys. When Apao and his 2 younger brothers saw Guolin leaving, their faces instantly showed a look of pride. Sure enough, the Taoist priest surnamed Gua could do nothing against them. Thank you to the legal society. Then, Apao took his mobile phone to the incense shop, scanned the code, paid 0.1 yuan, and then followed a tourist to burn incense.
The process is the same as that of the tourist. After offering the incense, he still follows the tourist to swipe the QR code of the merit box. Thanks to the donor for his merits. He refrains from doing any evil, and he will be safe every year. He performs all kinds of good deeds, and he will be healthy every year. Seeing this prompt, Apao immediately smiled and understood what was going on.
The restrictions imposed by the other party are really childish. He went directly back to the incense shop, took a photo of the QR code, and then said to the two boys, "It's done, let's go out and continue."
The two younger brothers followed him with faces full of joy.
After Guolin returned to the office, he took out his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan, then opened the task board to view related tasks.
There is a mission called Bad Luck. This should be it.
The evolution Bagua tray gave him a hint that he would get something to punish those guys, which would make them unlucky all the time.
It's just that the specific evolutionary Bagua disc fragments didn't give any hints.
Therefore, he came to play the game immediately. Because only in Leisure Shushan can he get such props. He searched for the task, and in the entire task column, only the task Bad Luck was the most likely.
That's literally what it means.
He decisively clicked on the mission, and the game character found his way to a ruined temple in the suburbs. As expected, there was an NPC wearing a strange black hooded robe standing inside. Control the game character and click, and the dialogue will begin.
This NPC is called Shinpai.
He was originally a long-term worker in a landlord's family. He was inhumanly abused by his owner for a long time and even turned him into a eunuch. Later, he escaped and encountered the corpse of an ordinary disciple of the Yinshin sect, and obtained some of the evil sect's ability to make talismans. Therefore, he couldn't wait to come back for revenge, but he didn't want to kill them all, he just wanted to make a bad luck charm to teach the landlord and his family a lesson. This bad luck charm won't kill people, but it can cause bad luck all the time and torture people crazy. Now, due to special reasons, Shinpai couldn't collect the materials by himself, so he could only ask for help. After some dialogue, the game character reluctantly accepted this task. Guolin also immediately controlled the game character to collect the materials needed for Shinpai. It took some time to collect the materials, and then hurriedly went to Shinpai and clicked to complete the task.
Don't let him down with the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc.
When several tasks were completed, the game system's prompt also sounded as scheduled. Congratulations to you for acquiring the art of making a bad luck charm. Sure enough, after getting this tip, a smile suddenly appeared on his face.
I still need you to evolve the Bagua disc fragments.
Guolin immediately controlled the game character to go back to the novice's residence, and then an idea entered the game. On the table in the novice's residence, there is indeed a bad luck charm skill jade token. Guolin picked it up and saw the note information. This is a punishing bad luck charm crafting skill. It requires grinding cinnabar with the help of spiritual birds, water ditches, kitchen ashes, etc.
After use, it can bring bad luck to people.
There will be trouble, but no one will die. When Guolin saw this note, he probably knew why this thing was called a punishment-type bad luck charm.
It's just punishment, there will be no death, and the trouble will drive people crazy. This is definitely a very disgusting thing, and it can be very relieving. He likes. Moreover, judging from the remark information, this bad luck charm also has different types.
He decisively chose to use the jade token. In an instant, the jade token lit up with light, turning into dots of starlight, and slipped into his mind. The information that appeared one after another gave him a complete understanding of this punishing bad luck charm. After getting this bad luck charm, he decisively quit the game.
Let's see who dares to pick Qingfeng Guanmao in the future. He agrees. Wouldn't he agree even if he didn't look at the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc?
Just when he exited the game, his phone vibrated crazily.
Take it out and take a look. Received 0.1 yuan. Received 0.1 yuan. It started again.
Guolin suddenly felt that these guys were quite smart.
The two restrictions he had set were broken so quickly. Why don't you keep this wisdom on the right path? Outside the Taoist temple,
Apao and his younger brothers looked at the code scanning software and the smiles on their faces were already as bright as flowers. A younger brother flattered him, "Brother Pao is still awesome, he can see through the opponent's tricks so easily." Another younger brother also echoed, "Yes, the key is Brother Pao's method, which makes the other party unable to use all his abilities.
If you touch me, I will lie down, haha."
Apao felt a little embarrassed when he heard his younger brother's flattery.
The Taoist priest surnamed Gua just now was probably going to be angry to death. This method is only effective against people like the other party.
If it were someone like them, they would attack directly, regardless of whether you lie down or not. However, it is enough to be angry with the other party, otherwise the other party will cancel the blessing rice matter, and he will have no place to collect wool.
It's best to live in peace and harmony. However, with so many visitors to the Taoist temple, it is unlikely that it will be cancelled suddenly. At most, the probability will be lowered. If it is to be stopped, it cannot be stopped forever. It will definitely be opened secretly during a certain period of time to give tourists a chance to get it and keep the topic alive. They just sit back and wait. At this time, a boy in charge of operating the software shouted excitedly, "Brother Pao, I got another blessing rice." When a Pao heard this, he immediately took the phone and saw a prompt to obtain a fortune appeared on the screen of the phone. The second portion of blessing rice is in hand. It seems that his luck is really good today. Qing Feng Guanzhong. Naturally, Guolin also saw the news that someone had obtained prayer rice again, still by scanning an account worth 0.1 yuan. It seems that this amount must be set later. Otherwise, even if these people are dealt with, there may be others who will do this in the future. It's just that you need to be careful about how you set the amount. If you set it too high, it's easy to cause other troubles. After all, there are too many people causing war online. The old layman soon came again. "Taoist priest, another believer got the blessing rice, but I feel a little strange. I have been in the main hall and didn't see him coming to the merit box to scan the merits. Because the other party is not a believer, but just a sheep gatherer." Guolin frowned and explained the matter to the old layman. The old layman frowned and said, "Why do these people think about these evil ways? Taoist priest, can you blacklist these accounts?" Guolin shook his head helplessly. First of all, the other party must be using a cloud account. Sometimes a certain treasure or a certain Beijing has nothing to do with this kind of account and can only guard against it. The key is that there are only a few megabytes of background applet in his phone. Unless you ask someone to develop a special function, you can disable the OpenID for entering the mini program on your computer. Doesn't he also need to buy a computer and pull a network cable from the bottom of the mountain? That's too much trouble. Or bad luck charm comes conveniently. No matter what, you have come to Qingfeng Temple with arrogance, and you will have to suffer a lot. Solve the current problem first, and deal with other things later. Or calculate the appropriate amount later, and simply ask Brother Huang Xin to improve it. Directly set this amount, and the probability of scanning the code is 0, completely eliminating this kind of thing. Guolin ordered, "Father, I plan to give these people a small punishment but a big warning. I would like you to prepare some things for me." The old layman immediately nodded. "Taoist master, please give me your instructions. Please also ask the layman to help prepare the talisman-making tools, as well as the feces of the auspicious treasures, the bugs in the ditch, the feces of the Ouida on the kitchen stove, and..." Guolin compiled the things he needed one by one. I told the story to the old layman. The tribute of spiritual birds refers to the feces of birds with spiritual energy. Those crows eating prayer rice every day must be in line with the goal. The worms in the ditch refer to the bugs in the ditch, the kind that are milky white and wriggling. Chongji, that's what I'm talking about. Stove ashes does not mean literally, but refers to the feces of the katydids, which are as fine as stove ashes. The katydids are common on kitchen stoves and are often confused with crickets. Xie Qingyan knew from the beginning that the Taoist master must be making talismans again, but the more he heard, the more something was wrong. Crow droppings, ditch bugs. Why does this feel a little evil? However, it is normal for Taoist practitioners to sometimes act as they please and to use harsh means to punish evildoers. Immediately afterwards, he became curious about the talisman that the Taoist master was going to make, and immediately went out to prepare. Everything the Taoist wants can be found in Qingfeng Temple. Not long after, the old layman brought the talisman-making tools to the closet, and also brought a small bag, which contained things like the god of spirit birds and the Ji of Shuge. Guolin checked it and said, "Laity, just mix those things with cinnabar, pound them, and grind them." The old layman nodded and quickly ground out the cinnabar. Different from the cinnabar that was ground before, it is not red in color, and those things are mixed in it. The cinnabar is completely gray-black, and it also reveals a hint of evil. Guolin didn't find it strange. After all, this bad luck charm was from the Yinshan sect. In fact, the bad luck punishment talisman he got is also a very useless thing in Shushan swordsman, because it cannot have an effect on people who have their own energy. To put it simply, it can only deal with ordinary people. In reality, this is enough. Guolin took up the pen, picked up the cinnabar, and drew a bad luck charm on a piece of yellow paper. The old layman watched carefully from the side. He clearly found that when the Taoist master drew the talisman this time, both the talisman patterns and the strokes were completely different from before. If it was straight and round before, this time every stroke and every painting revealed a hint of evil. Guolin felt it himself. When the talisman loops around and the talisman is activated, the energy surging on it also appears black, as if there is a trace of black energy surging on the talisman. This kind of energy is invisible to ordinary people. Therefore, the old layman on the side was not surprised, but asked curiously, Taoist priest, what kind of talisman is this? Guolin did not hide anything and explained, the bad luck charm is specially used to punish people. However, drawing bad luck charms on this basket did not consume much energy, so he drew 6 consecutive ones. This thing is definitely a good tool for punishing bitches, and I will definitely use it in the future. Stop writing. Guolin picked up the 6 bad luck charms filled with a trace of black energy and said, the other party must have been waiting for a long time, and it is time to give the blessing rice to the other party. The old layman could feel a little uncomfortable looking at the bad luck charms in the Taoist master's hands. Bad luck charm, as the name suggests, brings bad luck to the other party. Thinking about it, he hurried out of the closet. Outside the main hall, a young man with flowery arms has been waiting for a long time. He is the little brother sent by Apao to pick up me. He felt something was wrong. Just now another person came in to collect the rice, and it didn't take that long. Been waiting for a long time. Finally seeing Xie Qingyan come out, he immediately stepped forward and asked, Old Taoist master, where is my blessing rice? Good faith, wait a moment. The old layman was very good at cultivating qi. He knew that the other party was a thief, and felt disgusted in his heart, but he still had a gentle smile on his face. After that, he also entered the kitchen, took out another portion of blessing rice, and handed it to the flower-armed young man. The young man didn't care what was weird. He got the things and hurried out of Qingfeng Temple. Guolin had already come out of the dressing room and walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Seeing this, the old layman hurriedly followed, wanting to see the bad luck charm made by the Taoist master. Watching the breeze, Apao also got the blessing rice again. This put him in a very happy mood. 2 portions of blessing rice is 30,000. After deducting the cost of renting an account, you can make a lot of money. Apao held 2 portions of blessing rice and saw Guolin and Xie Qingyan walking out. However, when he was happy, he didn't want to irritate the other person, so he turned around and ignored the other person. You have to be merciful, but you can't keep irritating people. Guolin didn't know what Apao was thinking, so he silently took out a bad luck charm. He decided to teach the culprit a lesson first. The method of controlling bad luck talismans is also very simple, and the method of making talismans is documented in detail. Input energy, control the qi machine with your thoughts, and lock the target to cast the spell. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand this word, but there is detailed information on the bad luck charm skill, which he can easily understand and do. Guolin mobilized the energy in his body and input it into the bad luck charm in his hand. In an instant, he felt the energy contained in the rune fluctuate violently. Then, a trace of black energy emerged from the talisman and floated towards Apao not far away. Xie Qingyan kept looking at the bad luck talisman in the Taoist master's hand. At that moment, he was horrified to see that the patterns on the talisman were fading rapidly. The old layman looked surprised. He knew that the talismans drawn by the Taoist master were very powerful, but every time they were beyond imagination. It's a pity that he couldn't see the special energy, otherwise his jaw would have dropped by now. The trace of energy from the bad luck charm quickly penetrated into Cannon's body. At that moment, Cannon suddenly shuddered, and his body felt cold for no reason. From a distance, Guolin saw a mass of black energy condensed at the yintang position of the cannon. If there is an expert who can tell fortunes at this time, he will definitely say, this person's yintang is dark and he will have bad luck. Anyone who has been hit by a bad luck charm will be plagued with bad luck when the black energy in yintang is exhausted, unless someone casts the spell to remove it. Guolin obtained the skill of the bad luck charm, so he naturally had a way to remove it. But why should he help the other party to relieve it? Give him a reason. At Apao's side, a younger brother also reported, Brother Pao, all the accounts have been wiped out. Apao smiled and ordered, put your mobile phones away and come back tomorrow to continue. I will sell these 2 portions of blessing rice, and then go back and have a good meal. Okay, Brother Pao. When the younger brothers heard about the rub, they immediately burst into smiles. Apao, holding 2 portions of blessing rice, was also smiling and walked towards the entrance of the cliff. There was a young man there who had a sign saying that he would buy prayer rice for 15,000 renminbi. He could just sell the rice to the other party. Apao was walking happily and even humming a song. When he arrived at the entrance of the cliff, he saw Lin Ziyan collecting rice. Just as he was about to speak, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and he even showed panic. He was so forgetful about humming that he accidentally stepped on a small stone and stumbled forward. The 2 portions of blessing rice in his hands flew out without control. The flying direction was just outside the cliff. Apao widened his eyes in shock. No.
When Lin Ziyan saw A Pao coming over with 2 portions of blessing rice, he knew that business was coming. As he stood up, he was shocked to see 2 portions of blessing rice flying past his eyes and heading down the cliff.
Lin Ziyan stood up immediately, leaned on the railing on the edge of the cliff and looked down.
A Pao also got up in a hurry, not caring about the bruised and bleeding elbow, leaning on the railing and looking down. Then both of them were dumbfounded. The small bamboo tube containing the 2 portions of blessing rice happened to hit a rock.
The lid had been opened and fell apart. The blessing rice had been scattered all over the floor. Dum, 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 dum.
A cry of crows suddenly sounded, and several crows were seen flying down there and pecking at the aura rice. Not only the crows, but also some birds around them also landed and picked up the spiritual rice. When a few crows saw someone snatching food, they started to scream hoarsely and flap their wings, as if to chase away the birds.
Brother, are you lucky? Or unlucky? Lin Ziyan looked at A Pao with emotion on his face.
He naturally knows here that blessing rice is rare. Just before, a tourist got a portion, but the other party thought he was a fool and made him fail to buy the blessing rice.
Now this person got 2 portions of blessing rice in one day. What incredible luck is this? Who knew it would be empty in a blink of an eye? That's not right. Lin Ziyan looked at A Pao in surprise and distanced himself from him. Is it possible to get 2 portions of prayer rice?
The other person doesn't look like a serious person, and he is definitely not a destined person. If such a person resorts to trickery to get rice, then it is not surprising that such a situation would occur if the Taoist master resorts to trickery. A Pao's younger brothers came up, leaned against the railing and saw the scene below, and they were all dumbfounded.
Is this gone? Well, no more. Several younger brothers looked at A Pao with some resentment. Why is Brother Pao so careless?
Now not only is the meal gone, but Brother Pao's promised share is also gone.
Go down the mountain first and come back tomorrow.
Seeing what happened, A Pao could only take his younger brother down the mountain first. At this time, a voice came into Cannon's ears. Sir, there is a god 3 feet above your head, so you can take care of yourself. Cannon turned his head and saw Guolin, who was looking at him with a smile. For some reason, that smile made him shrink back subconsciously, feeling inexplicably panicked. This feeling made A Pao upset, and he quickened his pace and walked down the mountain. But thinking of the 2 blessing rice, he was very unwilling and subconsciously looked towards the cliff. That is to say, when he turned his head, he didn't see his feet and stepped on the air.
His whole body instantly lost his center of gravity. Ah!
A Pao exclaimed and rolled down the steps several times before stopping.
Lin Ziyan watched this scene with his own eyes, then looked at Dea Zhengua and swallowed subconsciously. He said, that must be the case. Xie Qingyan was the most surprised. Because he was involved in the whole process, he even collected the materials for the Taoist leader to make the talisman. But the effect of this bad luck charm really shocked him. When the Taoist master used this technique, the opponent fell twice in a row, and the 2 portions of blessing rice flew away. Everything was in vain.
A Pao's younger brothers rushed over in a panic to help A Pao up, only to see that A Pao had knocked his head to pieces and had a big bulge.
Fuck! A Pao couldn't help but cursed angrily. What happened suddenly, so bad?
After being helped up by his younger brother, he felt pain in several places all over his body, and his whole body felt very wrong.
Brother Pao, we'd better go down the mountain quickly and take you to apply some medicine.
A younger brother said hurriedly. A Pao nodded, feeling a sting on his forehead. When the group arrived at the foot of the mountain, A Pao saw a small vendor selling fruit, and took his younger brother there to buy a few kilograms of peaches. The 2 portions of blessing rice flew away, and the promised meal was gone. Buying 2 kilograms of peaches to eat can be considered as rubbing them. He directly picked the one with the best quality for himself, then put it in his mouth and took a bite, as if he wanted to vent. But then he froze. The taste was a bit off, as if he had bitten something he shouldn't have. He looked at the peach in his hand and saw 2 big bugs inside, half of which he had bitten off. Ugh! A Pao suddenly started to vomit. This peach looks so good, but there are 2 bugs inside. Gone! A Pao cursed angrily and threw the peach out. After finishing the action, he suddenly felt a cold sensation on the tip of his nose. Something fell on it, and the smell was very pungent. At that moment, A Pao's whole body seemed to be frozen. Chapter 95 Dao Kangwa is too scary. It's him, it must be him. A Pao smelled the smell of bird droppings on the tip of his nose, his face gradually turned ferocious, and he shouted angrily to the sky, "Fuck, are you even a dead bird trying to mess with me?" As soon as the shouting ended, he felt a small lump of bird shit suddenly appear on his face. A Pao collapsed. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Just face him, right? Even the younger brother behind was shocked when he saw this scene. How unlucky is it to win 2 coins in a row? A Pao felt like he was going to die, so he quickly got into the car and wiped it with paper. A younger brother couldn't help but said, "Brother Pao, you have been extremely unlucky since just now."
Could this be related to the Taoist priest from Qingfeng Temple?
A Pao was shocked for a moment, and the words of Taoist Gua immediately came to mind.
There are gods 3 feet above your head.
It is not advisable to deceive the gods in Taoist temples.
Donor, please take care of yourself.
As soon as the younger brother's words were mentioned, he was immediately associated with them. Even the younger brothers felt a chill running down their spines.
Brother Pao was indeed unlucky.
First, he lost 2 points of prayer rice, and then he fell down the stairs on the mountain path. I went down the mountain to eat a peach and was half dead from worm vomiting. Even 2 lumps of bird poop happened to be pulled onto his face. This was such a coincidence, as if there was a mysterious force affecting it.
No, impossible.
A Pao shook his head wildly. He admitted that the Taoist priest surnamed Guo was good at kung fu, but he could bring misfortune to others, unless the other party was a god. As he said that, a Pao hurriedly took water to his mouth and drank. When people are embarrassed, scared, or at a loss, they always drink water to cover up. But before I even took 2 sips of the water, I choked on it because I drank too quickly and poured it into the tip of my nose. A Pao coughed up tears and runny nose for a while.
The younger brother was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene.
He was so unlucky that he could choke on his drink of water.
Let's go.
A Pao was anxious, the more nervous he was urging him to leave Qingfeng Mountain as soon as possible.
Even if the Taoist priest was responsible, he didn't believe that if he left Qingfeng Mountain, what else could he do?
The younger brother didn't dare to hesitate and drove quickly. But just as the car entered the outskirts of the county, the driver stopped the car with a frown and said, "The tires are almost out of air.
Let's pump some air first."
When the car stopped at a repair shop, the younger brother got out of the car and took a look. He was dumbfounded and cursed, "Holy shit, when did you get stabbed?" A Pao got out of the car and saw that there were many nails stuck in the wheels.
"Brother Pao, be careful," a younger brother suddenly shouted. A Pao was confused.
He turned around and saw a wheel rolling and running straight towards him, and a master shouted hurriedly, "Get out of the way." Then, the wheel made a precise and brutal collision, directly hitting a Pao between his legs.
Ouch! A Pao's face instantly turned purple. His younger brothers opened their mouths completely and felt that their backs were completely wet with a layer of sweat.
This must be the Taoist priest's punishment for Brother Pao. Otherwise it would be impossible for people to be so unlucky.
Terrible. The night passed.
In the early morning, when the morning sun emerged from the top of the mountain with its soft light, Guolin had already gotten up.
There is no entertainment during the days on the mountain.
Going to bed early and getting up early is a very good habit. Congratulations to you for gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. As soon as he got dressed, he received 2 reminders of his vows. He left the closet and walked to the main hall where he saw the old layman praying in the morning incense. Surprisingly, there was Lin Ziyan, the benefactor who stayed with him. The key is that he also provides 1 point of willpower. In this way, there is no limit on the number of people involved in the morning incense prayer. Every additional believer who performs it can provide a little more power of wish.
After a while, the fragrance of Reiki polished rice wafted out.
The old layman has half taken over the kitchen duties and has obviously made breakfast. After eating the refined rice with spiritual energy and running the basic chi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the spiritual energy, the horse designer came. Guolin was deeply impressed by this designer because, like the old layman, he could provide 3 points of wish power when he burned incense for the first time that day.
"Taoist master, let me offer some incense first," Ma Tao said respectfully. After sweeping the incense candles, he went to the main hall to offer incense.
"Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower." Seeing this, Guolin said to the old layman with a smile on his face, "Layout, take the 2 donors to pray twice.
This willpower should be brushed off or should be brushed off."
"Okay, Taoist master."
The old layman nodded. Lin Ziyan and Ma Tao also nodded respectfully.
For believers like them, the Taoist master's arrangement must have deep meaning and be good for them.
This is their blessing.
Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower.
Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower.
Not long after, Guolin received 3 wish reminders at the same time.
The old layman and Lin Ziyan went to incense at 3 o'clock and 2 o'clock for the first time. Ma Tao offered incense at 2 o'clock for the second time, once at 7 o'clock.
The 3 of them can also spend 5 more points of willpower. In addition to the 2 points of wish power that the old layman and Lin Ziyan had wanted to provide earlier, the 3 of them could provide a total of 17 wish power today.
The quantity is quite objective.
After the designer finished praying, he walked up to Guolin and respectfully took out 2 design drawings and handed them to Guolin. Taoist Master Gua, I have made the design drawings for the viewing pavilion and the mountain temple of the Taoist temple.
Look, if you have any suggestions, I will make changes here. The old layman and Lin Ziyan next to him came over curiously. They didn't know that Qingfeng Temple was going to be expanded. Guolin took the design drawing and looked at it. He could draw, had won an award in college, and could understand the form and structure of the design drawing. I have to say that this designer Ma's design ability is quite good. Looking at the design drawings alone, whether it is an ornamental pavilion or a mountain temple, they all have a very simple style, which goes well with the Qingfeng Temple. As long as the county doesn't send a layman to guide an expert, someone who doesn't understand and likes to give blind instructions, it will be fine if it is built according to the design drawings. Well, the picture is very good. Thank you, Donor Ma, for taking the trouble.
Guolin also smiled and returned the design to Ma Tao. As long as Taoist Master is satisfied, if Taoist Master has any need in this regard, please feel free to give us instructions. Ma Tao was in a very good mood after being recognized. Compared with the previous designs, this time he really paid the most attention to them, even if it was a simple design of an viewing pavilion and a mountain temple. In the past, no matter how much the design was, it was just a monetary transaction, as long as it could meet the customer's requirements, but now the drawing is designed with piety. He didn't dare to slack off in the matter of King Fengagwen. Guolin thought of something. I really have something to trouble Donor Ma. I would like to ask Donor Ma to design a reservoir. Yesterday, there were a lot of tourists coming to King Fengagwen. The number of donors who scanned the QR code to donate merit alone reached 112. The number of tourists who did not scan the QR code to offer incense and just came to join in the fun or have an outing was up to 230. Although these tourists did not burn incense, they did not let go of the spiritual spring vat. Therefore, the burden of the spiritual spring water accumulated in the spiritual spring tank is a bit heavy. He plans to build another reservoir and install a filter at the water connection, so that more spiritual spring water can be stored for tourists to drink. In this way, the mountain spring water first flows into the Lingquan vat, which is full of water, and then flows into the reservoir. When the reservoir is full again, the excess water finally flows into the pond for watering vegetables below. In this way, the use efficiency of the spiritual spring cylinder will be higher. Even if this pool is built in the Lingquan tank, it must be designed in a simple style and matched well. He also told Ma Tao his request. Taoist Master, leave this matter to me. Moreover, if I want to do something for the Taoist temple, let me be the meritorious master of this reservoir. Ma Tao hesitated, and he would not let go of this performance opportunity. King Fengagwen is a real immortal, and those beings will definitely be able to see what he does, feel his sincerity and piety, and bless him with good health and no disasters or diseases. Then it will cost the donor money. Guolin did not refuse. Being a meritorious master of a reservoir means donating to the reservoir and covering the expenses. If an ordinary person says this, it means he is asking for something. If he does not know what the other party wants, according to the teachings of the old Taoist priest, he will not accept it. But if the other party is a devout believer, it is different. The merits donated by the other party are sincerely praying for yourself. The boundaries here are difficult to discern and describe in words. He could only rely on the game system's prompts to tell. For example, the designer in front of me can provide 3 points of willpower, so he must be an extremely devout believer. If you agree to the other party will be happy, open-minded, and feel blessed. If you don't agree, the other party will be panicked. No trouble, it's my blessing. Seeing Guolin agree, Ma Tao's face immediately showed joy. Afterwards, Guolin also took people to the spiritual spring jar. Ma Tao carefully looked around and even measured the dimensions. Then he took out his mobile phone and ordered the bricks and required materials. This kind of action cannot be too strong. Lin Ziyan looked at Ma Tao, who was full of piety and joy, but showed a thoughtful expression. At this moment, I saw a group of people coming up the mountain in a panic. Guolin frowned when he saw this group of people. Isn't this the same group of gangsters yesterday? Haven't they learned their lesson yet? Apao was helped up the mountain by his younger brother. It can be seen that there is something wrong with his walking posture, and it seems that he has been severely injured between his legs. The moment he saw Guolin, he hurriedly let his men help him over. Once he reached Guolin, he knelt down without hesitation. This scene surprised the old layman and Lin Ziyan. Ma Tao didn't understand what happened, and looked at the person in front of him in shock. The opponent's head was smeared with potion and his elbow was wrapped in a bandage. The whole person also looked pale and very haggard. This man seems to be in serious trouble. Taoist Master, please forgive me, I know I was wrong. Apao knelt down and prayed with fear on his face. He was really going to collapse. It didn't matter if he fell, it didn't matter if he ate a bug, it didn't matter if he had bird poop on his face. But that damn tire almost shattered his balls. When he was taken to the hospital, only one of the trainee nurses was able to evacuate his hand, almost pricking him with needle holes.
Are you using him to test acupuncture?
Moreover, when he woke up in the morning, he went to the toilet and found that there was no paper in the toilet.
He remembered that he had put a new pack in the toilet a day ago.
This little bit of misfortune was driving him crazy. Therefore, he knew that he was afraid, and he also knew that this was definitely the punishment given to him by the Taoist master Gui in front of him, as the younger brother said.
This method really sent chills down his spine. The other party is just making him unlucky. If he can do such a thing, it should be easy for the other party to kill him. Lin Ziyan and the old layman looked at each other.
Looking at this miserable look, they knew how powerful the Taoist master's methods were.
Ma Tao also realized now that this person was punished by Daoist Gua.
Seeing that Guilin didn't speak, Apao prayed even more sadly, Taoist master, please spare me.
I will do whatever you ask me to do.
I will never dare to be disrespectful to you or Qingfeng Temple again. Even the younger brothers couldn't bear to see him like this, and they all prayed,
Taoist priest, please spare us. We will definitely treat Qingfeng Temple respectfully from now on.
It would be easy for Guilin to solve the other party's bad luck charm, but as soon as the other party asked, he could solve it himself.
For someone like him, it would be too easy. The scar might be healed and the pain would be forgotten.
Thinking of this, Guilin looked at Apao. I don't have the final say to spare you.
It depends on whether you sincerely repent. Taoist master, I am absolutely sincere.
Apao assured him hurriedly.
Doesn't this mean that what happened to him was caused by the other party?
How dare he not be sincere with such a terrible method?
Guilin ignored him and said to designer Ma, Donor Ma, didn't you order the bricks and materials and ask them to carry them up by hand?
Okay, Taoist priest.
Ma Tao naturally responded immediately.
Guilin picked up a small wooden stick and drew a circle on the ground, then said to Apao, stand in this circle and you are not allowed to come out until your brothers have helped designer Ma to carry the bricks and materials. Otherwise, just take care of yourself.
Yes, yes.
Apao hesitated and hurriedly stood in the circle. But Apao's brothers were dumbfounded, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads when they thought of the trail up Qingfeng Mountain. But thinking of Apao's misery, they could only sigh.
There is no escape.
The key is that they were afraid of running away, so the Taoist priest also gave them a bad luck meal. Really, they now regretted coming to King Fengagwan to pluck wool with Brother Pao.
Why bother?
Ma Tao also quickly received a call from the brick factory, and the ordered materials were delivered to the foot of the mountain. In a place like a small county town, all walks of life are under great pressure, and the brick factory does not dare to neglect it. He also ran to Apao and the others and said awkwardly, brothers, the stuff has arrived. When Apao heard this, he hurriedly urged, hurry up and follow designer Ma down the mountain.
Several younger brothers had no choice but to follow Ma Tao down the mountain.
Now Apao just hopes that the brothers can get things settled quickly and end his bad luck. Soon after, tourists arrived, and they were surprised to find a line of young men with tattoos on their arms carrying bricks among the mountain paths. When we arrived at Qingfeng Temple, we saw a man standing there with a circle drawn around him, as if he was locked in and couldn't come out.
This is very noticeable. Apao could only collapse in his heart, feeling like a monkey being watched.
But he didn't dare to move at all. However, Guilin had already returned to his room to play leisure Shushan, and he didn't come out again until he received a call.
The Taoist scripture gift stand I ordered has arrived.
As long as this thing is arranged in a quiet room, the quiet room can stimulate the effect. Therefore, after signing for a few Taoist ritual frames, he hurried to the quiet room.
Guilin took several sutra racks into the quiet room and placed them in the position of praying.
After that, he placed the sutra of washing the dust on the ceremonial shelves of those Taoist scriptures. The sutra of washing the dust is divided into several parts.
One part is placed on each Taoist sutra ritual shelf.
However, the content of each part is not much, so I will only talk about a few pages. The reason why it is divided into several parts is because it was passed down like this, and the part where the volume was broken is regarded as one part.
Those who pray in the quiet room need to recite them one by one in order. Guilin placed the Cleaning the Dust Sutra and at the same time, the game system prompt sounded.
Congratulations on stimulating the effect of the quiet room. The contents of the Sutra of Washing the Dust are being renovated. The statues of the Sanking gods, futons, Taoist scriptures, the Sutra of Washing the Dust, incense burners, Dharma drums, and Taoist Sutra ritual shelves are being renovated. Following the system prompt, Guilin watched in surprise as rays of light condensed out of thin air in the quiet room, shrouding the things he had arranged inside. Moreover, in the light, he could clearly see that those things were slowly undergoing mysterious changes. The most obvious ones were the several Chinchin Sutra in front of him. They turn pages automatically. The key is that the content above is also changing rapidly. The original content is hidden and new content appears. This process lasted for a while, and the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations on the completion of the refurbishment of the content of the Sutra of Washing the Dust, the renovation of the Sanking statues, futons, Taoist scriptures, the Sutra of Washing the Dust, the incense burner, Dharma drums, and the Taoist Sutra ritual stand. Congratulations on your activation of the quiet room effect. For specific information, please check the sex resident information. Guolin looked directly at the quiet room information at the sex residence. Quiet room. Modified items, special cleaning the dust sutra, special Sanking statue, special futon, special incense burner, special Dharma drum, special Taoist Sutra ritual stand. Restrictions: the modified items only have an effect when the quiet room effect is activated, and can be recalled and repaired. Effect: cleanses the soul +2, nourishes the essence +2, radiates +2, smooths the blood +2. Stimulating conditions: pray and recite the Chinchin Sutra devoutly, supplemented by the ritual of ritual instruments. Inspiration restrictions: 1. Pious heart. 2. Transform items. After reading the notes, Guolin basically understood the situation in the quiet room. He flipped through the Cleaning the Dust Sutra and found that the content was indeed different from what he had read before, or that there were only some similarities, 70% different. Perhaps, the previous Cache Cleaning Sutra was lost and was added at will by the person who wrote it. Now this is the real Cache Cleaning Sutra. All the items he arranged have been transformed and become unique items in this quiet room, so each item has the word special in front of it. Moreover, the things modified by the game system can be recalled and repaired just like the Linkwan Vat. Simply put, I am no longer afraid of being thieves. With these modified items, all you need to do is beat the Dharma drum and recite the Sutra of Cleansing the Dust devoutly. The most important thing is that the 4 attributes of this quiet room are very good. Cleansing the mind +2. Needless to say, this can make people relax physically and mentally, reduce tension and anxiety, and become happy and satisfied. Contains energy and spirit +2, as the name suggests, it is definitely good for people's energy and spirit. A person's vitality often reflects a person's health. Now that the spirit has improved, it is not surprising that the latter attribute is radiant +2. Then there is the attribute of smooth chi and blood +2, which needless to say is definitely beneficial. With the blessing of these attributes, it is not only beneficial to believers, but also enjoyable. If ancient Taoist temples had this attribute, we can understand why believers would like to go to Taoist temples to sit and meditate. Guolin immediately sat on the prayer position. Only if someone chants the Cleaning the Dust Sutra can the effect of the quiet room be fully stimulated. Just as he was about to chant, he thought of something, took out his phone, turned on the recording function and put it aside. He wanted to record the Chinchin Sutra he recited first. Then, he sat upright and began to chant. Its complexity, its light, its dust, and its purity, the heart that is near death cannot be restored to the sun, 100 bones, 9 orifices, and 6 treasures, all in one order. As Guolin's chant spread, the game system also displayed a prompt. Quiet room effect is being activated. The special transformation items in the quiet room take effect. King Fengiguan has indeed become very popular on the internet in the past 2 days, especially the 15000A portion blessing rice, which has really attracted some devout believers. People who are devout to Taoism will always believe that praying rice can really be used for it. Moreover, if someone can buy the blessing rice for 15,000 yuan, it should have special effects. Many devout believers come with a sense of piety, hoping that the opportunity will bring them blessings. This is the case for Zhao Songhe Linyi. They have entered middle age and have achieved little success. Their belief in Taoism is a coincidence. They were taught by a Taoist priest when they were young and escaped disasters without fear of their lives, so they always have a pious heart towards Taoism. This time I also saw a video about praying rice on the internet and came to Qingfeng to give it a try. It is best if you have good luck, but if you don't have good luck, you should go to Taoism to observe the ceremony. It's a pity that after they wiped out their merits, they did not get the blessing of blessing rice. It seems that our good fortune is not enough. Lin Yi shook his head. Zhao Song said with a smile, you can't force blessings like this. Otherwise, if you don't get the chance, you've already come here. Let's take a tour of this Taoist temple. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. The two of them also left the main hall and wandered around the Taoist temple. When passing by the marriage hall, I found that it was very lively, and many young people heard surprised voices. Obviously there must be something surprising there, right? Both of them were very curious, but after looking at the same-sex friends around them, they still didn't want to go to that kind of place. It would be really embarrassing if something happened like what happened online when I went to the marriage temple with my buddies to watch the fun and was misunderstood by a photo. While passing by a place, the two of them suddenly heard a sound of chanting Taoist scriptures.
Someone is chanting the Taoist Sutra, Lin Yi said in surprise.
Zhao Song nodded. Go and have a look. The two of them followed the sound to a place and saw the word quiet room written on the door.
There is a note next to it, which is a place for believers to sit quietly, enjoy sermons, and receive baptism.
Lin Yi and Zhao Song were a little surprised because it was the first time they knew about the quiet room in the Taoist temple.
The Taoist temple they went to before did not have this facility at all. Never heard of it.
But this also aroused the curiosity of the two of them.
Looking inside, they saw a young Taoist priest chanting Taoist scriptures.
They recognized that this was Taoist Master Guo from Qingfeng Temple. Although the other person is young, anyone who has watched the online video knows that this person has real kung fu heritage.
At least, ordinary people can't take a slap from the other party, right?
Unless the bones are harder than the bluestone. The only people who can withstand this Taoist master's palm are those who have mouths tougher than a dead duck.
Looking at the futons inside, they should be for believers to sit cross-legged. The two of them became more and more curious and walked inside.
The moment they stepped into the quiet room, they were all stunned.
A strange feeling suddenly hit them.
The moment they entered this quiet room, they seemed to feel that the irritability in their souls and the slightest anxiety in their lives were gone. What's more, I felt that the Taoist scriptures recited by the young Taoist priest were very pleasant to the ears, making people feel relaxed.
This feeling is very amazing.
Guo Lin naturally saw the two of them. The psalms go on and on. Therefore, he remained silent and continued chanting. Even devout believers would not interrupt him, but would sit down and listen quietly.
This is the Taoist etiquette.
If you are not a devout believer, you will naturally not know this, and the other party will not be able to feel the magic of the quiet room. Lin Yi and Zhao Song were naturally very surprised by the magic, and they silently bowed to Guo Lin, then walked straight to a futon and sat down.
As soon as they sat down, the two of them were even more incredible. This futon is surprisingly comfortable. After sitting down, it feels like some acupuncture point in the body is unblocked. Unexpectedly magical. After all, I just sat on the futon and didn't do anything else, so I felt like this. As for futons, they also have them at home and often sit on them. All kinds of futons are just like that. The difference is that their buttocks are more comfortable or less comfortable. But now just sitting on this futon, why do I feel this way?
At this time, Guo Lin picked up the hammer handle of the Dharma drum and struck the Dharma drum in unison.
Boom!
With the sound of a drum, the blood in their bodies seemed to be flushed, becoming extremely smooth, and the whole person became much more relaxed. Their eyes were in disbelief, and they immediately closed their eyes and listened, knowing that they were meeting an expert. In the past, when looking at the Taoist scriptures, we could often see some stories on the internet, that is, the masters chanted the Huanting Taoist scriptures, and the believers listened to them, which was like washing the marrow and cutting the bones. Although they believed in it before, they did not believe in these things. Those celestial master Taoist priests held Dharma conferences, and they also listened to the sermons, but they were not as miraculous as what the Taoist scriptures said.
But now, they seem to really feel it.
It's like the acupoints are opening, the blood is rushing all over the body, and the feeling of all the irritability is gone.
It should be this feeling in the Taoist legend, right?
The two of them quickly became completely immersed in it, feeling their spirits becoming clearer and clearer, and their breath becoming more stable with the smooth flow of blood.
Obviously, their spirits are getting better and better. Time passed, and Guo Lin soon recited the last Shushan Sutra. When the chanting ends, Guo Lin also received 3 reminders at the same time. Quiet room effect stops.
A believer has undergone the baptism in the quiet room and felt something in his heart. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of wish power. A believer has experienced the baptism in the quiet room and felt something in his heart. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of wish power.
Guo Lin was surprised.
I didn't expect that I could obtain the power of wish in this way. This is equivalent to adding another source of obtaining the power of wish. The moment Lin Yi and Zhao Song stopped at Guo Lin, they also noticed that the magical feeling in their bodies disappeared instantly.
After the two stood up, their faces were full of disbelief.
What they had experienced just now was too mysterious. But when they looked at each other, the changes were very obvious. His face was obviously radiant, as if he had just experienced something exciting.
My energy and spirit have also obviously become very good.
With sufficient energy, your eyes will be more radiant and your eyes will be brighter. Moreover, they themselves can also feel that after receiving the baptism just now, their whole people seem to have become very relaxed and agile.
Lin Yi and Zhao Song also reacted and saluted Guo Lin in unison. Thank you, Taoist priest. Thank you, Taoist priest. Guolin looked at the two of them, returned the greeting and said, "This is a blessing for both of you, no need to thank you." When the two of them heard this, they silently bowed to the young Taoist priest. Although the other party is young, he is definitely a true Taoist master, far beyond the comparison with those well-known and highly respected heavenly masters. Only by personal experience can we know the depth of the Tao and the heights of the Tao. It seemed that all of a sudden, all the Taoist priests and heavenly masters I had met in the past had become people with no reputation. The two got up and walked out of the quiet room. When they were outside, Zhao Songzi thought of something and asked Guolin, "Taoist master, we are all devout Taoist believers. We also meditate on futons and read scriptures when we have free time. I wonder if there is such a futon in Qingfeng Temple." Lin Yi also looked forward to it. They had clearly experienced the effect of the futon just now. If you can buy a futon like this and take it home, then it would be nice to sit on it and read Taoist scriptures when you have free time. Guolin seemed to understand their intentions, and smiled and said, "You two can go in now and sit on the futon again." It seems that the items transformed by the quiet room also have special properties, otherwise the two of them would not be like this. However, now that the quiet room effect has stopped, the special effects of the futon are gone as well. When Lin Yi and Zhao Song heard this, they naturally knew that it had a profound meaning, so they also returned to the quiet room and sat back on the futon. The two were stunned again. It doesn't have the magical effect just now, it's just like an ordinary futon. They understood that the magic was not the futon, but the young Taoist priest chanting Taoist scriptures in this quiet room. The two of them hurried out of the quiet room. This time, they all kowtowed to Guolin. This attracted the attention of some tourists around. Some were curious, some were confused, and some were puzzled. Because the prostrations look like kneeling, people who don't know the meaning may think that the two of them are kneeling to worship Guolin. In fact, not at all. The kowtow ceremony has its own gesture requirements and bending rules. This is also one of the highest expressions of respect that Taoist believers have for Taoist masters. Obviously, the baptism in Jingxi made the two of them completely impressed by this young Taoist priest. They had no good luck with the blessing rice this time, but now they understand that the baptism in the Qingfeng Guanjing room is the good luck they have here this time. The two donors don't have to be like this. Guolin hurriedly helped the two of them up. To be honest, although he had a game system, he seemed to be unworthy of receiving such a gift. Zhao Song and Lin Yi stood up and expressed their admiration again before saying goodbye and leaving the Taoist temple. As soon as the two came out, they saw the young man standing in the circle, and a tourist was giving him paper. Because his face seemed to be visited by some nasty little bird, the two of them were even more shocked. In this case, another person should have gone to clean it long ago, right? But the young man seemed to dare not leave this circle. "Sir, why don't you go clean it up?" A tourist kindly reminded, wondering why this person was standing here. Apao had 10,000 draft horses running through his heart. He also wants to clean it, but does he dare? I can only cry without tears. Zhao Song and Lin Yi seemed to guess something from Apao's expression. Thinking of the magic of the young Taoist priest, they must have drawn this circle and he must have been punished. Moreover, this person must know how powerful Dao Kangwei is, so he has to stand here and dare not leave the circle. The two looked at each other. This time they really met an expert. Chapter 97. This is the true scripture. Zhao Song and Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to Apao and walked down the mountain together. To them it was a sideshow. When going down the mountain, the two of them thought of something and opened a WeChat group. This is a group where some Taoist believers gather. It was organized by several senior Taoist believers. The name of the WeChat group is Sundao Group. The purpose of this group is to share what is going on with everyone in the channel process. Whenever I find a Taoist priest who is powerful or a Taoist temple that is efficacious, I will share it with everyone in the group. After experiencing such a magical thing at King Fengiguan today and meeting such a powerful Taoist priest, they naturally wanted to share it with the people in the group. Zhao Song directly sent a message. "I arrived at Qingfeng Temple today. I didn't get the blessing rice, but I encountered something more magical. I was fortunate enough to be baptized by Taoist Master Gui in the Taoist Temple's quiet room, and I benefited a lot." Lin Yi immediately echoed, "King Fengiguan's quiet room baptism really has great benefits. I suggest everyone give it a try." The two felt that their experience this time could be regarded as a contribution to the group of friends. It's just that things are different from what they thought. As soon as their message was sent out, the group leader Old Taoist came out. "You too, the Taoist temple does not have the facility of a quiet room. Don't mislead everyone. It seems that Qingfeng Temple is also relying on publicity and hype, so it can be excluded from our list. It was not part of my visit plan, and I was still looking forward to it." Another manager named Chasing the Taoso sent a message. "Next to me is a Taoist priest from Tinchi Mountain. After I asked,
The other person also said that before the founding of Taoism, the Taoist temple was called a quiet room. However, after the Taoist temple was established, after that, there was no such thing as a quiet room, and setting up a quiet room would be overreaching and overstepping the mark.
So, you must have been deceived. Stop promoting false information here, otherwise we will think that you have received some benefits from Qing Feng Temple.
This suspicion also aroused the approval of the group friends. After all, they are all senior believers, and this is not the first time they have encountered this kind of thing. They were deceived into going to some places, but they were disappointed.
Everyone hates the idea of accepting benefits to guide believers there.
I also checked online and found that there is indeed no such thing as a quiet room in Taoist temples. Yes, the group leader and Zui Dao are the most knowledgeable about this, and they can't be wrong. What's more, this is what the Taoist master of Tianqi Mountain said himself. Everyone, please disperse. It's okay if you can't watch the breeze. Zhao Song and Lin Yi looked at each other in shock when they saw the news in the group.
Everything they said was true. Moreover, with that magical feeling and the feeling of comfort they feel now, how could they be deceived?
Looking at the messages in the group, both of them sighed. In the past, they did not fully understand such mysterious things as Taoist chance and luck.
Now they have finally realized something.
It is a chance and a blessing for them to come to Qing Feng Temple.
These people in the group are all unlucky people.
After all, they put this opportunity in front of them but did not believe it.
King Fengaguen.
Guolin also returned to the quiet room, took out his mobile phone and played up the recording of himself chanting the Dust Washing Sutra, and then sat on the prayer seat.
Click to play the recorded Cleaning the Dust Sutra. Always give it a try. After all, many Taoist temples and temples now use electronic chanting. If this electronic chanting is available, you can click to play it in the future, and the chanting will not be paused for 24 hours. If a devout believer comes, just go in by yourself. Otherwise, wouldn't he have to keep chanting here to stimulate the effect of the quiet room?
It's okay if all the people who come are devout believers, and they can increase their willpower. But if all the people who come are just joining in the fun, it's not only a waste of saliva, time, and energy, but also no income from their willpower.
The mobile phone started playing the Chinchin Sutra he chanted.
It's a pity that I didn't get any prompts for half a day, which means it doesn't work.
He understood. What does the remark information mean by pious chanting?
Only living people, with their own thoughts and spiritual will, can they chant piously and praise God.
Electronic chanting is soulless and simply undesirable. Looking back at reality, electronic chanting has become very popular. What does this mean? All illegal. The reality is already the end of the Dharma era. In this case, it can only be recited manually every time. If there are too many people, and they are allowed to chant sutras in this quiet room all the time, there will be no freedom at all. So, he thought of the old layman again. Although this person is not a real Taoist priest, there is no doubt about his piety and he is still a perfect all-rounder. This matter needs to be done by the old layman.
But if this is the case, we will not be able to keep up with guiding pilgrims to offer incense.
Xiaoman Shaoguan, he is the only one with small shrimps and millet.
Naturally, like other temples and Taoist temples, he can put up signboards and ask pilgrims to burn incense according to the signboards. But according to the old Taoist priest, he himself lacks piety, so he has the rule that he must personally guide pilgrims to offer incense when he has free time to watch the breeze. Although he now has the final say and can change or abolish some things, he does not want to destroy some of the things that the old Taoist priest has decided.
Following the rules set by the old Taoist priest is his respect for the old Taoist priest and his longing for the old Taoist priest. He thought of Lin Ziyan. Tourists can stay in Taoist temples without having to work and have complete freedom.
Although believers are not forced to stay in Taoist temples, there has always been a tradition of helping Taoist temple workers.
It is simply divided into 3 levels. Ordinary tourists, believers, lay people. The 3 types of people have completely different meanings to Taoism, so the way they get along with each other is also completely different. If there really is a Taoist temple that can confer blessings, there will be a distinction. This is why Lin Ziyan also helps the old layman clean up fallen leaves in his free time. Now, Donor Lin is also living and eating with them, so it is okay to share some guidance matters appropriately. Guo Lin found the old layman who was finishing his guidance. Taoist master, do you have any instructions? The old layman asked. Well, there is something we need to do, layman.
Guo Lin nodded. After the old layman received Guo Lin's reply, he didn't need to do anything more, so he said to Lin Ziyan who was guarding the merit box behind him, Donor Lin, please help guide the tourists to offer incense.
Okay, layman. Lin Ziyan didn't hesitate and responded immediately. Believers live in Taoist temples. Although there are no mandatory rules, they are pious and always want to do something within their ability. That is also a blessing for believers. Guolin also took the old layman to the quiet room. The old layman had long known that the Taoist priest had created this quiet room. He had never seen a Taoist temple with a quiet room before. He only knew that Taoist temples were called quiet rooms at first, but he understood that this Taoist priest was a truly Taoist master, and his inheritance was mysterious and mysterious, far beyond what other Taoist temples could compare with. This special quiet room is also special and mysterious in his eyes. Guolin led the old layman to the main seat of the chanter and said, "Lay holder, come and try to recite this sutra of cleansing the dust." The old layman nodded and sat cross-legged on the throne of chanting. He had read the Cleaning the Dust Sutra, which came from the Jinmyula Sutra, and meant to wash away the fine dust. But when he opened the Cleaning the Dust Sutra, he was stunned for a moment, because it was obviously different from what he had read before. And the place where he read the Jinshin Sutra was the Jinmyu Temple, which is the most authentic Jinmyu inheritance. Their Jinshin Sutra is definitely the most correct among all the people. Now, the contents of Taoist Masters Washing Dust Sutra are different from those there. This shows that there must be one side of the Washing Dust Sutra that does not have the true essence. Subconsciously, he thought that Jinmyu's Jinshin Sutra had lost its true inheritance. After all, he met Xian Qi at Taoist Master. Thinking about it, the old layman began to recite the Jinshin Sutra devoutly. At that moment, Guolin got a prompt from the game system. Quiet room effect takes effect. This also made him feel slightly relieved. This devout layman is still okay. At the same time, Xie Qingyan, who was chanting in the quiet room, suddenly had a magical feeling. As he chanted, it seemed that all the acupoints in his body were opened, and his soul was even washed away. The feeling of being washed was so incredible that he subconsciously stopped chanting. Quiet room effect stops. Guolin also received a prompt from the game system again. The old layman chanted again, his face was filled with incredible joy, and that feeling reappeared again. It is true. He now understands that Jinmyu's Jinshin Sutra must have been lost and lost its effectiveness. There was no comparison before. The other party was an authentic Jinmyu Taoist temple, and there was no way for others to say it was fake. It's different now. This is the most intuitive comparison. The ancient Taoist sages said, if you recite the Huangting Sutra sincerely, the magical effects will come from yourself. But who has truly experienced the content expressed in this sentence? He was experiencing it now. That feeling of being baptized all over the body when chanting, and the whole person becomes more and more comfortable as he chants. Xie Qingjiang's face became more and more pious and excited. For someone who has been searching for the Tao for half his life, he has given up a lot and experienced a lot, but at this age he has recited the true scripture. No one can understand that feeling. That kind of excitement is probably incomparable to Xuanzang's excitement when he obtained the true scriptures. After all, it only took Xuanzang 17 years to obtain the scriptures. Quiet room effect stops. Guolin looked inside. The old layman couldn't control his emotions and was not familiar with the Cleaning the Dust Sutra, so he stopped. It seems that the Cleaning the Dust Sutra in this quiet room had a great influence on this old layman. As the old layman chanted, the game system prompt appeared again. Quiet room effect stimulates. At this moment, the horse designer came with a hint of dust. From the sweat stains on his forehead, we could tell that going up and down the mountain took a lot of effort and energy. When Ma Tao saw Guolin, he said respectfully, "Taoist master, the bricks and various materials needed have been brought up. I will find the master tomorrow and we can start the work." "Sorry, donor." Guolin nodded and asked, "Donor, have those people caused you any trouble?" Ma Tao shook his head and said truthfully, "Taoist priest, those people are not cheating, but they are very loyal to the person you punished." Guolin nodded and invited with a smile, "Donor Ma, after a hard work, I invite you to sit in the quiet room." Ma Tao also saw the quiet room logo. After all, the characters were so big. He also saw the old layman chanting inside. He would not disobey the Taoist master's arrangement, because it must have profound meaning, so he also entered the quiet room. Ma Tao also showed surprise at that moment. The moment he came in, he seemed to relax, some of the worries in his mind quickly dissipated, and his whole person calmed down. Being in that ethereal state is very enjoyable. He could even feel that his blood had become smoother, and his whole body felt extremely happy. The Taoist priest really had a deep meaning. My piety has been responded to, otherwise how could I be lucky enough to experience this kind of baptism? Sure enough, there is a true God in Qingfeng Temple. Thinking of what the Taoist priest said about baptism being good for the body, he immediately sat down in the lotus position devoutly. Seeing this, Guolin also took out his mobile phone and opened a WeChat group. It was a group of devout believers who could come often. As for the group of donors who donated merit, they were no longer working on it, because it is no longer needed. The Taoist temple is not in danger of being demolished,
and there is no need to use this to increase its influence. If we put in the effort, we will have nothing to do. After he opened the pious group, he also sent a message to it. The Qingfeng Guanjing room is now open, and believers who are free can go there to receive baptism. In such a simple sentence, there is not much description, nor is it said that it is good for the body, nor is it a strong invitation to follow the Taoist principles of not being straightforward to believers, and not using inducements. In fact, this is enough. True devout believers will come when they see this. For them, baptism is a blessing. Moreover, I will also be curious about the quiet room. After they receive baptism once, it goes without saying what happens after that. Presumably these devout believers would come up to be baptized every now and then. Sure enough, as Guolin sent the message, the pious group became lively. I have read a lot of Taoist scriptures recently. Believers can benefit from Taoist baptism. Lu Fang was the first to send the message. Everyone in the group knew that this person was the most pious. When she said this, they immediately felt that this was a good thing. Sister Lu said, "We must go up the mountain to have a look." Qin Hong also sent a message immediately. He is not a dedicated Taoist believer, he only believes in Qingfengguan, so he is willing to participate in anything related to Qingfengguan. Mountainside. Zhao Moxin and her two little sisters are supervising the busy workers in their flower garden. It can be seen that flower seedlings have been planted in the flower garden and it is flourishing. Zhaoyan took her mobile phone and suddenly said to Zhao Moxin, "Xingxin, your mother said in the group that it is beneficial to receive Taoist baptism. Now Taoist Master Gua has opened a quiet room and said that believers can go up and receive baptism." Zhao Moxin also took out her mobile phone to check the message and said, "Then let's go up and have a look." In the past, she didn't believe what her mother said at all, and even after her mother believed in Buddha for so many years, she didn't believe it, but now she believes it very much. After all, I have seen so many magical things from Deazangua. The three girls immediately left the flower garden and walked towards the mountain. After Guolin sent the message, he also left the Taoist temple and walked towards Apao's location. Some things still need to be dealt with. It can be seen that Apao's younger brother was so tired from moving bricks that he fell to the ground without any image. However, when they saw Guolin coming out, these people immediately stood up in a hurry, with a hint of awe in their eyes. Guolin walked up to Apao and the others and glanced at Apao in the circle. There are still some stains on the other party's face. It should be the work of mountain birds. It seems that even if the opponent stands still, the bad luck charm is still working. Taoist Master, I haven't even taken a step out. Apao said hurriedly after being glanced at. He was going crazy from the torture. The boy next to me also quickly said, "Taoist Master, we have finished moving the bricks and materials. Please spare Brother Pao." "Yes, I beg the Taoist Master to spare Brother Pao, we won't dare to do it again in the future." Guolin is not a person who keeps his word. Moreover, the fear in these people's eyes cannot be faked. He combined his thumb and index finger, activated the basic Qi refining method of 9 heavens Xin Jing to mobilize energy between his fingers, and lightly tapped Apao's Yintang according to the method of the bad luck charm skill. I saw that the black energy condensed on Apao Yintang quickly dissipated. Naturally, others cannot see this scene. Apao also felt that his body felt inexplicably relaxed. "Okay, you guys come down the mountain." Guolin didn't want to pay attention to these people anymore and waved to them. Apao felt relieved immediately, stepped out of the circle, and called his younger brother to leave in a hurry. But the pace between the legs was still weird and uncoordinated. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Guolin again, and bowed slightly towards Guolin with a hint of sincerity. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for your forgiveness." This scene stunned Guolin. It seemed that even the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc were incredible. He trembled and a coldness rushed into his head. This made him look at Apao in shock. Apao saluted and hurriedly turned around and left. In fact, standing in that circle, being watched by the tourists, he thought a lot, looked back on his past events, and inexplicably began to look at his life. He didn't know why he was like this. Maybe it's the epiphany after encountering a catastrophe. Maybe it's because you know that there might really be a God who raises your head 3 feet high. Otherwise, how can we explain this Taoist priest's methods? Guolin got the information about the fragments of the evolved Bagua disc, but suddenly said to Apao, "You have been on the side road for so long and achieved nothing, why don't you change to the right road?" The old Taoist priest taught him that they, the Taoist cultivators, do not advise evil people to let go of the butcher's knife, but they do advise those who do wrong to do good. This means that if a wicked person commits evil, there is no need to expend effort in persuading him. It cannot change the fact that he has committed evil, and there are corresponding rules and laws to punish him. But if someone just took the wrong path and has never committed a sin, it would be a good thing to persuade them to turn back and do good. According to the information given by the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc just now, this person will wear suits and ties in the future, become famous, and was personally received by Qin Li. At that time, Qin Li was obviously more than just the director of the tourism bureau.
That's why he said this. This can be considered a good deed. After all, it was the other person's bow that made the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc react. On the contrary, he would not have this advice. Apao subconsciously stopped when he heard Guolin's words, then turned around and bowed to Guolin. This scene made his younger brother stunned for a while. Apao didn't stay any longer. He went home directly after coming down the mountain. When he saw his father, he said immediately, "Dad, I will go to the countryside with you tomorrow to collect tea leaves." The middle-aged man who was making tea in the living room stopped inexplicably and walked to the window in confusion and looked out. Strange, the sun doesn't come out from the west today. In front of the Qingfeng Guanjing room, Guolin had already looked at the prompt that appeared on the game system. Congratulations to you for gaining 3 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower. Unlike the two previous believers, the old layman and the horse designer actually increased their willpower by 3 points after the baptism. It is exactly the same as the desire that they can increase when they burn incense for the first time. After Ma Tao's baptism, he felt comfortable all over, his face was radiant, and his whole body was relaxed. The old layman started chanting again.
He continues to familiarize himself with the Sutra of Cleansing the Dust.
Ma Tao came out and walked in front of Guolin respectfully. "Thank you, Taoist master. Donor Ma, you can continue to try to be baptized, and it may be effective." Guolin invited again. He wanted to test it to see if Jingxi could refresh his wish power for a second time like incense. After the two believers had increased their willingness by 1 point just now, he didn't think of this. Ma Tao could not refute the Taoist priest's words now. Instead, he walked towards the quiet room even more gratefully.
When he felt the mysterious effect again, he was even more moved.
Sure enough, my piety can be seen. The flower garden of Zhao Moxin's 3 daughters was on the mountainside. They soon arrived at Qingfeng Temple. Before entering the Taoist temple, they were suddenly attracted by the flowers and plants in front of the Taoist temple. These flower plants were donated by them, so they should be familiar with them, but when they didn't come up during these hours, they were surprised at this time. The flowers are already blooming, how come it's so fast?
Zhao Yan looked closer, with surprise on her face. Zhao Moxin also stepped forward in surprise, much faster than normal. In a few days, this posture will be fully blossomed. Moreover, not only did it grow faster than expected, but the flower bones seemed to be much larger than normal. They also grew surprisingly well, with luxuriant branches and green leaves.
It's really incredible. Is it true, as the people from the Forestry Bureau said, that Qingfeng Mountain is indeed suitable for growing flowers? This gave them some hope. After all, their flower gardens have already been planted with flower seedlings. The 3 women thought about it and entered the Taoist temple. After searching around for a while, they saw the quiet room. When they saw Guolin, the 3 women also greeted Guolin respectfully. "Dea Zangua, can we enter this quiet room now?" Zhao Moxin asked with respect. Guolin nodded, "Yes, of course. The quiet room is exclusively open to believers."
Zhao Moxin and the 3 girls hurriedly thanked them and walked into the quiet room out of curiosity. Just like Ma Tao, the 3 women instantly felt that mysterious feeling. They looked at each other in disbelief. If they were not in this quiet room and were afraid of disturbing the old layman's chanting, they would probably scream out in surprise.
I found a futon and sat down.
As the old layman beat the Dharma drum, they felt their blood surge.
That feeling was so wonderful, I quickly closed my eyes and enjoyed it. Who would have thought that the baptism mentioned by the Taoist priest could be so miraculous?
When the old layman finished reciting the Cleaning the Dust Sutra again, Guolin also got the system prompt again in his mind. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Got 4 willpowers in a row, totaling 6 points. This also made his eyes light up. It was indeed possible. Just like offering incense, each believer does not only have one wish, but it is related to the degree of piety. Then the willpower that can be brushed is also objective. Previously, the old layman, Donor Ma, and Donor Lin could earn a total of 17 points. With the addition of this quiet room, you can earn another 15 points. Just 3 people can provide 32 points of willpower in one day. After obtaining these 6 points of willingness, the total willingness has reached 73 points.
Dea Zangua. Ma Tao came out again.
So did the 3 girls. It was still the first Cleaning the Dust Sutra that only the old layman looked at again, and began to recite it again. Guolin looked at the 4 people with a smile and continued, Donor Ma, the 3 female benefactors, you can enter the quiet room and continue to receive baptism.
There is no fixed number of baptisms that each person can receive. Thank you, Taoist Master. Ma Tao's face lit up and he entered the quiet room again. Every time you undergo that kind of baptism, your body will feel more relaxed.
The three girls of Zhao Moxin also entered the quiet room again, but this time, they couldn't help but be disappointed because they no longer felt the baptismal feeling just now.
They thought of Dao Kangwa's words.
This kind of baptism is not determined for everyone, but on the other hand, everyone must have their own destiny.
Apparently they could only be baptized once, but how is this fixed number determined?
They couldn't understand it at all, but it was so amazing. After confirming that they could no longer be baptized, the three women walked out of the quiet room without staying in the quiet room.
Taoist priest, it seems that we can only receive baptism once, which is a waste of your kindness. Zhao Moxin sighed. Guolin understood immediately.
It seems that baptism in the quiet room also depends on piety.
The higher the piety, the more times one can be baptized.
When the desire is no longer available, baptism cannot be received. Increase 1 point of willingness. Increase 1 point of willingness. After another baptism in the quiet room, Guolin also increased his willpower by 2 points again, reaching 75 points.
The old layman recited the Chinchin Sutra again.
This time, Ma Tao didn't feel the effect of the baptism anymore and came out. He saluted and thanked Guolin again, his attitude becoming more respectful. Now for him, it is really a very lucky thing to have the opportunity to become a believer in Qingfeng Temple. The old layman also felt the chanting this time, without the special feeling.
He naturally knows that everyone has countless blessings, and his blessings have ended today.
However, he still continues to recite the Sutra of washing the dust. In the past, he could read the Taoist scriptures carefully and familiarly. Now that the Taoist scriptures were placed in front of him, he naturally couldn't stop. As time passed, Qin Hong and Lu Feng also went to Qingfeng Mountain together not long after.
The two seemed to be together often. The two also provided 2 points of willpower.
After that, 6 believers came to the pious group one after another and provided another 6 points of wish power, bringing the total wish power to 81.
After a baptism, these people were all shocked by the effect. After being baptized, everyone's energy and spirit are different. Each one is radiant, and the difference is visible to the naked eye. With the addition of a quiet room, the speed of obtaining vow power is obviously faster. Inviting believers to come and offer incense every day seems Philistine and goes against Taoism. This quiet room is different now.
After enjoying a baptism, believers will definitely come by themselves from time to time without his invitation. It was getting dark and all the pilgrims and believers had left.
King Fengiguan returned to peace. Guolin also asked the old layman to recite the Cleaning the Dust Sutra and baptized Lin Ziyan twice, and gained 3 more vows. The total willingness reached 84 points. Similarly, Lin Ziyan did not expect that the quiet room manipulated by the Taoist master would have such an effect, and everyone's jaw dropped. The night passed. The sun rises again.
Guolin put on his clothes and got another 2 points of willpower prompts, bringing the total willpower to 86 points. When we arrived at the main hall, we saw that the old layman and Lin Ziyan had finished their morning ritual. After breakfast, he returned to the closet again and used the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the spiritual energy in the refined rice. When he came out of the closet again, he saw the old layman approaching with a face full of surprise. Taoist master, all the flowers outside bloomed overnight.
Isn't it normal for flowers to bloom? Guolin wondered. Moreover, most flowers bloom at night.
Therefore, sometimes when you go to a flower planting scenic spot, the flowers may still be just buds on the first day, but when you go the next day, it is already a sea of flowers.
Taoist priest, it's not just a flower blooming. You'd better go and see for yourself.
The old layman's expression was a little weird, and he was a little surprised.
Guolin was confused.
He followed the old layman out of the Taoist temple and saw the 5 flowers donated by Zhao Moxin and the 3 female donors.
Overnight, the flowers were blooming outside. If the flowers were just blooming, it wouldn't be that strange.
But when he saw the delicate flowers, he knew why the old layman was so surprised.
Can you believe that when you look at some flowers, you are subconsciously attracted to them and think they are beautiful? Can you believe that when you look at those flowers, you can subconsciously know that their beauty, eye-catching appearance, color, etc. are all more than ordinary flowers? Just like when a woman stands in front of you, you can tell at a glance whether she is a beauty and whether she has a good figure. Taoist priest, these flowers are of very good quality. They are definitely not ordinary flowers. They should be of the highest quality.
Lin Ziyan couldn't help but tell when he saw Guolin coming out. There are many types of flowers, but even flowers of the same type are different in appearance. For example, a common orchid with a different quality can cost tens of yuan, but a top-quality orchid with good quality can cost several thousand or even thousands.
Do you understand flowers? Guolin looked at Lin Ziyin curiously.
Lin Ziyin shook his head. I have never grown flowers, but my girlfriend's mother likes to grow flowers. The flowers in her backyard are all of the best quality.
At first glance, they look like these flowers.
They are very stunning and eye-catching.
Guolin nodded, probably guessing something.
It should be the reason for the watering by the spiritual spring water.
Just like the vegetables mutated, these flowers also mutated.
Such delicate and beautiful clusters of flowers can indeed arouse people's good mood. However, after blooming, the branches and leaves of the clusters are too messy, and some of them are piercing each other, so they can be trimmed.
Guolin is good at this.
The old Taoist priest taught him about the 5 flowers and how to cut them. Moreover, he also volunteered to help mow flower beds in college, which was well received. He entered the Taoist temple, found a pair of scissors, and trimmed off some of the more abrupt and prickly flowers, branches, and leaves. After careful pruning, the entire flower bed became more beautiful and no longer looked cluttered.
Looking at the pruned flowers, Guolin was thoughtful.
It seems that there is a function in the game world that you can try, but I have never thought of using it before. He immediately went to the dressing room with a pruned peony, and then an idea entered the game and he looked at the flower in his hand.
This is a kind of ornamental peony.
Because it is watered with special spiritual spring water, it has a magical genetic change compared to ordinary ornamental peonies. It has +2 ornamental value, +2 eye-catching quality, and +2 quality.
Sure enough, it can. This is equivalent to adding a very practical function.
After Guolin got the game system, every time he got something from the game, he could enter the game and see the notes information in the novice's residence.
This is like the information function of the game.
When something is checked into the backpack, you can see the note information by clicking on it. Now it seems that this function is not limited to game items, but also things brought in from outside.
This is equivalent to adding a very powerful identification function. Like this peony brought in, you can see all its attributes at a glance.
He also knew why people would feel attracted to the ornamental peonies donated by Zhao Moxin's 3 girls when they bloomed. Because of the water from the spiritual spring, the genes mutated.
The attributes of ornamental +2, eye-catching +2, and quality +2 explain everything, especially the eye-catching +2. Everyone who should see it can't help but look at it.
According to Lin Ziyin's description, this flower has genetically mutated from an ordinary ornamental peony into a top-notch peony.
The same is true for flowers.
Ordinary ones can only be left outside to dry in the wind and sun, while top-quality ones are raised and carefully cared for at home by wealthy people. This function really surprised Guolin.
He quit the game immediately and went to the kitchen to get a prepared white radish.
These vegetables were also watered by spiritual spring water, and they must have been genetically mutated.
He wanted to see the information.
Just as he was about to leave the kitchen, he looked at a large bag of salt and message next to him.
Qing Feng Guan, we will prepare some of these things.
After all, the mountain is high and it is impossible to go down the mountain specifically for this thing.
He picked up another bag of salt and went to the closet to check out the game.
He also wants to see if this kinetic energy only targets things that affect the game system, or all things.
After all, the peony gene mutation is due to the spiritual spring water.
The spiritual spring water is the product of the spiritual spring tank, and it is also related to the game system. Entering the novice's residence, Guolin saw the notes on the 2 things he brought in.
This is an edible white radish.
Because it is watered with special spiritual spring water, it has a magical genetic change compared to ordinary white radish.
The taste is +2, the deliciousness is +2, and the nutrition is +1.
Similarly, the genes of white radish also mutated due to watering with spiritual spring water.
Taste +2 and delicious taste +2 already explain why this white radish becomes so delicious.
Compared to the deliciousness and nutrition +1 attribute, no one should care. After all, more people care about the food being delicious and nutritious, as long as it is not bad.
However, this nutrition +1 is actually the best attribute.
Then, Guolin looked at the salt he brought in, and the note information also appeared. This is a kind of edible salt, produced by a private salt company, mixed with some problematic salt, which increases the risk of high blood pressure +0.5, induces physical discomfort +0.5, and affects iodine supplementation +0.5.
Sure enough, I also saw the remark information. It seems that this function is universal, and you can see the remark information for all items brought in.
But then, he felt something was wrong and looked at the salt's notes again.
What the hell? Mixed with problematic table salt, does it mean that the problem salt is mixed with normal table salt and sold? Is this still possible?
It is seen that it increases the risk of hypertension by +0.5, induces physical discomfort by +0.5, and affects iodine supplementation by plus 0.5. A tribute, he suddenly wanted to curse. He has been eating this salt recently, and those believers who come to the shrine are also eating this salt. Sure enough, once such products are open to the private sector, various problems are prone to occur. There are always profiteers, no matter how big a company or group is, they would dare to tamper with this kind of product. But think about the big head milk powder back then. What does this mean? The key is that the shelf life of salt can be up to 5 years, the texture is still very stable, and there are generally no problems. If this situation still occurs, the problem is serious. Something must have happened, and it is a large volume problem. It's a small batch and sells for 2 yuan a pack, so there's no need to take such risks. However, the various effects are only plus 0.5. It seems that the other party is also very smart, and the proportion should be well controlled when doping. This ratio will not cause any impact, and normal people should not have any major effects after eating it. I'm just afraid of the contingency. If someone happens to have this kind of problem just short of a critical point, it may be induced. But even so, many people probably don't think that it has something to do with the salt they eat every day, and they think that they are already sick and it's just bad luck that caused the disease. Good intentions and good means. Guo Lin was extremely irritable and unhappy. After all, who would be comfortable eating questionable products all the time? However, he was not in a hurry, quit the game, went to the kitchen, took all the salt and message and headed to the closet. After all, it is possible that 1 or 2 servings of any product may appear occasionally. Don't rush to a conclusion. Seeing this, the old layman couldn't help but be confused and didn't understand what the Taoist master's purpose was. Guo Lin returned to the dressing room, closed the door, entered the game with a thought, and then looked at the salt and message. That's not the case with message, it's not from the same company. This is a kind of edible salt, produced by a private salt company, mixed with some problematic salt, which increases the risk of high blood pressure plus 0.5, induces physical discomfort plus 0.5, and affects iodine supplementation plus 0.5. Almost every bag of table salt has the same message. He has something to say about MMP. It seems that it is not an occasional situation, it is really a large number. Guo Lin frowned tightly. After all, he is a cultivator and pays attention to blessings in some matters. Sometimes blessings can also be viewed separately, blessings and retribution, so there is a saying that God's law is clear and retribution is not good. He didn't know how many people had been harmed by this batch of salt from this salt company, but one of them was also karma. Today he suddenly got up and brought peonies in to check the information. Later he wanted to test the effect and brought salt in. Does this mean that the salt company should have reported this? The old Taoist priest taught that Taoists should not close the mountain gate tightly when encountering troubles and disasters, but should go down the mountain with swords to kill people. There are no troubled times now, and killing is even more impossible. But is this a disaster? For people like him who are strong and have no effect from eating these salts, it may not be a disaster, but for those who are already sick and are induced, it is. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a police officer's number. This was left by the receptionist police officer who went to register last time. If Tao Guan had any trouble like Wang Qing, he could contact him directly. He didn't know how to do it, so he had to leave it to professionals. The other party left a number before, so it can be regarded as a predestined relationship with the other party. At the county police station, Hu Qin heard his cell phone ringing and saw that it was Taoist Master Guo of Qingfeng Temple. He immediately answered the call. Taoist Master Guo, you called me suddenly. Is there another person who is not smart enough to go to Qingfeng Temple? When the other party came to make a note, the captain specifically asked him to leave a phone number for Taoist Guo. To solve this kind of thing, they were not afraid that Taoist Master Guo would be bullied, but they were afraid that if someone really angered the Taoist master, they would be in trouble if he slapped him, and they would not be able to deal with the aftermath. After all, everyone has a temper. Who can guarantee that Dao Kangguo will not lose his temper? They handle so many cases a year, so they naturally know that there are everyone in this world, and there are many idiots looking for death. After the call was connected, Guo Lin also said, Officer Hu, we at Qingfengguan have discovered a batch of problematic salt, which is harmful to human health, so I would like to ask you to help test and investigate it. Hu Qin hung up the phone and walked to the captain's office. Dao Kangguo said this, he always has to take a look, and there is no need to be careless about salt. Hu Qin went to the captain's office and told the captain about the matter. The captain smiled and said, as for your duty, you should go to Qingfeng to take a look. There should be some problem with improper storage, causing an odor or something. Otherwise, without testing, how would the Taoist priest know that there is something wrong with the salt and that it is harmful to the body? Hu Qin nodded and headed directly to Qingfeng Mountain. This time when he arrived at Qingfeng Mountain, he found that there were already stalls selling fruits at the foot of the mountain, and some were even selling burnt grass jelly and mineral water. He had been to Qingfeng Mountain before and had none of this.
It can be seen that there must be many tourists in Qingfeng Temple recently.
Hu Qin also hurried up the mountain and met Guolin for the first time.
Officer Hu, this is the batch of salt. Guolin handed the problematic salt to Hu Qin.
Hu Qin took the salt and opened a pack to check the situation. There was nothing wrong with the color and appearance. It was no different from normal salt. He also picked a little with his finger and put it in his mouth. A pure salty taste spread in his mouth, and there was no peculiar smell as the captain suspected.
This is no different than normal salt.
Hu Qin looked at Guolin in confusion.
How did this person figure out that there had been problems with the salt in the past? He really couldn't see it at all.
Xie Qingyang next to him was also a little curious. He didn't notice it at all just now, but he believed that what the Taoist master said was definitely true, and there must be something wrong with the salt. Taoist master, I will take this batch of salt away first.
I will tell you the results after the test is completed.
Out of his duty, Hu Qin did not question anything. He said something to Guolin and carried the salt directly down the mountain. Back at the institute, he was also curious about the salt and immediately filled out a test report. Testing these salts is very simple, and the results can be obtained in less than half an hour. Moreover, his girlfriend works at the testing place, so it can be faster. He took a sample from each bag of salt, then took the application to the testing site and handed the items to his girlfriend, so he didn't go through the process and didn't waste time. Small counties are not strict in this regard, and sometimes interpersonal relationships can indeed save a lot of time.
Hu Qin also returned to the institute.
As soon as he reached his seat, he saw the captain coming and asked, "Xiao Hu, how are things going with Taoist master King Fengiguan?" Hu Qin immediately opened the remaining salt and said to the captain, "This is the salt that Director Guo mentioned."
The captain looked at the snow-white salt, but he didn't see the problem for a long time. He tried some and tasted it, but he didn't find anything wrong with the taste.
The captain dialed a number and called a middle-aged fat man, who was the chef of the place. The captain joked, "Chef Li, don't you always brag about how powerful your tongue is? You can taste everything. Let's see how these salts are." The middle-aged chef immediately said confidently, "Captain Lu, I am not bragging to you, you have found the right person. I can tell what the salt and message are when I taste them." As he said that, he also looked at the salt, picked some and put it in his mouth to taste it, and then said confidently, "This salt is sold in the supermarket for 2 yuan a pack. This is the kind of salt we use in the bureau's purchasing department.
Procured in a unified manner."
What?
Hu Qin was suddenly stunned when he heard this.
Team Lu hurriedly asked, "Fat Li, I'm not asking you how much this salt costs, but whether there is anything wrong with it." This time, he had to pay attention. Although there is no basis for what Taoist Guo said, if there is any problem, it will be a big deal.
The fat middle-aged chef immediately said, "The quality of this salt is very good. What could be wrong with it? I can taste it right away." At this moment, Hu Qin's cell phone rang.
Seeing that it was his girlfriend who opened it, he immediately answered it hands-free. The girlfriend's voice came over and said, "Hu Qin, the salt you sent has been tested and found that a certain proportion has problems. Although the proportion is not large, the harm is not great, and it is well hidden, but if it is, people with high blood pressure and weak health may induce illness if they take it for a long time." When Hu Qin and Captain Lu heard this, their expressions were obviously ugly. Captain Lu, the deputy in the bureau, seems to have suffered from high blood pressure in the past 2 days.
Hu Qin said softly.
Captain Lu looked solemn and said directly to the fat middle-aged chef, "Fat Li, stop bragging from now on. Go to the kitchen and get all this salt out." The fat middle-aged chef's face was already full of embarrassment. This was bragging and was slapped in the face on the spot. Looking at Captain Lu's solemn look, he also knew that the salt in question was what they were using. Captain Lu hurriedly notified everyone of the meeting, and soon everyone in the office was sent to various supermarkets and grocery stores. Looking at the salt again, he couldn't help but show surprise on his face.
That Taoist priest Guo is a bit powerful.
People like Fatty Li, who have been working as chefs all their lives, can tell that there is something wrong with the salt.
They still need to test it, but Taoist Guo actually knows it? However, Daozang was sent them a big case.
Otherwise, they would never notice that there was something wrong with the salt they were eating. Once such a big case was exposed, it would not be their turn to handle it. Therefore, he could only sigh again at Dao Kangua.
At the same time,
the front of Qingfeng Temple has also become lively, because tourists have come up today.
In the past, these tourists usually went to the Lingquan Tank first.
After all, Lingquan Tank has a lot of fame on the internet, but today, many people came up and were attracted by the flowers and the flower beds in front of the Taoist temple at first sight.
The attribute of eye-catching +2 is that it is impossible not to attract people to look at it. This flower is so beautiful. It is also an orchid, but the ones I raise feel much inferior to them. How come no one took pictures of these flowers before? Are they all blind and didn't see them? Li Shou came here to compensate his girlfriend. His girlfriend was a bit arrogant and liked to go to places like this to join in the fun. Really, with his financial resources, he would rather go to some high-end places, stay in star-rated hotels, soak in high-end hot springs, and see high-quality bikinis. At this time, he was also attracted by those flowers, and his eyes were filled with wonder, because he was in the flower planting business, and he could tell at a glance that these flowers were not ordinary, they seemed to be of new quality, and they were all of the best quality. A single plant of this kind of flower is not worth buying for thousands of dollars, so it is usually bought and cultivated by people from the wealthy and free class to cultivate their temperament. Now that they are being planted in batches in front of this Taoist temple, it is obvious that the other party does not know the value of these flowers. Moreover, he could tell that the flowers had just bloomed and no one had noticed them online yet. Maybe he could buy them all at a low price. If you cultivate it, you can make a lot of money. This is definitely a super miss. After all, in places like Taoist temples, many people buy expensive things at low prices. Because the people in Taoist temples don't know the goods. For a long time, many thieves have focused on Taoist temples, especially in rural areas, where such thefts often occur. Now Qingfeng seems to be an ignorant person, otherwise, he would never plant these obviously new quality flowers outside. At least we should find a yard inside the Taoist temple and build a shed, right? Doesn't Taoism talk about fate? The Qingfeng temple and these flowers just don't have a happy relationship. His girlfriend made it so that he had no choice but to come along, and it happened so coincidentally. This was his good fortune. Li Shou thought and hurriedly walked towards the Taoist temple. This must be done quickly, otherwise if there are too many tourists, or if someone takes photos and posts them online, someone will always know the true value of this flower. My girlfriend was taking pictures of flowers. Seeing him like this, she hurriedly followed up and said, "What are you doing in such a hurry?" "I'm going to get rich." Li Shou entered the Taoist temple and quickly found the Taoist priest Gua mentioned on the internet. There was an old man and a young man beside him. He hurried over and said, "Hello, I've met Dea Zhanggua." When Guolin saw a tourist coming to say hello, he responded with a smile and said, "I have seen a good believer." Li Shou did not hesitate and went straight to the point. "Taoist priest, I want to negotiate a business deal with you. Don't worry, if the deal is concluded, I will donate another donation." Donating a sum of money for meritorious deeds is naturally the temptation he throws out. Now this is what these Taoist temples care about most. Most of the experience is shared by those who bought valuable items at low prices in temples, and Taoist temples were first seduced by such means. Guolin felt instantly disgusted. The person in front of me is obviously a very Philistine person. There is nothing wrong with being a Philistine, but being such a Philistine in a Taoist temple is inexplicably a bit jarring. Although he needs merit money, after all, it will cost 400,000 to upgrade the sex station, but he does not accept all merit money. Lin Ziyan and Xie Qingyan both looked at Li Shou in shock. The two of them just felt that this bumpkin came from somewhere. Especially Lin Ziyan, who didn't hide the disdain in his eyes. Who is this? When discussing business in front of Mr. Gua, he still wanted to seduce him with merit money. He really has no discernment at all. Taoist Gua is an expert. Does he need merit money like those Taoist priests and monks outside? What's more, if Taoist Gua needs merit money, it's his turn. Li Shou may have been too impatient and did not notice these glances. Instead, he continued, "Taoist Master Gua, I like the flowers in front of the Taoist temple inexplicably and want to buy them. Some flowers will not harm the Taoist temple." Guolin couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and immediately understood the other party's intention. The person in front of me should be someone who understands flowers and has seen the value of those flower genes after mutation. The other party probably felt that he didn't know the value of these flowers and wanted to buy them at a low price. This should be called the mentality of picking up leaks, right? It's a pity that the other party will be disappointed. Guolin also said tactfully, "This good believer, those flowers are gifts donated by other donors. Our Taoist temple is not qualified to sell them." Li Shou was anxious when he heard this. "Taoist master, the price can be negotiated." Lin Ziyan couldn't stand it anymore, so he didn't get used to it and said, "It's not wrong to want to pick up the leeks, but don't treat others as fools. We know the value of those flowers." Li Shou felt embarrassed, and then his face became confused. Knowing the value of those flowers, you plant them randomly in front of the Taoist temple to be exposed to the wind and sun? These people somewhat disrespect these flowers. The key is that it makes him think that the other party doesn't know at all.
Only then did he notice that the young man in front of him looked at him with undisguised contempt.
Let's go. His girlfriend seemed to feel embarrassed and immediately pulled him away. Guo Lin shook his head. There are all kinds of people in the world, and it's no surprise what kind of people you meet. Therefore, he had no intention of paying attention to this person. But when the other party and his girlfriend left, the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc suddenly vibrated, and a coolness rushed into his mind. Hey! Guo Lin sighed deeply.
It is said that all troubles in the world are caused by oneself, but while benefits can move people's hearts, troubles sometimes also come by themselves. In the information that evolved the fragments of the Bagua disc, this person asked 2 people to come up to Qingfeng Mountain at night. As for the purpose, it is self-evident. Thinking about it, he walked back to the office and called Officer Hu again. Some things and some people are better left to professionals. At the county police station, Hu Qin and his colleagues were already very busy, and Team Lu was also checking the reported data. According to information compiled from random inspections at supermarkets and grocery stores in Yushan, there is something wrong with the salt in this product. Also, the amount of salt in question was very large. He has reported it to the leaders of the bureau, and the leaders have become serious about this matter. But at the same time, he was also a little excited. The credit for such a major case will not be small. At this time, Hu Chen's cell phone rang, and the number belonged to Taoist Gua again. He immediately answered, "Hey, Director Gua, do you want to ask about the situation of that batch of salt? There is indeed a problem with that salt. After we checked, the problem is more serious than imagined. We should thank you." Captain Lu was also attracted by the call. After all, this case was really thanks to Director Gua, who discovered that there was something wrong with the salt. Inside Qingfeng Temple, Guo Lin was relieved. At least this batch of salt would not be able to harm anyone anymore. Then, he also thought about it, and said, "Officer Hu, this is it. I have one more thing to ask you. I received a private message reminding me that 2 people will come to King Fengiguan to steal in the evening. I don't know if it's true or not, and I would like to ask Officer Hu to come up and take a look at it tonight. I can't explain the reason, I can only tell white lies." After Hu Chen hung up the phone, he reported to Captain Lu in shock, "Captain, Taoist Master Gua said that someone sent a private message to remind him that 2 people would go to King Fengiguan to steal at night. What's there to steal in Qingfeng Temple?" Captain Lu was surprised, but thinking that this big case in front of him was all thanks to the other party, he also ordered, "Hu Qin, then you take 2 people up to check the situation tonight. Even if everything is fine, let Dao Kangwa feel at ease." "Okay, Captain Lu." Hu Qin also nodded. After Li Shou was pulled out of the Taoist temple by his girlfriend, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He is also a successful and famous person. When did he encounter such an embarrassing situation? When we got outside, some tourists came, and they were obviously attracted by the flower plants. Even if they didn't understand the flower plants, they took out their mobile phones to take pictures one by one. Seeing this, Li Shou felt annoyed and became more evil. While dragging his girlfriend down the mountain, he made a phone call and said, "It's me again. This time, I'm looking for 2 people to do some tricks. Chi, come here tonight, I want to get the things away overnight." After hanging up the phone, he looked back at Qing Fengguan with a sneer. "So what if it doesn't sell? There are many ways. Any success or fame comes with a touch of shadiness. His rise in the flower plant industry so quickly is naturally a bit informal. However, the people he found were very professional and had never had any problems. At the same time, the flower plants at King Fengiguan were also posted online. Because the traffic driven by Qin Li has not subsided, the 15,000 blessing rice is still maintaining some traffic for Qingfeng Temple. In addition, these flowers themselves have genetic mutations and have the attributes of ornamental +2 and eye-catching +2, making it easy to attract traffic. Therefore, those videos taken by tourists and uploaded have really become popular. Moreover, those flower planting videos also attracted some flower planting bloggers, and even surprised these bloggers. Holy shit, you're right, is this a flower that Qingfeng Temple can grow? These flowers are top-notch in terms of both appearance and ornamental value. One flower may cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Hey, how rich is King Fengiguan? He has planted so many top-quality flowers and plants. Many netizens were also surprised when these flower plant bloggers commented, "There are thousands of plants per plant. What kind of conditions can we grow so many top-quality flowers?" Soon, another tourist's video attracted everyone. "You seem to be marveling at the wrong person. It's not King Fengiguan who is rich. These flowers were donated by others." Under such circumstances, this video also attracted many netizens. Especially after seeing the news that the flowers in Qingfeng Temple were donated by someone, it was even more incredible. This person who donated is a bit heroic. Clicking to enter the video, everyone saw a merit plaque for the donation, with the time of donation and the meritor of the donation clearly written on it.
Zhao Moxin, Zhao Yun, Zhao Lin.
It seems that this is also a girl's name.
Suddenly things became more interesting. The rich people who donated are actually 3 women, which in itself will become a hot topic on the internet.
Fuck, if a flower costs tens of thousands of yuan, I really can't count how many flowers there are in those flower beds.
Now I just want to see these 3 ants who are so heroic. Those upstairs, please pay attention to your wording. It's obviously Lao Bibi. I want to ask if they need a handbag. I am handsome and strong. I mainly like flowers.
I am willing to help my girlfriend plant flowers. I don't care how old my girlfriend is. Obviously, everyone thought that the 3 women who could donate so many top-quality flowers must be quite old. Therefore, many young men who consider themselves to be strong are a little anxious, longing for such an old bibi.
The internet is powerful, and there are always experts who can unexpectedly explore the truth. Someone posted another video, which completely surprised netizens who paid attention to this matter. You seem to have made a mistake. The person who donated the flowers was not Lao Bibi, but Bai Fume. I found the phone number of Zhao Lin, and I am sure that she is one of the donors. I guarantee that she is definitely a beauty. I fell. No, I won't marry him unless she is the one.
In this case, if you post this kind of video, you should click on it regardless of whether it is a trap or not. Even if it is a trap, it actually contains an ugly horn with a mouth full of buck teeth. Everyone who clicked in found that this was an account called Little Princess Lingling, Chapter 28.
Then, many people were pleasantly surprised. It's not a trap. The first video shows a beautiful woman talking about a flower plant. She is a real beauty, with a good figure and good looks. The key is that she is engaged in flower arrangement and has a good temperament. I don't know why, but the 3 words girlfriend subconsciously pop up in many people's minds. This is simply the template of their girlfriend, with good looks, good figure, and temperament. The most important thing is that she donated so many high-quality flowers and has money. Ah, so white and beautiful. Many people began to look at the video of Little Princess Lingling and found that there were occasionally 2 other beauties appearing in her videos. Everyone subconsciously thought of the other 2 girls who donated those flowers. They are all beauties. Soon, someone came across a video about Taoist master King Fengiguan making bricks. Now the truth is revealed, and this is the rightful owner. For a time, I don't know how many people started to like this Little Princess Lingling. There are countless messages like girlfriend and wife appearing in the comment area of the latest video. This is the current state of the modern internet. A beautiful woman with a beautiful figure and temperament will always attract more attention if she has some external conditions to support her. For example, being rich, white and beautiful is really the object of all men's fantasies. But this made Zhao Lin confused. Because the flower seedlings had been planted, she and her 2 sisters were checking the status of the seedlings. Who knew that her cell phone suddenly started ringing with DD notifications? When I took it out and took a look, I saw a certain background prompt. A total of XXXX and 12,354 people have liked your video. A total of 6,422 people including XXXX have commented on your video. A total of 34,175 people including XXXX have liked your video. What's going on? Zhao Lin felt a little mysterious. She didn't take a video today. Why did this account suddenly become popular? Lin, what's wrong? Zhao Moxin asked doubtfully. Zhao Yun also looked over. Xingxin, Yun, one of our music numbers seems to have become popular for no apparent reason. Zhao Linlin's face was filled with disbelief. What's going on? Zhao Moxin and the 2 girls also came closer. Although most of Zhao Lin's phone number is Zhao Lin's, the number is shared by the 3 of them, and it can be regarded as the number of Huaji Company. Naturally, if there is profit in the future, Zhao Lin will mainly appear in the camera, and she will get a larger share. If good friends work together to start a business, if these are clearly distinguished at the beginning, there will be no conflicts later. Zhao Lin handed the prompts to the 2 of them. In just a moment, 2 more prompts appeared, with more than 10,000 likes and several thousand comments respectively. The 3 girls were all stunned at this moment. It feels like a dream. Zhao Lin quickly opened the backend of a certain audio account and saw rows of comments. Lingling is my girlfriend. Girlfriend. This is my wife. Lingling girlfriend. Finally found my wife. Such comments made Zhao Lin feel shy. When had she ever encountered such a battle? Let's see what's going on. There must be a reason. Zhao Moxin said immediately. Zhao Lin naturally knew there was a reason. Otherwise, if the video was not posted today, how could so many people flock to her account? It didn't take long for Zhao Lin to find out the reason,
and said with a look of disbelief, "It's the flowers we donated to Qingfeng Temple that bloomed, it's the fireworks that started."
How is that possible? Zhao Moxin was immediately shocked.
The same is true for Jiayan, although those flowers grow obviously faster, we just went up there yesterday.
Judging from the situation, it will take several days to bloom. How come they bloomed in just one night?
Moreover, in this case, the flowering time will be more than half earlier than they initially expected. Zhao Lin said with an incredulous look on her face, "Not only are the flowers blooming, but look at these flowers, do they look like the ones we donated?"
With that said, she handed a video to Zhao Moxin and Zhao Yun.
In the video were the flowers and plants in front of Qingfeng Temple. When the two girls saw what they saw in the video, their pretty faces showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What they donated were ordinary ornamental flowers and plants.
What the hell are these in front of you?
Judging from the appearance alone, the number of petals, and the number of cascading circles,
I'm afraid every one of them is top quality.
Knowing the whole story, the three girls froze in place.
Rich woman, white and rich. Are you kidding them?
Zhao Moxin, the three girls couldn't believe that the flowers in the video were donated by themselves. They can be sure that the flower plants they donate are ordinary ornamental flower plants, the same as those in their flower garden.
How could an ordinary ornamental flower plant become such a masterpiece? Let's go up to the Taoist temple and take a look. Zhao Moxin said quickly. Zhao Lin and Zhao Yun also nodded in unison. When leaving the flower garden, Zhao Moxin asked Zhao Lin to put on a mask.
With the current situation on the internet, she might be recognized and watched. Zhao Lin nodded, found a mask and put it on before heading up the mountain together. When they arrived in front of the Taoist temple, Zhao Moxin and the others saw that all the flowers were in bloom.
Several tourists were taking videos of the flowers.
Zhao Moxin came to an orchid and observed it carefully, with surprise on her face. "These flowers are really the best."
Zhao Yun was also surprised and said, "Xingxin, look at these red ribbons."
Zhao Moxin and Zhao Lin looked at the red ribbons on some flower plants. After picking up a few and looking at them, they subconsciously looked at each other.
These flowers turned out to be the ones they donated.
These red ribbons also have their names written on them, as well as the date of donation. In other words, all the ordinary ornamental flower plants they donated have now become this kind of top-quality flower plants.
The three women looked at each other with disbelief on their faces.
This must have something to do with the Taoist priest. They hurried into the Taoist temple, found Guolin, and greeted respectfully, "Taoist Master Gua.
I've seen 3 female donors." Guolin smiled in return and asked, "Are the 3 of you here for those flower plants?"
The 3 girls nodded like chickens pecking at rice, with curiosity and expectation in their eyes.
Zhao Moxin couldn't help but ask, "Taoist priest, how did those flowers become like that?"
Guolin didn't hide anything, and said with a smile, "Lingquan water is good for plants."
Have the 3 donors forgotten the vegetables in the temple? The 3 girls, Zhao Moxin, reacted now.
The vegetables in Qingfengguan are much more delicious than those outside.
This is all because the Taoist priest irrigates them with spiritual spring water.
The same is true for those flowers now. Because they are watered with spiritual spring water, the quality has become the best. They have become so beautiful and highly ornamental. This is caused by the magic of spiritual spring water. The 3 girls subconsciously thought of one thing: if they could divert Taoist Guanling spring water to water the flower garden.
But then, they sighed again.
They knew that the spiritual spring water could only be used within the scope of the Taoist temple, and would have no effect outside the scope of the Taoist temple. Zhao Moxin thought of something and hurriedly asked Guolin, "Taoist master, can we cut the flower plants in front of the Taoist temple and transplant them to our flower garden?" Although the spiritual spring water has no effect beyond the scope of the Taoist temple, those flower plants have already bloomed.
If these flowering plants are cut and transplanted, this quality may be preserved. Even if it is degraded, it will definitely be better than ordinary ornamental plants. Sex flower plants are stronger.
Zhao Moxin thought about it and immediately said, "Don't worry, Taoist master, we didn't transplant them in vain.
We sincerely asked the Taoist temple to plant those flowers into our garden. We are willing to turn the garden into a meritorious industry for the Taoist temple."
Recently, her mother has found various Taoist-related books to read, and she has read a book about Taoist merit industry.
Taoism actually does not prohibit business.
On the contrary, people like Wu Mountain, Lonyu Mountain, Tianqi Mountain, these often have many meritorious industries. They even owned a lot of land in the past and were the largest landowners in the area. Many of these lands were awarded by merchants, royal nobles, and even emperors. And what she meant by turning the flower garden into a meritorious industry of Qingfengguan is that the property rights of the flower garden belong to Qingfengguan.
To use a modern description, at least 51% of the property rights must belong to Taoism.
but she felt it was not a loss. Even Zhao Yun and Zhao Lin next to them brightened up. This is really a good idea. The flower plants in front of the Taoist temple can be transplanted, and the selling price will definitely not be comparable to the flower seedlings they are planting now. How can an ordinary flower plant costing dozens of yuan be compared with a top-notch flower plant? Even if they give 51% of the shares of Hui Aiwen to King Fengiguan, it will be equivalent to helping King Fengiguan work part-time, and they will still make a profit. Zhao Moxin's words made Guolin fall into deep thought. It is true that Taoist temples do not restrict business. After all, spiritual practice pays attention to the law of wealthy couples. With these 4 things, he can barely be considered to have the land and the law now. After all, Qingfeng Temple already belongs to his property rights. Fa also has the basic qi refining method of the 9 heavens mysterious scripture. Although it is only the basic part of the 9 heavens mysterious scripture, in reality, it is definitely very impressive. As for a romantic partner, since he is so young, he naturally wants to be a romantic partner, let alone a dual spiritual partner. He is currently single. He doesn't know when God will send him a dual monk. Not only is he a lover, he doesn't even have wealth. Among the 4 items of the ancients, wealth ranked first. One school of Taoism also says that money is the most important thing in order to meet a master and hear the Dharma. You must have money first. Without money, how can you meet a master? The key point is that many people who practice Taoism also practice martial arts, which requires various medicinal materials and resources, and those cost money. Therefore, in many ancient stories, Taoist temples are basically plutocrats and super landlords. Otherwise, how would they have the money to practice martial arts, and how would they have the strength to carry swords and go down mountains to kill people in troubled times? Even in the world of cultivating immortals in Shushan, the cultivating sect dominates the world. In the land surrounding those cultivating sects, all livelihoods, even flowers and plants, are decided by the sects, and the secular court has no control at all. Although he can't be as arrogant as those cultivating sects now, there is still no problem in getting some meritorious properties to help supplement his wealth. Otherwise, upgrading the sex station would consume too much money. It's only a level 2 sex station, and further upgrades would cost 400,000. Who knows how much more will be needed after that? Although he is sure that he needs merit money, donors like Lin Ziyan will definitely be generous, but after all, they are not like the asterisk sect, where merit can only go in but not out. No matter how much merit the benefactor gives, the merit will be returned accordingly. Therefore, in many TV movies, the family of the meritorious leader is killed and killed. If it is from a Buddhist temple, people will advise you to retaliate. Only by letting go of the hatred in your heart can you persevere. It's amazing to teach you kung fu. Go and take revenge. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with them. In Taoism, on the other hand, there are many plots in which a martial artist is killed by bandits because of his meritorious deeds, and the 7 heroes descend from the mountain with their swords to annihilate the bandits. Although it is only a film and television show, it explains a lot of problems. Therefore, those who practice Taoism should try not to receive too much merit from others. After all, they pay attention to retribution in this world and will not talk about the afterlife by playing rogue. To be more realistic, if you owe merit, it will be difficult for you to do anything. For example, if someone donates 1 million in merit and comes to ask for help, this thing will make you embarrassed. Can you handle it? At least they cultivators still have some dignity. Therefore, if you can have your own merit industry, you will have a source of merit money, and you don't need to owe too much merit money for future upgrades. Moreover, he now also knows that the flower plants outside the Taoist temple are of the highest quality. If the 3 girls can successfully cultivate them, it can provide objective merits to the temple. In this case, he only needs to wait for God to send him a Taoist companion, and the wealthy couple will live together. It's a pity that it's hard to find a Taoist couple. When you go deep into the world and don't distinguish between you and me, you can be a Taoist couple only if you can have the same Taoist intentions and unite your mind. You can be a Taoist couple even if you are a layman for thousands of miles and your mind remains unchanged. Therefore, the Taoist couple of ordinary Taoists are also monks and Taoists, and are familiar with Taoist texts and scriptures. To be more vulgar, secular women will call it a matter of men and women regardless of you and me, but Taoist couples clearly know that you and I are practicing dual cultivation and share the same righteousness. This ideological sublimation is completely different. Unfortunately, there are very few female protagonists nowadays, and even fewer cute and beautiful female protagonists. 3 female donors, I can comply with your request. Guolin finally nodded to the 3 girls, but also added, however, in addition to signing the modern contract notes, we also need to sign a Taoism contract will do. The Taoist deed is a contract for the Taoist merit industry. In modern times, it is naturally not protected by law and only exists for psychological purposes. However, the Dao deed ceremony has never been abandoned. When the three Zhao Moxin girls received the reply, their faces were filled with excitement. Zhao Moxin hurriedly bowed to Guolin and said, "Taoist priest, we will go down the mountain to prepare the contract later." Zhao Yun and Zhao Lin also had excitement on their faces. The three girls also quickly went down the mountain and went directly to a lawyer. Guolin also went back to his office, picked up his pen, and began to write the deed. Dao deed is a covenant of Dao. Once the deed is completed, both parties have established a subordinate relationship. Naturally, in some storybooks, those with advanced magical powers can establish special spiritual contracts, and the targets of their use are not humans. In some movies, some Taoist priests are accompanied by a little banshee or a charming ghost. Do you think the screenwriter made it up? Unfortunately, that is a legend. Guolin spent some time writing out the Taoist deed with Zhao Moxin and the three girls, and then found the Taoist seal of Qingfeng Temple and put it on it. Afterwards, asked three girls to offer incense, pray, and press their fingerprints. After everything was done, it was already dark. After eating the Reiki rice, I went back to the bathroom to absorb the Reiki. The outside was completely shrouded in darkness. The old layman also came to the office and reported, "Taoist priest, 3 police officers came up and said they wanted to look for you." Guolin left the waiting room and went to the main hall and saw that it was Officer Hu. "Dea Zhangwa, we meet again." Hu Qin felt a little emotional when he saw Guolin again. After all, the other party really gave them a big case this time, and they basically have a clue. After the liberalization of salt in 2016, many private salt companies appeared, and this time it was one of them that had problems. It was as if a great achievement fell from the sky while he was still lying down. "Officer Hu, I'm sorry to trouble you tonight." Guolin smiled and told a white lie. "However, the news I got is that the other party will not come so early and will wait until the early morning." Hu Qin nodded and said, "Don't worry, Taoist master. It's our duty. We will stay at the Taoist temple at night. In order not to alert others, we haven't driven the police car here yet. We took a taxi." In fact, he felt that it was largely because Dea Zhangwa had received false news or someone was playing a prank. After all, if this were true, wouldn't it mean that he was just lying down and losing another credit? How could such a good thing happen twice? However, responsibilities and obligations must be fulfilled, and staying here overnight will reassure Dao Zhangwa. Time flies. Late night and early morning came quickly. The two cars also drove to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain in the darkness and stopped. After Li Shou got out of the car, two figures also got out of another car, still holding tools in their hands. According to the old rules, the balance will be paid after the work is completed. One of them walked up to Li Shou and went straight to the point. "It's easy to get the things and the money." Li Shou didn't care about this. Watching the two of them go up the mountain, he got into the car and waited. He was very confident that most people were asleep at this time, and there were no recreational facilities in the Taoist temple, so this was certainly the case. Together with these two veterans, it's easy to catch them. What satisfied him the most was that these two people didn't ask anything. He didn't know the identity of the other person, and the other person didn't know his identity. The two thieves also took advantage of the night to quickly go up the mountain. For them, they could easily steal a few flowers and plants from the Taoist temple. After all, they had committed bigger thefts, but they were wanted, so they never dared to reveal themselves, and they didn't dare to take on big things. Now they can only do such small things first. In 2 years' time, when the wanted list of them has subsided, there won't be so many concerns. The two of them soon arrived at Qingfeng Temple. The surroundings were quiet except for the sound of insects. Uneasy, they went outside the Taoist temple wall and threw a few stones inside to investigate. But even so, there was no movement inside the Taoist temple. That means everyone is asleep. The two felt relieved and immediately walked towards the flower bed, then found a place and took out their tools to start digging out the flower plants. The two were about to start having sex when they suddenly felt something was wrong and there was a light shining behind them. They subconsciously turned around and looked back. Everyone was dumbfounded. 6 figures were staring behind them. "What the hell?" Hu Qin looked at the two thieves in surprise. "I didn't expect that Dea Zhangwa's news was true." At first, he thought that the Taoist master had received some fake news, but he didn't expect that he could really lose credit by lying down twice in a row. "Police, raise your hands and squat down." Hu Qin didn't waste any time and shouted directly at the two thieves. How dare two thieves do this? They knew how long it would take them to step on the sewing machine before they were caught. Seeing that Hu Qin and the others were not armed again, the two of them pounced on Xie Qingyan, who was next to Guolin. Because this person is old, he must be better controlled. Only by taking hostages can he have a chance to escape.
do you think I'm just a decoration? Guo Lin complained. The old layman was by his side, and if something happened, he stepped forward directly. Qin Feng's fist is as fast as lightning. In the dark night, the two thieves didn't even understand what was going on. They felt their heads were hit hard and buzzed. They lay on the ground and could only moan. Seeing this urgent situation, Hu Qin hurriedly stepped forward to check. It was just an attempted theft. Don't let Taoist Guo beat him to death. Seeing this, Guo Lin explained, Officer Hu, don't worry, I'm keeping my hand and I will only use a little force. Hu Qin watched the two thieves open their mouths, and they started to moan with only a little effort. I'm really afraid that the Taoist priest will use his strength one day and kill someone who doesn't have eyesight. Thinking about it, he also took out the handcuffs and cuffed the two thieves. Officer Hu, the person who sent me a private message to remind me also said that the person who hired them will pick them up at the bottom of the mountain. Guo Lin continued to lie in good faith, and naturally the instigator could not let go. Hu Qin naturally had no doubts about Dao Kanggua's information now, and immediately said to another police officer, Xiao Lu, you and Xiao Qin go down and control the hired person, and then ask the person on duty at the station to drive the car over. Detain people. The other two police officers nodded and immediately rushed down the mountain. The foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Li Shou had been waiting for a long time, looking towards Qingfeng Mountain from time to time. In the darkness, he clearly saw two figures hurriedly coming down, and he knew that those two guys must have succeeded. Experience is still wise. He hurriedly got out of the car, turned on the flashlight and greeted him, you got the thing, in hand. But after taking only 2 steps, he was dumbfounded to see the two figures opposite him wearing police uniforms. Before he could react, he was already thrown to the ground. He simply couldn't figure out how the police could come down from Qingfeng Mountain at such a late hour. It's so early in the morning, you're crazy. One night passed, the sun rose, and it was time for all things to revive. In the police station, Li Shou didn't sleep all night and was about to collapse. He still couldn't figure out why there were police officers in Qingfeng Temple in the early morning. They just threw themselves into the trap. He didn't expect those two people to plead guilty, and was prepared for them to confess the previous incidents. So, this time it's really time to step on the sewing machine for some time. After thinking about it, he hurriedly shouted to Hu Qin who came in, Officer, I have confessed that I surrendered, can I be treated lightly? Hu Qin sat down and looked at Li Shou coldly, then let's talk about the facts of your crime. Your two men have explained clearly how they were ordered by you to steal the museum transport truck and destroy the national cultural relics. You are guilty of serious crimes. Still waiting. What? What kind of national cultural relic? Li Shou was stunned when he heard this. He just hired the other party to steal some flower plants, how could he be involved in national cultural relics? Humph, are you still making excuses? The two of them have already provided the recording. Not only did you provide them with a vehicle, but you also planned an evacuation and response route. Moreover, the crime tool they provided to pry open the transport vehicle also has your fingerprints on it. Hu Qin suddenly snorted and even patted the table. He also didn't expect that what he thought was a simple theft case would actually contain a major crime. The previous major transport truck case in the Southern Fujian Museum was committed by 3 people this time. Although the cultural relics were not stolen, the crime of causing a national treasure-level cultural relic to be destroyed was not a small crime. Moreover, the 2 people provided recordings and fingerprints on the crime tools, which can identify Li Shou as the mastermind. It's unjust, this is really unjust. Li Shou was dumbfounded. It does not make sense? He didn't know anything at all. Isn't this more unfair than Dou-yi? King Fengaguen. Guo Lin got up and arrived at the main hall. The old layman and Lin Ziyan were already praying in the morning incense. At the end, each of them added 1 point of willpower to him as always. After breakfast, he returned to the dressing room and ran the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb spiritual energy. He then tried to break his pulse and impact his own spiritual veins. It's a pity that because there was no follow-up spiritual energy replenishment, it once again returned without success. In a spiritual desert-like reality, it is really difficult to break through to the mortal realm. After making the storage room, he went to the warehouse to find some medicinal seeds, picked up the hoe and headed to the open space behind the Taoist temple. These medicinal seeds are polygonatum, safflower, geranium, cocklebur. These medicinal materials can be used for martial arts training. Most people think that practicing martial arts to strengthen the body and bones is just a matter of standing and beating, but in fact it is not that simple. To practice martial arts, special medicinal baths are also required. He remembered that when he was a child, the old Taoist priest solemnly found a closed box from the warehouse, took out these medicinal materials, and gave him several medicinal baths. When those medicinal materials were used up, there was no further use.
However, the old Taoist priest kept sighing and saying that it was still not good enough. After that, he bought a lot of medicinal seeds and tried to plant them every year. It's just a pity that the medicinal materials grown are not old enough and the medicine is not effective enough, so the medicinal bath produced has no effect. Over time, the old Taoist priest also gave up. Now, after seeing the vegetables and flowers, he thought that he could use spiritual spring water to water the medicinal seeds. By then, maybe the medicinal materials will mutate and there will be unexpected surprises. If that were the case, he would bring a basket of medicinal materials as an offering to the old Taoist priest. If the old Taoist priest had a spirit underneath, his eyes would probably be wide open, right? Guolin arrived at the open space behind the Taoist temple and looked at the maple and elm trees that had been transplanted before. Because they had been watered with spiritual spring water, the two trees were growing very well. Unfortunately, they are not recognized by the game system and are not counted among the 7 sages. Guolin found a shady place and started digging with a hoe. These herbs prefer a cool place. It took some time to dig out a medicinal field, divide the area and plant the medicinal seeds. After that, he went to the spiritual spring tank and brought 2 buckets of spiritual spring water to lightly water the medicinal seeds. The amount of water should be moderate, and newly planted medicinal seeds should not be watered too much. Although I don't know whether the spiritual spring water will have any effect, it's not necessary to go overboard. At this time, the phone rang, and it turned out to be Officer Hu's number. After pressing answer, the other party's happy voice came over. "De Azangwa, let me tell you that the 2 robbers yesterday were still wanted criminals in the system, and the hired Li Shou was identified as the mastermind of that case. No matter what the facts are after our investigation in this way, the fact that he hired wanted criminals to commit illegal crimes cannot be escaped." Guolin put down his cell phone, picked up the bucket with a smile on his face, and returned to the Taoist temple with his hoe. This news is really surprising. However, those who had the idea of King Fengiguan deserved this disaster. Before returning to the Taoist temple, the designer Ma had already arrived and was directing several workers to build the reservoir he wanted to donate.
De Azangwa.
When Ma Tao saw Guolin, he respectfully stepped forward to say hello.
"Donor Ma, thank you for your hard work."
Guolin responded with a smile, not forgetting to invite, "Donor, please remember to go to the Taoist temple to pray later. I will ask Layman Xia to go to the quiet room to chant sutras and baptize you. Now that people are here, they must leave their willpower behind." This Ma designer is a very devout believer. Praying for blessings and baptizing in a quiet room can provide 12 points of wish power in one go. Ma Tao had no idea that he was being used as a tool to cultivate his willpower. His face was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Taoist priest." He was very satisfied in his heart. The Taoist priest's invitation made him feel so close to Qingfeng Temple, and he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This also made him watch the workers more seriously. Even if it is a simple water reservoir, he will get the best for the Taoist temple. Guolin entered the Taoist temple, put away the bucket and hoe, then returned to the dressing room, took out his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan. Open the taskbar and see if there are any tasks that interest him and take them first. One task attracted his attention. A strange middle-aged man appeared in the Lu family in Yohang town. He muttered something about Ine. The other party seemed to be coming for the newly born daughter of the Lu family. He seemed to be murmuring about his love story with the daughter of the Lu family. This seems to be a perversion. This mission description is a bit strange, and most people may not understand it. But those who have watched Shushan Swordsman should immediately understand what is going on. After all, there is talk of reincarnation in Shushan Swordsman. This middle-aged man should be from the Ime sect, and the daughter of the Lu family should be the reincarnation of the other party's Taoist companion. It's just that this mission has no stated purpose. He controlled the game character to go to the middle-aged man, and then the real mission content appeared. "Little brother, can I ask you a favor? Can you help me enter the Lu mansion and get a lock of their daughter's hair? I want to make a spiritual protective urn for the daughter of the Lu family. She was my destined person in her previous life." When Guolin saw the content of the mission, he understood clearly, and it was indeed the case. But if this person is a master from Ime, wouldn't it be easy to enter Lu's house to get a lock of hair? Is it possible that there are some taboos? On the contrary, the mission mentioned about the Lingtian protector made him surprised. This is a good thing in Shushan Swordsman. It is specially made to protect reincarnated relatives or disciples. It can make the reincarnated person peaceful and safe during childhood, and no evil will invade. To give a simple description, this thing can be seen as a childlike person who works as a cultivator. Guolin accepted the task. He originally thought it was a simple collection task, but who knew that after accepting it, it turned out to be a complex and torturous series of tasks. The first step, please apply to become a servant of the Liu family. I heard that the manager of the Liu family likes to eat fish. Let's find a fish and give it to him. Look at the number of rings, 32 rings. Guolin decided to hang up and complete the task automatically, so he would not be tortured. In the afternoon, Zhao Moxin and 3 other girls came to Qingfeng Temple again. They also brought a contract to make the flower garden a meritorious industry in King Fengiguan. The name of the flower garden was also specially changed to Qingfeng Garden. Their behavior this time actually required a lot of persuasion from the lawyer, as if they had been deceived. Only they knew that the 3 of them took advantage of this matter. Now as long as you sign it with the Taoist leader, the contract will come into effect. Guolin picked up the contract and looked at it. There were not many terms, but the rights and responsibilities were clear. Seeing that there were no problems, he signed and stamped the Taoist seal of Qingfeng Temple. This is the completion of the terms of secular law. Next, he also took out the Taoist deed and asked the old layman to hold the Taoist deed ceremony. The old layman knew yesterday that the 3 girls wanted to turn their garden into a Taoist temple's meritorious property. It was not surprising, so he began to preside over the Taoist deed signing ceremony and led the 3 girls through the process. Finally, they offered incense and prayed, allowing the 3 girls to put their fingerprints on the Taoist deed. After the ceremony was completed, in ancient terms, they were the principles of King Fengiguan's meritorious business. It's just that this kind of statement would definitely not be said in modern times, not to mention that the 3 girls also have shares in the flower garden, which is considered a cooperation. After the signing of the ceremony was completed, the 3 girls breathed a sigh of relief and felt completely at ease. Zhao Moxin asked, Taoist master, let's try to cut some of the flower plants in front of the Taoist temple. Is there any taboo? Guolin smiled and said, the 3 female donors should try to make the cuts as even as possible to keep the flower bed beautiful. Zhao Moxin nodded, as long as there are no taboos. As for keeping the flower beds beautiful, that's their specialty, and they can't just cut off the bald spots because of their mission. Guolin also put away the Dao deed. At the same time, the game system prompt also sounded. Congratulations, the sex station has its first meritorious property and will be rewarded with 100 willpower. Congratulations, the radiation range of the martial arts station has become larger, and special product effects can be used within the radiation range area. Looking at the 2 system prompts that appeared, he was not surprised that the reward of 100 willpower was another achievement reward for the first time. It was the second tip that surprised him. All along, the products produced by the game system have been effective within the scope of King Fengiguan. For example, Lingquan water was only within the scope of Taoist temples at first. Later, monuments were erected and the game system defaulted, so that it could have effects within the scope of property rights. Now that the sex residence has expanded, it means that the flower garden of Zhao Moxin's 3 girls has become a Taoist meritorious industry. Now spiritual spring water can also be used in the flower garden? If so, it's really an unexpected surprise. Guolin immediately walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple out of curiosity. Seeing this, the old layman and Zhao Moxin thought he was going to do something, so they hurried to follow him. When they got outside, they saw the Taoist priest holding a bamboo ladle to draw water from the spiritual spring. When Guolin saw Zhao Moxin, he asked, Donor Zhao, has the passage from the flower garden to the pond been repaired? Previously, 3 girls rented the wasteland in King Fengiguan to build a canal, connecting it to the pool to divert water. As long as the trail next to the canal is built, the flower garden and Qingfeng temple will actually be linked together through this trail. Yes, it has been repaired. Zhao Moxin nodded, looked at the spiritual spring water in Guolin's hand, and asked curiously, Taoist Master Gua, what are you doing? Guolin said with a smile, Donor Zhao, you can also take a portion of the spiritual spring water back to the flower garden. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Zhao Moxin was stunned and asked, isn't this spiritual spring water only valid within the scope of Taoist temples? Guolin reminded, the flower garden is already a meritorious property of the Taoist temple, so why is it not considered half of the Qingfeng temple? Ah! Zhao Mo was stunned for a moment, and his pretty face looked in disbelief. Is this okay? She immediately went to the spiritual spring tank in anticipation. Others were equally surprised when they heard Guolin's words. They looked at each other and curiously went to the spiritual spring tank to get water. Ma Tao watched the group of people fetch water and leave. He couldn't help but be confused. He didn't understand what happened. Guolin had arrived at the pond behind the Taoist temple and followed the channel and path built by the 3 girls. When he arrived at the flower garden, he put the water ladle into his mouth and poured a few mouthfuls of spiritual spring water into his mouth. The unique sweetness of spiritual spring water hit him. Sure enough, it still works, but it seems less sweet than drinking it in the Taoist temple.
the effect seems to be diminished.
After a while, Zhao Moxin and the old layman also came down and poured the spiritual spring water in their hands into their mouths.
It really works. Zhao Moxin was immediately surprised. It's really like that. The old layman also said to himself with emotion. It doesn't seem as sweet as the one at the Taoist temple.
Zhao Yun said after taking a few sips. Moreover, the effect of restoring physical strength is also slower. In the past, I went to the Taoist temple, took a sip, and recovered immediately.
This is not that fast at all. Well, yes. Zhao Lin also nodded. Girls, their physical strength is even worse.
They have lost some physical strength after driving all the way down, and their feelings are clearer now.
Old layman, this is amazing. Lin Ziyan couldn't help but said to Xie Qingyang. Yes. Xie Qingyang nodded firmly. Do they know that Lingquan water can only be used in Taoist temples, and now the Taoist priest just signs it with the 3 girls and presses the Taoist deed, and the Lingquan water can be used in the garden immediately? This is simply like real-time monitoring of the system. Is it possible that this spiritual spring vat also has an intelligence system? Or, is there something that has been paying attention to this place? Otherwise, how could this happen? But no matter what, this made the awe in his heart even deeper. Suddenly, Lin Ziyan thought of something. Old layman, if this is the case, you said that I would set up a company in the Magic City and sign a meritorious property agreement with the Taoist priest. Can the spiritual spring water be used there as well? Ah! The old layman looked at Lin Ziyan in astonishment. The young man was really active and whimsical. Taoist priest, now that the spiritual spring water is effective in the flower garden, can we bring the spiritual spring water down? Zhao Moxin took 2 more sips of water from the bamboo ladle and asked with expectation. The 2 girls Zhao Yun and Zhao Lin also looked at him. They all know the magic of spiritual spring water. Even if the effect in the flower garden is not as good as King Fengedwen, watering the flower seedlings will definitely produce higher quality flower plants. This needs to be carefully planned. Guolin did not reply immediately, because he only had 1 spiritual spring jar. The capacity of the Lingquan tank is limited. With the current number of tourists, the Lingquan water is already overloaded, so it is necessary to build a reservoir to provide drinking water for tourists. In this way, water is stored at night and tourists can be provided during the day, thus solving this problem. If, in addition to the other uses of the Taoist temple, we also have to divert the spiritual spring water to the flower garden for use, it will be stretched. The key is that the location of the flower garden and the spiritual spring tank are in 2 directions across from the Taoist temple, which makes it very troublesome to divert water. It would be great if there was another spiritual spring jar now. It's just that the task of the spiritual spring jar has been completed. He did remember that after this task was completed, the Taoist temple was completed, and the Taoist temple also had new tasks, and he could regularly receive the spiritual spring jar. The spiritual spring jar is an upgradable prop in the game. After upgrading, it can become a special magic weapon that can be filled with spring water to replenish physical strength. Players usually do this task and receive a spiritual spring jar. There are physical limitations in the game, and physical strength can perform some special tasks. Moreover, the less physical strength, it will also affect the status. His game character is equipped with a spiritual spring tank. It seems that there is no limit to the number of times the spiritual spring vat prop can be collected. Thinking about it, Guolin also said something to people like Zhao Moxin and went back to the Taoist temple. Zhao Moxin and the others did not ask further questions, knowing that the Taoist master would definitely consider it. Lin Ziyan, however, was still thinking wildly and asked Xie Qingyang, businessman, do you think what I said is feasible? Xie Qingyang shook his head and said, I guess that's not possible. After all, Qingfeng Temple is too far away. It has such an effect here. Mostly because Qingfeng Temple has a true spirit, and it is so magical to be blessed by it. Lin Ziyan sighed when he heard this. He was still eager to give it a try. After hearing what the old layman said, he thought about it and let it go. Guolin returned to his office and logged into Leisure Shushan. The Lu family's ring running tasks were still automatically completed, and 24 of the 32 ring tasks had been completed. He immediately stopped the mission, and then controlled the game character to go to the Taoist temple that was the follow-up to the Lingquan Vat mission. Sure enough, there was no limit to the number of times you could receive the Lingquan Vat props. You could receive as many as you wanted. The premise is that you have to pay a game currency first and do collection tasks. Therefore, no fool would continue to take on this task. In the game, you can only carry 1 spiritual spring jar, and the effect cannot be repeated. It is still bound and can only be used by yourself. Guolin directly clicked to receive it, and as expected, a prompt appeared to hand in the game currency to receive the task. During this time, he also saved some game currency, submitted it decisively,
and then carried out the collection task. After spending some time and submitting the task, I got a spiritual spring vat prop in the game, but nothing happened in reality. After handing in game currency to accept the mission, spending time collecting materials, and then submitting it, there is another spiritual spring vat in the game.
There is still no movement in reality. Sure enough, it's not that simple. The third mission, the fourth mission, the fifth time, the sixth time, until the game character runs out of game coins. The game character already has a backpack of spiritual spring jars. If other players see this, they will definitely be called an idiot. Even so, no system prompt appears in reality. I still don't believe it. Guo Lin's temper grew. Isn't he just a liver at this time? Go directly to the wild monster area to kill monsters and earn game coins. If you have enough game coins, continue to do the task of the spiritual spring jar. It wasn't until the day passed that a game system prompt sounded at 10 o'clock in the evening. However, it was not a spirit spring tank mission, but a monster hunt in Shilipo to earn game coins and fight a wine jar monster. It's a monster that will stretch out a bloody hand from inside and attack people if a corner of the wine jar is broken. Congratulations on defeating a wine jar monster. You found a wooden sword from the broken wine jar. This wooden sword seems to have been dropped by someone. It seems to have a special power bonus. Guo Lin couldn't complain anymore. He completed the spiritual spring tank quest for a day. He wants a spiritual spring vat. Instead of giving him the spiritual spring vat, he was suddenly given a wooden sword by fighting monsters. But the description of the wooden sword reminded him of one thing, which was the wooden sword that the boy named Li accidentally lost in a certain inn. The wine monster of feelings is still a thief. Guo Lin had no choice but to control the game character to go back to the novice's residence, and finally got something. One day of liver is better than nothing. An idea entered the game, and I saw a wooden sword on the table. Picking up the wooden sword, I saw the note. This is a wooden sword blessed with special power. It has special attributes: solid +3, tenacity +3, sharpness +3. Guo Lin was really surprised to see the properties of a wooden sword. The +3 attribute obtained for the first time actually appeared on a wooden sword, 3 at a time. Thinking that +2 has such a big impact, how strong should this +3 sharpness be? Guo Lin directly raised his wooden sword and slashed at the corner of the table in the room. The current item cannot be attacked. Guo Lin quit the game with a thought. Look at the altar table in the parlor. This cannot be cut. Look towards the chair. This cannot be cut either. He had no choice but to leave the closet and go to the back of the kitchen. Here are piles of firewood used daily by Taoist temples. Nowadays, Taoist temples need to pay attention when cutting firewood, because there are regulations that do not allow casual felling of trees without approval, except for rural residents, temples, Taoist temples, and other special types of logging private land and scattered trees around houses. Therefore, everyone should pay attention to cutting only a fixed range, and then go to the forest to find some dead wood to cut down. Guo Lin took the wooden sword and directly found a piece of wood that was thicker than an adult's leg and relatively strong. Then he placed it and directly raised the wooden sword to chop it down. Snap! When the wooden sword slashed through it, the wood was instantly broken into 2 pieces, and the gap was very flat and smooth. Guo Lin was really surprised when he saw this. He didn't use much strength just now. It was all due to the sharpness of the wooden sword itself. Coupled with +3 solidity and +3 toughness, this wooden sword was definitely much better than a normal sharp weapon. It carries special power. Could it be the one that Big Plum brought from the future to the past in the Shushan immortal sword? Even a sharp knife can't even out the gap. While Guo Lin was frightened, he turned around and saw the old layman looking at him blankly with his mouth wide open. Xie Qingyang was indeed shocked. He originally wanted to bring some firewood back to the kitchen to cook, but he didn't expect that when he came in and saw the Taoist priest there, and just as he was about to say hello, he saw the Taoist priest holding a wooden sword and cutting the piece of wood as thick as an adult's leg into 2 pieces. Is this something a wooden sword can do? Are you kidding me? Under normal circumstances, a wooden sword would break directly. It's not an iron sword. But even if it is an iron sword, who can cut off a piece of wood so easily? It's impossible to get into trouble. Besides, it was just a wooden sword. This also shows how powerful the Taoist priests are. Well, this piece of wood is a bit rotten, Guo Lin said lightly, then put away the wooden sword and walked outside as if nothing had happened. Taoist master, I'm a little old, but I'm not blind. The old layman walked to the wood with a complaint. Rotten wood? What about the liar? The crack exposed was obviously very strong wood, but seeing the smooth appearance of the incision, he was even more shocked. While Xie Qingyang was thinking about it, he didn't forget about business and moved some firewood into the kitchen. He suddenly thought of something, so he took out his cell phone with some annoyance and dialed his son Xie Chang's number. As soon as the call came through, he immediately said in one breath, "What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to come to Qingfeng Temple when you have time? Why haven't you come yet? Get over here right now." On the other side, Xie Chong naturally answered the call from his father immediately. He heard his father's annoyance and hurriedly wanted to explain, "Dad, you said you had time, but I don't have time now." But before he finished speaking, he found to his embarrassment that the person on the other end had hung up the phone. Xie Chong was helpless and looked at his itinerary. He just finished the last thing and called his secretary, "Help me arrange the itinerary, book a flight and transfer to Yushan. Train ticket." After giving the instructions, he sighed helplessly. "It was the first time I saw my father like this. It seems like this time it's really not a joke." King Fengagwen. Guolin returned to the dressing room and put the wooden sword on the table. Taoist priests and wooden swords go well together. If this was in ancient times, this would be a good show. When other Taoist priests carry swords down the mountain, they use iron swords. He carries wooden swords down the mountain that are more useful than iron swords. Is this inappropriately superior behavior? Then, he continued to pick up his mobile phone and log into Leisure Shushan and continued to get excited. He got involved with this spiritual spring vat. But at night, there was still no gain. After having dinner and running the basic chi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the spiritual energy, he continued to pick up his mobile phone and became angry. When a person is in decline, even playing a game can make his face extremely dark. He stayed up all night. Not only did the Lingquan tank not give out any rewards, he kept killing monsters to gain gold coins, but no more rewards were given. At least I was given a wooden sword before. Perhaps the spiritual spring jar can only be obtained once, and there is no way to obtain it repeatedly. Congratulations on gaining some willpower. Congratulations on gaining some willpower. The game prompt sounds. This is when the morning incense prayers of the old layman and Lin Ziyan are over. After a night of no results, he was so angry that he continued to accept a spiritual spring tank mission, then hung up and went to take a bath. After the bath, he ate some spiritual energy rice to catch up on his sleep. But not long after Guolin entered the bathroom, and was comfortably applying foam and taking a shower, a prompt from the game system suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations on getting a spiritual spring jar. Gone. Guolin couldn't help but cursed. Getting something should be a very happy thing, but now he feels a little numb. He spent the whole day and the whole night brushing without giving him a bite. Then he gave him a bite for the first time when he hung up. Are you going to give him something metaphysical to play with again? The key is, every time he starts to believe in metaphysics, the system doesn't follow the routine. Hey! Guolin could only sigh in the end. I can only comfort myself that blessings are wonderful things. You will be delivered to your door if you deserve it, and you won't be able to ask for it if you don't deserve it. After taking a quick bath, Guolin put on his regular clothes. An idea entered the game and he also saw the spiritual spring tank. This is a special water tank. After being bound to the Taoist temple, it has a special ability. It can introduce the mountain spring water near the Taoist temple to purify it and turn it into a spiritual spring. As long as pilgrims have a pious heart, drinking the spiritual spring will be particularly sweet and have the effect of restoring physical strength. Used for irrigating plants for a long time, it also has great benefits for plants. Special, recyclable, recoverable, can be unbound. It is no different from the previous one, it can even be said to be exactly the same. In this case, the problem can be solved, and there is no need to worry about the problem of Lingquan water and the shortage of resources. Move the spiritual spring jar out of the game and place it in the closet. After a while, as the alluring aroma of Reiki polished rice wafted, he also went to the dining hall. After a while, the old layman brought up the porridge cooked with Reiki polished rice, as well as the prepared radish. In summer, it is good to have porridge for breakfast. After filling his stomach, Guolin returned to the dressing room to absorb the spiritual energy. He found that as the exercises moved and the spiritual energy was absorbed, his sleepiness and fatigue disappeared. Does practicing have such benefits? It's no wonder that among Shushan swordsmen, those masters can go for months without rest. After Guolin absorbed the spiritual energy from the refined rice, he still tried to break the pulse, but the results were still dismal. From the current point of view, there was no possibility of successfully breaking the pulse. Get up! Out of the closet! In the main hall, the old layman was already praying. Lin Ziyan also prayed at the side. The old layman has taken him with him so many times, and now he can pray independently and provide wishes. Not long after, the game attraction prompt sounded again. Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. As the two prayed for the first time, Guolin also received 5 points of wish power again, and the total wish power reached 231. Taoist master, we are here again. Zhao Moxin and 3 girls came in from outside. This early in the morning, it was obviously about the spiritual spring water. It can also be seen that the 3 girls are very ambitious. Zhao Moxin asked, Taoist master, have you thought about how to deal with the Lingquan water issue? If we want to divert the water, we have to find workers. The location of the spiritual spring tank is on both sides of the Taoist temple from the flower garden. It will take a lot of effort to create the water channel. When Guolin heard this now, he said confidently, Donor Zhao, the matter of spiritual spring water does not need to be so troublesome. We can put another spiritual spring tank in the flower garden, and then direct the spiritual spring water to the flower garden. That's it. And the spiritual spring tank. Zhao Moxin was stunned for a moment. Even Lin Ziyan and the old layman in the main hall looked over subconsciously, with surprise on their faces. They all know the magic of the Lingquan vat, and they have even believed in the story that God stayed at Qingfeng Temple in the past and left behind the Lingquan vat. Even if he is not a god, he is definitely an expert and a strange person that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. So, one bite of this stuff is pretty amazing. Now Dao Kangwa actually said more than one sentence. Guolin said with a smile, no one stipulates that the gods stay in Qingfeng Temple. All that is left is a spiritual spring vat, right? Taoist Master Gua, why did that immortal bring so many spiritual spring jars? Zhao Yun asked very curiously. The focus of this issue is obviously somewhat different from that of ordinary people. Guolin could only continue his white lies and said, leaving the spiritual spring vat does not mean that the vat must have been brought by the immortal. The saying passed down from our Qingfeng temple is that the immortal waved at the water vat in the corner when he left. With a wave of your hand, there is a spiritual spring vat. That's it. Zhao Yun seemed to understand. Guolin didn't want to get entangled with this issue, so he went straight to the closet and took out the spiritual spring jar he had just taken out. Let's go and have a look at the water hole first. He actually already has an idea. Qingfeng Mountain may have really good feng shui, at least there is more than one mountain spring. Maybe it is formed by the same water vein, but there is more than one water outlet. The old Taoist priest led him to only one place. There is another place next to that pool. The water from the mountain spring flows down the mountain forest and gathers in the smelly ditch at the foot of the mountain. This mountain spring water is also near the Taoist temple and meets the conditions for the use of Lingquan vat. His idea was to divert the water from this mountain spring into the pool, and then place the spiritual spring tank on top of the pool. When the water in the spiritual spring tank was full, it would overflow into the pool. It was from this pool that Zhao Moxin and her 3 girls used water to water the flower garden. As long as the original water flow of the pool is directed to other places, or a new water channel is dug to provide water flow, the pool can be intercepted separately. In this way, the garden does not need to be significantly modified, and the original water channel can still be used. The group of people soon arrived at the water hole. Guolin put down the spiritual spring vat. Lin Ziyan took the initiative to help. Taoist priest, how should I place this spiritual spring tank? Can it be placed directly into the pool to collect water? Guolin shook his head and explained, not all water in this spiritual spring tank can be effective. It also needs mountain spring water near the Taoist temple. So magical. Lin Ziyan was surprised. The same goes for Zhao Moxin and the others. They really didn't know this, and they always thought that the water brought by the Taoist temple was of no particular importance. Taoist master, can we give it a try? Lin Ziyan couldn't help but asked curiously. Even the old layman looked at him, eager to try. Guolin naturally didn't mind satisfying their curiosity and nodded. After receiving the answer, Lin Ziyan and the old layman worked together to carry the spiritual spring tank and filled half of the tank with water. But the water did not appear like the spiritual spring tank at the entrance of the Taoist temple, and the water flow did not drop. Lin Ziyan also took some with his hands and put it into his mouth. There was no sweetness at all, it was just ordinary pond water. The old layman also tasted the water in the tank and said in surprise, pour this water into the Lingquan tank, it is really useless. Yes. Lin Ziyan nodded, poured the water from the spiritual spring tank into the backwater pool, and then asked Guolin, Taoist Master Gua, you brought the spiritual spring tank here. Is there any mountain spring water nearby? Yes. Guolin nodded and led the people towards the mountain spring. Lin Ziyan and the old layman hurriedly followed with the water jar. The 3 girls, Zhao Moxin, walked at the back. In a short while, Guolin led people to the mountain spring. The spring water gushes out, gathers into a pool on the steps below, and then flows towards the forest land below the mountain. Lin Ziyan and the old layman immediately carried the spiritual spring jar over and went to collect water from the mountain spring. Zhao Moxin and the other 3 girls also focused their attention. A surprising scene appeared.
The mountain spring water flowed into the spiritual spring tank, and this time the water level indeed increased abnormally. The water tank should have been filled quickly, but it took a long time to reach half of the water tank. It was exactly like the spiritual spring tank in front of the Taoist temple.
Let me have a taste.
The girl Zhaoyan was a little confused, and she went up to pour water into her mouth with one hand. The movement was a bit like some kind of animal drinking water, which made the old layman and Lin Ziyan next to him smile bitterly.
Really, it's that sweet again. Zhaoyan's surprised voice immediately sounded. The old layman and Lin Ziyan also hurriedly tried. Sure enough, that familiar sweetness appeared. They spent some energy lifting the tank up, but they recovered quickly as the water from the spiritual spring went down. They couldn't help but be surprised, and their faces became more and more pious. Before, they only knew about the magic of the Lingquan tank, but now they have personally participated in the magic of the Lingquan tank, and they have a special and very different feeling. The more you know the details of the spiritual spring jar, the more incredible it becomes. Not only can the Lingquan vat be able to distinguish whether it is within the scope of the Taoist temple, but it can also distinguish what kind of water it is. It can only recognize the mountain spring water next to the Taoist temple, as if it is alive.
If he hadn't experienced it personally, tried it personally, participated in it personally, or heard others say this, he would have told them to go aside and tell fairy tales. Guolin also told the 3 girls, 3 donors, next you will lead the mountain spring water to the pool, cut out the pool, and place a spiritual spring tank to collect the water. At that time, your water diversion canals can directly introduce the spiritual spring water into the flower garden for watering. The 3 girls were very smart and understood the meaning immediately.
I'll call the workers. Zhao Moxin immediately took out the phone and made a call.
With 3 girls, she was obviously in charge of the overall situation. Seeing this, Guolin also told the old layman and Lin Ziyan, 2 of you, the men here will help take care of it.
The old layman and Lin Ziyan expressed their understanding.
The spiritual spring tank is here, and there are only 3 girls.
For safety reasons, they should take care of it.
Guolin made arrangements to go back to the Taoist temple. Soon, the workers called by Zhao Moxin also arrived.
Zhao Moxin immediately made arrangements for them.
Lin Ziyan and the old layman had already carried the spiritual spring jar to other places, not wanting to expose it to the workers.
What if anyone gets confused?
Although they felt that in Qingfeng Temple, if the other party was confused again, there would be no way to do anything to the Lingquan vat, but it was human nature to prevent trouble. After Guolin returned to the Taoist temple, he saw a group of tourists. He stepped forward and bowed. I have met all of you good believers. Visitors from this group also had a humble attitude and returned the favor immediately.
Taoist priest, we want to offer incense. The leader of the tourists said politely. Guolin nodded and guided the group.
Although he has no desire to do this, Guolin has a good impression of this industry. Because everyone in the group was very polite.
Politeness can really leave a good impression sometimes.
After seeing off the group of tourists, Guolin also sat down in the courtyard, took out his mobile phone and logged into Leisure Shushan to restart the series of tasks of collecting the hair of the daughter of the Liu family. Because of the spiritual spring tank task before, I only reached 20 levels of 32 before stopping.
No matter whether I can get a reward or not, I should complete this task first.
He is a gamer, and it would be a bit uncomfortable if he left the task half completed. Just as he was putting away his phone, he saw a panting middle-aged man walking in with beads of sweat on his forehead.
This man is not the son of old layman Xie. Dea Zhangua, where is my father?
Xie Chong saw Guolin and after asking, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. This is what he and his father learned from visiting so many Taoist temples.
Moreover, this time he had extraordinary respect for the Taoist priest in front of him.
There was nothing he could do. He could tell from his father's tone that his father seemed to be really about to take that step. Naturally, he would not stop this, let alone trouble Qingfeng Guan, and even felt that Qingfeng Guan had deceived his father.
Because he knows his father very well. My father has been seeking Taoism for half his life.
He has been to so many Taoist temples and has become well informed.
There is no deception at all.
His father was even more familiar with many Taoist temple things than those in the Taoist temple. But after all this time, no Taoist temple could allow his father to take that step.
How long has father been here at Qingfeng Temple? I can't wait to take that step.
There is only one possibility, that is, Qingfeng Guan really convinced his father, which means that the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Guan is really capable. On the way here, he also read a lot about Qingfeng Temple on the internet. The price of 15,000 blessing rice alone shocked him.
He knows the blessing rice.
I've been to so many Taoist temples with my father, and I don't know how much blessing rice I've eaten, but he knows what the blessing rice is. It must be extraordinary that King Fengedwen's blessing rice can be sold at such a price and even rich people buy it. Moreover, if we don't talk about anything else, just talking about Taoist Gua's martial arts, he is truly a master of martial arts. Therefore, for my father to take that step in Qingfeng Temple, it means that my father has finally been able to fulfill his wish after spending half his life searching for the Tao.
He should be happy for his father. Can he be disrespectful to the young Taoist priest in front of him?
When his father really took that step in King Fengedwen, the other party was immediately upgraded to his elder. Guo Lin was a little confused when he saw Xie Chan's overly respectful look.
The other party was not like this last time.
However, people respected him, so he naturally said kindly, "Old layman Xie is outside and should be back soon."
Okay.
Xie Chong nodded and immediately said, "Taoist priest, if I'm going to disturb you today, please reserve a guest room."
County. Chen Lichin was walking towards Sun County's office.
I received a call from this person suddenly, and I didn't know what was going on.
You can tell from the phone call that this person is in a very good mood.
As soon as Chen Li arrived at Sun County's office, he asked, "Sun County, you suddenly called me here.
What are your orders?"
Sun County was also very happy to see Chen Li, and said with a smile, "The Fengyuan Temple matter has been settled, the visitor center plan can be carried out, and the viewing pavilion and mountain temple on Qingfeng Temple should also be advanced quickly. I am here." Bian also contacted the first construction company and asked them to start developing ornamental gardens. Naturally, he is also watching the situation of King Fengedwen these days. I have to say that although it is a bit annoying for my subordinate to act in reverse, the effect is still good. This time, King Fengedwen attracted a lot of traffic. Another blessing rice came out of the Qi Qingfeng Temple, and there was another huge wave of traffic. This is definitely a good thing for the development of tourism. Chen Li was a little surprised when he heard this. Can it be done now? The time agreed with the association has not come yet. Sun Xian said directly with ridicule, "I have been arguing with the Xie these days. It must be that there is nothing they can do about the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple, so they finally relented. They requested that the merit funds of Fengyuan Temple be allocated 6 million to the Asterisk Association, and they also promised not to argue or engage in empty talk afterwards."
6 million, this is really a big deal. Chen Li couldn't help but complain.
Sun Xian smiled and said, "While King Fengedwen is still famous, we should push the matter forward as soon as possible.
After all, if time and traffic are missed, the loss may be even greater. Give them the money, as long as they don't come to argue with you. Otherwise, if you do, you will have to spend energy dealing with them."
Yeah.
Chen Li naturally understood this.
Sun County immediately ordered, "You should quickly go to the Agricultural Management Department and ask them to help eliminate all the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple."
Okay.
Chen Li nodded and immediately set off for the Agricultural Administration.
No one is better at eradicating such things than the people over at the Agricultural Management Bureau. It didn't take long. Several cars drove to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain.
Chen Li got out of the car and immediately explained to the agricultural management people.
The agricultural management personnel wore special work clothes and prepared special spraying equipment and walked into Fengyuan Temple.
Naturally, the actions of the county could not be hidden from the people of Fa.
Several monks appeared not far away at the right time and watched this scene. These people had previously wanted to compete for the position of abbot of Fengyuan Temple. After all, the merits of Fengyuan Temple were enviable. But no one should think about it now.
They had no choice but to deal with those flies and cockroaches. Seeing that the agreed time was getting closer, they could only stop their losses in time.
The merits of Fengyuan Temple will benefit the temple where they are now.
However, looking at the county's actions, they were really disdainful. It seems that the people in the county also have no good solution. After all, they secretly sprayed the poison to kill them at night, and killed those annoying things that night.
It's just that they won't talk about this kind of thing, and they won't let anyone know about it. After all, they are compassionate monks. How could they create murderous karma?
But the result was obvious.
After killing him at night, a lot of flies came inexplicably the next day.
Then it slowly returned to that terrifying dense state.
I don't know where those flies came from. It's very wrong.
Even if all the flies around are here, after killing a wave, there won't be that many of them.
Chen Li didn't know these things at all.
After he entered Fengyuan Temple with the agricultural management people, even though he had already seen the situation in front of him, he still looked shocked again. The situation of Fengyuan Temple really needs to be resolved, otherwise it will have some bad effects. At least he saw some videos posted by tourists saying that the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple have not been solved because of Yushan's inaction. There are even some weird departments asking them to investigate. The people in charge of the agriculture were shocked when they saw the situation for the first time. However, they came with guys and were not afraid of these things. Therefore, they carried the spraying equipment directly into Fengyuan Temple and started spraying wildly at the flies and cockroaches. Standing outside, Chun-Li could clearly see the flies and cockroaches that fell crazily after being sprayed.
It didn't take long for the flies in the sky to become sparse. The agricultural management people are still very good. Chen Ledu had to sigh with emotion. Fortunately, the people there were still concerned about compassion and did not dare to commit crimes by killing, otherwise the renovation of Fengyuan Temple's visitor center would not have gone so smoothly. In Fengyuan Temple, as the agricultural management personnel cleaned up, the ground was already covered with corpses of flies and cockroaches, and the effect was remarkable. Bureau Chin, you are lucky to have fulfilled your mission. A person in charge of agricultural management said to Chun-Li with sweating profusely. Sorry for the trouble, comrades in agricultural management. Chun-Li quickly thanked him, not forgetting to take out his mobile phone to open Sun County's WeChat, and then entered Fengyuan Temple to take pictures. Naturally, he wanted to report the results of the victory to Sun County. Soon, Sun County received the video from Chun-Li and smiled. He replied with a message, in a few days, your tourism and urban construction departments will meet together for a meeting. We will go to Fengyuan Temple to make on-site planning. You can make a detailed plan these days. Chun-Li responded immediately after receiving the order. Time flies. At the water hole, Zhao Moxin asked the workers who had completed the work to leave first. Canals have now been dug to lead the mountain spring water to the pool, and a water channel has been re-excavated next to it to draw away the original water from the pool. Now the original water in the pool has almost drained out, and what comes in is mountain spring water. The next step is to use the spiritual spring jar to collect the mountain spring water and transform the spiritual spring water. This is something they don't want those workers to know. After the workers left, the old layman and Lin Ziyan also moved to the spiritual spring vat to collect the mountain spring water. For a moment, the magical phenomenon of abnormally rising water levels occurred again in the tank. After confirming that it was effective, the group returned to Qingfeng Temple after the spiritual spring tank was filled and began to overflow with spiritual spring water. As soon as Xie Qingyang arrived at the temple, he saw his son running over in a hurry. Dad, you are finally back. After so long, you are finally willing to come over. Finally, you can trust me this time, ha! Xie Qingyang snorted. Xie Chan's face was full of injustice. Isn't this really busy? The last thing related to the company's big order. Moreover, after the matter was settled, didn't he rush over in a hurry? But he also knew that he would be a fool to argue with his old father. Xie Qingyang had already walked towards Guolin and asked, Taoist priest, the 3 female donors are staying for dinner. How to arrange it? Guolin understood what the old layman meant, smiled and said, let's all cook rice for blessing. Today, not only did I get my first merit inheritance, but I also received a 100 will reward, which is a happy thing. He doesn't lack for that bit of spiritual energy rice. After all, there are a lot of bags piled up in the novice's residence. Zhao Moxin and the other 3 girls naturally showed joy when they heard that there was rice to eat. This was an unexpected surprise for them. After all, everyone knows that this blessing rice is very rare, and it is difficult for believers to eat even a little. Xie Chong can't help but have expectations. After all, the blessing rice has sold for 15,000 yuan apiece. There is a Maybach parked at the bottom of the mountain waiting to collect rice, but it seems that it cannot be received. He didn't expect that he would be able to eat this kind of thing as soon as he came. The old layman seemed to see his son's expression and snorted, it's none of your business. Xie Chan's expression suddenly froze. There's nothing like this. What about differential treatment? Guolin looked at the father and son, smiled, shook his head and said, Fathers, treat everyone equally. If the Taoist priest speaks, you are lucky. The old layman still had a bad look on his son. After all, this guy took so long to come and delayed his important event. Xie Chong looked embarrassed and hurriedly saluted Guolin, thank you, Taoist priest. Seeing this, Xie Qingyang also entered the kitchen and got busy. Not long after, the alluring fragrance of Reiki polished rice wafted out. Is this rice for blessings? Xie Chong experienced it for the first time. His taste buds couldn't control their secretion and he couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lin Ziyan nodded in confirmation. When Xie Chong received the confirmation, his face became even more joyful. After all, even if someone drives a Maybach at the foot of the mountain, he may not be able to buy one. He just feels an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Thank you so much, Dad. Not long after, Xie Chong ate blessing rice in the dining hall, and he finally understood why this rice could be sold for 15,000 a portion. If this rice could be bought for 15,000 yuan, he would also like to buy some. While Xie Chong was thinking about it, Xie Qingyang had already walked to his side and said,
Come with me, let's have a good talk.
Yeah. Xie Chong seemed to have guessed what his old father would say and followed him out.
After Guolin washed his dishes, he looked at the mysterious father and son curiously. The next moment, his attention was attracted by the game prompt. Congratulations, you have obtained the special technology for making the incomplete version of the spiritual heaven protector.
Guolin was surprised when he heard this sudden reminder.
Looking at the game screen in my mind, it turns out that the game character has hung up and completed the task of collecting the Lu family's daughter's hair. Seeing this, he hurriedly walked to the closet, closed the door, and an idea entered the game.
He saw the skill jade token in the novice's residence.
This is the incomplete production technology of the spiritual sky protector.
Because I learned it secretly, I only learned a little bit about it. It is difficult to resist the invasion of spiritual energy. It can only protect children when dealing with ordinary situations.
When Guolin saw this, he couldn't help but feel dumbfounded.
This thing is a bit strange. Stealing lessons? Is it possible that the characters in the game have learned it secretly?
Looking at the information in the notes, although it is incomplete and cannot resist spiritual energy, it can play a protective role in ordinary situations.
Then isn't this thing a real and useful child's basket in reality? After all, there is no magical power in reality.
In the past, because Chen Hong's grandson had a close relationship with him, and Chen Hong was indeed pious, he agreed to help his grandson compose a boy's riddle. It's just that he doesn't know how to do boy's work at all, so he asked the old layman to demonstrate it and planned to learn how to handle it secretly. This can also explain something. After all, ordinary people have no idea whether it is really effective or not. It would be nice to give them some psychological comfort.
I didn't expect that I would suddenly get this incomplete version of the Ling Tian protector. In reality, this is Tongzilu. He said yes. Some people dare to say no, his method is effective, but is your Tongzilu effective?
Nothing is done by words, but by actual results.
Only when you are effective can you be qualified to speak. If anyone really wants to tell the difference, he is effective and doesn't bother to let the other party gain popularity. This is the unique inheritance of King Fengiguan, which is completely different from others. This is called Qingfeng Tongzilu. Would you choose to use the incomplete version of the Ling Tian protective urn technology? Yes. No?
Guolin felt helpless every time he saw this prompt.
Wasn't he asking nonsense? Definitely choose yes directly. The next moment, he felt a surge of detailed information pouring into his mind. It is the detailed production information about the Ling Tian protective urn. Under the influence of the game system, he instantly understood this information. He immediately quit the game, went straight to the warehouse, and took out the tools for making talismans. This spiritual heavenly protective talisman is different from ordinary talismans. It does not require rootless water like the calming talisman, nor does it require things like bugs like the bad luck talisman. The production method is actually somewhat similar to the actual boy's urn. The birthday information of the boy to be protected is written down, and then a talisman similar to Taoist patterns is placed on the urn, and finally the boy's hair is given. The Taoist pattern is the heavenly general painted on the urn for praying to the boy. Whoever the 36 days will choose, pray to. This spirit heaven protector is different, it is composed of patterns to condense a kind of spirit protector. Guolin couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this incomplete spiritual guardian urn retaining a way of protecting spirits. It was a chubby white guy. A bit like the monster protagonist in Monster Hunt. It's a bit cute, but also has a bit of a vicious look on the corner of its mouth. This should be some kind of legendary guardian spirit. As for what it was, he didn't know. Moreover, this guardian spirit purely relies on the input of spiritual energy to condense. There is no other way. It is this condensed guardian spirit that can protect children. Even this incomplete spirit heaven protector, which can be condensed to protect spirits, is very weak. It can only protect against daily minor problems. In a world of immortal cultivation like Shushan, it may not be able to withstand stronger evil winds. However, in reality, it is very practical. After all, babies and children are taken care of carefully, and the children will not be put in too much danger. It is the spirit protecting energy of this spirit protecting urn that will be consumed over time. If you are a strong person, you can make it casually and it can be used for a long time. The spiritual protective urn he made in the mortal realm probably won't last long. Fortunately, this problem is not impossible to solve. As long as someone burns incense and prays for the guardian spirit, the loss of spiritual energy can also be reduced. Burning incense and praying naturally requires piety, and the more people praying, the better the effect. If there are enough people, the time can even be extended. In the world of cultivating immortals in Shushan Mountain,
Some royal princes secretly learned the real spiritual guardian urns, changed them, and then used the imperial power to offer sacrifices and prayers. They could even make the guardian spirits condense into real life, similar to Een spirits, to protect them at all times. This kind of guardian spirit can be so powerful that even immortals can hardly harm it. However, that is a legend and no one has ever seen it. It has nothing to do with Guo Lin. He wrote something on the notebook and soon drew the pattern completely. Before that, he began to draw that kind of guardian spirit. From this point on, he will mobilize energy to attach to the pen and use the energy to draw. As the energy in his dantian was consumed rapidly, the cute and fierce guardian spirit slowly appeared on the urn book. Such a guardian spirit is really a bit deviant compared to the orthodox depiction of a heavenly general. If a colleague sees it, he might yell at him, "It's fake, you're joking, right?" When the last stroke of the guardian spirit fell, Guo Lin found that the energy in his dantian was almost completely exhausted. In other words, all the energy in his body can only be used to draw the spiritual protection urn. If he wants to condense it into shape, he must continue to input energy. Therefore, when he got up the next day and ate the refined spiritual energy rice to absorb and restore the energy in his body, he also immediately input energy into the Lingtian protective barrel. It may be that the energy is exhausted and the guardian spirit still cannot be activated. The energy input is not enough. I am afraid that it will have to be input several times. Guo Lin sighed. After repaying the merits of the Qin family, this thing must not be given lightly. It will be useless for anyone to ask for it in the future. Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone rang. Answer. It was delivered by the flower plant company. The tea tree I ordered earlier arrived. What he ordered was a very pure rock tea, and it was Baequan, one of the 4 famous teas. This tea has a very deep connection with Taoism in ancient times. In legends, Taoists and immortals make tea and drink this kind of white crane crown. It's just that there are very few real white crane crowns. He didn't know if what he ordered was right. Anyway, he had to rely on spiritual spring water in the end. Guo Lin hung up the phone and walked outside the Taoist temple. Passing by the front yard, I saw several auspicious treasures playing happily in it. 6 of them flapped their wings and flew outside the courtyard wall. He took a slow shot but still turned his head and didn't react. Seeing this, Guo Lin also tried to shout, "Slow down. I gave this guy this name before. I don't know if the other party understands or not." Guo Lin's voice fell for a moment, then he looked up at him slowly. As if he was sure it was him calling, he flapped his wings and boldly landed on his shoulders. This is surprising. Very interesting too. Dum, dum, dum. A cry suddenly rang out. The other 6 auspicious treasures suddenly flew back and landed on the wall of the courtyard. They all shook their heads and looked at them slowly. They seemed curious and confused. Dum. After a slow beat, he called out twice, flew out again, and landed on the courtyard wall. Guo Lin smiled and walked straight out. When he saw the person delivering the tea trees, he also led him to the open space behind the Taoist temple and planted the tea trees. After the person who delivered the tea trees left, Guo Lin went to the Lingquan vat and brought water from the Lingquan for watering. Just after watering, the old layman came to find him. Householder. Guo Lin greeted the other party. I've met Taoist master. After the old layman made a Taoist salute, his expression became solemn. Taoist master, I want to escape from the secular world and enter Qingfeng temple. I will spend the rest of my life with Taoism as my companion and devote myself to practice. Guo Lin's watering action suddenly stopped, because what the old layman said was that the other party wanted to become a Taoist priest in Qingfeng temple. There are not many examples of a long-term layman becoming a monk. However, it is rare for an old layman to become a monk again at such an age. But the Tao sect is not accessible to anyone who wants to. Many people on the internet talk about becoming a Taoist priest or a monk in a relaxed way. To put it bluntly, they are not even qualified to be a Taoist priest or a monk. It is not that easy to be a Taoist priest or a monk. There are 8 rules for accepting disciples in a Taoist sect, and there are 10 rules for not passing on disciples. It can be said that this alone is not something that those on the internet can pass the assessment, and they can't even pass the probation period. Many Taoist temples now require a Taoist diploma. Of course, their Qingfeng view doesn't talk about this. Guo Lin looked at the old layman seriously. To be honest, no matter his age, if he wants to become a monk, he definitely doesn't even need an assessment and observation period. He will spend half his life as a monk. What's more, his piety is as high as 3, and he is a devout believer certified by the system. To be honest, with this old layman in Qingfeng temple, he can share a lot of things with him and also provide a lot of help to the Taoist temple. With such a person, the practice will not be too boring sometimes. At least the benefits are many. Therefore, after Guo Lin thought for a moment, he still asked, does the family agree? To accept a disciple, in addition to those mentioned above, Taoist disciples also need to be of age, family consent, Taoist association notes, etc. In modern society, family consent is naturally the most important.
You also need to sign documents and then transfer your household registration.
Otherwise, you will not be able to do anything, and your family will still be eligible to take you home. The old layman did not hesitate and directly dialed his son's phone number. Run over here quickly and find the open space behind the Taoist temple. A moment later, Xie Chong came running as expected. As soon as he showed up, before Guolin could ask, he immediately said, "Taoist master, our family agrees that my father will join the Taoism, and our family is willing to donate a 7-star tower to Qingfeng Temple and a temple of merit as my father's initiation ceremony, and I also asked the Taoist priest to fulfill it."
Guolin.
In ancient times, when one became a monk and entered a Taoist temple, there was not much emphasis on things like initiation rituals. After all, it is difficult for a Taoist sect to accept a Taoist disciple who fully complies with the 8 rules and 10 disciplines and is suitable for entering Taoism. Therefore, even if a beginner offers a little water in a bamboo tube, it will be fine if the intention comes to mind.
Of course, this was in ancient times, and modern society is complex. Whether this is true or not is unclear.
However, the son of the old layman wanted to donate 2 buildings as soon as he opened his mouth, which was a bit generous. The Gong Hall here is not what everyone thinks in common sense, or in the conventional building plans of ordinary Taoist gates. There is no such building as the Gong Hall.
This is an edict issued by a monastic emperor of a certain dynasty.
This hall of merit is also aimed at the human race, but it is worshipped with the help of the Tao sect. The statues inside are also some special beings. They are all about educating people in farming, inventing medicine, making calendars and time-sharing, making utensils to establish authority, weaving linen into cloth, building houses, initiating trade, educating people, and performing 5-string rituals and music. A typical human sage who made pottery as utensils. Although it is not directly related to the Taoist sect, the existence of such a merit hall also means that the Taoist temple is very status and famous. Therefore, in ancient times, this kind of merit hall would also become one of the first choices for wealthy merchants and nobles to donate merit buildings. However, the 7-star tower requires a lot of attention. The 7 stars in the Taoist gate represent Zaiweidashu, the sun god, Tinji, Tiantong, Tianfu, and Tianguan. The 7-star tower is also the residence of the 7-star god lord worshipped by Taoists. It needs to be built in a place with good feng shui and has the meaning of suppression. Moreover, although it is called 7-star, it has 8 floors. In addition to the first floor of the hall, there are another 7 floors. Each floor is dedicated to a god.
Thank you, donor. We at Qingfeng Temple don't have heavy entrance rituals. Guolin sighed and said.
Moreover, he did not accept the old layman into Qingfeng Temple for these reasons, but because of the old layman himself.
Xie Chong immediately said, "Taoist master, this is not a big deal to our family. It's really just a little bit of our care." Guolin suddenly didn't want to talk to these rich people. 2 buildings with a little care? Do people say it?
It will cost a lot of money to really build these 2 buildings.
The old layman also said at this time, "Taoist master, you should accept it. A 7-star tower and a hall of merit are also what I want."
When Guolin heard what the old layman said, he could only nod his head and say, "Since my family agrees, then prepare the documents, go back and get the household registration, and then follow me to the Yushan Taoist Association to register, and then hold the initiation ceremony."
"Taoist master, the documents are ready."
When Xie Chong heard this, he quickly took out a document, and then added, "As for the household registration, it will arrive in the afternoon, and the procedures over there have been completed with a relationship." Guolin was a little confused when he saw this and took the document.
"Is this already prepared?" At that time, this document will also be prepared by the Taoist Association. The household registration has arrived in the afternoon. The layman will follow me to the Taoist Association in the county. Guolin finally said, and then walked towards the temple. After walking a few steps, he remembered something and turned to Xie Qingyang and said, "Herong Xingguan Tangxuanzan, the righteousness is enlightened and all methods are fulfilled. Layman, after entering Qingfengguan, you will be of the same generation as me, call me from now on. Just be a Taoist brother, you can choose the Taoist name yourself." After speaking, Guolin left directly. For people with naming difficulties, this kind of painful thing is not something they can do.
But this made the old layman confused.
This is too casual.
Guolin promised the old layman to enter Qingfeng Temple, but did not accept him as a disciple. Firstly, the old layman is old, and secondly, he is still young.
Moreover, he is a temple master and generally does not accept disciples easily.
An old layman who enters a Taoist temple can only be regarded as an ordinary Taoist disciple, not a direct descendant.
Xie Chong was indeed very fast.
In the afternoon, he and the old layman came to Guolin with their household registration. The old layman also took advantage of the situation and changed his mind. Brother Taoist, just call me Xianyan from now on.
Xianyan? The name was obviously chosen very casually.
Then let's go, follow me down the mountain. Seeing the old layman eager to get in, Guolin also thought about getting the matter done, and then called Lin Ziyan. They all went down the mountain, and the Taoist temple could only temporarily ask this donor Lin to take a look.
Lin Ziyan looked at Xie Qingyang with some envy. Is this old layman going to be admitted to Qingfeng Temple by the Taoist priest? It's a pity that he can only envy him. Different situations vary from person to person. He is a believer and very pious, but he can't become a monk. There are too many things in the world that he cares about.
Guolin took Xie Qingyang down the mountain and soon arrived at the location of the Yushan Taoist Association. He had been there before with the old Taoist priest. He remembered that the Yushan Taoist Association was sparse and far less lively than the FAO Association. When we arrived outside the Yushan Taoist Association, looking at the closed door was a bit too much.
Although there are only Qingfeng Temple and Ziyun Pavilion in the countryside left in Yushan, are they not even open?
Fortunately, there are 2 telephone numbers on the door that can be dialed. One is the internal number of the Yushan Taoist Association, and the other is the number of the president of the Yushan Taoist Association. If he remembered correctly, the other party was the temple owner of Xianting Taoist Temple. He took out his mobile phone and first tried to call the Taoist Association's number to see if he received anything like, "Hello, the number you dialed has been out of service." Guolin was speechless. The Yushan Taoist Association is not in such a miserable state, right? He quickly dialed the number of another president.
As soon as the call came through, a woman's voice came. "Who are you looking for?" Guolin hurriedly said, "I'm looking for Yundao.
He has returned to secular life and got married. Please don't bother us with this phone call again." The woman interrupted Guolin directly and then hung up, leaving Guolin with a confused face.
What's going on? The association's telephone number is down. The president returned to secular life and got married. Now there's no one to open the door.
Even if he has a good temper, he can't help but think about it.
So what should he do now?
He has never encountered such a situation, has no experience, and does not know how to handle it.
Xie Qingyang was a little confused when he saw this scene. What's going on with the Yushan Taoist Association?
Guolin sighed silently, not knowing how to deal with it, so he simply called Chun-Li and asked him to help with the procedures. Yushan is carrying out the tourism plus development strategy, and Buddhist temples and Taoist temples are also the focus. The other parties must have connections with the Buddhist Association and the Taoist Association. Moreover, officially, there are more ways than him, and it will be less troublesome than him contacting him himself. Otherwise, it may take some time to apply for a transfer of citizenship for an old layman. When the call was connected, Chun-Li's laughter came over. "Dea Zhengguo, why do you have time to call me?"
"Mr. Chen, I have one more thing to trouble you."
Guolin immediately told Chun-Li what he had encountered and asked him to help transfer the old layman's household registration.
"Taoist Master Gua, don't worry and leave this kind of trivial matter to me. I have connections in the city. Just ask him to say hello to the Taoist Association in the city. It won't take long."
Chen immediately agreed with a smile and said guaranteed. Guolin hung up the phone and had no choice but to take Xie Qingyang back to Qingfeng Temple. Chun-Li's work efficiency was indeed very high, and he sent the relevant documents and procedures to King Fengiguan in the afternoon of the next day. But what made Guolin dumbfounded was that Chun-Li also brought him a letter of appointment.
"President of Yushan Taoist Association, Mr. Chen, what's going on?" Guolin asked Chun-Li directly and incredulously. "So casual?"
Chun-Li was even more embarrassed and said, "Well, to become a Taoist, the local Taoist Association needs to be recorded, but there is no one in the Yushan Taoist Association now, so, Taoist Master Gui, you have to do it, otherwise it will be more troublesome to go to the city in person and go back and forth."
The people he contacted in Mingxi yesterday were dumbfounded. "Okay?"
An old classmate of his went to the City Taoist Association to check and found out that the position of president of the Yushan Taoist Association was already vacant.
The note was that he had returned to secular life 3 months ago. Registered members of Taoist Association, 0.
After another check of the Taoist priests registered in Yushan, there was only one Taoist priest Gua. He was a Taoist registered more than 20 years ago, but it was a dual certificate. He should have applied for it later for schooling.
So, what to do? He could only ask his old classmates to make a proposal there. That's it. Chun-Li also explained it to Guolin.
In the end, even Guolin was unable to complain and could only accept the identity of the president of the Yushan Taoist Association.
Can't refuse.
After refusing, no one will apply for local naturalization for the old layman, so I went to Ming City to apply for it, which might be very troublesome to tell Mr. Chen. Only by refusing to refuse him, the only surviving Miao Miao, could he help the old layman handle the matter in person at the Taoist Association. In a modern society, everything is standardized and rules must be followed, but sometimes such painful things happen. This reminded him of the fact that when an old man died, the bank would ask the old man to show up in person and the family members to carry the body to the bank.
Chen Li quickly said goodbye and left. He still had to do the planning of the visitor center.
After the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple were solved, he had to make relevant plans.
In a few days, Sun County would bring people to conduct on-site inspections.
When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Chen Li subconsciously glanced at Fengyuan Temple.
Just this glance made him stunned. There seemed to be flies appearing on Fengyuan Temple again. Chen Li was not sure and hurriedly walked into Fengyuan Temple.
When he got closer, he saw flies appeared again in the sky above Fengyuan Temple, and cockroaches seemed to appear around the ground.
Chen Li immediately became paralyzed. Why else? Moreover, it seems to have flown in from outside.
In the time it took him to arrive, a lot of them seemed to fly in. Chen Li did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to open Sun County's WeChat, and took a video of the other party, along with a message, "Sun County, we may be embarrassed, these flies and cockroaches are a little strange." On the other side, Sun County subconsciously stood up from his chair after receiving the video sent by Chen Li.
What the hell? Didn't you say it was solved? Why is there again? What's going on at Fengyuan Temple? Does it attract flies and cockroaches like this? King Fengaguen.
Guolin quickly calmed down and took Xie Qingyang down the mountain again. Once again outside the Yushan Taoist Association, his mood was complicated.
Taoist master, how do you get in here? Xie Qingyang looked at the locked door and asked in shock. Guolin then remembered that he didn't have a key either.
In the end, he could only call the locksmith and change the lock before entering the Taoist Association.
As for the mess inside, he no longer wanted to pay attention to it. He would let the old layman clean it up sometime.
He is now the president of the Taoist Association.
After that, the old layman will be naturalized and must be registered. Anyway, there are only 2 of them in the Yushan Taoist Association. Guolin walked to a computer and tried to open it.
Fortunately, it was still usable and he was conscientious enough not to move it too. After checking the information, it turned out that only his Qingfeng Temple and Xianting were registered in Yushan.
However, the audience at Xianting is already empty. This is not his business. You have to return to secular life before you can get married. Then the other person's Qingfeng view is not the same as theirs. I'll just update the information later.
In that case, when the Taoist Association above sees a vacancy for a temple master, when a student from the Taoist Academy graduates, they will trick a newbie into becoming a temple master. There is also a template for naturalization registration in the computer, and Guolin also helps the old layman register for naturalization according to the template sequence. From now on, the old layman is a Taoist disciple of King Fengaguen, with the registered Taoist name, Qianyang.
Guolin clicked OK to upload and updated the information.
After that, he took Xie Qingyang back to the Taoist temple and wrote Qianyang's name into the Taoist book of Qingfeng Temple. After doing all this, a game system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind.
Congratulations, the sex station has recruited monks for the first time, and you will be rewarded with 100 vows.
Congratulations, the sex station has recruited a monk for the first time, and you will be rewarded with a special entrance spectacle. Smoke and clouds, and condensed characters, can be activated after completing the Taoist disciples' entrance ceremony. The smoke and clouds are lingering, and the characters are condensed. Guolin received 2 system prompts and was immediately attracted by the following prompts.
Introductory wonders, as the name suggests. Moreover, this description reminded him of a plot in a movie. I just don't know if the introductory wonder of the game system will be like that. However, Xie Qingyang's introduction provided another first achievement, which added another 100 points of willingness. In addition to the wishes generated by tourists, Xie Qingyang, and Lin Ziyan, the total will reach 347 points. It seems that the 1000 points of willpower required for upgrade are not out of reach. Thinking of this, he thought of believers like Qin Hong. The entrance ceremony for accepting Xie Qingyang into Qingfeng Temple is also a ritual for the Taoist sect. It seems that believers can also be sincerely invited to watch the ceremony. In this way, another wave of willingness can be refreshed. However, the initiation ceremony also required choosing an auspicious day. He immediately checked and found that tomorrow was a good day.
Suitable for marriage, consecration, sacrifice, prayer, burial, divorce. Since it was such a coincidence, Guolin also opened WeChat, pulled out the group of devout believers, and sent a message to it. The Taoist sect has no innate name, and there are no teachers around it to worship the Taoist rituals. So in early midsummer, at the end of the 4th month of the Zhengvu year of the Chou year, an initiation ceremony was held for Xianyang, and believers were sincerely invited to watch the ceremony, burn incense and bless. As soon as the news was released in the group, believers like Qin Hong were attracted. Lu Feng, is Qingfeng Temple going to have another Taoist priest? Can anyone help me explain what's going on at this time? Lu Feng, 10 o'clock tomorrow. Qin Hong, Sister Lu is right. For such a happy event in the Taoist temple, you should go up there tomorrow to see it and enjoy the baptism in the quiet room. Zhao Moxin, Mom is amazing. Lu Feng at Qin Hong, let's meet tomorrow. Others also agreed. Guolin saw the reaction in the group and stopped paying attention. The invitation message had been sent out, and believers who were free would naturally come. He couldn't change the fact that he didn't have time to come, let alone force it. Then, he also returned to the closet, took out the Lingtian protective urn he made, and continued to input energy into it. When he ran out of energy again, he still failed to activate the guardian spirit above, and he had to continue. After that, he also took out his mobile phone and played leisure Shushan. However, after completing more than a dozen tasks in a row, there was no game, so he took on a running task and hung up, and then went to the warehouse to find some items needed for the initiation ceremony. Time flies. The next day, as the sun rises, a new day arrives. Guolin put on the previous Taoist priest's robe this morning instead of his daily clothes. Xia Qinjiang's entrance ceremony today also requires formal attire. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. After leaving the closet, he received 2 reminders of increased wish power. At this time, Xie Qingyang and Lin Ziyan should be performing morning incense prayer. The key is that there is a 2-point willingness in it. Before, morning incense had 1 point of willing power. The person who made this change should be Xie Qingyang. The other party has started to join, and the piety level has become higher again. When we arrived at the main hall, we saw Xie Qingyang and Lin Ziyan finishing their morning fragrance. Taoist Master. Lin Ziyan greeted respectfully. Brother Taoist. Xie Qingyang directly performed the etiquette within the Taoist sect. Guolin also responded to the two of them. After having breakfast, he returned to the dressing room and ran the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined rice. He also returned to the main hall and began to make arrangements. For the initiation ceremony, you need to prepare incense tables, tributes, fruits, flowers, drinks, and other ceremonial things. At that time, there will be 3 Dharma drums and 3 bells ringing, so Dharma drums and Dharma bells should be placed on both sides of the work. At that time, in front of the Patriarch Hall, we should pay great homage to the Sanking Taoist Patriarch, take refuge, and make 9 prostrations. Due to the regional restrictions of some Taoist temples, these are different, and some Taoist temples even omit them. Their Qinfeng concept is also simple. They will invite the ancestors' spiritual tablets to Sanzanking and the statues of the gods, and worship together. Therefore, Guolin performed another spirit-inviting ceremony and invited the spirit tablets of the old Taoist priests and the ancestors of King Fengiguan to the main hall. Because of the special nature of this time, he could only handle these things himself, and there was no way for Xie Qingyang to do it for him. While he was preparing these things, Qin Hong and the believers had already arrived. Xie Qingyang took the initiative to receive him. Qin Hong, Lu Feng, Zhao De. These people are all loyal believers of Qingfeng Temple, and they are all here today. Not long after, Guolin got another prompt from the game system. A Taoist disciple completed a quiet room baptism, felt something in his heart, and gained 4 points of wish power. A believer completed a quiet room baptism, felt something in his heart, and gained 1 point of aspiration. A believer completed a quiet room baptism, felt something in his heart, and gained 1 point of aspiration. A row of willing reminders. Apparently it was Xie Qingyang who recited the Cleaning the Dust Sutra for Qin Hong's followers in the quiet room, which stimulated the effect of the quiet room. Moreover, Xie Qinjiang's prompts have also changed. Before, his prompts were the same as those of believers, except that he had 3 points of willingness. Now his identity has become a Taoist disciple, and the willingness of Jingxi has also increased, from 3 points before to 4 points. In this case, it will be the same when putting on incense, and it should be 4 o'clock for the first time. Guolin looked at the total willingness and found it was 360 points. That is to say, Jingxi provided him with 13 points at once. Sure enough, the effect of brushing the willpower in Jingxi is pretty good. It's a pity that although people like Qin Hong are devout, their piety is not high enough, only level 1. After swiping it once, there is no way to swipe it a second time. Soon, Chen Hong came. He didn't join the WeChat group. He found out about it through his circle of friends, so he hurried up to take a look. He is also very curious about the initiation ceremony of Qingfeng Temple, or in other words, he is curious about everything about Qingfeng Temple. After all, he is now also a devout believer in Qingfeng Temple. He has seen the magic of Qingfeng Temple last time, and Taoist Guo also promised to write a boy's urn for his grandson. This is what he looks forward to most. I plan to bring my grandson as soon as he is 1 month old. People used to talk about boys' jars, and some people would buy one from a street stall and give it to their children, but who has ever seen a real boy's jar written by Yudeo Deokang? There must be something different and magical about it, right? I heard that some of the heavenly master's boy urns can't even be purchased with money. Now there is a real Taoist priest who wants to write a boy's riddle for his grandson. Time passes. When the auspicious time came, Xie Qingyang also arrived at the main hall respectfully. At this time, believers like Qin Hong had also gathered around, waiting for the auspicious time to begin. At this time, their expressions were also very solemn, and they remained calm and stood aside. These were all told by Lu Fang and the group, saying that they were described in the Taoist scriptures and were how they should be. Naturally, the tourists who came to enter the Taoist temple today obviously found it very lively. Zhou Tong and Li Na are best friends, college students at a university in Ming City. Today I went out for an outing because I was in a bad mood. The reason why I came to King Fengiguan is naturally because King Fengiguan has become somewhat famous on the internet recently, and it is also close to Mingxi. The most important thing is that I suddenly came across the video and got excited. They originally wanted to offer incense, but as soon as they entered the door, they saw a notice inside. During special auspicious times, there will be a Taoist disciple initiation ceremony. Visitors can come and worship and offer incense together. We apologize for any inconvenience. Zhou Tong and Li Na were a little surprised. It seemed like there was something exciting to watch. Li Na even subconsciously took out her mobile phone to take pictures. A handsome young man standing nearby reminded, "This is a solemn Taoist temple. Tourists are not allowed to use mobile phones to take pictures. Please be a good and qualified tourist." Lin Ziyan reminded helplessly. Xie Qingyang originally asked him to help maintain order, but he always felt that people who came to the Taoist temple must have basic etiquette and politeness, right? It should be easy too. Who knows, many of them are people whose quality has been completely lost, or who do not know common sense issues. When Zhou Tong heard Lin Ziyan's words, he quickly reminded Li Na in a low voice, "Didn't I do a guide when I came here?" It is said online that in places like Taoist temples and temples, especially in front of statues of gods and Buddhas, you cannot use mobile phones. This is out of respect for the gods and also taboo is also a kind of protection. Li Na stuck out her tongue and said, "But aren't there many women taking selfies in Taoist temples and in front of statues on the internet? Those are all immoral women." Zhou Tong hurriedly added. Seeing Lin Ziyan staring at them carefully, he quickly pulled Li Na inside. When they arrived outside the main hall, they found that it was really busy inside. There were many people outside the main hall. They also stepped forward curiously and saw the Taoist Gua mentioned on the internet, as well as an old Taoist priest wearing Taoist robes. The old Taoist priest, led by Taoist Master Gua, walked to the place of worship and then knelt down. "Is this the old man who is going to get started? Are you too old?" Then, they subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the statue in the main hall, their expressions stunned. Suddenly there was a very strange feeling. They actually felt that the statue was very solemn. That solemn expression seemed to come alive. When they glanced at the statue, their hearts beat, and they subconsciously did not dare to make mistakes. At this time, believers like Qin Hong also understood that it was this old layman who was going to get started. They had guessed it was this person, and naturally more of them thought it was Lin Ziyan. After all, these two are the only ones who have always stayed at home. But the old layman was very old. But he didn't expect that it was an old layman. Unexpectedly, the old layman still wanted to become a monk even at his old age. As far as they knew, this old layman lived a good life, and his family seemed to be very wealthy. Logically speaking, if he wanted to become a monk, he should have become a monk very early, and he should not wait until this age. The initiation ceremony in Taoism is very complicated. King Fengiguan is much simplified. Firstly, conditions are limited, and secondly, as time changes, more things have been selectively abandoned by Taoist temples everywhere. The first step of the ceremony is to ask Xie Qingyang to present documents and wealth. The paperwork has been processed, just hand it over. However, if you want to use the wealth, you have to recite the merits of the donation. If this step is not available, you can omit it. Almost when Xie Qingyan received his diploma, Xie Chong also handed over a bank card and 2 design drawings at the same time. The father of the Xie family entered Qingfeng Temple to practice, and his son Xie Chong dedicated a merit hall and a 7-star pagoda to his father. After saying that, he respectfully handed the bank card and design drawings to the table.
Fuck! A tourist exclaimed almost at the same time.
Seeing everyone around him looking at him strangely, he suddenly felt embarrassed.
But can you blame him? Who are these people? A person who donated money to temples and pagodas in order to become a monk at such a young age simply does not regard money as money. Thinking about how hard I worked to save a down payment, I simply couldn't control my mood. Believers like Qin Hong were also a little surprised. They knew that the old layman's family was wealthy, and they could tell by his gestures, but it was obvious that the other layman's family was richer than they thought. Xie Chong put the card and design drawings on the table, but he had already struck the Dharma drum and Dharma bell next to them 3 times to express his sincerity. Then, there is a ceremony of 3 bows and 9 kowtows to the master, ancestor, and gods. Xie Qingyan, the master, is exempted, so he only needs to worship the ancestor's spiritual place and the gods in the temple. After that, 3 more cups of tea were handed over, 1 to honor the gods, 1 to honor the elders, and 1 to honor the ancestors. After this series of processes, at the end, it is the turn of the entry-level disciples to take the oath. Xie Qingyan pinched 3 sticks of incense, knelt down and inserted them into the incense burner. Finally, he kowtowed devoutly and swore.
Today, Xie Qingyan, a layman from province city of country, has passed the 8 rules and 10 non-transmissions, has been reviewed and tested, and has gone through the procedures in compliance with the requirements of the country, the party, and the doctrine. Now he enters the Qingfeng Temple, and promises to be serious.
Practice to seek the Tao and Dharma. One last bow.
Naturally, the oaths in ancient times were not like this. It can be said that each dynasty and each generation is different, and it all depends on the dynasty and social requirements at that time.
However, no matter how many demands were made in ancient times, doctrine always came first.
In today's modern society, doctrine has to be ranked third, which is also the requirement of the times. Usually at this time, the initiation ceremony comes to an end, and it is completed by leading the watching believers to burn incense and pray together. Lin Ziyan, who was forced to work as a coolie, had also come over with a basket of incense to distribute to the onlookers and tourists. But when Xie Qingyan finished his last bow, Guolin got the system prompt.
The entry ceremony is completed, and the wonder of entry is inspired. Almost at that moment, everyone around looked at the incense burner in front of the Sanking statue in disbelief. The smoke from the incense burner floated strangely, and then gathered in front of the statue. The key is that the smoke gathered very quickly and has not dissipated yet. It is even still twisting. This made everyone stunned.
What's going on?
A tourist asked in a low voice.
Nana, why is this smoke like this?
Zhou Tong also asked in a low voice.
Even believers like Qin Hong were shocked.
Have they ever seen this scene before?
When the smoke gathered to a certain extent, all the tourists saw their scalps numb. The smoke that had gathered before, after twisting, slowly condensed into 4 words.
Taoist. Xianyang. This. Some tourists couldn't help but exclaimed. How could they control their emotions? Other tourists also opened their mouths in shock. They just wanted to see the excitement. Who would have known that this kind of thing would happen after just one look at this excitement? This can only be seen in the special effects of movies and TV series, right? But now this is reality.
For those of them who have rarely been exposed to these beliefs, one can imagine the huge impact they received when they were suddenly faced with this situation.
Is this an old layman?
Lu Feng grabbed Qin Hong and couldn't help but be stunned. Believers like Qin Hong couldn't turn their eyes away. Fortunately, they had experienced the quiet room and were not as shocked as the tourists. Looking at the condensed words, Guolin was also surprised. It is indeed mysterious enough. Not only does it automatically condense into words, it also happens to be the identity of Xie Qingyang. The protagonist Xie Qingyang looked at the spectacle and felt even deeper. When I saw my name condensed out of the smoke, I had an inexplicable feeling, as if some existence somewhere recognized my existence. This feeling made him more pious. Facing such a spectacle, the tourists watching around already felt that their worldview had been impacted. I never believed this, but this.
It's over now. I'm just joining in the fun and causing trouble. I feel like there's something wrong with my worldview. How on earth is this done? Some tourists have secretly taken out their mobile phones to take pictures. At this time, how can we care about the common sense that Taoist temples cannot use mobile phones to take pictures? Even if the quality is shattered and thrown all over the floor, it doesn't matter. However, they still wanted some noodles, but secretly turned on their cameras to take pictures.
But when they focused their cameras on the 4 characters with the smoke gathering in them, they looked at the phone screen in disbelief.
The mobile phone was actually like a snowflake, just like an old TV without any signal before.
It was impossible to see the 4 words condensed in smoke.
But this is a mobile phone, not TV.
This should not happen. It seems as if the electronic equipment has been affected by some force. These people subconsciously looked at the statues in the main hall, with inexplicable panic on their faces. Those who have watched TV movies will always relate to it.
At this moment, something even more horrifying happened to them. The screen of their mobile phone suddenly went black, and there was even a hint of burning smell.
They subconsciously pressed the power button, trying to turn the phone back on, but found that the phone would not turn on.
Coupled with the burning smell, their faces became even paler. The phone seems to be dead. Was he warned by some mysterious being?
Thinking of the 4 words whose smoke had not dispersed yet, a layer of cold sweat broke out on these people's foreheads. It is common knowledge that Taoist temples and temples cannot be photographed with mobile phones.
Many explanations on the internet are taboo, disrespectful, protective, and so on.
But the experience before them told them that this seemed to be the real reason and they would be warned.
But if you tell me something like this, who would believe it? There are so many scantily clad women on the internet taking photos and selfies at Taoist temples, and I have never seen anything like this happen.
Suddenly, they seem to realize something. This is not a problem with the person taking the photos or their mobile phones, but a problem with the temples and Taoist temples. It seems that only King Fengedwen really has mysterious existence here.
This is their personal experience.
When these people thought of this, they lowered their heads subconsciously, like children who had done something wrong. They were so awestruck that they did not even dare to look at the statue in the main hall.
I don't even care about the scrapped mobile phone anymore.
At this moment, the 4 words condensed in the smoke started to move again, and they actually floated towards one place.
You can see a booklet there.
Guolin naturally recognized it. It was King Fengedwen's roster.
The roster turned pages quickly.
Soon the roster turned and stopped.
There were 2 names on that page, Xian Lin, Xian Yang.
I saw that the words condensed in the smoke actually landed on Xian Yang's name accurately, as if there was a navigation system. Then, as if blending into it, the 2 words Xian Yang became thicker and different.
In fact, the roster started to turn the pages again and closed it again. This scene once again stunned everyone.
They were certain that the scene before them could not be explained by science at all. The piety on the faces of people like Chen Hong became even deeper after experiencing the scene before them. Chen Hong was the most frightened. He knew that Daoist Guo was a real person, so he shamelessly asked for a boy's nun for his grandson. The scene before him inexplicably made him have unlimited expectations for his grandson's child.
The boy's urn that Dao Kang made for his grandson would definitely be extraordinary. After a while, everything returned to silence.
But when everyone thought about the scene just now, their hearts were already in turmoil, and they couldn't react for a long time. At that moment, they seemed to have wandered into a fantasy world, as if it was not the real world. But looking at the scene in front of me proves that this is the first real world.
After the initiation ceremony, believers and tourists are led to offer incense.
Guolin handed over this matter to Xie Qingyang. Now that his ritual is over, he can become an all-purpose tool.
Taoist disciple.
Xie Qingyang did not hesitate and began to guide believers and tourists.
Lin Ziyan has also begun to distribute the incense in the basket to believers and tourists.
After a while, Xie Qingyang led everyone to light incense and began to perform a worship ceremony in front of the statue in the main hall. At this time, everyone was very pious, even those who came here for the first time and still had doubts after seeing the spectacle just now, but at least they were in awe. As the old layman led everyone to complete the incense offering, a dense row of system prompts instantly appeared in Guolin's mind.
Congratulations on gaining 5 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower.
Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Congratulations to you for gaining 2 points of willpower.
Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Guolin looked at these wish prompts and looked happy.
This time's willingness is really a big reward.
Moreover, this is the first time that 5 points of willpower appear.
You don't need to think about it to know that this belongs to Xie Qingyang. The introductory spectacle must have touched him as the protagonist and increased his piety. What surprised him even more were the other will prompts. There were 2 3.1s, and many 2.1s. The 2 3-pointers should be donors Lin Ziyan and Lu Feng. The piety of these 2 people reached 2 before. Now after the shock of this initiatory wonder, piety increased again. As for those 2 points of wish power, they should belong to believers like Qin Hong. Their piety has changed from 1 point to 2 points. No need to think about other people with 1 point of willpower, they are also tourists. Although Guilin has long known that believers can increase their piety, and non-believers can also become pious. The more pious you are, the more your willpower will increase. Just adding so much at once really surprised him. The total willingness has reached 414 points. In other words, this wave directly increased his willingness value by 67 points.
This is almost as good as the first-time achievement reward.
Sure enough, this is how you can refresh your willpower. Therefore, Guilin immediately said to Xie Qingyan, "Take everyone to pray again and let everyone take the blessings back." Naturally, he wanted to continue to refresh his willpower, and he naturally told these people about blessings.
In fact, the tourists can no longer provide wishes this second time.
Only Qin Han's believers whose piety has increased to 2 can continue to provide them.
However, we can't say it clearly, so let's just let everyone pray together again. After the second prayer, the wish power provided by each person was reduced a bit, and those tourists even stopped offering it.
But even so, a total of 21 wish power points were provided to him, and the total wish power reached 435 points. At this time, Guilin ordered Xie Qingyan again, "Take everyone to the quiet room to enjoy baptism. Those who are baptized can receive as many baptisms as they can, and then lead them to make up for the number of blessings."
"Yes, Brother Tao." Xie Qingyan immediately nodded in agreement.
He understood the meaning and knew that each person could only enjoy baptism in the quiet room for a limited number of times. The number of times he could enjoy baptism in the quiet room meant how many times he had to pray for blessings. Among these donors, those who enjoy more baptisms than pray for blessings must make up for the number of blessings.
He probably understood something.
Baptism was the blessings these donors received, and their prayers to the gods were their piety.
The more piety you give, the more blessings you can enjoy. If piety is not enough, you must naturally make up for it. Otherwise, it would probably harm the fortune and merit, right? After all, owing money to someone is not considered a righteous act, so what happens if you owe money to a god?
Guilin had no idea about Xie Qingyan's random thoughts. His purpose was very simple, which was to increase his willpower. Seeing Xie Qingyan taking people to the quiet room, he also started to look forward to it. Qin Hong had already enjoyed the baptism of the quiet room before he came here. Moreover, they knew that they could only enjoy it once, and it would have no effect the second time. This time, Daokang was said that it seemed that they could enjoy it a second time, which made their faces look full of great expectations. The tourists, on the other hand, were a little confused and had no idea what a quiet room or baptism was. But after what had just happened, they were extremely looking forward to it, and even eager to know.
Maybe there is something magical about this quiet room in King Fengiguan. Nana, what do you think this quiet room is? Zhou Tong couldn't help but ask Li Na. I don't know. Li Na quickly shook her head and said, but I see that those people seem to be very excited. It shouldn't be simple, right? Zhou Tong looked at Qin Hong and others, and it was indeed the case. Soon, Xie Qingyan brought everyone to the quiet room, but the space in the quiet room was limited. Although it is not necessarily necessary to sit cross-legged on a futon to be effective, allowing tourists and believers to sit on the ground cannot accommodate so many people. Therefore, Xie Qingyan could only make arrangements and let people in batches, with believers interspersed with tourists. Li Na and Zhou Tong were the first to be admitted. They didn't sit on the futon, so they had to sit in the back. Fortunately, the ground was very clean. What on earth are you doing? Zhou Tong became even more confused. Li Na saw Xie Qingyan walking to the position of praying and already opening a scripture, so she whispered, "You don't want to chant scriptures for us, right?" The two girls were very confused. At this moment, Xie Qingyan was already reciting the Cleaning the Dust Sutra with a full face. The effects of the quiet room, which cleans the soul +2, nourish the essence and spirit +2, make the face radiant +2, and smooth the blood +2, also take effect. Zhou Tong and Li Na looked at each other. Sure enough, he was chanting sutras to them. Just when this thought came up, they suddenly froze. As the sound of chanting sounded, they felt a strange feeling come over them instantly. It seems that the irritability in the soul and the slightest anxiety in life are gone. What's more, I felt that the Taoist scriptures chanted by this old Taoist priest were very pleasant to the ears, making people feel relaxed. They felt very strange and looked at each other subconsciously. How can it be like this? Not only them, except for believers like Qin Hong, all the other tourists felt incredible. Qin Hong and Lu Feng felt equally magical. Because they also felt the magic again, this time they could enjoy it twice, instead of only once as before. Xie Qingyan took the small hammer and struck the Dharma drum in conjunction with the chanting. Boom! With the sound of a drum, all the blood in the body seemed to be flushed and became extremely smooth, making the whole person feel more relaxed. That feeling is stronger than any massage, any sauna, any pastime. They had just been looking forward to what was going on in this quiet room, but now the rest was a shock. Qingfeng Guanjin reveals magic everywhere. Real. Only through personal experience do you know how incredible this is. Finally, Xia Qinjiang's first recitation of the Sutra of Cleansing the Dust came to an end. Almost at the same time, Guolin also received another row of reminders. Congratulations on gaining 4 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Another 27 points of willingness were recorded at one time, and the total willingness reached 462 points. He knew that this was because the quiet room could not satisfy so many people, and people like Qin Hong had already entered the quiet room for baptism when they came up. In the quiet room, the effects of the quiet room stop with the cleansing of the soul +2, the nourishment of essence and spirit +2, the radiance of the face +2, and the smooth flow of qi and blood +2. Suddenly, those tourists felt a sense of loss. I am immersed in it and haven't enjoyed it yet. Why did you stop? Li Na said regretfully. Zhou Tong also nodded. With the comfortable feeling just now, she felt that the imbalance caused by staying up late had been adjusted. That comfortable feeling is very wonderful. Therefore, seeing Xia Qingyang pick up the first Leaning the Dust Sutra again, he wanted to start reciting it again to get the posture. Those tourists were reluctant to go out and wanted to enjoy it again. The same is true for Li Na and Zhou Tong. This has nothing to do with their politeness and understanding, but the effect of this quiet room is really shocking and enjoyable. However, Xia Qingyang gave a timely reminder: if you are no longer able to accept the baptism, please replace someone else. After hearing this, people like Qin Hong naturally knew the reason. Tourists like Li Na and Zhou Tong were confused. Is there any restriction? Sure enough, Xia Qingyang started chanting again. As he chanted this time, Li Na and Zhou Tong looked at each other in surprise. It really doesn't work anymore. Then, they saw Qin Hong, Lu Feng and others had gotten up and walked out of the quiet room. They also hurriedly followed and walked out. There was no need to stay if they couldn't feel the effect, not to mention the old Taoist priest had already warned them. The same goes for other tourists. They couldn't feel the effect and walked out one after another. We have just experienced all kinds of magic here at King Fengiguan, and no one dares to make a fuss. The tourists waiting outside have long been curious about the situation inside the quiet room. It's a pity that they could only hear Xia Qinjiang's chanting and couldn't feel the effect at all. When the people inside came out, they were surprised to find that each of these people was radiant, with faces full of joy and relaxation, as if their whole beings were brand new. What happened to them inside? Everyone, you can go in. Qin Hong did not forget to say to the people outside. Those tourists were wasting no time and walked into the quiet room with deep curiosity. When they entered it, they were also stunned and felt the magical effect. Qinfeng Temple is incredible. When all the tourists came out of the quiet room, their faces were already radiant, their bodies were relaxed and they were in a happy mood, and they were in the best condition. The feeling is indescribable and can only be understood by personal experience. After this kind of experience, even after leaving Qingfeng Temple, everyone couldn't help but look back at Qingfeng Temple, with expressions not only pious, but also in awe. The same was true for Li Na and Zhou Tong. They planned to go back after leaving Qingfeng Temple, but they were still talking about what they had just experienced. Zhou Tong said with emotion, "Nana, I think I should come to Qingfeng Temple more often when I have time in the future." Yeah, I think so. The quiet room in Qingfengguan is so amazing. Li Na nodded repeatedly, and didn't forget to take out her mobile phone, shoot a video of Qingfengguan outside and post it to her circle of friends. I was lucky enough to come to King Fengiguan today and had such a magical experience. I really can't get enough of the enjoyment. Li Na has a lot of people in her circle of friends. As soon as she posted this video, many people immediately commented on it. Li Na, have you been deceived? What kind of society is this? You still believe this? Nana, be careful with your money, don't be cheated, and don't donate money if asked. Shao Nazai, have you been brainwashed? What psychological effects have you had? Hehe, I still have endless enjoyment. Does the Taoist priest of the Taoist temple have strong endurance? Li Na was a little helpless when she saw the comments in her circle of friends, but before she came to King Fengiguan, she had the same mentality as these people. Some things can only be believed if you experience them yourself. As for the comment about whether Taoist priests have strong staying power, she could only express her speechlessness. In today's society, evil writing is really everywhere. Even in your circle of friends, there are a lot of these kinds of negative comments. The key is that there are some bad words that cannot be seen when looking up and cannot be deleted yet.
The other party does not know that he is a bad person and shows his presence from time to time.
King Fengagwen Li. As Xia Qinjiang's entrance ceremony ended, Guolin also began to clean up the main hall.
The main purpose is to bring the spiritual tablets of old Taoist priests and ancestors back to the adjacent side hall for enshrinement. He just returned to the main hall and saw Xie Chong watching the news on his mobile phone and joking in a low voice, "The resistance is not fierce enough, and there is another hot word on the internet.
It's really interesting."
Guolin was a little curious when he heard this. He took out his mobile phone and looked up what resistance is not strong enough means. He was also a little confused when he saw the news popping up.
Can it still be like this?
Regardless of whether this incident is true or not, it shows that there are indeed some problems in this society.
If true, that's a terrible thing.
If it is not true, then it is also a terrible thing for the news media to rush to report it without evidence. When something is terrible regardless of the facts, that's bad. Not long after, Xie Qingyang came back with Qin Hong and others.
These people had completed the baptism in the quiet room.
Xie Qingyang also specially led Lu Fang and Lin Ziyan to offer incense and pray again. In his mind, the two of them enjoyed the baptismal gift of the quiet room one more time, and now he was taking them to repay their devotion to the gods. Congratulations to you for gaining 3 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. After the three of them finished praying, Guolin also received 4 more points of wish power. Now, except for Xie Qingyang who can pray twice, this time everyone has not fallen behind at all in terms of their wishes.
Xia Qinjiang's remaining 2 points will naturally be wiped clean after he prays for Yi Ningxia.
Xian Yang, now you are officially a member of Qin Fengguan. When Guolin put away the Qin Fengguan roster, he also said solemnly to Xie Qingyang,
"This can also be regarded as a kind of ritual. Meet senior brother."
Xie Qingyang also bowed seriously and respectfully. However, Xie Chong stepped forward with a smile and saluted Guolin. "I have met my uncle, and I wish him longevity, good health, all the best, good mood, and blessings like the East Sea, perfect, good fortune, and a happy marriage for 100 years.
Oh, bah, this doesn't count. In short, hello, uncle."
Xie Chong spoke like a laser gun, leaving Qin Hong and other believers unable to react. They knew that this person was a rich man, and logically speaking, his character shouldn't be like this.
"Why don't you look like a rich man at all?"
Lu Fang said in a low voice. When younger Taoists pay homage to their elders, it seems that they can bestow blessings on their heads or be given some gifts. Sure enough, following Lu Fang's words, they saw Taoist Gua take out a talisman and hand it to Xie Chong.
This made them look envious. "I see. The talisman given by the Taoist master must not be simple, right?"
But they can only be envious. After all, they have no elders to become a monk in Qingfeng Temple. What Guolin handed to Xie Chong was of course the calming talisman.
He had made 4 of them before, and they were all still there. Put in the merit and scan the QR code. Now no one has the good fortune to get the calming talisman. I don't know if the probability of this calming talisman is really adjusted too low. According to Taoist status, even if Xie Chong is much older than him, he is indeed considered his descendant. According to Taoist etiquette, he should indeed express his situation. What's more, when Xie Qingyang entered Qingfeng Temple, the Xie family donated a merit hall and a 7-star tower, and gave Xie Chong a calming talisman, which was actually a token of their affection. Xie Chong also knew some things because of his father, and he naturally knew that there were gifts available just now. The gift given by this uncle must not be simple, right?
But when he took the calming talisman, he still felt incredible and shocked.
That magical feeling.
The moment he took over this calming charm, his mind and spirit suddenly became peaceful and calm. He didn't know how to describe this feeling, but he could feel it clearly.
The thing given by this uncle is indeed not simple.
Therefore, it was not surprising that his father had never thought of becoming a monk in any Taoist temple for half his life, so he took this step completely as soon as he came to Qingfeng Temple.
Xie Chong quickly and solemnly put away the peace talisman.
This is a real talisman, not a fake one like other places. At noon, Guolin also left Qin Hong and other believers behind. Naturally, they did not serve prayer rice, but ordinary rice. The concept that blessing rice is very rare has been established among these believers.
Naturally, it cannot be taught lightly.
The style and grade must still be maintained. However, even if it is ordinary rice, paired with vegetables watered by spiritual spring water, everyone can eat it with gusto.
The purely natural deliciousness and texture are definitely something that big restaurants outside can't produce.
After the meal, Qin Hong and other believers also left one after another. They all had their own lives and things to do. Guolin also went back to the office to run the basic chi refining method of 9 heavens mysterious scripture to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined rice, and then input energy into the spiritual heaven protective urn. Unfortunately, the energy was exhausted, and the accumulated energy still failed to inspire the guardian spirit above. He could only sigh, pick up his mobile phone and play Leisure Shushan for an hour without getting any results. Then he put down his mobile phone to take a rest and left the waiting room. Upon arriving at the main hall, Xie Qingyang was guiding 5 young people to come in and burn incense. The 5 young people also saw Guolin. Chen Shuedong and several colleagues naturally recognized this person. The other person was Taoist priest Guo of King Fengiguan. Therefore, he couldn't help but look sideways, because he has watched this video. Especially the video of the other party playing with Wang Qing and then smashing the bluestone with his palm. This person has real kung fu, and his IQ is crushing that of Wang Qing. He was also a young man, but he envied the other party's martial arts skills, unlike his 996 blessed social beast who was in sub-healthy condition and had to pay attention to various workplace rules, which was not only tiring physically but also mentally. After Chen Shuedong finished offering incense with the old Taoist priest, he and his colleagues took out their mobile phones and went to the merit box. Although he doesn't really believe this, he will donate some money whenever he goes to such places to make up for the psychological impact. What's more, it seems that you can win blessing rice by scanning the QR code at Qingfeng Temple. Some people received a copy of 15,000 renminbi. However, he didn't expect anything like this. After all, there are always a few lucky ones, and he has never been such a lucky one. After Chen Shuedong waited for his colleagues to finish scanning, he scanned the QR code last, entered 100 to confirm payment. The next moment, in addition to the successful payment, a prompt suddenly popped up on the phone screen. Congratulations on obtaining a precious tranquilizing talisman. I think I won a lottery. Chen Shuedong said in disbelief. He really wasn't expecting this, and it suddenly jumped out. Is it the blessing rice? What kind of bad luck did you have? If I had known, I would sweep you first and I would sweep last. A colleague next to him suddenly said with envy. Chen Shuedong shook his head and said, it's not a blessing rice, it's a peace charm. The colleague just now laughed immediately. I thought it was blessing rice. That thing is valuable. I have never heard of this calming charm, haha. This colleague's attitude made Chen Shuedong frown slightly. Another colleague immediately said, Li Yi, it's boring to gloat about misfortune. Chen Shuedong is also a gain. There are places like Taoist temples, so be careful. Chen Shuedong ignored Li Yi and asked the old Taoist priest on his mobile phone, Taoist priest, how do I get the peace talisman now? Xie Qingyang looked at the other party in surprise. Has anyone obtained the blessing of this calming talisman? He confirmed the information and went to find Guolin. Guolin was a little surprised when he got the report. Some things were really not mentioned before. When he gave Xie Chong the peace talisman in the morning, he thought that no tourists would get the peace talisman, and thought the probability was too low. One of them got it this afternoon. Since someone had obtained it, he also took out a calming talisman. Chen Shuedong asked curiously, Taoist Master Guo, what is the function of this calming charm? Guolin also introduced, the calming charm has the effect of calming the mind, improving sleep quality, and calming the spirit. If the donor has insomnia, then this calming charm will definitely have a miraculous effect. Li Yi, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but sneer, Deazangua, you are going too far with your deception. Can drawing some random patterns on a piece of paper help you sleep? Then the hospital should be closed. I admit that you have real skills, but judging from your age, you should be about the same age as us. We are all young people. It is not good to make some things too mythical. It will only make people disgusted. Guolin frowned and glanced at the other party, but ignored him. After handing the calming talisman to the lucky tourist, he turned around and left. This is obviously another person who is used to the ostomy industry. Such people either stay in their own small place or village and annoy everyone, or they will sooner or later pay the price for their reputation no matter how they interact with others. Therefore, for this kind of person, you should sympathize with him instead of arguing with him. Chen Shuedong originally didn't believe that this calming charm had any effect, but since he got it at the Taoist temple, he decided to take it back to give himself some comfort. But when he took the calming talisman, he was stunned. He suddenly felt a magical feeling, as if he was suddenly refreshed and his mind was very peaceful and relaxed. This state is really incredible. He looked at the calming talisman in his hand. Was it the effect of this thing? Chen Shuedong was so shocked that he couldn't help opening his mouth. This is impossible, right? But there is no other explanation for this feeling. He tried to put the calming charm on the altar table nearby. At that moment, that feeling was gone. He picked up the peace talisman again.
That feeling came again. Chen Shuedong was really sure now, and his heart was overturned. He admitted that he was a little ignorant before, but this calming charm actually had such an incredible effect. Several colleagues were a little confused when they saw him like this. Li Yi couldn't help but joked, Chen Shuedong, don't you? You don't believe that this calming talisman is effective, right? Think about it, these talismans are really effective, so the chairman still has insomnia all year round. His kind, does the character still have to go to the hospital and spend so much money? Just go to the temple and ask for a talisman. Shut up. Chen Shuedong finally couldn't stand this guy anymore. If this calming charm doesn't work, just tell the other person, it doesn't matter. But this calming talisman is indeed effective, and the other party's pressing of Lai just makes him unhappy. However, the other party gave him a heads up. The chairman has been suffering from insomnia all year round because he was injured in the past. Now this calming talisman is really miraculous. You can feel it when you hold it. This calming talisman should be of great benefit to the chairman, right? Thinking of this, Chen Shuedong didn't want to pay attention to Li Yi's bad words and went directly out of Qingfeng Temple. Seeing this, the other three colleagues frowned and shook their heads at Li Yi, and followed him out. If I had known better, I shouldn't have agreed to let this person come with me. How could it be so miserable to finally take an annual vacation together? There are always such people in this world. Things that obviously have nothing to do with the other party are always judged. It's like when they pay a down payment to buy a car, they all have a common situation. Someone they know around them comments on it, saying that the car is not good looking, does not look good, and burns fuel. If it were the other person who bought it, he would definitely not buy this kind of car. But the other party didn't understand at all. The other party didn't buy the car. They must have thought about it before buying the car. Someone with brains and emotional intelligence would definitely praise the car and say congratulations. Therefore, the three of them did not want to pay attention to Li Yi and followed Chen Shuedong out of Qingfeng Temple. Really, everyone is out of society. If you hate someone, there is no need to pretend to be that person. Unless the other person has the identity and status that makes you hate it, you still have to pretend to be happy and go along with it. It's a pity that Li Yi does not have such status and identity. If such a person is not sure how much he weighs, he is disgusting. Li Yi seemed to feel that these people were squeezing him out, and he felt unhappy. He secretly thought that there was a vacancy in the company. When he went back to complete the project in hand, he must find a way to get promoted. Then it would be up to him to see how these people curry favor with him. Chen Shuedong and his party quickly got on the train and returned to Fujian province in the evening. After getting off the high-speed train, he said to the others, "You guys go find a place first, and I'll get off at the company." A colleague asked in confusion, "Why do you go to the company?" "Look for the chairman," Chen Shuedong said without hiding it. Li Yi, who was next to him, had been unhappy all the way, so he joked, "Could it be that you want to give the calming talisman to the chairman? Can you stop thinking about such crooked ways? You are crazy about wanting to get a promotion and a salary increase. I just want to give this talisman to the chairman. It's none of your business." Chen Shuedong snorted coldly, pulled up a car and left. This made the other three colleagues stunned. "Isn't it? Seriously? Aren't you afraid of making the chairman angry and losing your job?" Li Yi couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and directly sent a message to Moments to start the mocking mode. "What the hell? I got a calming charm in Qingfeng Temple. I was deceived into believing it was effective, and I wanted to give it to the chairman. It makes the chairman look stupid, ha ha ha." After a while, I saw many colleagues from the company commenting, "Who is it? So stupid. Let me go, do we still have such talents in our company? Fuck, I know the chairman has been suffering from insomnia all year round, but I never thought someone would want to get to the position in this way. Oh my god, the world is so vast and full of wonders. Is Qingfeng Temple the one on the internet? Are they so good at deceiving me? Who is it? From which department? Personnel manager Sister Ke." When Li Yi saw this comment, he immediately thought it was not a big deal. At the other party said, "Sister Ke, it's Chen Shuedong from our department. I'm really afraid that he will make the chairman angry." After sending the message, he was even more gloating. On his way back to the company, Chen Shuedong didn't know that he had been added to Li Yi's circle of friends, and even posted in various company groups by busybodies. Many people in the company saw this and scolded him. He took a taxi to the company and met his colleagues in the department as soon as he entered the door. But he just said hello to the other party and went straight to the company's gym. He knew that the chairman was usually there at this time, but the colleague immediately ran to the others and said, "I saw Chen Shuedong. It seems that he is really going to give the chairman the calming charm of King Fengiguan." This statement surprised the others. Chen Shuedong is very clear about this. How could he do something so unclear? Everyone in the company knows that the chairman is suffering from insomnia. He really doesn't want to give away such superstitious things. We've seen a good show. I heard that the HR manager, Sister Ke, has rushed back and will be fired. I really enjoyed a lot at the company today. Everyone is waiting to see this Qin Shuedong joke. Everyone is also discussing the Qingfeng Temple. I have to say that this Taoist temple is quite powerful. It can actually deceive Qin Shuedong, who graduated in 1985, into a villain. Qin Shuedong had arrived at the fitness room as quickly as possible and saw Chairman Chu Jian. The chairman usually has a separate space in the fitness room, and no employee will come over to seek trouble. There was once a female graduate who thought she was very pretty did this, but was fired by Manager Ku of the Human Resources Department the next day. Is it really as simple as in the TV series? In addition to the chairman, there are many employees inside. The company is pretty good. There are no strict working hours. As long as the work is done, although you can't leave work early, you can come to the fitness room to work out. Moreover, the chairman is easygoing and does not have any management privileges. Chen Shuedong came in and attracted the attention of several employees inside. They seemed to recognize that this was Qin Shuedong, who was deceived by King Fengiguan in the group and wanted to give the chairman a peace talisman. Chen Shuedong looked in the direction of the chairman and did not rush over. Instead, he went to the bathroom next to him. He frantically filled his head with water and wet his body before running towards the chairman of the fitness room, looking exhausted and sweating profusely. Moreover, when he arrived in front of the chairman, he even pretended to stumble and fell in front of the chairman. Chu Jian has a habit of exercising. He had a brain operation before, and his insomnia has been bothering him for a long time after the operation. Exercise can alleviate it to some extent. He didn't expect that while he was working out, an employee suddenly fell in front of him. He helped him almost subconsciously. Seeing this, Qin Shuedong decisively stretched out the hand holding the calming talisman to the chairman, and put the calming talisman into the other person's hand. He knew that under normal circumstances, if he said that he was sending talismans, he might be taken for granted. The chairman will definitely not believe it. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it without personal experience. Therefore, the most direct thing is to create opportunities to let the other party feel the effect of the calming charm. As for getting wet or falling down, he had to show it to the chairman. When the chairman knows the effect of this talisman, looking at his body, he should know how hard he worked, right? It was Chu Jian's subconscious action to help the employee, but the moment he made contact with the other person's palm, he was stunned for a moment. I just feel a wonderful feeling. My mind suddenly became clearer than ever before. People with insomnia are more likely to be anxious and annoyed, and that anxiety is in turn the main cause of insomnia. This is an unsolvable cycle. But at that moment, he also felt that his spirit was very peaceful, and his anxiety and worries disappeared in an instant. His whole body felt relaxed. He had never felt so good after the operation. After he helped the employee up, the two separated and the feeling disappeared. He suddenly felt a sense of loss. Thank you, Chairman. Chen Shuedong thanked him hurriedly and flattered. Who are you? Chu Jian frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't like employees coming to him so rashly. But thinking of the special feeling just now, he still didn't express anything and still had a kind look on his face. Chen Shuedong immediately seized the opportunity and said, Chairman, I am Chen Shuedong. I am here to give you something that can solve your insomnia problem. What? Chu Jian asked almost subconsciously. If another person said this, it would definitely make him feel disgusted, but after the magical feeling just now, he subconsciously became more curious. Chen Shuedong immediately explained, Chairman, I got a soothing talisman at Qingfeng Temple. This soothing talisman can help sleep. Moreover, the soothing talisman from Qingfeng Temple has miraculous effects, so I rushed back all the way without stopping to give it to you. Coming. With that said, he immediately handed the calming talisman in his hand to Chu Jian. The employees around saw this scene and their faces were all confused. This guy really can't give the talisman to the chairman. Is he seeking death? These people all looked at the show, and the chairman would definitely get angry soon. But Chu Jian couldn't wait to take the calming talisman. Almost at that moment, the wonderful feeling just now appeared again. That feeling of mental peace and tranquility, and a clear mind, put him in that state of extreme relaxation again. It's incredible. Is this all the effect of the calming talisman in his hand? He simply felt that his worldview had been impacted. If you knew that his condition was a sequelae of surgery, the hospital could only give him medicine. He thought about what medical technology or famous doctor could solve his problem, but he never thought that the solution to his problem would be a calming charm. This thing is regarded as something to cheat the IQ tax outside, right? But this magical feeling told him that this thing is not an IQ tax. It is regarded as an IQ tax because it is not true outside, and the one in his hand is real.
Based on this magical feeling, he can be sure that this talisman is absolutely useful for his insomnia.
Because his insomnia was mostly due to that anxiety. The anxiety is gone now.
In other words, the Qingfeng temple where Chen Shuedong went was probably really a master.
Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, "Where is Qingfeng temple?"
You have to know that in his position, people generally don't believe these things, but he also knows that their country is vast and rich in resources, and there will always be some strange people. It's just that most people can come into contact with this kind of person, not even him. The calming talisman in my hand now has proved that there is definitely an expert in Qingfeng temple.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you have the opportunity, you must visit and get in touch. This kind of opportunity is something that no one else can ask for.
Chen Shuedong hurriedly replied, "It's in a county in Ning City under our Fujian province."
Yeah. Chu Jian nodded. At this moment, a middle-aged woman walked in. She is Sister Ke, the HR manager.
As soon as she came in, she saw Chen Shuedong in front of the chairman. This made her look ugly.
She hurried back slowly. Was it still too late?
She knew that once the chairman was angry, there would be trouble. So, she hurried forward and apologized as soon as they met. "Chairman, I am really sorry for letting Chen Shuedong disturb you, and I will punish him."
"Why punish him?" Chu Jian asked. "Ah." Sister Ke was stunned. "Why should you be punished? Anyone in the company who doesn't think he is a bad guy will definitely offend you. But this attitude is wrong. He did a good job. Look at this thing."
Chu Jian was in a good mood and handed the calming talisman in his hand to Sister Ke.
Taoism talks about fate and good luck, and there is even a saying about lucky generals. He didn't believe in this before, and he sneered at such topics, and he didn't have the ability to be lucky. But now this calming charm shows that something may be true. If there is such a thing as a lucky general, Chen Shuedong is his lucky general, at least in terms of his insomnia.
His insomnia was affected by the surgery. He no longer remembers how many hospitals he went to, how many doctors he saw, and how many medicines he took, but he just didn't feel better.
Now Chen Shuedong can solve the problem by bringing back a calming charm. What is this if not a lucky general?
Now he just doesn't know how long the effect of this calming talisman will be, and he must make plans for the follow-up.
Sister Ke was a little confused when she first took over the calming talisman. Did Chen Shuedong really give this talisman to the chairman? Then why is the chairman not angry? It shouldn't be.
But when she grabbed the calming talisman in her hand, the expression on her face was wonderful.
This thing, this magical feeling. She knew why the chairman was not angry, and at the same time her heart was in turmoil. The talisman brought back by Chen Shuedong actually had such an effect? What kind of efficacious Taoist temple did the other party go to? Is that called King Fengiguan?
Then, she thought about the guy named Li Yi. They went to this Taoist temple together. Not only did he return empty-handed, he also posted on WeChat to mock others.
Is this person stupid? Does the other party know that they went to the same place and what did they miss? Sister Ke immediately and respectfully handed the peace talisman back to Chu Jian.
After Chu Jian got back the calming talisman, he felt inexplicably relieved.
He couldn't help but said to Sister Ke, "Transfer Chen Shuedong to the administrative department. Didn't one of their supervisors retire?" "Okay, Chairman."
When Sister Ke heard this, she couldn't help but look at Chen Shuedong.
Undoubtedly, this is a lucky guy.
A talisman allows the other person to walk an unknown amount of miles less than others. After receiving the order, Sister Ke immediately said to Chen Shuedong, "You and I will go get the information and fill it out later."
Hearing this, Chen Shuedong almost screamed.
Now he really wants to post on a circle of friends, "A talisman from King Fengiguan has given me a promotion, a salary increase, and the pinnacle of my life."
The employees around him were all stunned. This is different from the script they thought of giving a talisman to the chairman and then being kicked out. How did you become the pinnacle of your life? Moreover, is King Fengiguan so awesome? The talisman brought back by Chen Shuedong is obviously really useful to the chairman.
In almost a moment, the news was sent to various company groups. For a moment, everyone in the company was dumbfounded. They all thought that Chen Shuedong was deceived by Qing Fengguan. Who knew that he got something amazing from Qing Fengguan? For a time, King Fengiguan became a hot topic among everyone. In a restaurant box, Li Yi has already sat down with 3 other colleagues. But the other 3 people looked even more disgusted when they looked at Li Yi's face. One of them asked, "Li Yi, is it too much for you to post on moments like this?" Another person also said, "Chen Shuedong didn't provoke you." Li Yi smiled and said, "If he wants to do something stupid, even if I don't tell him, everyone in the company will soon know about it."
What's more, I posted it on Moments and the HR manager, Sister Ke, knows about it and might be able to stop him, lest he anger the chairman. As he said this, he sneered in his heart. No matter whether the hurdle was down or not, Chen Shuedong would learn a lesson this time. He really deserved it. But at this time, the third person suddenly stood up in shock. Fuck, Chen Shuedong is so awesome. The chairman actually accepted his calming charm and transferred him to the administrative department as a supervisor. What? No way. The other two people exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't this a step to the sky for their ordinary employees? Impossible. Li Yi exclaimed, where did you get the gossip? The man looked at Li Yi strangely. The announcement from the HR manager Sister Ke, and Li Yi, it seems that you have been fired. The announcement from Sister Ke said that you criticized the chairman. How could it be? Li Yi's face changed drastically in an instant, and he quickly took out his phone to check, and sure enough he saw what the other party said. He couldn't believe it and said, when did I criticize the chairman? Why should I be fired? He knows very well how hard it is to find a job now, especially when a company like theirs pays so well. The key point is that he really died unjustly. The other two people immediately looked at Li Yi with gloating. It seems that since you said that the chairman is not a shaman, you will not accept the peace talisman, but the chairman accepts it. Then you don't mean to say what the chairman is? Both of them couldn't help laughing as they spoke. The three of them even said directly, let's go eat somewhere else. The other two nodded. Now that they are no longer colleagues, they no longer want to maintain even superficial skills with this guy. The three of them left in an instant. Li Yi sat there dumbfounded, not understanding why this happened. Time passes, and a day passes in the blink of an eye. Chen Shuedong also completed the procedures for going to the administrative department this day. At the same time, he directly became a celebrity in the company. Many people have secretly asked him about King Fengiguan in private. When he completed the formalities, he also received the first order to accompany the chairman on the trip. When he saw that his destination was Shushan, it suddenly became clear to him. This time, he accompanied the chairman in his private car. It must be said that the chairman's luxury car was more comfortable than riding a train. After spending some time, he came to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain again. He also got out of the car immediately and went to open the door for the chairman. Chairman, be careful. Chen Shuedong did not forget to say. After Chu Jian got out of the car, he glanced towards Qingfeng Mountain. He already knew that Qingfeng Temple was on the mountain. Walking towards the entrance at the foot of the mountain, he saw a Maybach parked there and said in surprise, this license plate seems to belong to the Lin family. Chairman, do you know this car? Chen Shuedong asked in surprise. Chu Jian shook his head and said, I don't know him. I just met him from a distance at a banquet. The owner of the car is the boss of a very powerful group. Is he here at King Fengiguan? Chen Shuedong immediately explained, it shouldn't be the case. The other party seems to have sent people here to collect prayer rice. It's 15,000 yuan per portion, but they haven't received it yet. Chu Jian was even more surprised when he heard this. For a person like the other party to send someone here specifically to spend 15,000 yuan to buy a cent of blessing rice, it means that the rice is not simple. This also made him look forward to Qingfeng Temple even more. Just as I was about to go up the mountain, I suddenly heard the sound of gongs and drums from behind. Turning around and looking around, I saw a long dragon walking towards here with great momentum. These people also seemed to have a view on Qingfeng. Waiting for a team to arrive, Chu Jian also hurriedly asked Chen Shuedong to let them go. As the long queue passed by, they saw a whole red-colored braised pig being carried staggeringly in front of them. What's going on? Chu Jian couldn't help but wonder. Chairman, I don't understand either. Chen Shuedong shook his head. The long queue of people had already marched towards Qingfeng Mountain, attracting curious glances from the tourists on the road. With such a huge formation, something big must be happening, right? Look at the team holding a banner thanking Master Guo of King Fengiguan. King Fengiguan. Guo Lin and Xie Qingyang took brooms and cleaned up the leaves that fell in the forest. It's still summer and there aren't many dead leaves. If it's autumn, cleaning up fallen leaves will also be a serious practice. Dum. On the stone table next to them, several auspicious treasures flapped their wings and called out in boredom. Suddenly, a sound of gongs and drums sounded, causing them to panic and flap their wings to fly up to the roof. Guo Lin also immediately frowned and looked outside the Taoist temple, and walked out in confusion, wanting to see what happened. Xie Qingyang also followed. At the entrance, a long line of people came up with gongs and drums. After the gongs and drummers in front of the line, a large, red-colored braised pig was staggered up. After the braised pig, there are whole chickens, whole ducks, whole fish, and whole shrimps. The size of the fish is not small, and the shrimps are also large lobsters that are cooked until they turn red. This is the gift of 5 animals.
Xie Qingyang asked in surprise, Brother, is this a believer who made a wish and actually came to fulfill it, or is it a believer who you helped and the other party came to thank you? 5 animals as offerings, 5 animals as vows, and 5 animals as thanks, are the highest gifts performed by Taoist believers. Of course, there are differences at the highest levels. In ancient times, ordinary people might only be able to get one of each of the 5 animals, and even the pig's head and tail were used to represent the whole pig, and they could not afford the whole pig.
The landlord's 5 animals may be several pigs, and many others. The 5 animals used by merchants may be made of jade or gold.
Guo Lin was actually confused. He hasn't helped anyone recently, but he helped the police station solve 2 cases. But the other party is an official functional department, so it is impossible to do this.
The most it can do is send a banner. Apart from that, he hasn't helped anyone? Could it be that some pilgrim's wish came true, so he came to fulfill his wish?
Then this formation should not pass the college entrance examination, but pass the Qingbei examination. The long queue soon came up, standing in a neat row, and there were tourists following to join in the fun.
Chu Jian also followed him with Qin Shuedong. This was the first time he had seen this kind of ceremony and he was very curious.
At this moment, I saw a middle-aged man holding a banner that said, Thank you, Taoist Master Gua, for your help in making my son the prodigal son turn around. On the other side of the banner, a Pao held up the pole. Seeing Guo Lin again, his face was full of embarrassment, and many unbearable memories flooded into his mind. Guo Lin was also surprised when he saw a Pao. He thought about many possibilities, but he never thought about this gangster who had been taught a lesson twice by him. The other party was now dressed in formal clothes, his whole body was neatly groomed, and his tattoos were covered up, so he didn't look like a gangster at all. A Pao stepped forward to greet Guo Lin and said, I've met the Taoist priest. To be honest, if it weren't for the old man's strong request, he really wouldn't want to come. It would be too embarrassing for him to meet this Taoist priest. After all, I was lectured twice by the other party, and the situation was quite embarrassing. Seeing the old man also walking up, he could only awkwardly introduce, Taoist Master Gua, this is my father Linishan.
Dad, this is the Taoist Master Gua I told you.
Linishan immediately knelt down in front of Guo Lin. Thank you, Taoist priest, for letting my disgraced son turn around. At the same time, his voice almost trembled. There should be very few people who can understand his mood. As an old father, his son's temperament changed drastically after high school. He fooled around all day, and eventually got mixed up with people in society.
At first he was able to beat the opponent up, but gradually he found that he really couldn't beat him anymore.
He was worried every time he saw his son coming home with a bruised nose and face, and sometimes even wearing a bandage.
Fighting, even slashing each other with knives, what's the future?
In the end, it can only turn into more and more rotten mud, and it may even lead to a dead end. Even when he heard that some gangsters he knew were beaten blind, and some drowned in the river after taking drugs, he would inexplicably think of his son and have nightmares at night. If possible, he really wants to open a small account to support him, so that he doesn't have to worry all day long that there may not even be anyone to die when he gets old. But in this regard, there was really nothing he could do. Therefore, when he heard that his son said that they were no longer together and wanted to collect tea leaves with him and make tea properly, his first thought was to see if the sun was rising from the west outside the window. Then he slapped himself hard to make sure it was not a dream. Moreover, during these times, his son has been following him and making tea honestly, putting his heart into it, and has many ideas for making tea, which is of great help to his small factory.
No one could understand how relieved and grateful he was.
Therefore, I made sufficient preparations today to bring people up to thank Taoist Gua. Moreover, he also knew from his son's mouth how powerful this Taoist priest Gua was and that he was a real master. Just the magical ability that can bring bad luck is incredible. Perhaps only this kind of power that goes against common sense can make his son afraid, completely change for the better, and return to the right path. It was the greatest blessing in his life that his son could meet this Taoist priest and be taught a lesson by him. Guo Lin looked at Linishan, who suddenly knelt down and hurriedly helped him up.
Maybe he figured out what was going on.
It's just that he doesn't have the habit of being worshipped by others.
The tourists watching around probably guessed what was going on.
It should be that the son who knelt down to worship the uncle took a path he shouldn't have taken and did something wrong. Then he met Taoist Gua and suddenly realized that the prodigal son had turned back. Therefore, the uncle came here specifically to thank Dea Zhanggua, and to allow this uncle to do this, thinking about the other party's son, it must have been too much, right?
Tourists all took out their mobile phones to take photos of the scene. This is a typical story about a Taoist priest leading people to do good. Isn't this more worthy of respect than those on the internet who show off in front of the camera? Chu Jian nodded silently when he saw this scene, feeling even more convinced.
Although the Taoist priest in front of him was young, he was a little different from the Taoist priest he conventionally thought of.
But think about it, if it is really the same as other people, how can the calming charm produced have such a magical effect? After having this calming talisman last night, he knew more clearly how terrifying the effect was. He didn't know how long he hadn't slept so comfortably. One talisman is worth all the hospital treatment. In other words, for his insomnia alone, those hospitals are not qualified to compare with this calming charm. Seeing that Lin Nishan had already brought people up like this, Guo Lin had no choice but to face the opponent's team and enter the Taoist temple. Rejecting the other party at this time will make the other party completely lose face. The other party's appearance in such a graceful manner has given the Taoist temple enough face. Whether it is out of politeness, gratitude, or to comfort the other party's psychology, it is always necessary to cooperate with the other party to complete the process. However, he did not lead the team towards the main hall, but went to a side hall. This is not discrimination.
Although their Qingfengguan cultivator does not prohibit marriage and childbirth, nor does they prohibit meat eating, they almost do not eat meat in their daily Qingfengguan practice. The reason is that the high-spirited sages, such as the 3 pure ones and 6 imperial guards, all have pure dharma bodies and cannot eat meat.
Offer up.
This kind of meat sacrifice can only be given to the accompanying Luanjia and the accompanying deployment god. Therefore, no matter how high the gift of the 5 animals is, they can only go to the side hall. When they arrived at the side hall, Guo Lin also told Xie Qingyan, take benefactor Lin and the others to complete the next ceremony.
Yes, senior brother. Xie Qingyan nodded and immediately stepped forward to explain to Lin Nishan and others.
For him, after spending half his life searching for Taoism, he learned the most from these Taoist temples.
If you couldn't use it before, it's not a waste of time if you can use it now. Lin Nishan was naturally very cooperative with others.
Finally, as Lin Nishan handed the thank you note to Guo Lin, it also represented that the Taoist temple helped Lin Nishan complete the ceremony.
It also represents his acceptance of the thank you. In this way, Lin Nishan's wish came true.
Just when Guo Lin took the thank you note, a game system prompt unexpectedly appeared in his mind. Congratulations on receiving a sincere thank you from a believer for the 5 sacrifice ceremony for the first time, and the number of on-site followers exceeds 50, and you have gained 100 wishes.
This unexpected surprise brought his maximum total willingness to 593 in an instant.
Guo Lin felt an unspeakable affection when he looked at Lin Nishan, a Pao and his son. At least it was certified by the system, and the other party was sincerely grateful, not just on a whim or for some other reason. After the ceremony, it was time to deal with the 5 animals. In ancient times, the donors of the tribute sacrifices would stay in Taoist temples and then take some back. For them, after the ceremony, these things were stained with blessings and were very special. Naturally, if you encounter a generous person, you will also give it to other pilgrims or nearby villagers. In modern society, this kind of thing is rare.
As for how to deal with it, there is no particular way. Casualness is in line with the times of modern society.
However, Guo Lin still asked Lin Nishan, the real owner.
Lin Nishan said hurriedly, according to the Taoist priest's arrangements, my son and I are the only 2 people at home. I don't know what to do with these things when I take them back. Guo Lin nodded, then let's share it with the tourists who came here today. Since everyone came by chance, let everyone get a blessing. Listen to the Taoist master's instructions.
Lin Nishan naturally had no objection. Seeing this, Guo Lin asked Xie Qingyan to tell the news to the surrounding tourists and those brought by Lin Nishan. For a moment, the tourists around him started making noises in surprise.
I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise.
My grandfather used to go to Taoist temples and occasionally bring back a handful of chicken drumsticks or something. He would tell me that eating them would bring me good luck and let me eat them.
Now I probably know what's going on.
I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that Qingfeng Temple is very different from the Taoist temples I have known before.
Everyone, line up and receive a blessing in an orderly manner.
Xie Qingyang has invited the 3 men brought by Lin Nishan as helpers to start organizing tourists. Chu Jian was also surprised by this. He is from a big city, and the education he received since childhood has no knowledge in this area. Seeing the middle-aged man who presented the 5 animals following Taoist Guo to the main hall, he also followed with Qin Xuedong. Guo Lin naturally took Lin Nishan and a Pao and his son to the main hall to offer incense. Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower. Congratulations to you for gaining 1 point of willpower.
Sure enough, he has a pious heart.
Moreover, he looked surprised at the 2 prompts that appeared.
Unexpectedly, one of the father and son had a piety level of 3. I think it should be Lin Nishan's.
This can be seen from the fact that the other party prepared 5 sacrifices as a thank you. In his opinion, there is no hope of getting his son back on track. Therefore, he found his son's sudden change inconceivable. In addition, you may also know the reason, and because you are older, you will be more confident in this aspect. For various reasons, his piety level reached 3 points. Thinking of this, Guolin said again, Donor Lin, I will take you to pray twice more. I hope you will be free from disaster and illness and have a happy family. Excuse me, Master. Linishan hurriedly thanked him, and then followed Guolin to pray. After praying twice, Guolin got another 3 points of wish power, and the total wish power just reached 600 points. Guolin was in a good mood and invited Linishan and his son again, 2 donors Lin, please follow me to the quiet room again to baptize your body and mind and get rid of your fatigue. Linishan naturally would not refute. Now what Guolin said, he almost followed and went to the quiet room. Chu Jian brought Qin Shuedong to the main hall. He kept watching curiously and followed him. He saw Taoist Master Guo leading his father and son into a quiet room, and soon the sound of chanting Taoist scriptures could be heard inside. For some reason, he subconsciously walked into the quiet room. At that moment, his expression froze, and he hurriedly sat down on a futon with piety. He thought that the calming talisman was magical enough, but it was obviously not the case. After praying once, Guolin got 4 wish reminders. He looked at the 2 tourists who came behind him. One of them seemed familiar, and then he remembered that he was the lucky tourist who got the peace charm. On the other hand, another person actually also had a pious heart. His eyes fell on the other person's face, and he asked with a smile, will this good believer benefit from this? Thank you, Taoist Master. Chu Jian came back to his senses and quickly expressed his sincere thanks. To be honest, because of insomnia, he had not slept well for a long time, and his body always felt a little tired. But after enjoying the experience just now, he felt so comfortable all over, as if he had been reborn, which was incredible. A Pao next to him was also surprised, but his expression was a bit complicated. After all, he had experienced the magic of Guodai Azang in more than one way. But before, I was taught a lesson, but now I am benefiting from it. The mood is very different. Guolin nodded and continued, everyone, the depth of blessing is uncertain. If you can no longer feel it, you can rest on your own. With that said, he continued to recite the Cleaning the Dust Sutra to finish Linishan's remaining 2 points of wish power. After reading the Sutra of Cleansing the Dust for the second time, Apao and Chu Jian felt disappointed. They could no longer feel that feeling. You probably also understand what the Taoist priest means when he says that the depth of luck is uncertain. Guolin Song recited the Cleaning the Dust Sutra twice, and after getting 3 points of wish power from Linishan, he also took him out of the quiet room. He was about to say something when he suddenly found that Linishan had taken out a bulging golden red envelope from the bag on his waist and handed it to Guolin. This scene made Guolin stunned, because the word support money were written on the red envelope. Next to it is, Linishan, a devout believer, dedicated to Taoist Guo for monthly support. When Linishan handed over the donation, he also said piously, we, father and son, are willing to support the Taoist priest and ask the Taoist priest to give the believers a chance. In order to thank the Taoist master this time, in addition to finding out about the 5 animal gifts, he also found out that the Taoist sect was particular about making offerings. The most basic offerings are incense, flowers, lights, water, and fruits. Incense offerings are our daily burning of incense. Believers who are honest can provide incense offerings to Taoist temples. Some Taoist temples can provide incense to tourists for free, and most of them also have incense offerings. Otherwise, like those small Taoist temples, where food, clothing, and survival are difficult, how could they offer incense for free? Naturally, the flowers for the 5 offerings should not be too bright and pungent, such as plum, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, lily, carnation, tiger orchid, or lotus. The flowers that Zhao Moxin's 3 girls donated before were actually considered a kind of flower offering. The other 3 are probably the same. Naturally, if believers feel that they have a predestined relationship with a Taoist priest in a Taoist temple, or have received help from a Taoist priest, they can also choose to support that Taoist priest and provide donations. There is no stipulated amount of this donation, it all depends on the believer's will and ability. Moreover, it does not require monthly support. If the believer's ability is suddenly limited, he can also stop making donations. Therefore, he also prepared a donation. In his opinion, his son's return as a prodigal could not be exchanged for anything, and making a donation to the Taoist priest was not enough to express his gratitude. More importantly, Guodao Kang was shocked to have more contact with his son. If his son committed another crime in the future, he would come and ask the Taoist priest to continue to teach his son a lesson. Guolin did not expect that Linishan would suddenly take out a package of support money and say that he would support him every month. This is really a mess. You must know that the old Taoist priest has never received a cent of support money in his life. Should he offer incense to the old Taoist priest and tell him about this?
And to a certain extent, a Taoist priest who is supported by others must have some ability. The more people who support him, the greater his ability. Naturally, Taoist sects also warn that not all donations can be accepted, because some donations contain calamities. Because some people have very bad hearts and want you to do something. They pretend to be devout believers and use donations to get merit. At critical moments, they may put you on the fire. This situation may cause you to experience minor tribulations or major tribulations of life and death. In the past, there were plots in which some Taoist sects were destroyed in order to protect someone or to avenge someone, which led to the destruction of the entire sect. Maybe he fell into a pit of offerings carefully planned by some people, and ended up being roasted on the fire. He had no choice but to resist for the sake of skin. It's not just the enjoyable story of the 7 warriors going down the mountain to destroy the bandits for the sake of meritorious deeds. As for what kind of donation money can be collected and what cannot be collected, and how to distinguish whether the donation is pious or not, it will test the Taoist people's eyesight and their own abilities. Otherwise, there is a possibility of disaster. Unless you can come out of the cave and become invincible, you can be spared and spared. Naturally, if a devout believer makes a donation, the other party will not ask for anything, but only for the sincerity and peace of mind. If he does not accept the donation, the believer will feel uneasy and anxious all day long. He will think that he is not good or has done something disgusting. That would be a sin. Therefore, Guolin also accepted Linishan's donation, and at the same time gave him a gift. Donor Lin, thank you for your expense. He has a system, and when faced with this kind of situation, he can easily tell whether the other party is making a pious donation or if he has an ulterior motive. And Linishan's piety is as high as 3. His acceptance of the donation will make Linishan feel at ease, and it will also make the other person's thoughts clear, so this is the beauty of adulthood. Thank you, Taoist Master. Linishan sincerely thanked Guolin when he saw that Guolin had accepted his donation. In his opinion, this is his blessing. When Chu Jian saw this scene from the side, he was very surprised. Does the Taoist sect still have a way to offer sacrifices? Taoist Master, this is the first batch of tea leaves that I made myself. They are all tea leaves that I carefully selected. Please taste them. At this time, Apao also took out 2 boxes of beautifully packaged tea leaves and handed them to them. Guolin said with sincerity. He actually didn't know what to give to the Taoist priest. The old man asked him to give him the first batch of tea leaves that he carefully selected and made, and told the Taoist priest that he had turned around and changed things. It's a blessing that the donor can return to the right path. Guolin accepted the tea leaves. He probably also understood what the other party meant by sending this tea. Almost at the same time as he accepted the tea leaves, the fragment of the Bagua evolution disc around his neck vibrated magically, and a coldness rushed into his mind. Then, Guolin looked at Apao in surprise. The fragments of the evolved Bagua disc reminded him that Apao would get better in the future and become famous. The man in a suit shook hands with Chun-Li and attended the county meeting together. At that time, Chun-Li also he is no longer the director of the Tourism Bureau. But who knows what will happen next? The hint given by the Bagua evolution disc fragment just now, all of this actually has something to do with him. As for the specific relationship, the Bagua evolution disc fragment habitually broke it off for him. Every time he aroused his curiosity, he would not be responsible to the end. Guolin thought about it, and also told Apao, in the future, when you have time, you can go up the mountain to burn incense, and go to the quiet room to receive baptism, so that your body and mind can stay peaceful and not make the same mistakes again. Although the other party's original identity as a gangster made him extremely disgusted, no one can make mistakes without being a sage, and the other party did not make an unforgivable mistake. If the prodigal turned back and sincerely repented, then he could no longer look at the other party with the same eyes as before. Thank you, Taoist Master. Apao saluted Guolin very seriously and respectfully. For some reason, he was overjoyed now that he was invited by the Taoist priest. Everything is over. At this time, Chu Jian seized the opportunity and stepped forward to ask, Taoist Master Gua, I also want to support you, and I can also provide support. Guolin was puzzled. This kind of thing had never happened before. Why did it happen so successfully today? He knew that the other party should have a pious heart towards Taoism, otherwise he would not be able to provide any willpower in the quiet room. However, he was not familiar with the other party, and he didn't know if this bit of piety was due to him and Qingfengguan. Therefore, he would rather not accept the support money from such a person without knowing the details. Therefore, he also said to the other party, this believer, whether you make a donation or not depends on fate, you can't force it. Ah! Chu Jian obviously didn't expect that Taoist Guo would reject him without hesitation, and he didn't even react. On the other hand, Linishan and Apao and his son felt a little proud for no reason. After all,
Dao Kangwa agreed to support their family, but rejected another person in the blink of an eye. Chu Jian responded quickly to his status, and immediately explained, Deist Master Gua, I have nothing else to ask for. It is true that I have postoperative sequelae, insomnia every day, and have been tortured in great pain for more than 10 years. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out the calming talisman from his body, and said even more urgently, I was fortunate enough to get Taoist Master Gua's calming talisman, and found that it can perfectly solve my pain, so I came here to express my gratitude and sincerely support Taoist Master.
Chu Jian said this sincerely. If he hadn't experienced it personally, no one would understand the pain he suffered from insomnia every day. Even having to deal with a lot of things in the company in this kind of pain every day is even more painful.
Guolin frowned and looked at Chu Jian. He naturally heard that what the other party said was not a lie. Almost at this moment, the fragments of the Bagua evolution disc shook again, and another wave of coldness poured into his mind. Guolin was surprised. Is this a big show today? After such a long interval, it happened again. From the information he got, he also knew that what the person in front of him said was indeed true, and the other person did indeed only want the calming charm.
The sequelae of the operation also tortured the other party for a long time.
The key is, the other person is not a bad person.
That's enough.
However, if you agree to the other party's request, it will appear that the fate is too easy to obtain. Therefore, he also said to Chu Jian, everything still depends on fate. If you are a good believer and have a heart, then sincerely pray to the gods for rain today.
If there is no rain today, then please come back.
He originally made only a few calming charms, but 2 have already been released. If he wants to make more, he still needs rootless water to make them.
This can be regarded as a test for the other party. If he is really sincere, he will continue to wait. Even if there is no result today, he will come again in the future. If you are angry, complaining, or have other emotions because of this, then you really don't need to come. When Chu Jian heard this, he did not complain. Instead, he knelt down and prayed to the statue in the main hall seriously. He didn't know the process of offering incense and praying, which all depended on sincerity. He also knew that this must be a test for Dao Kangwa,
but he didn't understand why it had to rain. Qin Shuedong, who was next to him, saw that the chairman was like this, so he could only kneel down and worship without any hesitation.
Guolin also quickly received 2 points of willingness reminder.
Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Looking at Chu Jian and Qin Shuedong who were still kneeling, it was obvious that they did not understand the process of applying incense at all, and they did not even have incense in their hands. Guolin also lamented that it seems that the process of offering incense and praying does not matter, it is all about piety or not.
It can be seen that the other party is indeed pious. After a while, Xie Qingyan came in.
However, the tourists and the people brought by Linishan were not brought in, but were dissuaded. Because they have all divided the meat in their hands, they cannot appear in the main hall with meat. The 3 pure gods are enshrined here, and they are all pure gods. However, those people were not devout believers, could not provide the willpower, and had no influence.
Brother, what is this?
Xie Qingyan was confused when he saw Chu Jian kneeling.
Those who are tested by fate, Guolin said simply.
Xie Qingyan naturally understood these things, and immediately knew that this was what he was asking his senior brother for. The senior brother felt that he could help, but he could not easily grant such blessings and create problems for the other party.
This kind of test is also common in Taoist classics and stories. Senior brother, how about lunch? Xie Qingyan asked again. Guolin said, let's eat the 5 meat dishes for lunch. Then make a piece of blessing rice for donor Lin and his son. Apao's eyes lit up when he heard this.
He naturally knew what blessing rice was, and he was taught a lesson by the Taoist priest for it.
I didn't expect to be able to eat it now.
However, his mood is completely different now. He no longer thinks about selling rice to make money, but wants to savor this blessing that is difficult for others to obtain.
Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyan nodded and went to the kitchen to deal with it.
Guolin also stuffed the red envelope in his hand directly into the merit box. The money was on him and in the Taoist temple's merit fund, so it had no impact on him.
Because it's all his. I can only imagine how many single sutras I will give to Xie Qingyan in the future.
Just how much should be opened depends on the standards of other Taoist temples. Thinking about it, he also looked at the sex location information, and the merit money increased by 5,000. The donation given by Linishan was 5,000, which was quite a lot for ordinary people. However, compared to the more than 100 points of willpower created by the other party, this is negligible.
After a long time, Chu Jian got up.
He had sincerely prayed to the gods in the temple, but looking at the still clear sky, he couldn't help but sigh.
Now I can only wait nervously.
A strong rice fragrance soon spread, and he was instantly attracted. He had never smelled such a rich and alluring rice fragrance.
This should be the blessing rice, right?
But from the conversation with Taoist Gua just now, this rice needs to be specially arranged, and it should be difficult to eat. Otherwise, the rich Lin family would not have to send people to buy it so hard and just come to the Taoist temple to enjoy it. So, after he inquired about it, it turned out that he could only stay and have some ordinary meals. After the meal was over, Linishan and Apao said goodbye and left with emotion on their faces. They now know why this rice can be sold for 15,000 apiece. Chu Jian looked at the clear sky where the sun was still shining, but he became more and more anxious. As for Guolin, he had returned to the dressing room to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined spiritual energy, and then similarly input energy into the Lingtian protective urn. The accumulated energy still failed to activate the guardian spirit.
This thing was more difficult to deal with than he thought.
After the energy in his body was exhausted, he also went to the main hall. When passing by the backyard, he heard the movement inside and walked in.
I saw that Xie Qingyang was still practicing Baguazhang.
This was because he had said before that eating rice and practicing martial arts would be beneficial. It's just a pity that the opponent's Baguazhang is not good enough and cannot mobilize the spiritual energy of the refined rice like Qingfeng Fist. Therefore, even now, the other party has not felt the benefits. However, now that there is the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, Qingfeng Fist does not have to be reserved for direct disciples.
Basic qi refining method of Jushin Xianjing can be regarded as a new directly passed down study.
Thinking of this, Guolin also said to Xie Qingyan, "Shenyan, you can stop for a moment."
Xie Qingyan stopped and asked doubtfully, "Senior brother, what are your orders?"
Guolin asked back, "You have been practicing Baguazhang for a long time.
Have you felt the benefits of eating the blessing rice?"
Xie Qingyan shook his head truthfully, and then said, "Senior brother said there are benefits, so it must be benefits."
"I can't feel it. It should be my problem."
He was still a little disappointed when he spoke. After all, he has always wanted to know what the so-called benefits are, but unfortunately, no matter how much he practices Baguazhang, he has never been able to realize it. Guolin naturally saw Xie Qinjiang's disappointment and smiled and said, "Maybe it's not necessarily your problem, maybe it's the problem of Baguazhang you learned. Since you have already entered Qingfengguan, you can also learn Qingfengguan."
Something.
When Xie Qingyang heard this, his face suddenly showed joy. He knew that this senior brother knew many magical things. He has long been curious about these and wants to learn them.
But the senior brother didn't say anything, and he didn't take the initiative to mention it, for fear of violating a taboo. Now that senior brother wants to take the initiative to teach, why not make him excited? Guolin continued, "Stop practicing this Baguazhang. Today I will teach you Qingfeng Fist, one of Qingfengguan's unique skills." "Okay, senior brother."
Xie Qingyang immediately nodded devoutly, with anticipation in his eyes. After all, he had seen with his own eyes that his senior brother could easily cut through wood as thick as a human leg with a wooden sword. In his opinion, this is not something that can be described simply by imparting martial arts.
It may be more like the kind of martial arts on TV. Go get paper and pen.
Guolin ordered, "I will copy down the mental method first so that you can memorize it, and then teach you every move of Qingfeng Fist."
"Yes, senior brother."
Xie Qingyang didn't hesitate, and hurriedly went to get the pen and paper, put it on the stone table in the yard, and then handed the pen to Guolin respectfully. After Guolin took over the pen, he also wrote silently on it, "Xian Ming, all transformations are inseparable from the sect, the breath enters the heart through the throat, and falls directly into the dantian and springs flow through it.
The intention is neither tight nor loose, neither instant, nor separation. This mental formula is practiced in conjunction with the moves. If you just look at the formula, you will be confused. Some people even cursed when they saw it. What the hell is this? But this mental formula is indeed useful, especially when practicing moves. Once the mental formula is melted and penetrated through the moves, you will gain enlightenment. The combination of moves and mental formulas is also the key to opening up the body's acupoints. Naturally, the acupoints here are not the acupuncture points and meridians mentioned in martial arts novels, but tend to be joints and power points. After Guolin finished memorizing the mental formula, he handed it to Xie Qingyang and said, "Make the formula memorized. Remember, this Qingfeng Fist cannot be passed on to outsiders, it can only be passed on to those within the sect." "Senior brother, I know."
Xie Qingyang took the formula and agreed respectfully, then sat down on the stone table and memorized it seriously. The Qingfeng Fist formula is not long, it is concise and clear, and Xie Qingyang memorized it quickly. After memorizing it, he tore the paper with the formula on it into pieces and crumpled it into a ball. He then said to Guolin, "Senior brother, I have already memorized the formula." Guolin nodded and said, "Next, I will teach you the moves and the coordination of the moves with the mental acupoints."
Excuse me, senior brother. Xie Qingyang saluted.
Xie Qingyang has learned Baguazhang, which also has the combination of acupoints and mental techniques, oral formulas, and moves. The difference is that to learn Baguazhang, he asked his son to donate 1 million in merit. Therefore, when Guolin taught him Qingfeng Fist, he could easily understand it thoroughly, and it did not require Guolin to put in much effort. But Xie Qingyang was a little confused, because he found that the Qingfeng Fist taught by his senior brother did not seem to be much different from the Baguazhang he learned. Apart from the differences in acupoints and force exertion, there seems to be no other magical features. But he still learned respectfully, because he knew that since his senior brother had taught him, he would definitely be able to experience the benefits he mentioned by practicing Qingfeng Fist.
But what is the benefit? He is also very curious now. Perhaps the difference in the force of the orifice points is the decisive factor.
After Xie Qingyang memorized it and mastered it several times, Guolin also said to him, "Now try practicing and see if you have any special feelings."
Yes, senior brother.
Xie Qingyang nodded, then went to the center of the yard and started practicing Qingfeng Fist. At first, his moves were a bit unsmooth, but after a few times, he gradually became more proficient. As he became more proficient, he became more and more confused,
because he felt that it was really no different from practicing Baguazhang, except that Qingfeng Fist was stronger and sharper.
But when he mastered it and practiced it again, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He clearly felt that a trace of energy suddenly appeared in his body.
The feeling is very clear.
His movements were out of control, and he stopped subconsciously, dumbfounded for a moment.
This, simply shocked. He never thought that the benefits mentioned by his senior brother would be like this. People can actually cultivate energy. Brother, I must have felt right? There was a trace of energy in my body just now. Xie Qingyang's face was full of surprise.
Although I have been searching for the Tao for half my life, I have come into contact with countless mysterious things like this, but now that I have experienced it myself, I am sure that my heart will be turned upside down.
Immediately afterwards, he secretly cursed himself for not living up to expectations. Did King Fengiguan and his senior brother have enough magic? Compared with those mysterious things, what's so strange about practicing exercises to develop energy? If it wasn't for the energy that can be produced through exercises, how could the senior brother use a wooden sword to cut off a piece of wood as thick as an adult's leg? Tao is real, and what he is pursuing is not illusory. It's just that those things outside are all fake. That's why he wasted half his life. Now, he met the true Tao.
Then, he bowed to Guolin very solemnly and respectfully. "Thank you, senior brother, for preaching." After receiving this gift, Guolin also ordered, "Practice quickly. The energy contained in the blessing rice is limited, otherwise all the energy will be integrated into the worry-relieving thing." When Xie Qingyang heard this, he subconsciously glanced at the toilet. Taoism calls the toilet a place for relieving worries, and the things discharged in it are naturally also relieving worries. According to senior brother, the blessing rice he ate during this period was not.
What a waste. I wonder if the maggots inside will grow fatter. The things that others can't eat, the energy that others can't practice, all went there. Guolin reminded again, try to guide the energy produced through cultivation into the danshan.
When the energy enters the danshan, it can be truly used by you, and even mobilize the talisman.
Otherwise, you can only enjoy physical benefits. Yes, senior brother. Xie Qingyang's eyes lit up when he heard the word making a talisman.
He didn't dare to waste time and immediately started practicing Qingfeng Fist. Because it was his first time teaching, Guolin was also watching to prevent Xie Qingyang from having any problems with his practice. But obviously, his worries were unnecessary.
Xie Qingyang's half-life search for the Tao was not a waste of effort, nor was his practice of Baguazhang for so long in vain.
As Xie Qingyang practiced, he soon felt the second trace of energy appearing, and he immediately tried to guide it to the danshan. Unfortunately, that trace of energy quickly integrated into his body and failed. After practicing like this twice, he no longer felt the appearance of energy and stopped. This should be because the energy of the blessing rice he ate was exhausted.
Xie Qingyang bowed respectfully to Guolin again. There's no need for this. Guolin felt uncomfortable seeing the other party's frequent salutes. I can't control my mood, please forgive me, senior brother.
Xie Qingyang said truthfully, and it was indeed the case. Whoever is as obsessed with the Tao as he is, who has spent half his life searching for the Tao and wasted half his life, and who suddenly feels the Tao truly at this age, and even feels the energy of cultivation, will be like him. It may take some time for him to calm down from his current excitement.
Boom!
Suddenly, there was a sudden sound of thunder. Summer in the south is hot and rainy, and it is not uncommon for thunder to arrive before the clouds and rain arrive, just like the sun's rain. Seeing this, Xie Qingyan said, "Brother, it looks like it's going to rain.
I don't know what happened to that good believer." "Well, let's go take a look."
Guolin nodded and returned to the main hall from the backyard. He saw that Chu Jian was already looking towards the sky with a face full of surprise. He also heard the thunder just now. The rain in summer often comes very quickly and violently, so in a short while, dark clouds cover the sun, and then from misty raindrops to a downpour in an instant.
Chu Jian couldn't help but be excited. "Dea Zhengua, it's raining, it's raining. It seems that good believers have such a blessing."
Guolin said to Chu Jian, then looked at Xie Qingyan, "Get ready."
Xie Qingyan nodded, knowing what to prepare.
He walked towards the warehouse and took out the tools for making talismans.
Seeing this, Chu Jian's face became even more excited. Is Taoist Gu going to make a calming charm? But he didn't understand why the old Taoist priest went to the kitchen and took out a basin. There seems to be no necessary relationship between this pot and the making of soothing charms.
Xie Qingyan also learned to be smart this time and no longer foolishly rushed into the rain to catch Wujian water. Once upon a time, he stood in the rain and looked at his senior brother holding a basin to collect the rootless water, and he felt like an old fool. Soon, the pot was filled with most of the rootless water. He then walked to the altar table and began to grind cinnabar.
Chu Jian and Chen Xuedong looked at this scene curiously. "Chairman, it seems that this rainwater must be used exclusively to make the talisman," Chen Xuedong said softly. Chu Jian nodded. Seeing this scene, anyone who is not too stupid can guess it. No wonder Taoist Gui is waiting for rain.
"Brother, the cinnabar has been ground." Xie Qingyan ground the cinnabar and placed the yellow paper and talisman pens.
Guolin also stepped forward and picked up the talisman pen. Now making the calming charm is easy for him.
Not only is he technically proficient, but with the practice of the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xian Jing during this period, although he is still unable to break his pulse, the energy in his dantian is much more than before.
As energy attached to the pen, he began to draw. Xie Qingyan on the side obviously had different feelings this time. Having never practiced energy before, he was unaware of it.
This time, he clearly felt something. There seemed to be a layer of energy attached to the talisman pen in his senior brother's hand.
Chu Jian and Chen Xuedong watched intently.
They all knew the magical effect of the peace talisman, so they were really curious about how the talisman was made. And now, they can see it with their own eyes. However, they could not feel the energy and were not surprised at first. It was not until Taoist Gui extended his pen to the cinnabar that their eyes widened in disbelief. They saw that the cinnabar automatically flowed to the pen and adhered to it, as if it had received an order. This magical scene made both of them dumbfounded.
It was like a special effect. They had never thought that they could see this kind of scene in reality. Sure enough, how could one not be surprised by the production process of such a magical soothing charm? It didn't take long.
Guolin finished drawing a calming charm, then drew a second one, and then stopped. He had already input the energy from his dantian into the Ling Tian protective urn at noon, and he couldn't make too many calming talismans with the remaining energy. Putting down the talisman pen, Guolin also picked up one of the calming talismans and handed it to Chu Jian, saying, "From now on, you can come to Qingfeng Temple once a month." Chu Jian took the calming talisman respectfully and immediately felt the magical effect of the calming talisman, which made him quickly thank him.
"Thank you, Taoist Master. Coming once a month means that this calming charm has a month-long effect. It seems that he will have to ask his secretary to arrange a day alone for him in the future." Then, he immediately asked again, "Taoist Master Gui, from now on I also want to support Taoist Master, and I sincerely ask Taoist Master to do it." Guolin did not refuse this time.
Instead, he said, "I don't need to support you.
Taoism also pays attention to the offering of incense and flowers.
If you are a good believer and have a heart, you can provide incense and candles to the Taoist temple. As for the quantity, it depends on the believer's ability and intention. In the future, believers and tourists who come to offer incense will receive free incense candles, which is also a merit of the believer."
Currently, the incense candles at Qingfeng Temple are purchased with Taoist temple merit money. Under such circumstances, there is no way to provide free incense candles to tourists. If some of the more famous Taoist temples have incense offerings from believers, they will provide free incense and candles to tourists. Moreover, there are not many people offering incense in Qingfeng Temple every day. Now the online traffic is slowly declining. There are only more than 100 people including believers and tourists in a whole day. With the free supply of incense and candles, Qingfeng Temple will give people a completely different feeling.
Therefore, making offerings to him is not as practical and meaningful as making offerings to Taoist temples and incense. Chu Jian immediately bowed sincerely, listened to the Taoist master's instructions. I will let others handle it when I get back. It made no difference to him whether he offered to the Taoist priest or offered incense and candles to the Taoist temple. He mainly wanted to express his sincerity and seek peace of mind. After all, he will always rely on this calming charm from now on. Therefore, Chu Jian rushed back to Fujian province as soon as the rain stopped. When he returned to the company, it was already dark, but he still called the company's financial officer to the company. Zhao Yuner was also a little strange. It was the first time that she was called back to the company by the chairman after getting off work. But as a worker, she didn't dare to refuse even a call from her boss. She rushed to Chu Jian without stopping. Chairman, what are your orders? Chu Jian also directly ordered, you go to Yushan tomorrow and find an incense and candle factory to sign a contract. From now on, the incense and candles consumed at Qingfeng Temple will be provided by our company. Moreover, he did not forget to solemnly confess, no mistakes are allowed in this matter. Incense candle. Zhao Yuner heard this order and didn't react for a while. Then he realized that he had lost his temper and immediately responded, okay, chairman. It's no wonder that the Qingfeng Temple is spread in various groups in the company, saying that the Qingfeng Temple is magical and that a calming charm solved the chairman's insomnia problem. That is a postoperative sequelae that even top-level hospitals cannot treat. I heard that the chairman went to Qingfeng Temple today specifically for this purpose. She had been dubious about this before, but now that she heard the chairman's order, she knew it must be true. Moreover, the Qingfeng Temple must be very magical, that's why the chairman is like this. The scorching sun was in the sky, and no one dared to look up at it in the scorching summer sun, as if the whole world was about to burn under its light. Zhao Yuner just got out of the taxi with a contract, and the hot heat that hit her face seemed to make her body sweat. After the chairman's instructions last night, she didn't dare to slack off. She came to Yushan by car early in the morning, and found an incense and candle factory to negotiate a contract for paying tribute to King Fengiguan. The company will settle accounts with the incense and candle factory every month. Because the chairman took it too seriously, she specifically warned people at the factory that if something went wrong, their company would directly send a team of lawyers to entertain them. Now she is here to give the contract to Taoist Guo from King Fengiguan. Zhao Yuner spent some time and finally saw Qingfeng Temple out of breath. For someone like her who works in an office, going up the mountain is really physically demanding. But when she saw the Qingfeng Temple, she was really pleasantly surprised. Looking from a distance, she could see an ancient Taoist temple. The simplicity seemed to have the traces of time imprinted on it, making people immersed in it, and there was an indescribable feeling. Ornamental. She immediately took out her phone and had the urge to take pictures. I have seen all kinds of tourist ornamental buildings, but such simple and ornamental buildings are really rare. For this reason alone, she felt that the trip was worthwhile even if it took a lot of energy. After carefully taking some photos and videos, Zhao Yuner continued up the mountain and soon entered the Taoist temple and saw Taoist Master Gui in the front yard. She had seen the video online before coming here, so she recognized it immediately. At this time, Taoist priest Guo was teasing a few crows. Emotion should be the best quality of a person. People can have feelings for animals, so many people place their feelings on pets. Several little guys were screaming in front of him all day long, and Guolin naturally regarded them as members of the Taoist temple. Not to mention being bound to the game system, they are really smart and not annoying at all. Therefore, he will now tease them with the aura rice. Guolin also saw the young and mature woman who came in from outside. She was dressed in a professional suit that made her even more charming. He also stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Zhao Yuner hurriedly wanted to return the gift, but suddenly heard a hoarse voice, Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Guolin was stunned when he heard the hoarse voice. It came from behind him, and there were only a few auspicious treasures behind him. He subconsciously turned around and saw an auspicious treasure spreading its wings. Seeing him, it shouted again, Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Several other auspicious treasures all looked at it. Is this just a slow beat? But this pronunciation is too standard, right? Except for being a little hoarse, what the man said was not comparable to parrots, starlings, and the like. It was as if a real person was speaking. Guolin was really surprised. He knew that crows are very smart. He remembered that when he was studying, the text not only included crows drinking water, but also crows learned to talk. Crows can not only imitate human speech, but also imitate other people's bird calls. According to legend, Nurichi, the ancestor of the Qing dynasty, was saved by a crow. In the story, the crow that saved Nurici could still talk and helped Nurici deliver military orders. Therefore, the Qing dynasty regarded the crow as a sacred bird and dedicated sacrifices to the crow. This is also one of the reasons why crows are so disgusting to the Han people. Moreover, it is a fact that crows can imitate human speech, and it has scientific basis. Leif Bever, a foreign expert in animal behavior at McGill University in Montreal, once conducted IQ tests on birds. After ranking the IQs of various birds, it turns out that crows are animals with first-class IQs other than humans. Their comprehensive intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of domestic dogs, and some crow species even go beyond it. These crows can even be trained to speak human language. Therefore, Guolin was not surprised that these auspicious treasures could talk, not to mention that they also ate spiritual energy-refined rice, which must be beneficial, and might also lead to intellectual development.
But why is the one who speaks first slow? Isn't this guy slow in everything? Is it possible that all its talents and reaction are added to its talents and language?
In other words, as the saying goes, talent plus some partial subjects.
Qingfeng Temple welcomes all believers.
After a slow beat, he shouted again, jumping and fluttering his wings, as if a child had just learned a skill and was eager to show it to adults.
It's really strange. At the next moment, several other auspicious treasures seemed to have reacted and started calling out, Qingfeng, good faith. Welcome to Qingfeng Temple. Welcome.
Several auspicious treasures jumped together and shouted out, but it was obvious that they seemed to be slow to learn and were not proficient at the beginning. They shouted intermittently, and some even could only shout 2 words.
Is this one person leading a group of people?
There is a saying that if one child in a community learns to peek at sex, all the children in the community will soon learn to do it. Zhao Yuner was already surprised by the scene in front of her, and subconsciously took pictures of several crows with her mobile phone. She knew that parrots and mynas could learn to speak, but she didn't know much about crows, but she never thought that crows could also talk.
Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers.
Soon, the shouts of these auspicious treasures were all in order, as if they were a teacher when they slowed down.
It's just that the timing of each call is inconsistent, which makes it look very messy.
However, they seem to have opened up a new world, replacing their hoarse calls with the words Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers.
Xie Qingyang and Lin Ziyan walked out of it, obviously hearing the noise. Xie Qingyang asked in surprise, Brother, what's going on with these auspicious treasures?
They should have listened to us guide tourists often and learned from it.
Guolin explained with a smile, and this is also the most likely one.
Lin Ziyan stepped forward extremely curiously. Sure enough, smart birds can learn human language. He wanted to tease the little guys even more, so he smiled and said, Learn from me and call me daddy. Slowly looked at him in confusion, and several others also shouted in confusion,
Call daddy. Lin Ziyan said again, Dumb.
He opened his mouth and shouted as if he was confused,
Dad. Lin Ziyan tried to seduce again, Dumb.
He shouted a bit slowly but still confused,
Dumb. Dumb.
Several others screamed dumbly.
Lin Ziyan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Guolin looked at him in astonishment.
If he could say hey after a slow beat, this guy would have recognized 7 fathers.
Pfft.
Zhao Yuner seemed to have thought of something while looking at the video she had taken, and couldn't help but laugh.
Only Lin Ziyan felt more and more wrong when facing all this. Good faith, you are polite.
Guolin did not forget this lady, and said another courtesy to her. Zhao Yuner hurriedly learned to return the gift without daring to show any slightness. After all, when the chairman talked about Deist Gua, his tone was full of reverence and respect.
He was not a fool.
Then, she also introduced herself, Dea Zhangua, I am sent here by Chairman Chu Jian to deal with our company's supply of incense candles to Taoist temples.
This is a contract for the supply of incense candles. We have already signed it with the incense candle factory.
If anything happens, you can contact us at any time.
With that said, she respectfully handed the contract she brought to Guolin.
Seeing this, Guolin took over the contract and said, I'd like to trouble my dear friends to make a trip.
Taoist priest, I want to offer you some incense. Zhao Yuner said respectfully.
We can also know from the attitude of the chairman that this Qingfeng temple must be magical. Now that she is here, she does not dare to neglect it.
Follow me, good believer.
Xie Qingyang took the initiative to step forward, guide this person, and lead her to burn incense.
Several auspicious treasures looked at this scene in surprise, with curiosity in their eyes.
However, in the blink of an eye, they no longer paid attention, fluttering their wings and flying towards the outside of the Taoist temple, and soon landed on the shed of the Lingquan tank. Ma Tao was taking the workers who were building the reservoir to hide in a shady place in the distance to rest.
Now the reservoir has begun to take shape and will be built soon.
However, the afternoon sun is too scorching now, and it is not the time to work at all. We have to wait until the sun is no longer so scorching. He saw a few crows landing on the shed of the Lingquan tank, but he didn't feel strange. These were just auspicious treasures raised by the Taoist priest.
2 tourists came up from the bottom of the mountain. They were 2 young men.
They seemed to be single and traveling together. After all, running up this mountain would have lost a lot of meaning if it wasn't with a girl. Of course, there is another possibility, unless the 2 men are not buddies. Hong Hao and Wang Xing also breathed a sigh of relief when they arrived in front of Qingfeng Temple.
The road to King Fengedwen is too difficult. Damn it, you fell out of love and I suffered, so you had to hold me back. That's the spiritual spring mentioned on the internet, right? Go try it and see if it's really that magical. The 2 of them chatted and walked directly towards the Lingquan vat. They picked up the bamboo ladle and went aside to clean it. Then they picked up the water in the Lingquan vat and drank it. But obviously, neither of them had a pious heart and could not experience the effect of the spiritual spring water at all. Just when the 2 felt that it was a pity, a hoarse voice sounded. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers.
The sound startled Hong Hao and Wang Xing, and they subconsciously looked around.
But after looking around, I didn't find anyone at all.
The 2 looked at each other subconsciously, with an inexplicable look of horror in their eyes.
Isn't it? They didn't do anything wrong. Then the voice sounded again. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Immediately after the second one, it became a little noisy. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers.
Hong Hao and Wang Xing felt their scalps numb.
Who the hell is scary?
But they also noticed that the sound seemed to be coming from above their heads. The bright sun also emboldened the 2 of them, so they hurried out of the shed and went up to the top of the shed. They discovered that there were also a few crows on the shed looking at them curiously.
The 2 sides seemed to be looking at each other.
Hong Hao and Wang Xing were both stunned for a moment.
It's not these guys who are scary, right? Just as the 2 of them were thinking about it, they saw a few crows jumping up and down. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers.
The sound was messy, but this really surprised Hong Hao and Wang Xing. These crows really can talk, and they speak so clearly.
The 2 people reacted and quickly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. This is incredible. A few crows were still jumping and calling. Ah, the crow is talking. A girl's voice sounded.
I saw a few female tourists coming together and heading towards the Lingquan tank, and were quickly attracted by the crow's cry.
Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers.
They couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Everyone has heard that Qingfeng Temple is magical, but I didn't expect that the crows here would welcome tourists. After shooting the video, they decisively uploaded it online.
In today's internet era, even ordinary people have their own short video accounts. Even if they don't have any intention of becoming an internet celebrity, they still have the intention of posting a video that will go viral. This is a kind of psychology to attract attention.
In general, the sense of existence is weak in reality, and the more so the people who are not noticed. Generally, girls have this mentality even more, especially some girls who are not very pretty. Super beauty can give them huge confidence, making them feel as if their figure has been promoted to the level of a real goddess, enjoying those crazy men on the internet
of praise.
Therefore, the crow in Qingfeng Temple can actually speak human words and welcome people.
If you upload it, it will definitely attract attention. Of course, upload it decisively.
Moreover, as tourists came one after another in the afternoon, more and more people discovered this surprising scene, and also took videos and posted them on WeChat Moments and short video platforms. As a result, a few crows became popular on the short video platform. After all, cute pet animals also have very scary traffic on certain channels. Obviously, everyone who saw the video was shocked by the performance of the crows. It's not surprising that starlings and parrots can talk, after all, everyone knows them. But crows are really rare, let alone ones that can talk and welcome tourists in human language so clearly.
In the flower garden, Zhao Lin has seen the relevant videos.
She is the face commentator of the Hui Iwan account, so she naturally pays more attention to the situation in the short videos. After watching a few videos, I didn't expect to catch a few auspicious treasures from King Fengedwen. Of course she knew these 7 little guys. She tried to take pictures of them several times, but they were very disrespectful. It's just that he really didn't know that these 7 little guys could talk, and they could speak so clearly and well.
Are these little guys hiding too deeply?
Zhao Moxin and Zhao Yan both gathered around curiously and saw the video played by Zhao Lin.
Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers.
The 2 girls were also surprised when they saw the 7 little guys jumping around to welcome tourists in the video.
They can actually talk. I've never heard them speak before.
The 3 girls hurried out of the flower garden. They wanted to settle a score with these little guys, but they hid it so deeply and kept it a secret for so long.
Guo Lin didn't know what was happening online.
He had already returned to his room to play leisure Shushan. He originally wanted to do a daily task and receive today's refined spiritual energy rice, but who knew that today's mission of refined spiritual energy rice would unexpectedly give him a small bag of other things. Crucially, the game system also prompted, "Congratulations on getting a small bag of Reiki rice seeds." Guo Lin was a little surprised when he got the hint of this spiritual energy refined rice seed. In the past, this daily task was basically to give out spiritual energy refined rice every day, but today I was unexpectedly given a small bag of spiritual energy refined rice seeds.
What a surprising surprise! In other words, in the future, you can not only get aura rice in the game, but also grow it yourself? If this is the case, it can be a proof for Reiki fine rice to close the loop successfully. Thinking of this, Guo Lin immediately went to the closet, closed the door, and then an idea entered the game. Sure enough, I saw a small bag of seeds on the table in the novice's residence. Pick it up, saw the remarks.
This is a small bag of special Reiki polished rice seeds.
After planting them, you can harvest Reiki polished rice. Restriction 1: a spiritual environment is required for planting.
The more spiritual energy there is, the better the rice will grow.
The better the quality of harvested milled rice, otherwise it will not germinate and grow. Restriction 2: it needs to be irrigated with spiritual water.
The better the quality of the spiritual water, the better the growth, and the better the quality of the harvested rice, otherwise it will not grow. When Guo Lin saw the note information about the aura refined rice seeds, his surprise suddenly dropped a lot. This spiritual energy refined rice actually has two such limitations. The water of spiritual energy is fine, and you can water it if you have a spiritual spring vat, but it can only be planted in a spiritual environment, and the quality is also related to spiritual energy.
In reality, there is no way to do this.
In reality, there is no spiritual energy at all, or the spiritual energy is extremely thin.
Where is he going to plant it?
Guo Lin immediately understood how Boss Chow felt when he said it was tasteless.
At present, for him, what is this kind of thing if it is not useless? Even if you get something, it's still a good thing in the game. If you can't use it, no matter how good it is, it will be in vain. He is now just looking forward to whether there will be any changes after the sex station is upgraded. For example, the spirit gathering array in the game will appear, which can gather some spiritual energy. In reality, it's not that there is no aura at all, it may just be so thin that it can't be sensed at all. There must also be some spiritual energy in the earth veins, right?
If there is a spirit gathering array, some of them can be gathered together. Therefore, he was a little eager to upgrade the martial arts station to see what changes would happen after the upgrade. However, he still took the small bag of spiritual rice seeds out of the game and headed to the main hall. He also figured out that this kind of seed cannot be planted now, but it will be planted sooner or later, so it is better to cover it up now. In the main hall, Xie Qingyang had just seen off a group of tourists offering incense.
When he saw Guo Lin coming out, he saluted, "Senior brother."
Guo Lin directly handed a small bag of spiritual energy refined rice seeds to Xie Qingyang and ordered, "Put this seed under the Sanking God's throne and accept tourists to offer incense and pray for blessings. In the future, he will lead tourists to offer incense and mainly pray for blessings."
Xie Qingyang took the seeds and was a little confused when he heard this order. "Brother, are these seeds special?"
Guo Lin nodded and made up an excuse and said, "A very special seed can be planted after enough blessings. Once the planting is successful, you can directly get the blessing rice, eliminating the need to pray for rice, otherwise it will not be possible to plant at all." Xie Qingyang couldn't help being surprised when he heard this.
Can the blessing rice still come like this? The key point is that this rice is amazing, right? Is there no way to plant without praying? Lin Ziyan next to him was attracted.
He has always wanted to buy blessing rice from tourists, but no tourists have been able to get blessing rice, and he can't buy it even if he wants to. Therefore, he pays great attention to prayer rice. Hearing Guo Lin's words, he couldn't help but curiously asked, "Taoist priest, can seeds grow completely outside the laws of nature?" Although he knows that blessing rice is magical, he can only understand it if the rice is planted and then blessed with special energy. But according to the laws of nature, if you can plant it, you can plant it. If you can't plant it, there must be something wrong with the seeds. Now Taoist priest Guo said that as long as there are enough prayers, it can be planted, otherwise there will be no way to plant. This is completely against the laws of nature. Guo Lin smiled, took out 2 seeds, and said, "Donor Lin, would you like to give it a try?" If the planting can be successful without praying, the donor has also given the Taoist temple a great merit. He could tell that not only Lin Ziyan was curious, but Xie Qingyang was also curious. Therefore, he didn't mind satisfying their curiosity. Seeing the Taoist master's confident look, Lin Ziyan actually believed it in his heart. But looking at the 2 seeds, he was still a little eager to try. What if he succeeded? People always have whims. Just like buying a lottery ticket, I always think about what if I win. Taoist master, I will work hard. Lin Ziyan still picked up the 2 seeds and solemnly promised. Xie Qingyang shook his head. Although he was curious, he firmly believed that what his senior brother said was definitely true. It was impossible for donor Lin to successfully plant it. Then, he also respectfully invited the seeds to be placed under the Sanking God's throne. After all, if this thing is blessed enough, you can directly grow blessing rice. Others only know that blessing rice is delicious and good for the body. But he now knows that blessing rice can help people practice and cultivate energy. This is the basis for their Qingfengguan to settle down and establish their lives, and the foundation for their Taoism. Lin Ziyan had already found a broken flower pot and was playing with it. He also used his mobile phone to search for information on how to grow rice. Obviously he is serious about planting this kind of seeds. He obviously didn't understand the nature of the matter. Guolin no longer pays attention to the spiritual energy refined rice seeds. At least for now, there is no way to plant the seeds. A moment later, Zhao Moxin and her 3 daughters hurried to the Taoist temple. Seeing the anxious look of the 3 girls, Guolin asked doubtfully, 3 donors, who are you? Zhao Yun asked impatiently, Taoist master, where are those auspicious treasures? Zhao Moxin also nodded and said, yes, they can actually talk. Do the 3 donors know about it too? Guolin said in surprise. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. You must know that he also just discovered that a few little guys were talking. Zhao Lin immediately explained, Taoist master, they have been photographed by tourists and uploaded to the internet. The short video has become popular. We saw it on the internet. This surprised Guolin. After all, it only took such a short time and it became so popular? Back in the waiting room, he took out his mobile phone and searched for short videos online, and sure enough he found videos about several auspicious treasures. I saw a few little guys flying to the shed where the spiritual spring tank was located. They jumped up and shouted excitedly when they saw the tourists coming. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Qingfeng Temple welcomes believers. Cute pets already have a lot of traffic on short video platforms, and those talking parrots and mynas also attract a lot of attention. Talking crows are definitely rare and will definitely attract attention and surprise. What's more, these 7 chirping ones. The most popular video has almost 500,000 likes. It can be seen that sometimes people are inferior to animals. This kind of likes cannot be exchanged for any number of female internet celebrities showing their arms, legs, or even revealing them in a subtle way. Nowadays, a few little guys have achieved this without any special publicity. It's incredible. I just knew that crows can talk and they can speak so clearly. Unless I heard it myself, except for being a little hoarse, I would have thought it was the voice of a real person speaking. Why a crow? It's an unlucky bird. Upstairs, you can't say that. Unlucky people are just spreading rumors. In Taoism, the crow seems to be a symbol of good luck and a sacred bird. I prove that my family is near Crow Ridge. We will worship crows here and worship the crow god on Jinyu every year. Looking at these 7 crows, I also felt that their eyes seemed to be very clear, and there was no sense of disgust. Could it be that it was really all due to prejudice in the past? I suddenly want to take a look at King Fengiguan. The inexplicable crow is so cute, I want to go there too. In this video, in addition to marveling at the 7 auspicious treasures, there is also a lot of discussion about whether crows are auspicious or not. There are indeed many reasons why crows are unlucky. Most of them were spread rumors, or were deliberately smeared for some reason. However, this was the first time someone heard that the crow is an auspicious treasure of Taoism and a sacred bird. This did cause a lot of surprises. Guolin looked at those videos and was surprised to find that someone else started to take advantage of the opportunity to sell crow pets. It seems that such a smart bird as crows has been bred by people, but there should be very few people who could raise crows before. Belonging to a small circle. This time it was an opportunity to sell. The key is that there are still many people booking. It seems that I was influenced by the video of 7 little guys. Moreover, Guolin also saw many comments on some videos saying that they saw 7 little guys and wanted to come to Qingfeng Temple. This made him sigh. Very good. A few little guys knew that they were in business and helped to attract customers. Finally, I also know that it is shameful to live and eat for free. As a result, the heat in Qingfeng Temple is about to rise again, and there will definitely be more tourists tomorrow. Moreover, as expected, the number of tourists coming to King Fengiguan increased significantly the next day. It is a pity that there are still few true believers, and the increase in willingness is not much. Most of the visitors came to take photos and videos of a few auspicious treasures. However, a few lucky treasures seemed to be bored and flew away to hide somewhere, leaving the tourists who came later to leave disappointed. In the Qing Feng viewing room, Guolin continued to play Leisure Shushan and accepted the mission. As the level of the game character increases, the tasks that can be accepted become more advanced and difficult. It is no longer just about running errands, but there are also more missions to defeat monsters. Similarly, once the mission is completed, there will be more and more magical things available in the game. No prompts appeared, and there was really no reward at all. There was no way to bring out the reality. Senior brother, the horse donor is here. Xia Qinjiang's report sounded outside the lobby. Only then did Guolin put away his cell phone. Ma Tao should have come to discuss with him the design and construction location of the Hall of Merit and the 7-star tower. The Xia family donated a merit hall and a 7-star building. These are to be built, so naturally they need to be designed and supervised. Therefore, he thought of this horse benefactor for this kind of thing. The opponent's piety is as high as 3, and he will definitely do his best for the Taoist temple. The key to the design of the reservoir designed by the other party was obviously very careful. It was very in line with his appreciation requirements and matched the current simple style of Qingfeng Temple. In addition, he is also working on the county's viewing pavilion and mountain temple projects, so he doesn't have to worry about the two masters. He planned to leave the affairs of Merit Hall and 7-star tower to the other party. Ma Tao was already waiting outside with Xie Qingyang, his face full of respect. For him, being able to help the Taoist temple was a blessing. He now truly feels the benefits of being a Taoist believer. Every day in the quiet room, he can feel that his energy and physical condition are getting better and better. Seeing Guolin come out, he saluted respectfully. Taoist master, I have already made preparations. You just need to tell me the location of the building, and I promise to design it carefully according to the current environment. Well, I believe in the donor. Guolin nodded with a smile and took Ma Tao out of Qingfeng Temple. In fact, he had already chosen the location to build the Hall of Merit and the 7-star tower. First, he took Ma Tao to a location over the Xia Cave. If Xia Cave can be chosen for use by the ancestors of King Fengiguan, then the feng shui location and situation in this area are very good. The 7-star tower controls fortune and has the meaning of suppression, so it is very good to build it here. At that time, the old Taoist priests and the ancestors of King Fengiguan can be invited into the 7-star pagoda without having to be exposed to the wind and sun in the Stonecliff Cave. At that time, the Stonecliff Cave can be turned into a place of meditation. As for the Hall of Merit and Virtue, it should not exist in the Taoist temple system. It is a place where the human race enshrines meritorious deeds and sages, so it must be in the guest position of Qingfeng Temple. That is to the northwest of King Fengiguan. There happens to be an open space near the forest. The Gond Hall can sit north and south, with the beautiful mountains and forests at its back, which is also an excellent location. Ma Tao followed him, carefully remembering every word he said, and even curiously asked why he chose this location. Guolin also answered them one by one. Naturally, Ma Tao also recorded religiously. After Guolin explained everything clearly to Ma Tao, the afternoon passed. He also walked towards the Taoist temple. The 7 auspicious treasures attracted a lot of tourists, but they didn't know where they were hiding, which also left many tourists disappointed. Hey, I haven't seen those crows all afternoon. It's really disappointing. Yes, I came here specifically for them. Otherwise, this spiritual spring water would be just a gimmick, and I wouldn't feel anything after drinking it. Hey, let's go back. Guolin could only shake his head at this. When you do something because of something, someone, something, or a purpose, be prepared to be disappointed. After all, it's impossible to have everything go your way in life. Even if you are fully prepared for something, accidents may happen. Guolin was about to enter the Taoist temple, but was suddenly attracted by the entrance. His eyes even brightened slightly when he looked at the Taoist robe. The pupil's waist is cut like a bundle, and a piece of black gauze is wrapped in cold jade. Piaran has her own gushy posture, looking back at the beauty and beauty, they are all mundane. A poem about giving a crown to a woman from the Taoist scriptures came to mind. Among the female crowns given to women, the female crown refers to female Taoist priests. This poem tells the story of the stunning appearance and pure heart of the female Taoist priest. Her eyes are as bright as autumn water, and a green preaching scarf on her head wraps the beauty like ice-cold muscles and jade bones. Her slender waist is as thin as a silk bundle, which shows that she has a good figure. In the past, elegance and elegance were emphasized, and poets might write poems as pure praise, but in modern society, it might mean something else. Probably because this female Taoist priest is so beautiful and has a great figure, and I really want to have a wonderful relationship with her. Guolin is not a lecherous person, but he still has expectations for his dual Taoist companion, otherwise he would not always think about asking God to send him a Taoist companion. Moreover, he never taboos or denies these things. Look at the Shushan swordsman. Which of the immortal cultivators cares about love? If you can't love in one life, you can be reincarnated and love again. Although he has cultivated the Tao, he has not yet cultivated his true nature as a man. It's just a pity that the beautiful and lovely female crowns are almost invisible nowadays. Therefore, he did not expect that a good-looking and beautiful female crown would suddenly come to his Qingfeng temple. The tourists around also noticed this person. Especially some male tourists are obviously attracted. Many even took out their mobile phones and took pictures. The limits of uniform temptation are not that narrow. To be more precise, if you have a good figure and appearance, you can be tempted by any uniform. The female Taoist priest seemed to have discovered these people taking secret photos. She was obviously good-tempered and not embarrassed. She was holding a fly whisk and posing elegantly to cooperate. The pose looks great. Very elegant too. The key is to have a good figure, which is really good-looking. This made the male tourists take photos even more enthusiastically. Guolin frowned slightly when he saw this, feeling very strange. There was something very wrong. A real female crown would not do such worldly and frivolous behavior. At most, she would give these people a polite bow. The female Taoist priest obviously also saw Guolin and stepped towards him. When she got close, she made a Taoist salute. I have met my fellow Taoist. Zisun, you are polite. I've met fellow Taoist. Guolin returned the greeting, but his brows furrowed deeper. Because the other party's etiquette was not standard, it was even worse than Lin Ziyan, who rented the temple for some time. Is it possible that this person has just entered Taoism and has not yet been educated in Taoism? Fellow Taoist, I want to offer incense to the venerable Taoist temples. Zisun said, and performed another not-so-standard Taoist ritual. Guolin became even more suspicious, but still led Zisun into the Taoist temple. After Zisun received the incense candle, he went to the main hall. He obviously knew the process of offering incense. Seeing this, Guolin also went to the dressing room to prepare tea. There is a way of saying, when a Taoist friend visits, he prepares immortal tea. There is no fairy tea, but ordinary tea is still available. But when he came out with the tea, his face instantly darkened when he saw the scene in the main hall, and he threw the tea in his hand on the table next to him angrily. The tea was spilled all over the table, just like his disappointed heart. Why is God letting him play? There are very few female crowns. There are even fewer beautiful and lovely crowns. He thought it was a beautiful female crown lady, but she actually did this for him. The Zisun in front of him actually changed his attire in the main hall in front of the statue of Sanking God. The other party's robe was specially designed, and the upper and lower positions could be pulled up to the middle to tie it up. In this way, the upper body has become a thin sling, with half of the body still exposed, and the arms, lower body and legs are all exposed. This is simply deliberate temptation for the sake of temptation. Dressing like this in a Taoist temple is simply insulting to Taoist customs. The key point is that Zisun was so fascinated by taking pictures with his mobile phone that he didn't even notice that he was back. Apparently he didn't even pay attention to the Taoist temple's rule that no cell phones are allowed to be used for filming. What's more, she took a selfie video and said to the video, "Do you know how to find a Taoist girlfriend? You must know that there are many benefits to finding a Taoist girlfriend." Guolin felt like his heart was turning upside down. It seems that in reality there is no way to meet a real female champion, unless you raise one yourself. I felt something was wrong just now. It was actually a Taoyuan. Taoyuan is a group of women who wear Taoist robes that expose their legs and arms and use their status as female Taoists to attract attention. They seem to be noble and great, but they repeatedly create vulgar topics like finding Taoist priest girlfriends in order to form a high-intensity information flow to brainwash the public. The key words and actions about Taoist knowledge and culture are not strictly professional. They are secondary processing of information obtained from the internet, which seriously affects the image of Taoism in the outside world and makes outsiders think that Taoism is so vulgar. Moreover, these Taoist ladies specialize in visiting major temples and Taoist temples, visiting many historical sites, checking in and checking out places, posing for traffic, and then flirting. Behind the scenes, an industry chain is formed, and the traffic earned in the end is sold for profit. It can be said that these Taoist ladies do everything they can to make Taoist temples everywhere miserable. This is still good. Some people who look like Taoist women are actually Taoist prostitutes. I heard that some special people like this, and the price of wearing a Taoist uniform for one night has skyrocketed. To attract these people, you must first become a Taoist priest and have the opportunity to attract this group of people. Guolin was instantly filled with disgust towards Zisun. No matter how good the figure is, no matter how good looking you are, if you are dirty, it is like a puddle of mud, and it is disgusting to look at. He became angrier when he thought that this kind of people were taking vulgar selfies in his Qingfeng temple and affecting his appearance. The other party made him look forward to it in vain. I thought I finally had a beautiful female crown to talk to. If you don't teach me a lesson, I won't feel happy. Thinking about it, he angrily took out a bad luck charm, walked out again, and then cast it on Zisun without hesitation. In an instant, the runes on the bad luck charm quickly became lighter, and a black energy floated towards her, and then gathered on her seal. After doing all this, Guolin walked towards the office without looking back, not even bothering to pay any attention to such a Taoist lady. Chen Zixan had already taken his mobile phone to the location of the Qingfeng quiet room and started taking selfies there. As you can see, this is the Qingfeng quiet room. There is indeed a sense of purity here. When you are meditating in such a quiet room, you should bring a Taoist Bagua bracelet, which is the one Zisun is carrying. Of course, you can meditate in a quiet room and wear this string of bracelets at home. In the video captured by the camera, she intentionally or unintentionally focused the camera on her half-exposed snow-white breasts. After taking the selfie, she was satisfied and restored the robe to its original appearance. However, she waited for a long time but did not see Director Gua come out. As a young person, she wanted to tease the other person's Taoist heart and then take advantage of him. After all, the other party also has some traffic online. Everyone also knows that he is really good at martial arts. He looks a bit handsome, but I don't know how good he is in certain aspects. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't find the other party coming out, so she left the Taoist temple first. Anyway, this is not the only time I come to King Fengiguan to check in. As long as the video traffic sent out this time is sufficient, it will naturally be necessary to check in more times. If Taoist Gua takes the bait and is impressed by her, he will use Qingfeng Temple as a base. After all, Qingfeng Temple has a high traffic volume. After leaving the Taoist temple, she took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. I'll send the video to you later. Edit it quickly and upload it. Also, hang up the link to the bracelet. A joking laughter came from the other end of the phone. Okay, Sister Chen, I will edit it as soon as possible, but I heard that Dao Kangwa is good at martial arts. Will he anger him? Chen Zixan smiled and said, even if he knows real kung fu, can he still hit a woman? What's more, how determined will a young Taoist priest be? Do you believe I can defeat her? Beautiful female Taoist priest and young Taoist master who knows kung fu. This topic should attract a lot of traffic and eyeballs, right? Chen Zixan said such words, but she still maintained an elegant posture when walking and expression. It can be seen that she still has some crooked ways. Because she has a background in etiquette training, etiquette gestures are used with great effect. When she reached the entrance of the mountain trail, she proudly put away her mobile phone and went down the mountain with her fly whisk. But at this moment, several dumb crows suddenly flew over her head. She subconsciously raised her head. There were a few crows in King Fengiguan who could talk. They were very famous in the past 2 days, and she wanted to rub them. But when she raised her head, she didn't pay attention to her feet, and accidentally stepped on a stone. The woman's center of gravity was already unstable, so she twisted her foot and tumbled down the steps. After a few laps, he hit his head and fainted. If a power here at this time, he would definitely feel that this scene is so familiar. After a while, a tourist spotted her and hurriedly called 120. When Chen Zixan woke up again, he found that he was already in the hospital, with an assistant guarding him. Sister Chen, are you finally awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? The assistant asked hurriedly. Chen Zixan only felt a pain in his forehead, which must have been a big bump. But she asked anxiously, where is my mobile phone? The assistant immediately said, I don't know. The tourists who found you and the medical staff who rescued you said they didn't see your mobile phone. What should I do? All the materials I shot are in it. Chen Zixan was stunned. But the fact was already the case, and she had no choice. Now she just felt very hungry, so she said to her assistant, buy me some food and a new mobile phone. I will go to Qingfeng Temple tomorrow. The assistant nodded and went out to buy some fish balls. But when I returned to the ward, I saw a nurse applying medicine to Chen Zixan's leg. It was obvious that a large piece of skin had been removed. Sister Chen, what's going on? The assistant put down the fish balls and asked doubtfully. Chen Zixan's face was full of annoyance. I was really unlucky. When I went to the toilet, there was a pool of water, so I fell down. I also fell inexplicably on the Qingfeng Temple. Sister Chen, some people on the internet say that Qingfeng Temple is very magical. They also say that they have seen it with their own eyes and experienced it personally. Could it be? The assistant couldn't help but think about it. After all, what Sister Chen did was a bit offensive to the Taoist temple.
What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Zixan immediately interrupted his assistant. Those things on the internet are just propaganda. King Fengiguan is just better in these aspects. Is there really such a thing as magic? Hasn't she encountered it before? Will she have so many peers? Will there be so many bitches joining this line? Thinking about it, she took the fish balls bought by her assistant and ate them. At this time, she was really hungry. But perhaps because she was eating too quickly, her expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly covered her throat and accidentally swallowed a fishball without biting it clearly. Sister Chin, what's wrong with you? The assistant was startled and shouted quickly, Doctor, doctor. Chen Zixan's face turned increasingly blue, indicating that his respiratory tract was squeezed and he could not breathe. A doctor rushed over quickly, checked and gave Chen Zixan respiratory first aid, but after a while, he said urgently, why is it stuck like this? It's choked and blocked. Send it to the operating room, and the trachea needs to be incised. When the assistant heard the news, his face was obviously not good looking. Just eating a fishball, how could this happen? I used to make money with Sister Chen, but I didn't think about many things. Now I am inexplicably reminded of the saying, with your head raised 3 feet up, there is a God. Otherwise, Sister Chen would be too unlucky, right? It didn't matter if he fell on the mountain or in the hospital, but now he had to cut his trachea to eat. How could there be such misfortune? Maybe I didn't encounter it before, but this time I really did. King Fengiguan. When Guolin returned to the dressing room, he picked up his phone and started playing the game. However, he was still in a bad mood, until a reminder suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations for your first time punishing Dai Yuan, who wanted to take advantage of the sex residence. Moreover, the other party has paid a certain price and will be rewarded with 100 willpower. Is this okay? Guolin really didn't expect that this could also increase his wish power. Suddenly, 100 willpower was credited to my account, and I felt a lot better inexplicably. He also immediately looked at the upgrade conditions of the sex station. Upgrade requirements: 1. 400,000 merit money, 10,132,500 usable merit money. 2. 1,000 willing power, 735 available willing power. The level of willingness required to upgrade the sex station is not much different. Upgrades will be available soon. The amount of merit money is more than 10 million, those donated by the Xia family to build 2 types of buildings. In a happy mood, he continued to play the game, but as soon as he took control of the game character, he saw a request for help. The world of mortals is already crazy with a sword, and the wine is rising to the sky. The stars play with the sun and the moon, and they lie drunk in the clouds and laugh at the world. Not to mention anything else, just seeing this poem, he decisively clicked on this task. Regarding Shushan, swordsman is about feelings and Kixia is about memories. Xiao Litzi from the Yuhang seemed to have mysteriously made an appointment with a drunken Taoist priest to meet at the Shilapo Mountain Temple. However, he lost his wooden sword in Shilapo Mountain last time and had no weapons. He did not dare to go up the mountain alone. We need heroes who will accompany us. When Guolin saw this mission, he just felt that the game mission planner was a little too funny. Will Xiao Litzi not dare to go up Shili Slope? Shilapo God of War. But think about it and understand that the main purpose of making games is to give players a sense of participation. It is normal for some tasks to be humorous. It's just that the game planning completely turned Xiao Litzi into a joke. However, this guy seemed to be a joke at first. That classic walk knock on the head is just unbeatable. I have to accept this mission no matter what, just for the Shilapashan temple. It can be said that among the many games, novels, materials, and movies related to Shushan, Shilapashan Temple is definitely the most significant one. When I arrived at the inn, I met the little Litzi again, who didn't have any heroic demeanor now. After a conversation, he killed monsters all the way to the top of Shilapo Mountain and arrived in front of a mountain temple. After that, a drunk Taoist priest came out. Boy, you really kept your word and came on time. Hey, why is there one more? It doesn't matter, I'm just teaching you one move. Senior. Boy, since you're here, I'm going to teach you a trick today, and I'll treat it as repaying your wine. Watch carefully. Guolin looked at it carefully, and the game screen showed the extremely classic wine and sword fairy sword dance. Think about it, how many people who played Kixia didn't get excited when they reached this point? After a while, the sword dance was completed, and Xiao Litzi learned a sword controlling move. The game also prompts you to complete the task and press the OK button to receive the reward. Guolin sighed. With the game system's urinary properties, this would allow him to get rewards. He called the game system Daddy. Click OK. Congratulations on acquiring the basic sword control technique of the Shushan school. Guolin opened his mouth, suddenly wanting to shout something, but couldn't. Swordsmanship, that is a man's romance. What man doesn't have the fantasy of wielding a sword in the sky and flying around the world?
Looking at the game system prompts, Guolin simply forgot about calling the system daddy, hurried back to the waiting room, closed the door, and excitedly entered the game.
On the table in the novice's residence, a skill jade medal stood there in an extremely eye-catching manner.
He immediately stepped forward and grabbed the skill jade token in his hand, and immediately saw the note information.
This is the most basic form in the sword controlling technique, a secret skill of the Shushan school. After using it, you can get detailed instructions on how to perform it.
Guolin decisively chose to use it, and in an instant, the skill jade token turned into dots of starlight and penetrated into his head.
A stream of information also appeared, all about this basic sword controlling technique. When he got the information, he was also a little disappointed. This basic sword control technique was different from what he thought. It's really just a basic sword handling technique.
Sword control in the air is a kind of sword control, which is very advanced.
Moreover, there is no limit to what can be controlled, even if it is a gourd, a palace, or a spaceship. Of course, sword cultivation in general focuses on sword control. The technique he obtained was really just the most basic sword controlling technique. It can only allow those who learn to wield the sword initially, that is, they can make the sword in their hands leave their hands and float around the body. Without moving, the sword will fly out to attack the enemy. The advancement of this basic sword control technique is Shao Lizi's famous 10,000 swords technique. But even this simple one-step basic sword control technique is also a method of cultivating immortality. You must know that in the secular world, even the top masters cannot leave their weapons and control the attack. Those who can do this are almost the top masters. But in the world of cultivating immortals, this is just a basic method. In just a moment, Guolin received all the information about this basic sword controlling technique. Then, he was immediately eager to try it, quit the game with a thought, then took out the wooden sword he had obtained from the game before and put it on the table. He immediately mobilized his energy, activated it according to the sword control technique, and locked his thoughts on the wooden sword. As he urged it, you could see the wooden sword on the table jumping for an instant. This made him look happy, and the next moment, he saw the wooden sword suddenly flying up and floating in mid-air. At the same time, the energy in Guolin's body was also consumed rapidly. He immediately wanted to control the wooden sword to fly. The next moment, he saw the wooden sword trembled and fell back to the table. This is because he is not proficient, and because his strength is limited, he is not yet able to master this style of sword control. After all, he is in the mortal realm, and his strength is still that of a mortal. It is difficult for the top masters in the world to attack with a sword away from the body. Even if he has sword control skills, he will not be able to master it immediately. Guolin immediately activated this sword control technique again. After a moment, the wooden sword floated again, but again, when he tried to control the wooden sword to fly, the wooden sword trembled and fell to the table with a clatter. After doing this several times, Guolin also found that the energy in his body was almost exhausted. Even if you want to be more proficient, you will soon run out of energy to support it. This is a bit painful. Guolin then looked at a pen on the table, mobilized energy again, and activated the sword control technique. In an instant, the pen moved and flew directly into his palm. The energy consumed this time is obviously much less than the wooden sword just now. Guolin put down his pen, walked aside, took out a box of toothpicks, and took out one. If you want to use any skill skillfully, you can master it from the subtleties. He activated the sword control technique again and saw the toothpick floating from his hand. As he controlled it, the toothpick flew directly around his wrist and returned to his palm. This time, the control is much easier and consumes very little energy. In this way, you can play a proficient role, and you will gradually become more comfortable. Thinking about it, he used the sword control technique to make the toothpick stand on the palm of his hand and float away from the palm. Master Gua, there is a factory outside delivering incense and candles. Mr. Xia asked me to call you. He is inspecting the goods. The other party wants to wait for your signature. Lin Ziyan's voice sounded outside, and his name for Xia Qingyang had obviously changed. Guolin also walked out of the office after hearing the report. When Lin Ziyan saw him coming out, he hurriedly saluted, but was suddenly attracted by the toothpick in his hand. What is the Taoist priest doing with a toothpick standing in his hand? When he was confused, his eyes widened in disbelief. The toothpick seemed to be floating on the Taoist master's palm and did not come into contact with the Taoist master's palm. Fuck! Lin Ziyan reacted and couldn't help but cursed in shock. Taoist priest, this toothpick. It's just a small trick. Guolin smiled and waved his hand, and saw the toothpick fly out and pierce the wall of the courtyard next to him. Guolin also walked towards the incense shop. Lin Ziyan was dumbfounded. He hurriedly ran towards the courtyard wall in 2 steps,
and saw that the toothpick had penetrated a small part of the courtyard wall and got stuck on it.
Lin Ziyan was shocked. Is this what a toothpick can do? So what will happen if the metal changes the field and hits someone? The Eastern Invincible, right? Lin Ziyan subconsciously thought of a movie. Then, he thought of something. It seems that Dao Kangwa is still single, but their Qingfeng Guangxia sect does not seem to prohibit marriage and children, and they can find girlfriends. It seems that the three benefactors Zhao are all good-looking, but I don't see Daoist Gua having any thoughts. Then if Taoist Gua is not a very advanced practitioner, there is another reason. Looking at the toothpick, Lin Ziyan began to think inexplicably. Guolin had already walked to the incense shop and saw Xie Qingyang, who was inspecting incense and candles. Next to him was a middle-aged man in plain clothes and several workers. The other party should be the owner of the incense and candle factory. To produce such products, one must wear plain clothes and either worship Buddha or Taoism. It is not necessary for him to become a monk or have faith, but sincere respect is required. Dao Kangwa. The factory owner recognized Guolin and greeted him politely. Anyone who pays a little attention to Buddhism and Taoism in Yushan should know about Taoist Gua by now. Qingfeng Temple has also become popular in Yushan recently. Guolin also returned a salute to the other party. The owner of the incense and candle factory said, "Dea Zhangwa, our factory will send you about half a month's supply of incense candles first. The specific quantity will be replenished after half a month based on consumption. Don't worry, I will send you the best and most exquisite incense candles every half month. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Guolin is not afraid of this. Chu Jian must have signed a contract with the other party for offering incense and candles. If the other party makes any mistakes, Chu Jian will make the other party miserable. "Senior brother, there is nothing wrong with the incense and candles," Xie Qingyang said after inspecting the goods. Guolin nodded, and then signed for the other party. Yushan County Hospital. Chen Zixun has been pushed into the ward again by the nurse. She was about to cry at this moment. She just ate a fishball, so why did she need to have her trachea opened? "Now I can't even talk for the time being." She was finally a little scared now. Could this really be because it offended King Fengiguan, as the assistant said? You know, she has never encountered such a situation before. This series of bad luck is just as dramatic as it is absolutely abnormal. The assistant next to him frowned and said, "Sister Chen, should we be more careful in the future?" When Chen Zixun heard this time, he nodded subconsciously. Let her be like this time. If something else happens, why not take her life? The assistant said again, "Sister Chen, now I am afraid that if it is true, will this matter not be over yet?" These words instantly made Chen Zixun's face pale and his expression froze. As if to verify the assistant's words, she felt some inexplicable pain in her trachea. Damn, how could this happen? Chen Zixun hurriedly pointed at his neck and waved anxiously to his assistant. No matter how stupid the assistant was, he knew something was wrong and hurriedly ran to call the nurse. Along with him was the surgeon who performed the surgery. He immediately examined and questioned Chen Zixun, but his brows gradually wrinkled. Something was wrong for a moment. Or maybe it shouldn't be like this. He has done this kind of surgery countless times. The only possibility is that something is left in the patient's trachea, and as the anesthesia slowly wears off, the problem arises. Even a tiny hair or fiber in that location can cause complications. Moreover, he gave this last one to the interns. He knew that this guy was unreliable and usually acted like a fool. Pushed to the operating room quickly. The doctor immediately ordered the nurse. Chen Zixun's eyes turned blank. Is it really over? Is this going to torture her to death? The assistant swallowed subconsciously, glad that he did not go to Qingfeng Temple, otherwise would he be in the same bad luck? Who can believe that there is such a mysterious power in the world? I would never believe that Sister Chen's continuous bad luck is normal. Soon after, Chen Zixun was pushed back to the ward. The doctor, as well as the chief and deputy directors of the department, all came to the ward. There was nothing they could do. If such a low-level surgical accident happened, they were worried that it would cause a big problem and they would have to apologize. Especially when the other party's assistant implicitly indicated that the patient's short video account had some fans. They were more nervous. "Ms. Chen, I'm really sorry. It was an intern in our hospital who caused you trouble because he was heartbroken. Our hospital has fired that intern, and we will also bear the cost of your treatment." Chen Zixun looked at the apologies of the people in front of him and had no intention of paying attention to them. He directly asked his assistant to bring a pen and paper and wrote a line on it, "Your hospital sent me to Qingfeng Temple." She immediately added another threat, "Whether or not to blow up your hospital will be decided after I finish handling the matter." She was now absolutely certain that her bad luck was related to King Fengiguan.
She must go to Qingfeng Temple immediately to seek help from Taoist Gua.
If something happens to her again, she simply can't bear it. Who would have thought that such power really exists in this world?
She had never been allowed to check in unscrupulously in those Taoist temples, use traffic, and gain profits before. Now that she really encountered it, she was completely scared. If this continued, it could really kill her. When the police investigate the cause of death, they are afraid that it will all be an accident and she was just unlucky. Thinking of this, she became even more frightened, and wrote on paper again, urging the people in the hospital.
How dare these people in the hospital hesitate? Arrangements started immediately.
Now as long as the other party doesn't expose them, they will cooperate with anything. Once exposed, their department will have a hard time in the next year, and even the hospital will have to face some troubles and inspections. After a while, the department director hurriedly led the people from the hospital to take Chen Zixan into the ambulance and drove towards Qingfeng Mountain. When the ambulance stopped at Qingfeng Mountain, the director took Chen Zixan out of the car and was dumbfounded when he looked at the scene around him.
I saw some hawkers and tourists shopping at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. At this time, these people all looked at them in surprise and curiosity.
It's easy for people at the hospital to rescue people and carry them down from the mountain, but now it's strange that the people at the hospital are carrying people up the mountain. The director didn't want to be watched, so he hurriedly had Chen Zixan carried up the mountain, but the discussion coming from behind made him almost stumble.
Are you going to carry people up the mountain to Qingfeng Temple for treatment? Maybe?
It's probably because the hospital couldn't save him and brought him here. Yes, I heard people say that Qingfeng Temple is very effective, otherwise why would the people in the hospital do this? When the director heard this, he felt like crying.
How come these people have so many associations? What are they doing?
He hurriedly urged to hurry up the mountain.
Shame on you.
Chen Zixan was slightly relieved when he climbed up Qingfeng Mountain.
He was about to reach the top.
But at this moment, one of the medical staff carrying the stretcher let out an ouch and suddenly sprained his feet. He fell down and the stretcher tilted, causing Chen Zixan to roll to the ground.
Chen Zixan rolled on the ground and started crying. Why?
The director was so frightened that he hurriedly helped her, and he was puzzled as to why it felt like their hospital was so unlucky.
If this throws someone down again, they will have another reason to cause trouble to their hospital.
This time, Chen Zixan shook off the director's hand and struggled to get up. She felt that this was a lesson given to her by the mysterious existence of King Fengiguan, preventing her from going up the mountain so comfortably.
She was completely frightened.
When the people in the hospital saw this, they could only follow with worry.
If something went wrong, they would be in complete trouble. The director even criticized the staff with sprained legs.
It took Chen Zixan a long time to finally reach King Fengiguan, but she was limping. She was unlucky to sprain her feet when she came up. Her face was covered with dust and stains, making her look dirty. Seeing Qingfeng Temple, she hurriedly limped inside. Seeing Taoist Gua playing with the crow inside, she hurried over and knelt down directly.
Guolin was shocked by this scene. Where did this woman come from to do this?
Not to mention the dirty hospital clothes he wore, his face was stained with sweat.
Is this necessary for a trip to Qingfeng Temple?
Chen Zixan made gestures, trying to express something, but Guolin obviously couldn't understand. Seeing her assistant following her, she hurriedly asked her assistant to get pen and paper.
The assistant came in a little frightened. After all, I knew that Sister Chen's misfortune was related to this Taoist temple. It would be troublesome if I was like Sister Chen, so after giving the paper and pen to Sister Chen, I kept my head down, not wanting to be noticed. Chen Zixan took the pen and paper and hurriedly wrote a line on it. Taoist Master Gua, I was wrong. I should not have insulted the Taoist temple. Please forgive me. I will record a video and apologize to all the Taoist temples I have visited. When Guolin saw this line of text, he reacted in surprise. Is the woman in front of him that Daiyuan Zixan? It's really unrecognizable. Where is the elegance and gesture from before?
It seems that the bad luck charm is very effective. At this moment, the game system suddenly displayed a prompt. Congratulations, you punished a Taoist lady, made her fearful, and sincerely repented.
You will be rewarded with 20 points of willpower. Guolin was surprised. Can this also gain the power of wish? Or are these Daiyuan so hated by Daemon that the game system can no longer stand it? Chen Zixan immediately wrote on the paper again, Taoist Master, I really know that I was wrong. I have something to report. Qingfeng Guan has become popular recently. Many people are eyeing Qingfeng Guan. Some of the people I know are planning to form a group to come to Qingfeng Guan. Guolin frowned when he heard this.
There are many Daowan online, especially those who are assembled in groups. It means that a group of Daiyuan people use the same machine and the same copywriting together. After reading the copywriting at one station, they can immediately change to the next one, saving time and cost. You can also buy in groups when staying in hotels or the like, and some even set up a Buddhist hall or Taoist room together, and take turns filming videos. Unexpectedly, his Qingfeng temple attracted the attention of these Taoist ladies. However, if willing power can be obtained, the sex station will soon meet the willing power requirements for upgrade. Thinking of this, he asked Chen Zixun, "It seems that you are wrong. It is not impossible to end your bad luck. You should know many colleagues who want to come to Qingfeng temple, right?" Chen Zixun was stunned and didn't realize what this person meant. Then, she understood and immediately wrote, "Taoist priest, I deeply feel that our behavior is wrong. They should accept Taoist priests' teachings, recognize their mistakes like me, and correct their mistakes." She didn't want to kill her Taoist friends, so she immediately opened her WeChat, immediately joined a group, and dragged one person into it, including her biological sister. It was her sister who got her into the business. She is doing this for her sister's own good. Change your evil ways as soon as possible, so as not to regret it later. Chen Zixun attracted 11 women into the group. Obviously, these women are also Daiyuan. This profession has formed an obscure industry chain. As soon as they entered the group, they started chatting very skillfully. "Sister Chen brought us together. Are you planning to form a group?" "Yeah, it's good to form a group, it's fun for everyone, and it costs less." "Sister, do you have any good copywriting, or have you discovered which Taoist temple has good traffic?" When Chen Zixun saw his sister's inquiry, he immediately said against his will, "Well, there is a very good copy about the benefits of finding a Taoist girlfriend. I will send it to you for a look." Immediately afterwards, she sent the copy she had written before to the group. After a while, the women read the copy and praised them one after another. "It's really good. Those bachelors who pay attention to Taoist culture will definitely have wild thoughts about us when they see this kind of copywriting. Yes, remember to wear a sexy Taoist robe. You will definitely attract the attention of many crazy people then." "Sister, where is the location? Where should we go as a group?" Chen Zixun immediately followed the temptation. "King Fengiguan, didn't you have a plan to come here? We just happen to be together, and aren't there a few talking crows in King Fengiguan that are popular these days? It's also a good time. You guys, come to Yushan quickly. I'll book a hotel for you. You can just check in then." "Okay, thank you, sister." "Thank you, Sister Chen." "Thank you, Sister Chen." For a moment, all the women in the group thanked them one after another. They were indeed planning to go to Qingfeng temple. Now that someone had arranged the photo shoot, they could save a lot of effort. Then, they discussed again. "I've been reading the information on Qingfeng Guan these past 2 days. That Taoist priest Gua has real skills. Is there any way to deal with him? He is very young and should be in good shape for martial arts training. How about leaving it to me? I'm also looking at Qingfeng temple. It's really good there. The scenery videos taken by others are very beautiful. It would be great if we could deal with that Taoist Gua and use Qingfeng temple as a base." Chen Zixun felt cold sweat on his forehead when he saw the chat in the group. These people were almost as ignorant as she was before. Now she just feels that these people are idiots for having such thoughts, especially her own sister, who had the same idea as her at the beginning and wanted to get rid of this Taoist priest. But thinking about it, she froze. "If I weren't in such a miserable state now, I would probably be the same idiot as my sister." Chen Zixun hurriedly wrote again to report to Guolin, "Master Gua, my sisters will be here soon. Please give them a good education and let them correct their evil ways." Seeing this, Guolin put his fingers together and gathered energy to click on Chen Zixun's yintang to dispel the black energy of the bad luck charm. In this way, the effect of the bad luck charm is also dispelled. Since the system has prompted it, it means that the other party has indeed realized his mistake and repented. Seeing the other party's miserable state, he has learned enough lessons. When appropriate, be merciful and merciful. However, Guolin threatened, "Your bad luck has been relieved for the time being. However, don't be too proud. The finger I just left a mark on your seal. After that, find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to Daemon on your various accounts and sincerely repent. Only then will the mark I left disappear. Otherwise, you will be even more unlucky than you are now." Guolin's words frightened Chen Zixun's face. Now that she was in such a miserable state, if she was even more unlucky. She simply didn't dare to think about it and said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Deist Master Gua, I sincerely repent and will definitely do as you asked. Let's go." Guolin didn't want to pay attention to the other party anymore. He directly issued an eviction order and then walked towards the waiting room. Since those Daiyuan were eyeing King Fengiguan, he might as well take the initiative to create an opportunity to catch them all, lest they come one by one and be disgusted to no end. You can try to teach the bad luck charm a lesson, but I don't know if this can increase the willpower. However, since the game system has given such a prompt to punish Daeyuan for having the willpower to reward her, there should be a loophole that can be exploited. It's like erecting 5 boundary monuments to expand the scope of the spiritual spring tank.
This is a default. Moreover, if those Daeyuan really came, they might as well be punished. Thinking of the past, the old Taoist priests also hated this kind of Taoist women very much. They often said that these women were like Taoist prostitutes in ancient times, corrupting the Taoist sect and causing many secular people to misunderstand the Taoist sect. He is also a member of the Taoist sect, and he is the kind of person who has been a Taoist since he was a child. Maybe he himself sometimes complains about Tao sect, but he will never allow anyone to ruin the reputation of Tao sect in front of him. If you didn't show off in front of him before, he could just sit back and watch. But these women have the idea of King Fengagwen. Even if the sex station is not about to be upgraded, they still need to teach them a lesson. At that time, if these Taoist ladies all post sincere apologies and repentance, it will definitely serve as a warning to other Taoist ladies, and if they go to inquire about it, they will all stay away from Qingfeng Temple in the future. It was enough to be disgusted by this kind of thing once, and he definitely didn't want to be disgusted a second time. We must make Qingfeng viewing a taboo for these people.
After hearing Guolin's expulsion order, Chen Zixun did not dare to stay longer and immediately left the Taoist temple.
People from the hospital are still waiting outside.
When she arrived in front of the hospital directors, she wrote in purple, "Take me back to the hospital and we will discuss compensation." The hospital director sighed inwardly.
Compensation was inevitable. When I got back, I blacklisted the intern doctor in the industry. Fortunately, he didn't kill anyone. This kind of person is not suitable to be a doctor.
Then, he quickly asked someone to carry the stretcher and let Chen Zixun lie on it.
Chen Zixun was worried all the way down the mountain.
He looked left and right, fearing that he would be unlucky again and rolled down the mountain later. But all the way to the foot of the mountain was safe and sound.
It seems like nothing bad happened.
This also made her look at Qingfeng Mountain with awe and fear in her eyes.
I'm afraid that Taoist Gua is not a god.
Even if the other party is not a god, the gods provided by Qingfeng Temple must be very effective.
Otherwise, how could it be possible to make someone unlucky with one word and return to normal with another word? Afterwards, the journey to the hospital was uneventful. Sister Chin, you seem to be out of luck. The assistants noticed.
Yeah.
Chen Zixun nodded quickly.
While breathing a sigh of relief, he subconsciously touched the position of his yintang.
Taoist priest Gua clicked here and left a mark. If you don't find the opportunity to issue an apology and repent as Dao Kangwa said, you will be doubly unlucky. This is equivalent to being controlled by Taoist Gua. If someone had said this before, she would definitely not believe it. Doesn't this scare her? But this Dao Kangwa was different. She knew that if she didn't follow the instructions, she would definitely be more unlucky. She didn't want to experience that feeling again.
Then, she thought of her sister and those people, and immediately opened the group at her sister, "Sister, you guys come to Yushan as soon as possible. Rather than letting my sister encounter this kind of thing in the future, she might lose her life due to bad luck. It's better to let my sister change her ways under this controllable situation."
She should be doing this for her sister, right? King Fengagwen.
Guolin also summoned Xie Qingyang and said, "Help me prepare the materials for making bad luck charms."
Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyang didn't ask any more questions. He already knew the function of the bad luck charm. Since senior brother wants to make this thing, it means someone is going to be unlucky. Moreover, anyone who allows senior brother to use this kind of talisman must be the one who deserves to be punished. Time is lost. The night passed quickly.
The next day, a group of special passengers got off the bus at Yushan railway station, attracting a lot of attention. These were all female Taoist priests, with good makeup, all wearing Taoist robes and holding fly whisks in their hands.
It is really rare to see female Taoist priests in reality. Now there are 11 of them. Are they here in a group?
Chen Ziyun and others got out of the car, which really attracted many people to stop and watch. Especially the women who are popular online, they all have a certain figure and good looks, plus they all wear Taoist robes. They naturally know that the passengers around them are paying attention to their profession, so they try to make themselves more elegant and calm, like a true monk. They had already booked a car, and as soon as they arrived at the station waiting room, they took the car to the hotel, and then checked into the hotel according to the information sent to her by her sister.
Where is Sister Chen? Why haven't you come over yet? Yes, we are still waiting for Sister Chen to arrange it.
Chen Ziyun was also confused. Her sister should have been waiting for a long time, so she immediately took out her mobile phone to video chat with her sister.
The video is past.
She and the woman next to her were stunned for a moment when they looked at Chen Zixun, who was lying on the hospital bed opposite.
Sister, what's wrong with you? Yes, Sister Chin, why are you in the hospital? Sister Chin, what's wrong with your neck? Why is it wrapped with such a thick bandage?
Chen Zigzun, who was opposite him, immediately wrote the words for group chat on paper, then hung up and took out the group chat to check.
Chen Zigzun, I accidentally ended up in the hospital while eating. My trachea was cut open. I can't speak now. It's really annoying.
I obviously organized it myself, but I can't go up to Qingfeng Temple.
You can only go there by yourselves.
When Chen Ziun saw the news about her sister, she understood what was going on, and immediately said, Sister, don't worry, let's go up first. After I use my figure to defeat Dao Kangua, there will be more opportunities in the future.
Others also joked. Haha, Sister Chen, you might have more than one Taoist brother-in-law. That's right, if Ziyun can't handle it, why don't we still have to do it?
Haha, I don't believe that as soon as the clothes are taken off and the genitals are exposed, the red Luan star of the young Taoist priest will not move. Chen Zigzun felt a cold sweat on his forehead as he looked at the words in the group.
My sister and these people really have no respect for Taoist Gua at all. They will suffer greatly.
Thinking of her previous tragic situation, if my sister and the others knew the facts, they might not be able to understand her painstaking efforts. She quickly took her phone and booked the fastest ticket out of Yushan.
In the hotel,
Chen Ziun and other Taoist ladies soon put on special Taoist robes, and then left the hotel together and headed to Qingfeng Temple. Under normal circumstances, if they go directly to a Taoist temple wearing Taoist clothing that exposes their legs and arms, they may be blocked by some Taoist temples. Now those Taoist temples are also very taboo against them.
So, with this specially designed Taoist robe, there is no reason for anyone to stop them from wearing formal Taoist robes, right? Chen Ziun and his party also quickly took a taxi to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Their beautiful costumes attracted the attention of several vendors and tourists at the foot of the mountain. Inside Lin Sheng's Maybach, the driver couldn't help but look sideways and took out his cell phone to take pictures of the group of female Taoists. He was a little surprised. These female Taoist priests are quite pretty, so what can they do wrong? Going to become a monk and become a Taoist priest? What a waste.
Chen Ziun and the other women also saw the Maybach and whispered,
The Maybach is still there. You are really a rich man driving this kind of car. Look at that rich man taking pictures of us. It seems, do you have any ideas? At this time,
there is another person in the motorcade who is also paying attention to Chen Ziun and his group.
It can be seen from the car logo that it is a county car. What's going on with these female Taoist priests?
Chen Li looked at the group of people with a slight frown.
You also see something is wrong.
Sun Xian said with a smile.
Well, it gives people a very strange feeling. Chen Li nodded and said,
As two people, they naturally have sharp eyes, and they can see that there is something wrong with these female Taoist priests.
However, they did not pay much attention to these issues. No matter what the purpose of these women is, they should all go to Qingfeng Temple. It's not a place where anyone can offend anyone.
If he offends that Taoist Gua, it will only be these women who will be unlucky. Moreover, they came here today and had their own things to do.
The car drove into Fengyuan Temple and then stopped in front of Fengyuan Temple. The county has already completed the blueprint for transforming Fengyuan Temple into a tourist service center. The final decision was not to completely demolish Fengyuan Temple.
Some of the original buildings of Fengyuan Temple can still be used, and the greening is also done well. What they have to do is clean up the Buddha statues, Buddha sculptures, Buddha walls, and then renovate them. But now there is still a huge problem before them. That's those flies and cockroaches. When they got out of the car, their hearts sank to the bottom when they saw the flies starting to collect waste again and the cockroaches crawling on the ground.
This is not in line with scientific principles. Sun County couldn't help but sigh.
Chen Li also frowned. We have tried all methods.
To be honest, we have exterminated them more than once.
The flies and cockroaches nearby should also die.
But the reality is different from what they thought.
These flies and cockroaches did not die out, but reappeared with a mysterious color.
There is no way to explain it with scientific common sense.
The people around them looked at the flies and crawling cockroaches inside and opened their mouths blankly, wanting to say something but not knowing what to express. They were personally responsible for killing flies and cockroaches once, and they thought they were done and wanted to take credit for it. The scene in front of them shocked them and shattered their scientific outlook. Sun Xian and Chen Li subconsciously looked in the direction of Qingfeng Temple. The two of them are not fools, and they know best the grudges between Qingfeng Temple and Fengyuan Temple. Coupled with Taoist Gua's mysterious ability, they have reason to have some doubts.
But both of them are not stupid. Some things are doubtful and impossible to talk about.
They just understand in their hearts. Originally, they were thinking of using scientific methods to solve it, but now it seems there is no way.
Ba, it seems that the county can't do anything about these flies and cockroaches. A Buddha chant sounded. I saw a kind-hearted monk walking over with two practicing monks. Sun Xian and Shen Li frowned. The other party was Master Yun Yuan, chapter 53. Has the other party been staring here? Master Yun Yuan looked at the flies and cockroaches that still existed in Fengyuan Temple, and at Sun Xian and Shen Li, with a warm smile on his face. It seems that it's not that our dharma is not good. Everything always has cause and effect. It seems that cause and effect is not with us. This may be in the county, and the two gentlemen should probably pay attention to this warning. He seemed to have enlightened in his heart, and he could clearly see the cause and effect, and he could throw this cause and effect to the county. These are all karma caused by the county. These flies and cockroaches should be used as a warning by Fengyuan Temple, but it is really a pity that Fengyuan Temple has met a tragic end. This can be explained to believers in the future. Hearing what the other party said, Sun Xian and Shen Li also looked a little unhappy. The other party was obviously here to watch the fun. Moreover, what does it mean to blame the county? Although things at Fengyuan Temple have been decided and it is impossible to make changes, they still want to be respectful. After all, they had previously used the matter of dealing with these flies and cockroaches to pressure the other party. Hearing this now, it would be a bit embarrassing if they couldn't solve the problem. Seeing Master Yun Yuan walking out, Sun Xian and Shen Li glanced at each other subconsciously, and then nodded together. Go and ask Dao Zhangguo to take action. Well, he can definitely solve it. The two of them immediately made a decision, and then left Fengyuan Temple and returned to the county. They planned to make a plan first and go to find the Taoist master tomorrow. Doesn't Master Yun Yuan want to watch a show? If possible, just discuss it with Dao Zhangguo and let him watch a good show. King Fengiguan. Another day of good weather also put tourists in a good mood for visiting. There are also a few believers who go up the mountain to the Taoist temple to enjoy baptism in the quiet room. Congratulations on gaining 5 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Guolin got the prompt from the game system in the waiting room, and with a smile, he stretched his hand to the table in front of him and activated the Shushan basic sword controlling technique. He saw a silver needle floating on the table, spinning twice, and fell into his hand. It's always too light to practice with toothpicks, and I was completely proficient in it on the first day. So, he now changed to a heavier silver needle. The weight is 3 times that of a toothpick, which means more energy is consumed during practice. Guolin continued to use his sword control skills and increased the difficulty. The silver needles immediately moved around his body like a flexible elf, flying in a circle. However, when he was about to reach out to pick it up, the silver needle trembled and fell to the ground. Sure enough, after increasing the weight, the operation is not as skillful as using a toothpick. He also activated the sword control technique again, and the silver needle that fell to the ground flew back into his hand, and then continued practicing. At this moment, Xia Qinjiang's angry voice sounded outside. Brother, please come out and report something to you. Guolin stopped practicing and opened the door of the dressing room. He saw Xia Qinjiang's angry look and asked curiously, what's wrong? Xia Qingyan said angrily, a group of Taoist ladies came to the Taoist temple. I can't persuade them. Take out the bad luck charms you prepared. Those bad luck charms should be prepared for them, right? He had heard of De Yuan's profession before, but he had never been exposed to it before, and it really made him angry just now. Not only did these women behave frivolously, they even flirted with him, an old Taoist priest. The key point was that the revealing Taoist robes they were wearing were an insult to the Taoist sect. If you act wild like this in King Fengiguan, you must be taught a lesson. He now knew why his senior brother prepared bad luck charms. It seems that the senior brother knew that these women were coming. It's really here. Guolin couldn't help but sigh, and returned to the dressing room to get the bad luck charms he had prepared before. After walking out of the waiting room and following Xia Qingyan towards the main hall, I saw some women taking pictures with their cell phones without any scruples. The key point is that they also misled the tourists and made some tourists take out their mobile phones. Taoist temples have common sense about not using mobile phones. When everyone abides by it, everyone will be more conscious and competent. Once someone is so unscrupulous, it will make everyone feel that it doesn't matter. And once this kind of indifferent thought arises, there will be no respect for the Taoist temple and the god worshipped at all. Some male tourists even used their mobile phones to take pictures of these sexy Deyuans. After all, the sexy female Taoist priests dressed like this are indeed attractive to them. But this lack of scruple has greatly damaged the solemnity of the Taoist temple. Therefore, now that he is here, Guolin is not polite. He took out those bad luck charms and cast one on each of these Taoist ladies. Xia Qingyan learned Xingfeng Fist and was able to cultivate energy with the help of refined rice.
Although the energy was not yet introduced into the Danshin, his body was slowly transformed by the aura. Therefore, this time when he watched Guilin cast the bad luck charm, it was completely different from before. Before, he could only see the lines on the bad luck charm fading quickly. Now I can clearly see the black energy on the bad luck charm, and the black energy in the bad luck charm flying towards the Taoist ladies and gathering in their hall. He now truly understands what black yintang means, and he also roughly understands why when yintang turns black, people will have bad luck. As he developed energy, what appeared in front of him was no longer an ordinary world, but a mysterious world. Chen Ziun was taking a selfie with her mobile phone at a wall of King Fengiguan, where a Taoist picture was carved, depicting the heaven and earth stone wall picture.
This is a very typical mural of Daemon. The picture is layered with mountains. You can't see the horizon at a glance.
The mountains are densely covered with trees.
The life is gloomy.
The mist is filled with mist. There is a quiet pure land deep in the distant mountains.
Cultivate your mind. Nourish your character. Chen Ziun was standing in front of the mural taking a selfie. At this moment, she felt an inexplicable tremor in her body, as if she had caught a chill. Looking at the big sun in the sky, this is very strange.
Soon, she and other companions gathered together again.
How was the shooting? Chen Ziun asked.
The photo has been taken. The Qingfeng temple is so ornamental and has a great entry-level effect. Yes, this simple style is very consistent with the character of our female Taoist priest.
The results are very good. It would be great if we could all shoot here in the future. It's a pity that I didn't see that Taoist Master Gua.
No rush, go back and upload the video clip first, and you can come back later. Chen Ziun said with a smile, and left Qingfeng temple with her companions. When she was halfway up the mountain, Chen Ziun thought of something and took out her cell phone to contact her sister and tell her that the shooting was very good. But I heard a companion exclaim, "Look at Sister Chen's various self-media accounts, what happened?"
Chen Ziun was confused. What happened to her sister?
She immediately opened her sister's WeChat account and saw that she had sent a message. "I am deeply sorry for the mistakes I made against Daemon before. I should not destroy the Taoist culture that has been passed down through the ages for my own selfishness and profit.
Everyone is right, I am a Taoist priest, and now I feel deeply guilty about my profession, and I deeply repent." "Sister, is your brain broken?" Chen Ziun suddenly exclaimed. "Why is Sister Chen's short video also posted?" Another person exclaimed, "The key is that she posted it. What else are we doing?"
Chen Ziun also immediately opened the short video and entered the homepage of her sister's account. When she saw the latest video, her face became extremely sad. "In this video, my sister not only left the country, but also edited the text posted in the WeChat moments on the video, and she still bent down to apologize very seriously, showing her sincerity."
"You're really mentally ill." Chen Ziun was a little annoyed.
The key point is that this video has become popular, with more than 300,000 likes and counting.
The topic of Dawan is very much discussed on the internet.
It can be said that due to her moral quality, netizens are also very repulsive towards Dawan.
You can tell from the comments in moments. "Haha, I said you were Daewon before, but you refused to admit it.
I knew you were Daewon before, but you still didn't admit it.
You must have been educated now, right?
I have long said that there will be retribution for being a Taoist lady. Now the retribution has come, right?"
She seems to have been to Qingfeng temple.
A friend of mine posted her on her moments. She must have been taught a lesson by Taoist Gua from Qingfeng temple. I know that Taoist priest Gua has a true heritage. It would be strange for a Taoist lady not to have bad luck when she goes to a place like that.
Haha, I can't pretend anymore, I love hearing it.
Chen Ziun was stunned when she saw the comments about King Fengiguan.
"Sister, have you ever been to Qingfeng temple? Why didn't sister say anything?"
He actually told her that he had never been here.
She felt something was wrong.
At this time, the annoyed sounds of my companions also sounded one after another.
"What on earth is Sister Chen guilty of?
She is still posting at us in a short video, and now my account has been exploded."
"Me too, isn't this harmful?" Almost when they were upset, another video went viral on the internet. That Dawan video went viral, and those Dawanite fans all went to Qingfeng temple to wait for a miracle. This video is exactly a video of Chen Ziun and her group taken by a tourist. Because the video of Chen Zigzun, a Taoist lady sincerely apologizing and repenting, went viral. After this tourist discovered that the group of people were the female Taoists he had photographed, he decisively uploaded it and it became very popular. This video naturally attracted attention immediately. Fuck, I feel like something big is going to happen to these Daeyuan. If the Daeyuan who apologized and repented before had something to do with Daozangwa, then these Daeyuans will be around soon. These Taoist ladies are immoral and want to present themselves as high-ranking.
I really hope that Taoist priest Guo of King Fengagwen will teach them a lesson.
It's just a coincidence. Do you really think that Taoist Master Guo is so powerful? Stop making people a myth.
The situation you mentioned really happened. I'll stand on my head and ask for a meal.
Upstairs, I remember your ID. If something happens, I'll go find you. I hope you fulfill your promise. Upstairs, I also remember your ID. I hope you will do what you say and really go find him. Watching the breeze.
Chen Ziyun finally couldn't bear to call her sister, but was rejected. On the other side, Chen Zixun had already boarded the train leaving Yushan. Seeing Yushan getting further and further away, she still couldn't bear to send a message to the group.
I am doing this for your own good. This time I really know that there is a God in my head. I hope that you will change your ways like me.
There is a real God in Qingfeng Temple. I hope that after you get there, you can sincerely apologize to Taoist Master Guo. Sincerely repent, otherwise you will start to have bad luck. Believe me, that is not what you are willing to bear.
After Chen Zixun finished sending the message, he sighed.
In the end, I couldn't bear it. After all, the love between sisters is deep. Then, she took out her mobile phone, searched for a Tao Jing on the internet, and started reading it.
This experience made her think a lot last night.
She thought about studying Taoism for a period of time, and then truly entering Taoism and changing her mind for good.
When Chen Ziyun saw her sister's message, she almost cursed her as a bitch and cursed her for bad luck.
When other people saw Chen Zixun's words, they also complained.
Did Sister Chen scare herself out of her wits? Does she want to scare us in turn? Why should we be in trouble when we arrive at King Fengagwen? Aren't we already there? Go and apologize to that Taoist priest Guo. What is she thinking? They didn't believe what Chen Zixun said at all. They have been doing this for so long. When did anything happen? If it can be unlucky, those Taoist temples were also unlucky in the past. Which of those Taoist temples is not bigger than Qingfeng Temple? They were driven away by those Taoist temple people, and they were ridiculed and abused by people on the internet. But in order to make money, don't be shabby.
My sister must have lost her mind and gone crazy.
Chen Ziyun couldn't help complaining. Almost as she finished speaking, thunder suddenly began in the sky.
The sudden thunder startled all the Taoist ladies, and then they saw that the originally sunny sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds.
After that, the heavy rain suddenly fell.
Chen Ziyun and his party were dumbfounded.
They didn't bring umbrellas at all, and they were soaked in the rain in an instant.
They panicked and ran down the mountain, planning to take a taxi there. The mountain road in King Fengagwen has not been repaired yet, so it is a bit difficult to walk. With the rain, it is a bit slippery.
Chen Ziyun tried to be careful, for fear of slipping. But suddenly there was an exclamation, and the woman walking at the end accidentally slipped and fell down with an exclamation.
She subconsciously reached out to grab the person in front of her. Then, a second exclamation sounded, and the second person slipped and fell, and she subconsciously pulled the person in front of her.
The third exclamation. The fourth exclamation.
When Chen Ziyun reacted, it was too late to avoid the pull of the person behind her. In an instant, 11 women all slipped and rolled down the mountain road, bumping into each other.
The scene was quite spectacular.
The most important thing is that there was a sudden heavy rain, and the road was covered with yellow mud and rainwater. In the blink of an eye, the group was already dirty. After rolling a few times, there was pain everywhere.
It rained and fell again. How could it be so unlucky?
A woman complained subconsciously. The words unlucky came out of his mouth, making Chen Ziyun and others stunned for a moment.
Could everything Sister Chen said be true? Someone said in a low voice. Don't talk nonsense. It's raining so hard. Hurry down the mountain and take a taxi. Chen Ziyun didn't believe it.
The group arrived at the foot of the mountain in embarrassment despite the rain. Because of the rain, all the vendors below have gone back, and even the Maybach has driven away.
There are no tourists, so it looks empty.
Chen Ziyun and her party also hurriedly took out their mobile phones and took a taxi, but something happened that made them dumbfounded.
What's going on? My cell phone has no signal. A woman said in a panic. Another person said, my mobile phone has no signal, even at this time. Chen Ziyun also found that her mobile phone had no signal. There's no way to take a taxi.
It is even less likely that a car will come to this place on a rainy day like this.
Will you be raped by Sister Chen? Another person wanted to speak. There is a Buddhist temple there, let's go in and take shelter from the rain.
Chen Ziyun interrupted the man in a hurry and ran towards the Buddhist temple.
She didn't believe this. If you are so cowardly, what else do you dare to do in this profession?
The group of women quickly arrived at Fengyuan Temple, but they were dumbfounded when they saw the scene inside. There were flies and cockroaches everywhere. The scene was like a terrifying Shura hell. Chen Ziyun's beauty turned pale, and many flies flew towards her and landed on her, making them swat in disgust.
But there were too many, and there was no way.
Fortunately, the rain stopped soon, and they fled in a hurry, returning to the hotel wet and embarrassed. Chen Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief at this time and took a comfortable bath. Then she called the group of people together and said, "Just say it's nothing, just to scare yourself.
Let's order some takeout and then be together." Edit the video. This statement made others agree.
After all the hard work, they were also hungry.
Chen Ziyun started to order food, and soon a boy from outside delivered the takeout.
Chen Ziyun had to admit that the takeaway food was well cooked and tasted very good, but after eating only half and a half, she suddenly felt her stomach growling, and then she felt like she couldn't help it. Her expression changed and she hurried to the toilet. Not only her, but other women too, suddenly turned ugly and rushed back to their rooms.
At the same time,
in a special hotel, the police arrived as quickly as possible and saw a man beating the child crazily with a slipper. It was such a deadly move that the child had no strength to cry.
Several policemen frowned. Beating a child like this is a bit excessive. Even parents cannot do this.
Seeing the police coming, the man asked for help with an ugly face. "Comrade police, you must help investigate. This little brat, because I didn't buy him an Ultraman card, actually took revenge on me and took away some cockroach poison I prepared. I threw it into a piece of outside ingredients. There are too many takeaways, I don't know which takeaway it is. By the way, this is the takeaway customer's phone number." The policemen's faces changed greatly when they heard this.
One of them immediately asked, "Is it a lot?" The man shook his head hastily. "It's not much, but it's definitely harmful."
The police did not dare to hesitate and acted hurriedly. Looking at the child who had no strength to cry, he felt that the beating was still too light.
In the hotel, Chen Ziyun staggered out with her legs. What kind of bad luck did she have? How dare you order takeout and act like this? Just thinking about it, she felt something coming again and hurried back to the toilet. This time she felt even more exhausted. At this time, she got a call.
After pressing the answer button, I heard a voice coming from inside. "Hello, I'm a policeman from the police station.
We received a report here that a naughty kid threw cockroach medicine outside."
Chen Ziyun was really dumbfounded now. Inexplicably, I remembered my sister's words.
It would be unlucky to go to Qingfeng Temple.
They looked down from Qingfeng View and seemed to be really unlucky. It rained suddenly under a perfectly clear sky. Not only did I get wet, but I also fell miserably. When I came back, I wanted to order a takeout to satisfy my hunger, but at that time, I ordered a naughty one that had lost the cockroach poison.
Is this too much of a coincidence, or too unlucky?
That night, Chen Ziyun didn't know how many times she had diarrhea and was almost dehydrated. When she woke up the next day, there was no color on her face.
As soon as she arrived, she found that her sister had sent a message in the group. "After one night, you must have tasted the consequences, right? That is all my personal experience. I even had a tracheotomy after eating a fishball. I had an operation. I hope you won't be more miserable than me. Only Taoist Master Guo of King Fengiguan can stop all this. You must sincerely apologize and repent before I believe it. Remember, don't delay, otherwise you will only become more and more unlucky and miserable." Chen Ziyun scoffed at this yesterday, but now my heart is confused. Was my sister's tracheal surgery caused by a collision with Qingfeng Temple? Is Qingfeng Temple really so magical? Will she be in trouble if she goes here?
But through personal experience, the more she thought about it, the more scared she became.
At this time, she felt itchy on her body.
When she pulled up her sleeves, she saw ugly red spots, which seemed to be a skin allergy.
There was a knock on the door.
She went to open the door and saw her companions coming in with pale faces.
"Ziyun, do you have any allergies? We are all allergic and don't know what's going on.
Let's go to the hospital quickly, and then we'll go to Qingfeng Mountain."
I think what Sister Chen said is true.
This time, the group was very silent.
The same goes for Chen Ziyun. If not, what happened to their series of misfortunes?
She also has skin allergies.
For skin problems, they did not hesitate to go to the hospital for examination immediately.
After the doctor examined them, he told them this is not an allergy. It is caused by a foreign bacteria, which is mainly carried by flies. They need to be infused for several days and take medication, otherwise skin diseases may remain. These words reminded Chen Ziyun and the others of the countless flies in the Buddhist temple. They couldn't hold it in any longer and said one after another, "Let's go to Qingfeng Temple quickly." Yes, everything Sister Chen said is true. Go immediately. Chen Ziyun also couldn't hold it any longer and hurriedly led people out of the hospital.
What her sister said was true.
She was even more frightened when she thought that she might have skin disease and have such ugly red spots in the future. Her sister also said that if she delayed it for a long time, she would be even more unlucky.
Damn it.
My sister had obviously gone through it, but she didn't tell them, causing them so much misery. The doctor was dumbfounded.
What does it mean?
He was treating these people, and the infusions were in the hospital.
Why were they going to Qingfeng Temple? Is it so strange so early in the morning?
At King Fengagwen, after Guolin had breakfast, he returned to the dressing room to absorb the spiritual energy. At the same time, he also poured some energy into the Lingtian protective urn.
This time, he reserved most of his energy to practice sword control. He had placed a small box of silver needles on the table. As he activated his sword control skills, a silver needle flew out of the box and floated in his hand. As soon as he thought about it, the silver needle flew up, rotated along his arm, and circled around his body, as dexterously as an elf. Then, with another thought, a second silver needle floated out of the box and flew into his hand. Obviously, after practicing and becoming familiar with it, he has become more proficient in handling this silver needle. He will replace it with something heavier in 2 days. At this moment, Xia Qinjiang's laughter came in from outside. Senior brother, the Taoist ladies from yesterday are here again. Judging from their appearance, they must have been miserable last night.
When Guolin heard this, he took back the silver needle, walked out, and asked, "Where are they?" Xia Qingyang explained with a smile. They knelt down and begged for mercy as soon as they arrived.
They said they wanted to see you. They were frightened to see them like that. Don't they like to make videos?
If they really repent, I will let them make a video and apologize online first. While the two were chatting, the internet was already buzzing as fast as possible.
Yesterday, Chen Zixun, the Daiyuan, apologized and repented. Others are also waiting to see what will happen to Daiyuan, who also went to Qingfeng Temple. Everyone said that Taoist Master Guo was so powerful that he punished the female Taoist priest yesterday and asked her to apologize. However, some people were disdainful and called for the Taoist Master Guo to stop being mythical and that he only knew some martial arts. But those who followed the Daiyuan incident were surprised to find that those Daiyuan who went to King Fengagwen had just released a video of apology and repentance. Moreover, they all admitted that they were Daiyuan and knew that they were wrong. You must know that before this, no matter how many people sprayed them, no matter how much they were stoned, they were still stubborn. Now these people are all converting and posting videos to apologize and repent? This is simply a big piece of people's hearts. Who dares to say now that it has nothing to do with King Fengagwen? All I can say is that Dao Kangwa is amazing. King Fengagwen. Guolin also walked out of the closet and followed Xia Qingyan to the main hall.
In almost a moment, he got the game prompt. Congratulations, you punished a Taoist lady, made her fearful, and sincerely repented. You will be rewarded with 20 points of willpower. Congratulations, you punished a Taoist lady, made her fearful, and sincerely repented. You will be rewarded with 20 points of willpower. When Guolin saw these reminders, his face couldn't help but look happy.
Upgrade is in sight.
Chapter 120 Flies and Cockroaches.
The Taoist priest will solve it. The topic of Daoan's apology and repentance has become very hot on the internet. The 11 Taoist ladies who went to Qingfeng Temple all posted videos to apologize and repent, which also cast a layer of mystery around Qingfeng Temple. Really, maybe modern society is too exaggerated, and all kinds of women always make people feel stuck in their hearts. Farm wives, cook wives. I won't talk about these. After all, those are just vulgar, and they just make male compatriots a little afraid to find wives. Then I really found out that my wife was from some rich background. She probably spent hundreds of thousands to buy a second-hand bus to go home, and others might still keep the key. Although Daiyuan and various Chinese scholars are not so unbearable, it is not just their own dignity that these people have ruined. What they have corrupted is our culture that has been passed down for thousands of years. They not only destroyed the solemnity of these Chinese studies and culture, but also confuse and mislead the public's understanding of the correct 3 views of Chinese studies. This kind of crime of destroying culture is just like the current attempt by capital to guide sissy culture, which is extremely abhorrent. That's why so many people hate Daoan online. But the key point is that without clear legal provisions, there is absolutely nothing we can do about this phenomenon. Now it is very satisfying to see these Taoist ladies being punished by King Fengagwen and having to apologize and repent. But I don't know how many Daiyuan people on the internet were shocked, especially those who plan to go to Qingfeng Temple to enjoy the popularity. Jingxuan is one of them.
With her long legs and good looks, she often wears leg-revealing robes, which also attracts a lot of attention to her. But it stopped when it reached 200,000 fans. She is also always looking for a breakthrough. Therefore, she fixed her sights on King Fengagwen. The traffic of this Taoist temple has been quite low recently, and it pops up from time to time. Now that she saw the videos of her peers apologizing and repenting, she suddenly stopped.
To be able to do this to so many colleagues, Qingfeng Temple seems to be a bit evil. Just as she was thinking about it, she saw many comments criticizing her Daeyuan appearing in the background. Naturally, she would not admit it. No Daeyuan will admit that she is Daeyuan. Haha, didn't you say that you are not Daeyuan? Go to Qingfeng Temple to prove that you are not. Jingxuan, I have always believed that you are not Daeyuan. Go to Qingfeng Temple to prove it. Jingxuan's cheeks twitched when she saw such comments. Is there something wrong with her mind? You know clearly that Qingfeng Guanzi is here, but you still go there? She didn't want to end up like those Daeyuan. On the internet, almost every Daeyuan received the same comments. There is no doubt that King Fengiguan has become more famous on the internet. At least in the eyes of many netizens, they truly believe that there is something magical about Qingfeng Temple. King Fengiguan. Guolin and Xie Qingyang walked in front of Chen Ziyun and other Taoist ladies. It can be seen that these people are very embarrassed, and their pale and bloodless faces indicate that they have been tortured by bad luck charms. Since the system prompted a prompt, it said that they were really scared. There was also a kind of awe in their eyes. The fear is visible. Chen Ziyun and others recognized the Taoist priest Gui in front of them, but at this time how could they dare to be frivolous at the beginning? How could they dare to have any thoughts that would make this Taoist priest Hong Wan Star move? They haven't even seen each other yet, and they are already in such a miserable state. If the other party sincerely wants to punish them, how miserable will they be? On the way up the mountain, they were all unlucky enough to fall down several times, and the falls were so inexplicable that they all fell together. They themselves don't believe it when they say that there is no special force affecting all of this. Taoist master, we know we were wrong, please let us go. Chen Ziyun begged for mercy in a panic. So do other women. Humph. Guolin snorted coldly. Even though these women were indeed pretty and had good figures, their identities did not make him feel any favorability. However, these people had already repented, and he gathered energy with both fingers and clicked some on their seals to remove the bad luck charm. Let's go, don't offend the dignity of the Taoist clan again, remember that there is a god with your head above your head, you won't be so lucky next time. After that, he didn't want to pay attention to these Taoyuan anymore and went straight back to the office. How dare women like Chen Ziyun hesitate to leave the Taoist temple in a hurry? This time nothing happened when they went down the mountain, and they were relieved. It seems that their bad luck really has something to do with King Fengiguan. After Taoist Gui cast the spell just now, their bad luck was obviously gone, otherwise the descent down the mountain would not have been so peaceful. Chen Ziyun may have understood her sister's painstaking efforts at this time. Without personal experience, who would dare to believe that there are such terrifying existences as King Fengiguan and Guodeazang in this world? In the afternoon, as the sun tilts to the west, King Fengiguan is no longer so hot, and tourists begin to go up the mountain again. It seems that because of the Daeyuan incident, there were more tourists in the afternoon. It's a pity that only 3 1-point willing powers were added. It shows that only 3 of those tourists have pious hearts. Guolin also looked at the upgrade request information for the sex station. Upgrade requirements: 1. 400,000 merit money, 10,132,500 usable merit money. 2. 1,000 willpower, 957 available willpower, 957 willing power. There are only 43 points left to upgrade to the 1,000 willpower requirement. Let Xie Qingyang, Lin Ziyan, and Ma Tao, who is supervising the work, brush up the willpower, and it will only take 2 days to upgrade. If there is a legitimate reason to hold a ceremony and invite believers to watch the ceremony, then you can directly upgrade today. While Guolin was thinking about it, Zhao Moxin came. As soon as she arrived in front of Guolin, she bowed respectfully. Taoist master, I came here today to tell you good news. The flower seedlings in the flower garden have grown a lot after being watered by the spiritual spring water during this period, and they are growing faster than normal. The condition is much better, and the branches and leaves are thicker and greener. It is obvious that the spiritual spring water has an effect. Now the garden belongs to the property of King Fengiguan. Although the 3 of them are still in charge, they still need to come up and report to the Taoist priest from time to time. Guolin was not surprised by this. Although the effect of the spiritual spring vat was weakened within the scope of the Taoist temple's radiation, it was still effective, and it would definitely have a transformative effect on the flowers and plants in the flower garden. At this time, Chen Li hurried in from outside. As soon as he saw Guolin, he came forward and said, Taoist Master Gua, I came to you for help today. Mr. Chen, I wonder if I can help you here. Guolin responded to Chen Li with a smile. This person's attire is normal today. He is no longer playing the role of his heroine in the series. I guess it is not to beg him to make a video to be the male protagonist. Really, if the other person dares to mention this kind of thing again, he may be tempted to give the other person a bad luck charm.
Chen Li didn't know why, but he felt something was wrong with the way Director Guo looked at him, and an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. He also remembered the business and hurriedly recounted, "Dea Zhenghua, it's about Fengyuan Temple. You also know about those flies and cockroaches. The county has tried to eliminate those flies and cockroaches, but just after they were eliminated, new ones appeared immediately.
Cockroaches and flies show up. This is very wrong. Normal methods won't work at all. We have nothing to do. So, Sun County asked me to come to you for help. I wonder if you can do anything here."
After saying that, he looked straight at Guolin, trying to see something on Guolin's face.
"I see, that's not a problem."
After Guolin understood Chen Li's intention, he naturally tried his best to keep his calm appearance. After all, he knows best what's going on with the flies and cockroaches.
Look at the mental game picture.
There is still a long time before the expiration date of Shilak Xiang, but there is also an option to cancel it after the expiry date. Therefore, in addition to the normal expiration date, he can also cancel the effect of this 10-mile incense at any time. This option allows him to use any method that will effectively solve the problem of flies and cockroaches. Even if you just set up an altar, perform 2 sword dances, and then cancel the effect, that is still the effect of the altar and sword dance.
Chen Li's eyes lit up when he heard Guolin's words, and he asked expectantly, "Taoist Master Guo, can I ask you one more thing?"
Guolin smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, please tell me."
Chen Li immediately said, "Even our county failed to get rid of those cockroaches and flies." Master Yun Yuan saw it as a joke.
Looking at his attitude, he wanted to throw the blame to the county, saying it was a warning. You also know that they are talkative, especially if they are religious people. It is a bit troublesome for us to deal with them. Guolin immediately understood what he meant and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, those flies and cockroaches were actually caused by Fengyuan Temple harboring filth in Qingfeng Mountain, so that the Qingfeng Mountain God couldn't bear it and punished them. I can set up the altar, communicate with the mountain god, and let the flies and cockroaches disperse naturally. This is a slap in the face, a time to show off his reputation as a King Fengiguan in front of his sworn enemies." He remembered that when Yui bullied the old Taoist priest, he brought others together to argue. No matter what kind of person or character the other person is, at least in his eyes, those guys are not good people.
This is a personal grudge.
Therefore, if you don't attack the other party, your heart will not be smooth.
If he wants to kill Fengyuan Temple completely, he is harboring filth and evil, and anyone who lets Yui be a criminal. Then let's see if those guys are embarrassed.
I just learned the art of sword control, and now I can control both hands without any problem.
You can consider whether you want to have a master at that time.
Chen Li was stunned when he heard Guolin's words, and couldn't hide the smile on his face. He and Sun County actually had this idea, but they didn't expect that Daokang Guo would come directly to be more ruthless.
To be honest, they still believe in Taoist Guo more than Master Yun Yuan. At least they knew from personal experience that Daoist Guo was an expert. Apart from a mouth, what else does Master Yin Yuan have? Moreover, as Daokang Guo said, the effect will definitely be explosive by then.
This will also confirm that Fengyuan Temple harbors filth and has been punished by the mountain god. The other party should consider how to face its own believers. I am afraid that many people will convert to Qingfengguan by then. As for whether what Daokang Guo said is true, does it matter? What matters is the result. By the time the flies and cockroaches disperse, that's just the way it is. At that time, Master Yin Yuan and the others would not even have the ability to argue. Can they deny the existence of mountain gods? What else is there about cause and effect? Denying it is just right would be tantamount to denying their own beliefs, which is interesting. Ha ha. Chen Li couldn't help but laugh as he thought about it. Sure enough, there is a saying that is right, magic can be defeated with magic. Facing a person like Master Yun Yuan, Dea Zhenghua should be sacrificed. Dea Zhenghua, how about we proceed tomorrow? Chen Li asked impatiently. Yes. Guolin nodded and told Xie Qingyang, go and prepare the things needed for the divine ceremony. Yes, senior brother. Xie Qingyang immediately responded excitedly. He knew that his senior brother would definitely reveal his secrets again. Having already been exposed to cultivation and gaining energy through cultivation, he has a deep understanding of how powerful his senior brother is and is extremely looking forward to it. Next to him, Zhao Moxin felt that he had heard some incredible news. Are the flies and cockroaches at Fengyuan Temple a punishment from the god of Qingfeng Mountain? Is there such a thing as a mountain god in Qingfeng Mountain? But considering the magic of Qingfeng Temple, who can deny that there is no such thing? After all, those flies and cockroaches just gather in something wrong. Moreover, Taoist Guo will set up an altar tomorrow to talk to the mountain god and ask him to remove the flies and cockroaches. The results will definitely not be fake by then. Zhao Moxin subconsciously sent this shocking news to the group of devout believers in Qingfeng Temple. Taoist Master Guo will set up an altar at Fengyuan Temple tomorrow to communicate with the mountain god. He said that the flies and cockroaches there are punishments from the mountain god, and the Taoist priest wants the mountain god to remove the punishment. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the group was shocked.
What? Is it because of the mountain god? The cockroaches and flies are responsible for this.
I remember that Qingfeng Temple seemed to have to build a special mountain temple.
What time tomorrow? For a moment, everyone was in disbelief. Xie Qingyan became busy after Chun-Li left.
The Taoist God connecting altar focuses on cultivating magical powers and endowment with immortals and gods. Most of the heavenly masters in ancient stories, who can listen to immortals and by ghosts and gods, mostly rely on this Taoist connecting gods altar. Naturally, this magical altar has been passed down to this day, but it has basically been proven to have no effect. After all, there should be countless people from Taoist sects who use this altar, and the results can be imagined. Even Taoist colleges no longer teach this topic, and probably only some elective students will take a look and learn it. Guolin has never learned this either, he only knows that there is such an altar. But it doesn't matter, they are all used to cover up anyway. The real effect is the game system, the cancellation of the 10-mile incense aging. However, he still returned to his room and looked at the contents related to the altar of Tongshan.
Even if you are acting, you have to act well.
After reading the relevant Taoist scriptures, he also knew that there is more than one type of magic altar, and the methods of chanting are also different, including high skills, sutra chanting by masters, pinching, stepping on the gang, preserving the spirit, communicating, giving orders, etc. form.
This actually depends on the Taoist's magical power and status.
To give a simple example, if the legendary Zhang Tianxi, who is also the god of Tongshan, goes to set up the altar, it is direct. Qingfeng mountain god has come to obey the order. If you were to replace the opponent's disciples and grandsons, the most powerful one would be, please give me a talk at the god's mansion of Qingfeng mountain.
The weaker one is, thank you.
Guolin knew what the magic altar was like, it was just a cover-up. Therefore, originally I just wanted to perform a drama of communicating with the mountain god, but now I think I can change my strategy and look more elegant.
He immediately picked up a pen and a piece of yellow paper, and wrote an order on it.
The font was sharp and seemed to exude majesty. After Chun-Li left Qingfeng Temple, he immediately returned to the county and reported to Sun County. Sun County, it should be what we thought.
Dao Kangguo readily agreed. He is very confident. He also reported everything.
After hearing this, Sun County smiled and ordered, whether Dao Kang said it or not, I will fully cooperate with him to perform this play well. I need to go to the city here, and you will be fully responsible for the matter.
After saying that, he added, remember, try to find a way to let Master Yunyuan know. If they don't arrive, even if Daoist Gua solves the problem, it will still be incomplete.
Okay.
Chun-Li nodded with a smile. In addition to the good mood of solving the problem, you also need to see the embarrassed and ugly faces of Master Yunyuan.
Chun-Li also went out to deal with it quickly, so it didn't take long for Master Yunyuan to receive the news.
Have you all heard the news?
Master Yunyuan said to the monks around him with a warm face, the gentleman in the county plans to ask the little Taoist priest from Qingfeng Temple to deal with the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple, and the other party also wants to make a big fuss out of Yui's crime. Several monks nearby did know the news, and they all immediately shook their heads.
Mage, this must be just a gimmick by the other party. After all, we have tried so many methods without success.
Yes, the other party's rhetoric is deliberately aimed at us.
It is really hateful.
It's still Yui's fault for not cultivating his original mind. However, what the other party said about mountain god punishment is absolutely nonsense.
They didn't believe what the little Taoist priest at King Fengiguan said at all.
After all, they themselves are in it and have been practicing for more than 10 years.
They may not even understand whether there are some existences. It's just that practicing can indeed be beneficial to the body and mind, and it is beneficial.
Coupled with habits and the need to maintain one's status and identity, some things must also be firmly believed to exist. Then let's go and have a look tomorrow. A young and angry figure appeared in Master Yunyuan's mind. When Yui invited them to debate at Qingfeng Mountain, he met the old Taoist priest's young apprentice. But as time went by, he didn't take the other person seriously and gradually forgot about him. Especially after I heard that Qingfeng Temple was going to be demolished, I couldn't even remember that there was a little Taoist priest on it. I just didn't expect that this little Taoist priest would develop Qingfeng Temple again in such a short period of time. Moreover, the other party has many crooked ways, whether it is a spiritual spring vat or a crow talking, all the people on the internet know about King Fengiguan.
Especially the recent incident involving Daeyuan has caused many people on the internet to think that Qingfeng Temple is very magical. Thinking of this, Master Yunyuan also said sincerely, in recent days, everyone has been looking around to see if there are any intelligent birds in need of rescue. If possible, they can be brought into the temple to receive wisdom roots. Taoist schools have Taoist women, and Buddhism also has Buddhist women who make people evil. Qingfeng Temple will encounter Taoist women, and we will also encounter Buddhist women. We also need to educate the Buddhist women, so that they can sincerely repent, and let everyone know that our Dharma is profound. Since the county is developing tourists and there are so many people coming, we can't just go to Qingfeng Temple. You need to know that we are also there. Listen to the Master's teachings. Several cultivating monks responded in unison, knowing in their hearts what it meant. The Buddha's goddess does exist. If the Buddha's goddess doesn't come, then find a way. If people have it, they learn it. If they don't have it, they create it. On the second day, the weather was obviously very good. The sun was shining towards King Fengedwen. It was warm and warm. Chun-Li took several people up the mountain early in the morning. Guolin put on a Taoist robe, carried a wooden sword on his back, and even got a simple wooden scabbard. This scene made Chun-Li look sideways as he entered. But I thought it was normal for a Taoist priest to carry a wooden sword, so I didn't think much about it. Then, Chun-Li also saw the tables, ritual utensils, ritual flags, pens, yellow paper, cinnabar plates, flowers, incense, fruits, and other things placed in the yard. He asked, Taoist Master Gua, are these going to be moved to Fengyuan Temple to display the altar? Guolin nodded. Chun-Li immediately said to the people he brought, guys, I'll leave it to you to move all these things to Fengyuan Temple. Those people nodded. They knew Chun-Li's identity, so when the other party hired him, they were cautious. It's just that they were very curious. This person who came to King Fengedwen early in the morning to ask them to carry things seemed to be doing some kind of ritual. This surprised them. These days in Yushan, they have also heard of Qingfeng Temple. It seems that everyone is saying that Qingfeng Temple is very magical. It's just that they, who work hard, don't have much time to pay attention to this, and they don't know the details. Anyway, looking at the young Taoist Master Gua, they found it hard to imagine that someone like Mr. Chen would be so respectful to him. Several people also acted quickly, carrying all the things prepared by Xie Qingyang and walking down the mountain. Guolin then went down the mountain in the same way. Xie Qingyang and Lin Ziyan both followed, especially Lin Ziyan. How could he be absent from such a big event? A lot of people have gathered in front of Fengyuan Temple. Qin Hong, Lu Feng, Zhao De, Lu Feng and other loyal believers of Qingfeng Temple had already arrived. Yesterday, I was attracted after seeing the message posted by Zhao Moxin. They have experienced it personally, so they know that Qingfeng Temple is very magical, and they also know that Taoist Master Gua is an expert in Taoism. What's more, the news Zhao Moxin said was too shocking. They couldn't stand it any longer, so they all asked for leave today or put down what they were doing and came over early in the morning. There were not many devout believers in the group, and they were all from Yushan. More than 20 people came. Others just can't let go of what they're doing. It's just that they seem to have arrived a little too early, and they didn't see Dao Kangwa at all. After waiting, they waited for a group of monks to come over. Why are you here, monk? Lu Feng asked doubtfully. Qin Hong was not surprised. This used to be a * monastery, and now it is going to be demolished and used as a tourist center. Do you think they will be convinced? They should come to see the fun. They think Daoist Gua can't deal with these flies and cockroaches. When Lu Feng heard this, he subconsciously said, how could Daoist Gua have nothing to do? Didn't you say that these flies and cockroaches might be Gua? At this point, he stopped subconsciously. You can't talk about this matter, even if you know it well, it will still rot in your stomach. Master Yunyuan also brought people to Fengyuan Temple, and he naturally saw Qin Hong and others. I didn't expect that the other party also summoned some believers. Said a practicing monk. This is largely because you want to show us, right? Another monk also said. Master Yunyuan maintained a faint smile on his face. This shows that he does not take this method seriously at all. Performing rituals, setting up altars, and inviting believers are all things everyone can do. It doesn't matter if it's for pomp, it doesn't matter if it's to show influence, it doesn't matter if it's to give believers a chance to pray for blessings. All kinds of people always have all kinds of ideas. But one thing is certain, the other party's few followers are nothing. The number of believers he wants to convene will definitely far exceed these numbers. Therefore, for the other party to put on such a show in front of them, it was somewhat out of touch with the world. The most important thing is that the other party does not seem to know that the strangeness of these flies and cockroaches cannot be solved by any ordinary method. Call these believers to come and watch, and if you fail to solve this problem by then, you will be completely embarrassed. At that time, the believers that the other party finally had will also be lost. Naturally, he never suspected that the flies and cockroaches were related to Qingfeng Temple. That's because he knows King Fengiguan very well. If King Fengiguan had this kind of method, it would not have declined. It had already shone brightly in the past few decades. Is there any chance for them to develop? It is even less likely that Qingfeng Temple will be reduced to a dilapidated state and will be demolished. Dea Zhangui is here. Zhao De suddenly shouted. Everyone looked and saw a group of people coming here. Guolin also quickly arrived in front of Fengyuan Temple, but he did not expect that believers like Qin Hong would come. Taoist priest. Taoist priest. When Qin Hong and others saw him arriving, they also greeted him respectfully. Guolin also responded with courtesy. It was the group of monks that caught his attention. It was good to have these guys here, otherwise who would have to show all the tricks? Master Yunyuan stepped forward and made a Buddha call to Guolin. Do you have the confidence to drive away these flies and cockroaches? Call the believers, but don't let them down. Once the believers are disappointed, there will be no recovery. Who are you? Guolin responded directly. The other party was trying to quarrel with him, or was he implying that if these believers were not able to solve the problem after being summoned, they would lose these believers? It is said that he did not know what to do with this arrogance. The key is that he didn't know that Qin Hong and the others would come. The other party doesn't even know how to use a hammer, yet he still plays this trick with him. Therefore, he directly said, "Who are you?" Which means you can go on your way. How could he not recognize Master Yunyuan? He remembered every one of those who bullied the old Taoist priests, even if they were much older now. Haha, I'll wait and see what the poor monk said. Master Yunyuan naturally understood the meaning of the other party's words. But now he had no intention of arguing with the other party, so he went back to the monks and sat down in the lotus position with a calm look. When Guolin saw this, he could only say that the old monk was pretending, but he didn't know if he would be able to be so calm later. Xie Qingyang had already decorated the altar and placed each object in place. Flowers, fragrance, and fruits should be placed in the order of the 3 talents. Moreover, in order to connect to the mountain god of Qingfeng Temple, the position of the sacrificial flag and altar should also face Qingfeng Mountain. He had learned these things in other Taoist temples, and had seen 2 heavenly masters do it, but the result was just like that, purely a psychological effect, nothing magical at all. Xie Qingyang also held a Dharma drum in his hand. When his senior brother offered sacrifices, he had to beat the Dharma drum to cooperate. Qinli stood by and wanted to help, but obviously knew nothing about this and could only watch. Brother, the altar has been set up. Xie Qingyang finally walked to Guolin and reported. Well, let's get started. Guolin nodded and walked to stand in front of the decorated altar. At this time, whether it was Qinli, believers like Qin Hong, or Master Yunyuan, they all looked at him. Guolin had also picked up the short hammer on the altar and struck it on the small bronze bell, which meant that the work of communicating with the gods had begun. Enter my door, the heart lotus is cultivated, you can do whatever you want, and you are the same body as me. Guolin also began to silently recite a Taoist mantra, and at the same time, he also took steps under his feet, like a Taoist dance. This is a magic spell specially used by the magic altar. On the side, Xie Qingyang followed Guolin's chanting, and also cooperated by beating the Dharma drum at the critical moment, chanting in the same voice, "Enter my door." The 2 of them were very surprised in the eyes of believers like Qin Hong, and seemed to be very mysterious. Seeing this, Master Yunyuan and the others shook their heads. They knew about this magic altar. After all, they also had something similar. And this is something that the Taoist sect himself almost gave up, but this little Taoist priest used it instead. This is not even comparable to their chanting method in front of Fengyuan Temple. Little Taoist priest, you are talking nonsense. But at this moment, Guolin suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hand and kept opening his hand. This made people look curiously and wonder what he was going to do. The stretched out hand seemed to catch something. At this moment, Guolin shouted one word, sword. The word sword caught everyone's ears, and made everyone wonder, isn't the sword on the back? Is this asking someone to draw a sword and put it in his hand? But at the next moment, the wooden sword on Guolin's back followed the word sword, as if it was summoned, and instantly flew up from his back, even reaching mid-air, and after another spin, it was extremely accurate, fell into his hands. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, and their mouths opened wide at that moment. Master Yin Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged in Feng Qingyun, suddenly looked shocked and stood up from the ground. How could such a thing happen? Qin Hong's followers immediately became excited. Fuck. Lu Feng. I'll go. Lin Ziyan. Oh my god. Lu Feng. Old Qin, did you see it? Lu Feng was shocked and incoherent. Keep your voice down, don't disturb Taoist Gua.
Qin Hong reminded hurriedly, but his heart was already overwhelmed with shock.
Although I had known that Daozangwa was an expert in Taoism and knew many tricks, the skill in front of me was no longer just that of an expert, right? I'm afraid this is not a swordsman.
Chen Li also stared closely at the wooden sword in Guo Lin's hand.
Before, he didn't understand why Taoist Guo was carrying that wooden sword.
Who would have thought that he would make such an astonishing scene? Dao Kangwa shouted for a sword, and the sword obeyed his command and flew into his hand.
The few people brought by Chen Li were completely stunned with their mouths open.
Now they may understand why Mr. Chen respects this Taoist priest so much. He had heard people around him talk about Taoist Guo before, saying that he knew real martial arts and was an expert. Originally, they thought those people were exaggerating.
What age are you in now?
You still have martial arts, but you can still talk about fighting and stuff like that.
But what do they see now?
The wooden sword flew up from the Taoist priest's back and fell into his hand following the order.
How is this done? Martial arts? How is it possible? In reality, which martial arts practitioner can do this? Master Yun Yuan and the others were completely stunned. In addition to disbelief, there was also an unpleasant feeling in their eyes. Guo Lin took hold of the wooden sword and began to swing it again. Although this sword control technique is still not proficient enough, the move just now was obviously very successful. Then, he began to perform the divine sacrificial sword dance. This was also part of the magic altar. He remembered that he was not too familiar with it, so except for the first few moves, which were done normally, the rest were just random gestures. But even so, every sword he strikes will touch everyone's heart. Suddenly, he stopped and used his sword control skills again, while shouting, "Linky!" The next moment, he saw an edict written on the altar yesterday flying up under the sword control technique and floating in front of him. This scene shocked everyone again. After the edict flew up, it felt no force at all and floated in mid-air. Such a scene is like a fairy.
Qin Hong and other believers were already shaking with excitement. After all, they were all devout believers in Qin Feng Temple. Because of his status, Chen Li could only hold back his tumbling heart, but the coolies he hired almost knelt down in shock.
They are really just ordinary working people. Where have you seen such a scene? The impact was huge.
While Guo Lin was using his sword skills to control the edict, he was also chanting, "I gave it to the mountain god of Qin Feng Mountain."
Your punishment is to harbor dirt and evil in Feng Yuan Temple. Now Yushan is demolishing this place and rebuilding it. There will be no more Feng Tian temples in the future.
The original temple, your punishment, should be demolished.
Following Guo Lin's words, the attention of everyone around him was also focused to the extreme. Because the main event is coming. Whether it is punishment from the mountain god will be revealed soon.
Guo Lin muttered casually, then stabbed the edict with the wooden sword in his hand, stabbing the edict directly through it.
He stretched out the wooden sword and put the edict on the candle to light it.
Almost when the edict was about to be burned, he suddenly swung his wooden sword, and with the burning edict, it seemed to form a fiery red sword light.
Mountain god, give orders. Guo Lin's shout also sounded at the same time.
When the wooden sword stopped, the edict had been burned out.
But this shout made Master Yin Yuan and others tremble in their hearts. In fact, they have many Dharma doors, Dharma altars, and rituals that are similar to Taoism. They also have similar altars such as this, so they know that there is more than one category of ways to communicate with the gods. And what is this little Taoist doing?
He was giving orders to the mountain god, which meant he was ordering the mountain god to remove the flies and cockroaches.
How arrogant is this?
There really is a mountain god, but without the corresponding strength, he must die. But while Master Yun Yuan and the others were thinking about it, Guo Lin also had an idea and cancelled the effect of Shili Xiang. At that moment, Feng Yuan Temple no longer had the influence of 10-mile incense, and the flies that had been affected for a long time flew outside and scattered around.
Those cockroaches also fled out of Feng Yuan Temple. The scene is very spectacular.
Master Yin Yuan and others were dumbfounded, and their jaws dropped in shock when they saw this scene.
Immediately afterwards, the group of people's faces turned completely pale. Is there really a mountain god? Moreover, this mountain god actually obeyed the orders of this little Taoist priest. How did he do it? A monk found that his voice was trembling. He really has that kind of existence. Another monk's voice was also trembling. Why? Master Yaiwan found that his hand holding the rosary was shaking a little. He wanted to forcefully hold his hand, but the impact he received was not something he could control easily. He simply couldn't figure it out. If Qin Feng Guan had such ability, why didn't the old Taoist priest come out in the first place? In that case, they would not dare to go up and argue with others. The most important thing now is, does Qin Feng Mountain really exist? He didn't want to believe it, but the flies and cockroaches that fled away seemed to tell him that this was the truth. For a moment,
The eyes of Master Yunyuan and others looked at Guolin with fear, even a little more fear.
Gua, Taoist Master Gua is not an ordinary cultivator.
Lu Feng said with excitement and trembling all over as he watched the flies and cockroaches disperse.
Zhao Moxin said, Mom, everyone knows this.
Those flies and cockroaches really dispersed.
This is not something ordinary people can do.
Lu Feng quickly shook her head and said, That's not what I'm referring to.
I read relevant information last night. Taoist Master Gua was ordering the mountain god just now. This is something that only legendary beings like Zhang Tinshi can do.
Otherwise, ordinary Taoist priests I can respectfully invite the mountain god.
Ah! Zhao Moxin was shocked when she heard this.
Qin Hong and Lu Feng were also shocked when they heard her words.
And indeed, how could an ordinary man order a mountain god?
It didn't take long for all the flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple to escape. Although Chen Li was also shocked, he said very happily, Haha, this trouble is finally solved, so you still can't do anything to hide evil, otherwise there will be gods at your head.
Of course I said this on purpose, so why bother saying it to whom?
Master Yunyuan and his party felt their cheeks twitching when they heard this.
Without saying a word, they walked outside as if they were running away.
It could be seen from their messy steps that they were not in a calm mood.
Soon, Master Yunyuan led the people out of the Fengyuan Temple Road, and only calmed down a little when they got outside. Do you really believe that everything just now is true? Master Yunyuan asked with a frown. The practicing monks looked at each other. Is this still fake?
We saw it with our own eyes.
Yes.
Master Yunyuan shook his head in disbelief. We have practiced for so many years and have never come into contact with the supernatural. I don't believe that a little Taoist priest on the other side has such ability.
If there is such a thing, I won't lose to him. It must be some acrobatics that we don't understand.
But those flies and cockroaches,
a practicing monk said sarcastically.
Master Yunyuan continued to shake his head. It's not yet time, they will definitely come back as before, just like we did before.
You take turns to guard here. If those flies and cockroaches come back, tell me immediately. After giving the instructions, Master Yunyuan turned around and left.
The hand holding the rosary was still shaking violently, which showed that his heart was not as sure as he appeared.
Denial, that may be his last stubbornness. Inside Fengyuan Temple, everyone looked at Guolin with completely different eyes. The awe and reverence deep within cannot be concealed.
The simultaneous appearance of these two emotions is enough to explain their shock.
Gua, Daoist Master Gua, is this okay?
Chen Li walked up to Guolin again, his words showing his shock and difficulty in calming down. He knew how difficult those flies and cockroaches were. The Agricultural Administration tried to find a way to solve it more than once, but it quickly returned to its original state.
Now just follow Guadao Kang's words, the mountain god gives the order, and those flies and cockroaches fly away on their own?
If it were solved like this, it would be a very happy thing, but it is indeed too magical, too fantasy, and too shocking to the worldview. Guolin nodded and said with certainty, Mr. Chen, don't worry, they won't come back again.
Such a sure tone made Chen Li feel overwhelmed, and he finally said tentatively after a while, Dea Zhangua, is the person you are talking about the one who is going to build a temple at Qingfeng Temple? Can we go up and worship?
Guolin naturally knew that Chen Li was talking about the mountain god's niche on Qingfeng Mountain. He didn't deny it, let alone explain it, so he said casually, then go and worship. In the eyes of others, this is tantamount to admission. Qin Hong and others also looked at each other. As devout believers in Qingfeng Temple, they had been to Qingfeng Temple more than once or twice, so they naturally knew about the project being built at Qingfeng Temple.
There is an ornamental pavilion built with funds allocated by the county and a mountain temple.
Now what Dea Zhangua means is that flies and cockroaches are. The group of people couldn't help but look at each other, and the shock in each other's eyes was clear. This must be followed by some worship.
Guolin also ordered Xie Qingyan to clean up the altar.
Seeing this, Chen Li immediately ordered several people hired to come forward to help. The attitude of those people this time was also respectful, no longer as casual as when they came down the mountain, they just regarded it as a mere labor service. Li He was like this, the shock in his heart was like a surging wave. He has been an ordinary migrant worker all his life, doing hard work, and has never thought about anything mysterious in this world. Even if they go back to worship their ancestors during festivals, it is mostly because of the crowds and the excitement that all the relatives in the village go back. To be honest, he also sneered at ancestors' blessings and the like. If the ancestors could really bless him, he would not be a coolie and earn a little money after working hard for a month. But today, his idea that ordinary people cannot be ordinary has been completely shattered. After all, I saw the magic with my own eyes. When Li He was carrying it, he couldn't help but secretly put a piece of fruit into his pocket. When the colleague saw this, he immediately said, "A big river, a piece of fruit, not like this is a bad behavior." "Lee," he said in a low voice, "this is a sacrifice to the mountain god. It should bring good luck." The colleague was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously grabbed 2 pills and put them in his pocket. "Lee," he looked at his colleague in astonishment, "you said it couldn't be like this." The colleague hurriedly said, "I said I wouldn't just take one, you stick." As he spoke, he took another one and put it in his pocket. "Lee," he suddenly looked at his colleague in astonishment. Did he mean this just now? Guolin had already walked outside Fengyuan Temple. Devout believers such as Qin Hong, Lu Feng, Zhao Moxin, and Lu Fan also hurriedly caught up. Chen Li also made a phone call at the same time and asked someone to come to Fengyuan Temple to guard and report the latest situation in real time. Although he believed in Dao Kangwa, his status still required concrete results before he could report to the superiors. Guolin also smiled when he saw Qin Hong and others following him up the mountain. After these people go up the mountain, they burn some incense and go into the quiet room. The level of willingness to upgrade the sex station is basically enough. Not long after, Guolin and the others arrived at Qingfeng Temple. After instructing Xie Qingyan to get incense and candles, he also led people to the mountain god's shrine. When they saw the mountain god's shrine, everyone except Shen Li was stunned. Because the shrine is very dilapidated, even full of cracks, and the outside is covered with dirt and even spots, it is completely unclear what the shrine originally looked like. There's just a rough outline of a person there, otherwise, it would be like an inconspicuous stone. But after what happened below Fengyuan Temple, even though the mountain shrine was already in such bad condition, everyone looked at them with a trace of unspeakable awe on their faces. After a while, Xie Qingyan brought incense and candles, distributed them to everyone, and led everyone to perform a worship ceremony at the sacred niche of the mountain. Almost as soon as Xie Qingyan led the people to complete the worship ceremony, a game prompt appeared in his mind. Congratulations on getting 5 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on getting 1 point of willpower. Guolin was immediately surprised when he heard this prompt. Does this also give him the power to wish? You must know that this mountain god shrine does not belong to the King Fengyuan system. Is it because the mountain god shrine is now within the property rights of Qingfengguan, and the system has defaulted that this shrine belongs to Qingfengguan? This is the only explanation. At this time, Lin Ziyan suddenly asked, Master Gua, the county is going to build a mountain temple for this man. I am willing to donate the statue of this shrine. I will definitely not weaken the momentum of the mountain god. When Guolin heard this, he looked at the mountain god statue. The statue is in a state of dilapidation. If the mountain temple had been built, the statue would have been a little shabby. The most important thing is that once the idol is cracked or damaged, the spiritual spirit will disappear and the righteous spirit will be dispersed. Then there will be the problem of evil energy invading. Since this mountain god shrine is defaulted by the game system to be subordinate to Qingfeng Temple, you should also pay attention to this. After the mountain temple is built, it is time to reshape a new statue of the mountain god. At that time, a spirit transfer ceremony will be held to transfer the spirituality of the original statue to the new statue. Naturally, no one in reality can understand what spirituality is. It's just that there is this ritual, and Taoist temples also do this ritual when they change their statues. Seeing Lin Ziyan's urgent expression this time, he did not refuse and said, Donor Lin is interested. Lin Ziyan's character is acceptable, which can be seen after spending time together, so there is no problem in letting him be the meritorious master of this mountain god statue. Otherwise, no matter how much it costs to change someone else, they may not be the master of merit. Thank you, Taoist master. Lin Ziyan was overjoyed. He had seen that the Xia family had donated a merit hall and a 7-star building as merit masters. He had already remembered this and started thinking about it. This time, he took the initiative to seize the opportunity. After all, this person might really exist. So what an honor it is to be this meritorious master. Qin Hong and others only reacted at this time, and they didn't expect that they would be beaten first. Lin Ziyan immediately asked, Taoist master, how to make the appearance of this statue? How to sculpt the appearance of the mountain god? There is no specific image like this. These words reminded Guolin. After the mountain temple is built, even if the statue of the god is re-erected, it cannot be placed just anywhere. It must be traced back to the origin. The original appearance of the statue can be reshaped. If it is really impossible to know the original appearance of the statue, then we can only reshape it by performing the 3-9 ceremony and sincerely sensing it. And this also depends on the craftsmanship of the carver. If the craftsmanship is not good, then he needs to be self-aware. There is a story in the Taoist scriptures.
A Taoist helped reshape the shrine of a dilapidated mountain temple. Because of poor carving skills, the statue became ugly. In the end, the Taoist was unable to walk out of the mountain and was crushed to death by a huge boulder. Guo Lin did remember that the few Qingfeng Guanzi left by his ancestors recorded many things related to Qingfeng Mountain, and maybe the original appearance of the shrine could be found in them. Thinking of this, he also asked Xie Qingyan to guide the believers, and went back to the Taoist temple office, where he immediately found a few books of Qingfeng Guanzi. He immediately checked to see if there was any information about the mountain god's shrine. I flipped through several volumes of Guanzi, and when I reached the third volume, I finally found a record about the mountain god's shrine, and it happened to have the original appearance of the mountain god's statue in it. But when he saw the picture of the mountain god, he couldn't help but show surprise on his face. This mountain god was really unexpected, completely different from what he thought. Mountain gods are all male in ordinary people's impression, so Lin Ziyan also refers to him as the mountain god. Even because of TV shows like Journey to the West, many people have solidified the mountain god into a bad old man. But when Guo Lin saw the original picture of the mountain god depicted in Qingfeng Guanzi, he found that the mountain god turned out to be a delicate goddess. He wears silk shoes under his feet, his head is covered with tortoise-shell light, his waist is covered with silk fabrics, and his earlobes are like the bright moon. His fingers are like peeling onion roots, his mouth is like holding vermilion pills, and he is making delicate steps, which is unparalleled in the world. This was probably his first feeling. It really surprised him. But after being briefly surprised, he remembered some records in a Taoist miscellany. The mountain god had no form at first. Maybe a stone or a wooden stake was worshipped by people, and over time it was regarded as the mountain god. Among humanoid mountain gods, female mountain gods appeared earlier than male gods because they were a reflection of the thinking of the matriarchal clan at that time. The most typical ones are the Wushan goddess, the sublime mountain goddess, and even worse, the grandma from Mount Tai. These are goddesses whose gods are mountains. Moreover, they are also fundamentally different from those mountain gods sealed by Tianting in Journey to the West. Since ancient times, there have been countless records of female mountain gods. For example, Chujiu Ji has a chapter on mountain gods, which clearly points out that the goddess of mountains has a beautiful appearance and fragrant clothes. There is also a clear mention of female mountain gods in Jiaotang Fu. It is even recorded in the book of Fengshan that to worship the mountain god, the most beautiful which needs to be selected to play the role of the mountain god. All this shows that the mountain god is not the solidified image of a bad old man like Journey to the West. There should be all kinds of people, both male and female. Obviously, King Fengshan is a woman. Guo Lin was really surprised. After all, he had lived in King Fengguan for so many years and had seen the mountain god's shrine countless times. She always looked so mottled and damaged. When Lin Ziyan came out of the waiting room again, he was waiting very excitedly. When he saw him, he said, "Dea Zhengua, I have reserved a piece of high-grade jade suitable for carving here. The size is according to the size of the mountain god's shrine. Ask me to send the pattern to the other party for carving, and the other party will send the best carver." Clearly, he was in a hurry. After all, he was afraid that others would steal his opportunity to be a meritorious person. This mountain god might actually exist. Guo Lin saw that Lin Ziyan was so anxious, so he still ordered the jade. This kind of donation was already very high-end. Thinking of the image of the goddess recorded in the Qingfeng Guanzi, it would be appropriate for the jade to match the goddess Chuyu, so he thought about it and said, "Donor Lin, you can ask the other party to transport the jade here, and I will carve it myself. I am not worried about other people's hands." Lin Ziyan didn't think much about the reason. After hearing what the Taoist master said, he immediately walked aside and contacted him on the phone. A moment later, after giving the other party the address of King Fengguan, he hung up the phone. At this time, the cell phone rang again. It was his old man Lin Shen's phone number. He answered immediately and heard the old man's voice. "You brat, what's the matter with you? Spend 5 million to buy a piece of jade and give it away? Even if I was defrauded of more than 100 million by you, you can't do this. Dad, are you spying on me?" Lin Ziyan was immediately dissatisfied. "Since it is my pocket money, I can spend it however I like. Also, this is donated to Qingfeng Guanshan God." The person on the other side seemed stunned for a moment, and then said after a moment, "Oh, that's okay. Also, if you cheated me of 100 million, I can't spy on you." These words left Lin Ziyan speechless. He wanted to reply, but found that the call had been hung up. Chen Li did not stay longer and quickly returned to the county. If the matter of flies and cockroaches in Fengyuan Temple was solved, then the next matter at the visitor center must also be arranged. Soon after, as Xie Qingyan took Qin Hong and other tourists to offer incense and pray for blessings, Guo Lin also received the game's system prompt again.
Congratulations on gaining 4 points of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Congratulations, the conditions for upgrading the sex residence have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Congratulations on gaining 1 point of willpower. Guolin finally received another reminder to upgrade the sex station. He did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. In an instant, the entire Qingfeng temple seemed to explode with light, rushing into the sky instantly. This time the light was unusually strong, even rich. In Guolin's eyes, the entire Qingfeng temple seemed to be illuminated extremely brightly. But this kind of transparency is not dazzling, but gives people a soft and warm feeling. Finally, these rays of light condensed over Qingfeng temple, as if they condensed into a sun, and then dispersed the light, covering the entire Qingfeng temple. Inside, the movement was louder than before. Dum, dum, dum. The cries of auspicious treasures come to mind. I saw them flapping their wings slowly, and they all looked up at the sky, completely attracted. Guolin can confirm that these little guys can indeed see the upgrade status of the sex station, which should be related to their being bound to Qingfeng temple. As for others, they can't observe anything. Only Xie Qingyan looked around in confusion. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, but when he looked around, everything was normal and nothing happened at all. He wondered if he hadn't slept well and was a little paranoid. However, Zhao Moxin discovered something unusual about these crows as she patted them slowly. What are they doing with their heads raised all the time? What are they looking at? What is there in the sky? Lu Feng later moved closer to a few auspicious treasures and looked at the sky curiously. Besides the blue sky and white clouds, there is nothing. When they saw him like this, they seemed to want to ignore him. They flapped their wings and flew to the courtyard wall again, still curiously looking at Qingfeng temple. This scene really made believers like Qin Hong curious. Could they see things we can't see? Qin Hong asked doubtfully. These words stunned everyone. Maybe it's possible. Is there anything invisible at Qingfeng temple? Everyone subconsciously looked at the statues in the main hall. Lu Feng even hurriedly began to chant piously. Others also swallowed subconsciously. Guolin looked at the game screen at this time. This time, the upgrade of the martial arts station does not seem to be that fast, and the prompt appears again on the game screen. The martial arts station is being upgraded. This sex station does not seem to be upgrading to level 3 as quickly as before. The abnormality of several auspicious treasures indeed made believers like Qin Hong curious, but after a long time, they flew to the roof and looked at the sky again, and they stopped paying attention. After praying and being baptized in the quiet room, Qin Hong and others also came down the mountain one after another. However, what happened today made them more pious towards Qingfeng temple, especially the Qingfeng mountain god. They felt that they could not forget this person when they came to offer incense. Compared with those worshipped in the main hall of Qingfeng temple, it seems that this person is more likely to actually exist. Naturally, what is even more surprising is Dao Kenghua. After that order, the flies and cockroaches actually dispersed on their own. Time flies. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Qinli took out his mobile phone and made a call early in the morning. On the opposite side was the person he arranged to monitor at Fengyuan temple. According to the previous situation, the flies and cockroaches have returned this night. As soon as the call came through, he said to Fengyuan temple, "How is it? Are those flies and cockroaches coming back?" At this time, over at Fengyuan temple, a young man also set up a tent, and he and his girlfriend were lying comfortably in it. At the same time, he reported to his mobile phone, "Dear Ochin, everything is normal at Fengyuan temple now, and there is nothing wrong. The flies and cockroaches are back." After reporting the results, he looked at his girlfriend in his arms and added, "However, I think it would be safer to monitor her here for a day or two." When Qinli heard the news, he came over with a joyful voice, "Yes, just work harder and monitor us for 2 more days. This is what I should do." The young man immediately responded solemnly. After hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but said to his girlfriend, "Baby, I have 2 more days of vacation. I will take out the barbecue grill and let my cousin I sent you some ingredients. What do you want to eat?" Not far away. The 2 monks also arrived not far from Fengyuan temple again. They looked in the direction of Fengyuan temple and saw that everything was as usual. Their faces were very ugly. He didn't come back. Why didn't they fly back? The 2 of them murmured to themselves and looked at Qingfeng temple with an inexplicable awe. Those flies and cockroaches didn't come back, which meant something was wrong. "Let's go back and report to the mage," one person said sarcastically. The other person nodded immediately. The 2 left in a panic. County. After receiving the report, Qinli arrived at Sun County's office in a good mood. "Seeing you so happy, the problem must have been solved," Sun Xian said with a smile as soon as they met. Qinli nodded and said, the people monitoring over there reported that those flies and cockroaches didn't come back after they left.
Moreover, I believe Deo Kangwa, the problem has been completely solved. Well, tell me how Deazangwa solved it. I had a meeting in the city yesterday and I didn't bother to ask.
Sun Xian said, picking up a cup of tea and drinking it.
Chun Li also reported everything that happened yesterday to Sun County.
Especially the scene where the flies and cockroaches automatically dispersed when Guadayazang gave the mountain gods command was a vivid description. Then, he heard a snap and looked to see that the cup in Sun County's hand had fallen to the ground, with an expression on his face that said, "You're not kidding me."
The other side. Master Yunyuan was already chanting scriptures devoutly. He left Fengyuan Temple yesterday and has been like this since he came back.
The scene at Fengyuan Temple shocked him greatly. Hearing 2 footsteps approaching quickly from outside, his body tensed subconsciously.
It should be that the monitoring monk is back. That was indeed the case.
When the 2 came back, they nervously reported,
"Mage, those flies and cockroaches haven't come back. It seems that this matter is really related to Qingfeng Mountain, that.
These words made Master Yunyuan tighten his grip on the beads, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. "From now on, don't go to the Qingfeng Mountain area," Master Yunyuan said feebly, and then looked firmly at the Buddha statue in front of him. "If there are really supernatural powers, I believe that not only they have them, but we will also have them. Let us take out all the Buddhist scriptures in your collection, there must be relevant records in them." His eyes seemed to become firm again. If there is such a miracle, he will definitely not lose to the other party after decades of hard training.
King Fengaguen, Guolin got up very early.
After all, he was worried about the upgrade of the sex station and could not sleep well. However, after getting up, the entire Qingfeng temple was still shrouded in light. Looking at the prompt on the game screen, it was still that the sex station was being upgraded. After breakfast, he returned to the dressing room as usual to absorb the spiritual energy from the refined rice. Not long after he came out of the waiting room again, he saw Ma Tao coming in a hurry. As soon as he saw him, he gasped and said, "Deazangwa, look at the final drawing of this mountain temple."
"You don't know what happened to the county. Director Chen
Dian called me twice in the morning and asked me to finalize the blueprint of the mountain temple and build it quickly." When Guolin heard this, he probably knew the reason, but he didn't explain it specifically, so he took the design drawing from Ma Tao's hand and started reading it.
Ma Tao's design is indeed good.
The mountain temple has a solemn and retro style. Obviously everything is designed to look consistent with the Qingfeng temple. Before this, Guolin felt that this design was already perfect. However, after seeing the mountain god picture of Qingfeng Guanzi, he felt that there was a big problem with the design.
Ma Tao probably also routinely designed the style of the mountain temple to be more masculine.
Therefore, he also made some requests. "Donor Ma, your design is generally good, but there is one thing.
Can you make this mountain temple more feminine?" Ma Tao couldn't help but said, "Taoist priest, this is the mountain temple, isn't it, for the mountain god? Why can't it be a goddess?" Guolin asked. Ma Tao couldn't answer at once. Yes, there seems to be no rule that mountain gods cannot be female. Moreover, according to what Guadayazang said, it is obvious that the mountain god of Qingfeng Mountain should be a woman. He immediately bowed and said, "It's me, Meng Lang. I didn't ask clearly. I'll go back and correct it right now." "Yeah." Guolin nodded. The day passed quickly. Today, there are a lot fewer tourists at Qingfeng Temple, because in the past 2 days, the internet has been a hot topic of news about an actress committing suicide and a young man killing one person and injuring another with scissors. Especially the news that a young man was killed and injured. Countless people participated in the discussion as to whether it was self-defense. Therefore, the popularity of Daeyuan, Crow Speech, and King Fengaguen has basically been suppressed. The traffic has decreased, and naturally fewer people are paying attention to King Fengaguen. Soon, at night, Guolin waited and went to sleep. The light that had been condensing over Qingfeng Temple finally dispersed and turned into starlight and floated to the entire Qingfeng Temple area. "Congratulations, the sex station has been upgraded to level 3. Congratulations, your sex station has reached level 3 and you have received the primary medicinal field concentration reward. Congratulations, your sex station has reached level 3 and you have obtained the location and structural design of the Spirit Gathering Tower. Congratulations, the sex station has been upgraded, and the sex station has received a spiritual energy flushing reward." 4 game system prompts appeared in a row, making Guolin look surprised. This time the sex station was upgraded, and 3 rewards were given in a row, which was really an unexpected surprise. Moreover, there are 3 more operation options in the game screen. He immediately looked at the first operation option. "Do you want to receive primary medicine fields and start condensing primary medicine fields?" Guolin decided decisively. The medicine field mentioned by the game system was definitely a good thing without even thinking about it. Moreover, in the world of Shushan cultivation, medicine fields are also indispensable for many sections. The next moment, the prompt appears again. Congratulations on successfully claiming the reward. The primary medicine field is beginning to gather. As the light that enveloped Qingfeng Temple merged into Qingfeng Temple, the originally bright Qingfeng Temple became gray. But suddenly, even if Guolin was in Qingfeng Temple, he could see a light shining behind Qingfeng Temple. Seeing this scene, he immediately left the Taoist temple and went to the back. Sure enough, he saw that the place where he had dug out to plant herbs had been completely enveloped by a light. Guolin almost stamped his feet when he saw this scene, because the area covered by the light was exactly the area he dug out to grow medicinal herbs. This can't be a coincidence, right? If so, if he had dug the medicine field a little bigger before, would the area covered by the light be bigger? He only felt that he had lost hundreds of millions. Looking at the prompts of the game system, it is obvious that this medicine field cannot be condensed in one go. It will take some time to see this posture, and we can only wait for the notification that the medicine field has successfully condensed. Then, he returned to the Taoist temple and looked at the second operation option. Do you want to receive the location and structural design drawings of the Juling Tower? Guolin still chose yes. He was a little curious about the Spirit Gathering Tower, and he could probably guess what the Spirit Gathering Tower would be like. The next moment, a stream of information quickly rushed into his mind. Through this information flow, he knew that the Spirit Gathering Tower was indeed something similar to the Spirit Gathering Array. In the world of cultivating immortals in Shushan, many sects have similar buildings like this, which are built in various areas of the sect. The formations and runes built in the buildings resonate, can stimulate a strong spirit gathering effect, and can absorb the aura of the surrounding spiritual veins. Gather within the sect. The richer the spiritual energy within the sect, the more effective it is for disciples to practice, and the more secure breakthroughs for masters are. Naturally, the more advanced the formation pattern used in the spirit gathering building, the better the spirit gathering effect will be, and the better the materials used, the same is true. What puzzled Guolin was that among the information he received, there was no requirement for formation patterns or materials. The information clearly states that the spirit gathering tower can also be built using ordinary materials. Guolin couldn't believe it. Can this kind of thing be built with ordinary materials? Moreover, what is the difference between building with ordinary materials and ordinary buildings? The information available was such that even if he wanted to use special materials, he didn't know what special materials to use. Therefore, we can only build the spirit gathering tower first. I think I will know the doubts in my heart by then. Then, Guolin looked at the last reward. Do you want to receive a spiritual energy flushing reward and then turn on the spiritual energy flushing? What Guolin is most curious about is this reward. Because there is no spiritual energy in reality, the current spiritual energy flushing is obviously the game system trying to create spiritual energy out of thin air. Moreover, just the word spiritual energy flushing is obviously not simple. Therefore, he decisively chose to receive a spiritual energy flushing reward. The next moment, the prompt sounded again. Congratulations on receiving a spiritual energy flushing reward. The spiritual energy flushing begins. During the spiritual energy flushing, spiritual energy will be generated within the sex station, and special changes will occur when being washed by the spiritual energy. Time limit, 10 hours. Almost the next moment, Guolin felt a breeze blowing in his face. It was no ordinary breeze. It felt extremely comfortable when it hit my face. It was as if the face suddenly absorbed something, and the skin cells jumped for joy. This is Reiki. Guolin reacted and hurriedly walked into the yard. The breeze came again, and the feeling in the yard became more real. Immediately afterwards, he felt drizzle falling. The drizzle fell on my body, and I also felt that very comfortable feeling. This drizzle also contains spiritual energy. Guolin was simply unbelievable. Now the wind and rain in Qingfeng Temple actually contained spiritual energy. He felt an extremely comfortable feeling even when he was breathing in it. It was as if Qingfeng Temple suddenly turned into a paradise. If we could live in this environment for a long time, ordinary people could live longer, right? Guolin did not dare to waste time, and immediately sat down cross-legged to run the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing and began to sense spiritual energy. This time, he easily felt the aura around him. It was no longer like before, as if it was a desert with no aura to be felt. By running the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, the surrounding spiritual energy was absorbed by him at an incredible speed, entered his body, and was refined into his own energy. His rapidly increasing energy made him greedy, and he ran the exercises to absorb and refine at will. This is true cultivation.
I used to rely on eating Reiki refined rice to absorb energy, but I really felt a little frustrated. In this case, he immediately closed his eyes, concentrated on controlling the energy, and began to pulse towards his own spiritual pulse. The previous attempts failed time and time again because the spiritual energy could not be replenished. With the current spiritual energy situation, it would be a fool not to try to break the pulse. Not only can he absorb and increase energy while practicing, but he can also consume the replenished energy when his pulse is broken. Not only Guolin, but also Xie Qingyan was practicing Qingfeng Fist in the backyard. Dinner has been eaten long ago, and the energy from the Reiki rice has been absorbed, but there is still no way to channel the generated energy into the danshin. He felt that he was unable to introduce energy into his danshin because he did not know enough about Qingfeng Fist. Therefore, he would also practice Qingfeng Fist every night. But suddenly, he found a breeze blowing on his face, which was extremely comfortable, and then a mist of rain fell. The misty rain had no effect on him. Continue to practice Qingfeng Fist. But this time as he practiced, he found a trace of energy suddenly appearing in his body. Moreover, this time he had a strange feeling. This energy was not generated like aura rice, but seemed to come from the outside in. What's going on? Xie Qingjiang's face was shocked. But he also knew that there was no time to be distracted in this situation, so he hurriedly tried to guide the energy to his danshin. This time still no success. But as he practiced, another trace of energy soon appeared. Xie Qingyan was overjoyed. There must be a special situation today. If this continues, he will definitely be able to successfully introduce energy into his danshin today. Dum, dum, dum. The calls of auspicious treasures sounded on the roof of King Fengedwen. I saw a few little guys jumping and shouting with joy. It could be seen that they were greedily facing the misty rain. Apparently, they also know that this seems to be good for them. In a guest room, Lin Ziyan was talking sweetly with his girlfriend on his mobile phone. He seemed to hear the calls of those auspicious treasures, and complained, "Really, you are so energetic when you call at night." After that, he and his girlfriend started chatting sweetly. Not only in the Taoist temple, but also within the influence of Qingfeng temple at the same time, there was this kind of breeze blowing and drizzle falling. In the darkness, without Guolin's knowledge, a tent was set up outside King Fengedwen Lin. It seemed like a young couple looking for excitement. "Baby, do you want some candy?" "Yes, you feed me, use your mouth." "Bah! If you eat my candy, you will be mine." "Well, haven't I been yours for a long time?" "Baby, knowing you makes me feel like I have superpowers." "What superpower?" "I like you very much." Clearly, the young couple were engaging in a very old-school love story. But people who are passionately in love seem to enjoy this. Suddenly, the young couple also felt the drizzle falling. "Baby, it's raining." "Well, it feels so good in the rain." "I also feel it. I seem to be as endurance as a cow in the rain." "It doesn't seem to be an illusion." "How about trying it?" "Is it an illusion?" Suddenly, the atmosphere seemed wrong, something hot was burning. Not only the two people who stayed behind secretly, but also under the influence of the breeze and drizzle, everything within the Qingfeng temple seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. There seems to be a constant sound of branches and leaves at the ginkgo tree. In the flower garden, with the dim light in the garden, surprising things seemed to be happening to the flower seedlings. I don't know how long it took. It was getting light quickly. Guolin was still sitting cross-legged in the front yard until there was a muffled sound in his body. Under this muffled sound, it seemed as if a circle of energy suddenly centered on him and spread to all directions, sweeping up the fallen leaves around him. Guolin opened his eyes instantly, his eyes filled with joy. Under the wash of this spiritual energy, he succeeded in breaking his pulse in one night. He broke through his own spiritual veins. Once his spiritual veins are connected, he can continue to cultivate immortality, or in other words, once he is qualified to cultivate immortality, he can start the next step of cultivation. As long as he gathers energy and successfully builds the foundation, he will completely escape from the mortal realm. Just when he was thinking about it, he found that the drizzle suddenly stopped, and the game system prompt appeared again. The time for a spiritual energy flushing is over, and the sex station returns to normal. Affected by the spiritual energy, the Huangshan pine of the seven sages seems to have undergone some special changes. Affected by the spiritual energy, the ginkgo tree of seven sages seems to have undergone some special changes. Affected by the spiritual energy, the auspicious treasures seem to have undergone some special changes. After being affected by the spiritual energy wash, some changes seem to have occurred within the scope of King Fengedwen's influence. When Guolin heard these prompts, his face showed surprise. It seemed that this spiritual energy flushing was not only benefiting him. Just as I was thinking about it, Xie Qingjiang's excited voice came, "Brother, I have successfully introduced energy into the danshin." I saw him running in front of Guolin excitedly. Guolin was surprised to see that the animals, plants and people in the Qingfeng temple had all benefited from the spiritual energy washing.
In a guest room, Lin Ziyan opened the door, stretched out and walked out.
He had a sweet chat with his girlfriend late into the night last night, and he didn't know when he fell asleep.
It was a very comfortable sleep.
But when he walked out of the room, he looked at the pots of orchids on the table outside and was stunned for a moment. Why do you feel so much older?
Lin Ziyan was really shocked and subconsciously rubbed his eyes.
You read that right, he watered these orchids every day, and he remembered them very clearly, and they all grew taller.
This is definitely not normal growth.
In front of King Fengagwen Woodland, there was movement in the tent.
The young couple opened the tent and walked out.
It could be seen from their rosy faces that both of them were very satisfied with last night. But when the two of them came out of the tent and looked at the weeds around them, they were all stunned, even a little dumbfounded. They chose to set up their tent here last night because it was flat land, and even if there were some weeds, they looked like they were just sprouting up.
What do you see now? The weeds had grown a lot and were very dense, surrounding their tent. What's going on?
The girl said in a panic.
I don't know.
The boy was also a little nervous. Anyone else would be scared if he and his girlfriend were camping in a tent.
After one night, the tent would be surrounded by weeds. The girl said with some worry, is it possible that we have violated some taboo by doing that here? Everyone says that Qing Fengguan is very effective. It shouldn't be, no. There is no such thing.
The boy shook his head hurriedly, but it can be seen from his nervous hands packing the tent that he is also very scared.
It's just that he doesn't want to act too cowardly in front of the one he loves.
After a while, the boy finished cleaning up and fled the scene with the girl without daring to look back. Only a few lonely and bent short weeds were left on the spot, surrounded by the thriving weeds.
King Fengagwen Li.
After Guolin learned that Xie Qingyang had successfully introduced energy into his danshan, he also closed his eyes and checked the situation in his body. After the pulse was successfully broken, not only did the energy consumed by the pulse be restored in that instant, but the energy in the danshan also skyrocketed after the pulse was successfully broken.
Next, he could continue to practice and try to build the foundation.
However, foundation building is an important step in transcending the world, and it is still very difficult.
There is no way to achieve the level of success in breaking the pulse alone.
Therefore, the Spirit Gathering Tower will be very important in the future.
You must first find an opportunity to build this thing. At this moment, Lin Ziyan ran over in a hurry, Deazengwa, Deazengwa.
Almost at the same time, several auspicious treasures flapped their wings and flew down, landing on the stone table next to them. They also jumped and shouted,
Deazengwa, Deazengwa, Deazengwa.
Actually, every mouth was shouting the same as Lin Ziyan. This immediately attracted the attention of Guolin and Xie Qingyang.
Lin Ziyan stopped subconsciously. These guys, learn from me. Learn from me. Slow down. Follow me. Follow me.
Several auspicious treasures were shouting happily.
Deazengwa, have they become smarter? Lin Ziyan asked in surprise. Get smarter. Slow down. Be smart. Be smart.
Xie Qingyang and Guolin were also surprised.
It seems so. Is this level of eloquence really possible for a bird? Even the smartest bird can't do anything, right?
Lin Ziyan seemed sure that these auspicious treasures were imitating him, so he hurriedly walked over, clapped his hands and said, imitate how I shout.
Come, Dad. Dumb. Slow down. Dumb. Dumb. Lin Ziyan was stunned. Have these little guys ever gotten smarter? Could it be that the pronunciation of the word father that I taught you is not standard enough?
Guolin looked at this scene in astonishment.
Is Donor Lin obsessed with letting this auspicious treasure call him daddy? Instead, he asked Lin Ziyan, Donor Lin, why were you in such a hurry just now? Only then did Lin Ziyan realize that he was in a hurry. Taoist Master Gua, have you noticed that the flower plants in the Taoist temple grew taller last night? Did something happen last night? Weren't you out last night?
Xie Qingyang asked hurriedly when he heard this. He also found that the flower plants planted in the Taoist temple seemed to have grown much taller after one night. He knew that this must have something to do with the misty rain that was blown by the special breeze last night. Lin Ziyan was confused by the question and said, I went back to the room last night and kept chatting with my girlfriend until I went to bed.
I didn't come out. Xie Qingyang sighed when he heard this. What a pity.
Not only did he successfully channel energy into his danshan last night, but in that special misty rain, he clearly felt like his body had been washed away. Although Meng Menjaya didn't know what was going on, even if he didn't practice martial arts, being in it would definitely be good for the human body. Who would have thought that Donor Lin, who was in a Taoist temple, would miss this opportunity? Lin Ziyan was stunned by Xie Qingyang's words and looked at Guolin doubtfully.
It's a pity.
Guolin also sighed, which also meant that donor Lin did not have such a blessing. Otherwise, he would have thought of it and reminded him. He didn't even think that this spiritual energy flushing could have a greater effect, such as if believers came and then carried out it. Believers will definitely feel that kind of scene very clearly. Why don't they increase their piety and provide them with some wish power? But he didn't expect it at the time. He was only focused on the excitement of upgrading and the curiosity about the spiritual energy flushing for the first time. Logically speaking, he should have thought of it. It can be said that he has no way to think of everything, or it can be said that the opportunity and time have not yet come, and he should not show this kind of magic yet. Therefore, it cannot be forced. Moreover, there is a first time for this spiritual energy flushing, and there may be a second time for the next upgrade. There may even be rewards for playing games in the middle. The next time the opportunity comes, he will definitely remember this and be able to show off and maximize the effect of the spiritual energy flushing. When Lin Ziyan heard that Guilin also said regretful words, the expression on his face felt like he had lost hundreds of millions. He knew he must be missing something. At this moment, the slowbeat suddenly said, "What a pity, what a pity." After it shouted, several others also shouted, "Pity, pity." This made Lin Ziyan's face suddenly collapse. What did he miss? Seeing this, several lucky treasures have benefited and become obviously smarter. This made him a little crazy. Why is he the only one feeling pity? Guilin also looked at the sex station information at this time. The sex residence, King Fengedwen. Level 3 sex station. Effects, sturdy +2, simplicity +2, ornamental +2, solemnity +2. Upgrade requirements, 1. 800,000 merit money, 974.25 million usable merit money. 2. 2,000 wish value, 35 available wish value. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Guilin, Guasuanlin. In the monk, Xiet Qingyang, Xianyang. Entering Buddhist monks, none. The spiritual pet of the sect, preliminary transformation from the mortal world auspicious treasure X7. Residential area, 30,000 square meters. Total impact area, 70,000 square meters. Martial arts facilities, 5 elements boundary monument. 7 sages, 2/7. Special Huangshan pine, mature. Special effects, spectacular +2, ornamental +2, camera worthy +2. Requirements, a special 100-year-old Huangshan pine meets the spirit. Special ginkgo, spring. Special effect, inspire trees to chirp. Pleasant listening +2, physical and mental relaxation +2. Requirement, the special 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree meets the spirit. Special features section. 1. Marriage hall. 1. Cooperating with the inner marriage talisman can produce mysterious effects. 2. Wonder +1. 3. Jade immortal peach carving, can be brought back to the marriage hall, but it cannot be repaired in the marriage hall. 2. Quiet room. 1. Transformed items, special Chinchin Sutra, special Sanking statue, special futon, special incense burner, special Dharma drum, special Taoist ritual stand. Restrictions, the modified items only have an effect when the quiet room effect is activated, and can be recalled and repaired. 2. Cleanse the soul +2, nourish the essence +2, be radiant +2, and smooth the blood +2. Stimulating conditions, pray and recite the Chinchin Sutra devoutly, supplemented by the ritual of ritual instruments. Inspiration restrictions, 1. Pious heart. 2. Transform items. After the sex resident information was upgraded to level 3, a lot of changes took place. Upgrading again requires 800,000 merit funds and 2,000 willing power. In addition, the remark information of the auspicious treasures has changed, and the prefix has changed from ordinary to preliminary extraordinary. Obviously, their becoming smarter should also be related to this. The other 2 of the 7 sages in the Taoist temple are Mount Huangshan Pine and Ginkgo biloba. The remark information has completely changed, and there is an additional prefix of special in front. Huangshan Pine has become mature, and it has more attributes of spectacular +2, ornamental +2 and camera-worthy +2. Needless to say, it is spectacular. If you go to those scenic spots to appreciate the welcoming pines, what you will appreciate is the magnificence. Ornamental nature is also a must-have attribute for welcoming pine trees. Now this Huangshan pine has an ornamental value of +2, so it must be very beautiful. With the attribute of camera +2, he thinks it will look better when shooting videos and photos. What surprised him even more was the ginkgo tree. The condition of this ginkgo tree changed from withered to spring, and it also inspired the attribute of tree singing.
Moreover, the tree's singing actually has two attributes, pleasantness +2 and physical and mental relaxation +2. This is just a tree, but it has such attributes. Do you think it is awesome or not? Moreover, through the notes, he was able to confirm that this ginkgo tree was indeed very old as recorded in Qingfeng Temple, more than 1,000 years old. It can be said that the same tree has different destinies. In the same millennium, the one planted by Emperor Tang was still thriving and colorful, but the King Fengedwen one was on the verge of death. Now the situation has apparently reversed. This ginkgo has changed destiny against the will of heaven, and will be more colorful than the one planted by Emperor Tang in the future. Moreover, the conditions for the transformation of the two trees are to encounter the presence of spirits, which should be the flushing of spiritual energy. The key seems to be that the game system has special prompts. Whether it is an auspicious treasure or 2-7 sage trees, the game system has prompted special changes. These three types are all recognized by the system, so they get more benefits. Other tips are just some changes within the scope of King Fengedwen. For example, Lin Ziyan said that the flower plant in the Taoist temple has grown a bit. This should just be a simple length, which means there are some changes, but there are no special changes like Jixian Bao, Ginkgo, or Mount Huangshan Pine. Thinking of this, Guolin also came out of the Taoist temple to take a look. Sure enough, he found that the flowers and plants in the Taoist temple had all grown a lot. Even the weeds around the Taoist temple have grown a lot and become denser. Those wild flowers that shouldn't be blooming at this time are actually blooming. This is all affected by spiritual energy flushing. He brought a few of these plants into the game and looked at the notes. Sure enough, there were no special changes, they just grew a bit. He walked towards the medicine field again. The medicine field is still shrouded in a layer of light, and its condensation has not been completed. On the other hand, the newly planted tea trees nearby have obviously grown taller, and tea buds have also grown on them. Obviously, this tea tree was also affected by the spiritual energy flushing and benefited from it. Otherwise, the newly planted tea trees will not be able to grow so fast, nor will they sprout now. Then, Guolin became curious about the 2-7 sage trees. This time the spiritual energy washed away. They were also the only plants with special attributes in the entire Qingfeng temple. He immediately walked towards the Huangshan pine. When he first saw the Huangshan pine, he was a little shocked. Unlike before, when he saw the Huangshan pine now, he felt a sense of shock at first glance. The attributes of spectacular +2 and ornamental +2 made him feel like he couldn't turn his eyes away. As a cultivator, his state of mind will definitely surpass that of ordinary people and be calmer. He can feel this shocking feeling, let alone ordinary tourists. He tried to take out his mobile phone and shoot at the Mount Huangshan pine. When he saw the video, he confirmed that the +2 attribute of the camera was as he had guessed. If looking at this Huangshan pine with the naked eye feels shocking and spectacular, then with the added attribute of being in the camera +2, the video can fully express the shock even more. Even if you are a newbie who doesn't know how to take pictures, you can fully express the shock and appreciation by taking pictures of the Huangshan pine. This also made Guolin more curious about the ginkgo. Because this ginkgo also has a special influence under the wash of spiritual energy, and it also has an additional tree-sounding attribute. He also hurried to the ginkgo place, and when he saw the ginkgo with dense leaves, he was also surprised. He knew what the ginkgo was like. It was almost withered. Even if it was watered by spiritual spring water, it was still in a withered state, with not many branches and leaves at all. But now after being washed by spiritual energy, this ginkgo has grown a lot of branches, and the leaves are even more densely packed. It originally looked a little bare and sparse, but now it is completely lush and prosperous. The most important thing is that these leaves are completely golden and very beautiful. This is incredible. You must know that the ginkgo leaves turn golden yellow after November, and now the viewing period of this ginkgo has also been advanced. This change alone is incredible. Look at the trees around you. After being washed by spiritual energy last night, the branches and leaves have become more green. However, under the same spiritual energy, there is no such magical change in the ginkgo tree. This is probably the benefit of being bound to the game system. It's just that Guolin didn't find out what the game system said about the sound of trees. The literal meaning is that trees make sounds. Until a gust of wind blew by, and his eyes widened in surprise. Qingfeng mountainside. The three daughters of Zhao Moxin also came to the flower garden early in the morning. They are very motivated now, and with the support of Deazangwa's spiritual spring tank, when the flowers in the flower garden bloom, they will definitely shake up the flower planting world. The flower garden they created can also attract countless people. However, the flower plants in the flower garden were planted not long ago, and it will take a long time for them to bloom completely. Before that, they couldn't relax even a little bit. With this mood, the three girls entered the flower garden. But when they entered,
they all suddenly froze and looked at the scene inside in a daze. Looking at the flowers in the flower garden, Zhao Moxin and her 3 daughters felt that they had gone to the wrong place.
Is this the right direction? Zhao Lin was dumbfounded. It seems that I went right. Zhao Moxin was stunned. She didn't understand at all how the newly planted flowers in the flower garden suddenly grew and bloomed. It's so fantasy.
The 3 girls subconsciously walked out and looked up at the signboard of Qingfeng Flower Garden. It was indeed the flower garden they created.
That's right.
The 3 girls entered the flower garden again and looked at the blooming flowers.
After a brief inspection, their faces were full of disbelief. Not only did these flower plants bloom, but every one of them was of top quality, even reaching the level of those in front of the Taoist temple. What's the matter?
They knew very well what condition the flowers and plants were in yesterday.
Xingxin, are we going to hire 2 security guards? Zhao Lin asked Zhao Moxin blankly.
Because of the quality of these flower plants, each one can now be sold for tens of thousands.
If someone knew about it, I'm afraid many people would come to steal it. We'll talk about this later. Zhao Moxin said immediately, let's go up and ask Daist Gua. He must know what these flower plants are about. Only then did Zhao Lin and Zhao Yan react. This is indeed the most important thing.
They were also curious as to why these flower plants had become like this overnight. The 3 girls left the flower garden and hurried to Qingfeng Temple. When they passed the King Fengguan boundary monument, their faces once again showed a look of disbelief.
It seems to be different on the mountain road.
They just came up yesterday, and the road was still the same, but it was different.
The weeds seemed to be taller and denser than yesterday. Zhao Lin said in surprise. Yes, there are also those wild flowers that are blooming.
Zhao Yan also pointed to an area and said, these flowers definitely didn't bloom before, and these flowers are not blooming this season. When Zhao Moxin heard what the 2 sisters said, she subconsciously looked down the mountain road. Then she froze, looked back at the bottom of the mountain. The entire mountain road, with the boundary monument of Qingfeng Temple as the line, seems to be 2 completely different worlds. Above the stone monument, all kinds of plants in Qingfeng Temple are obviously growing taller and better, and even wild flowers that don't bloom in the same season are in bloom.
It seems that they absorb far more nutrients.
The various plants under the mountain path are obviously a little nutritionally deficient.
It's absolutely incredible that something like this could happen on the same mountain and be so distinct. This scene is incredible. I will film it and upload it to the short video platform. It will definitely become popular. Zhao Lin immediately took out her mobile phone to operate. Because of the donated flowers in front of the Taoist temple, she became popular and attracted many fans. Even now, some people are bored and think of her as a rich woman, asking her all day long if she needs a handbag. However, after the number of fans increases, her videos will be more effective, it will be easier to get traffic, and she will be able to attract more people. This is a virtuous circle.
The same mountain road in front of us is divided by a boundary monument.
The scene with such distinct plants will definitely attract the attention of many people.
Zhao Moxin also took out her mobile phone to take pictures of the scene up and down the mountain road, and then sent it to her group of devout believers in Qingfeng Temple, along with a message. Look, everyone, the scene up and down the King Fengguan mountain trail today is incredible. The plants on both sides are suddenly so different.
It was not like this yesterday.
Immediately, people in the group also saw the video, and they were all surprised.
Holy shit, is this true? Lu Feng was the first to speak up. He seems to have very free time. Xiao Zhao's video was all taken, and it's definitely not fake. It's just that such a big change overnight is incredible. Qin Hong also sent a message in surprise.
Other people in the group were also attracted, especially those who went to Qingfeng Mountain yesterday because of the mountain god. They remembered that the mountain road was not like this yesterday and that the mountain road was still normal.
But Lu Feng said at this time, could it be the reason why we worshipped the mountain god yesterday? Because of our worship, the mountain god felt it, so he responded with magical powers and told us the true existence of the gods.
Lu Feng,
Qin Hong.
The people in the group fell silent when they heard Lu Feng's words.
Not questioning,
but it feels very possible. After all, yesterday we went to Qingfeng Temple to worship the mountain god. It was because of Daist Gua's command of the mountain god that the mountain god immediately removed the flies and cockroaches.
Now there is something magical happening in Qingfeng Mountain, and aren't those flowers, plants and trees under the care of the god of the mountain?
So, with this association, everything makes sense.
How amazing is this?
What was even more astonishing was Taoist Gua. If the mountain god's miraculous powers are true and so miraculous, Taoist Gua is the one who can command the mountain god. There is such an existence in Qingfeng Mountain and Yushan, but no one has discovered it before.
In other words, if you are not lucky enough to know how powerful Dao Kang Gua is, who would believe it? Therefore, they are all lucky ones. Zhao Moxen looked at the chat in the group and swallowed. It seemed that only her mother could cause such changes in Qingfeng Mountain. Xingxin, I've taken the photo, let's go up the mountain together. Zhao Lin put away her phone and said. Zhao Moxen nodded. The three girls went up to Qingfeng Temple the fastest. When they were at the entrance of the Taoist temple, they found that the top was different. Moreover, the changes in the flowers, plants and trees were even worse than those below, especially the wild flowers that suddenly bloomed out of season. It looks more natural and very attractive. Then, they were attracted by the flowers and plants at the entrance of the Taoist temple. The quality of these flower plants seems to be higher, more beautiful, and more attractive. It can be said that the flower plants in the flower garden have reached the level before the flower plants at the entrance of the Taoist temple, and the flower plants at the entrance of the Taoist temple are now a level higher than before. These flowers are the crown jewel of this type of ornamental flower plant. If the flowers in the garden can be sold for tens of thousands, then the 30,000 to 50,000 yuan in front of King Fengagwen is absolutely no problem. But who can believe it? These flowers were ordinary ornamental flowers at first, but now they have such changes. This is like an ordinary civilian who suddenly became an upper-class noble, just overnight. Could something like this happen in reality? Totally impossible. Only King Fengagwen can have such a magical thing happen. The three girls thought about it and immediately entered the Qingfeng temple and saw Elder Xie. 3 female benefactors. When Xie Qingyang saw the 3 women, he also greeted them with a ritual. Zhao Moxen asked hurriedly, Taoist priest, something happened in our garden. We would like to ask Taoist priest Gua, do you know where he is? Xie Qingyang immediately said, I seem to have seen the Taoist priest going to the ginkgo tree outside just now. Almost as Xie Qingyang was speaking, the auspicious treasures also fell down after a slow beat, and they all started shouting, Ginkgo tree! Ginkgo tree! This scene immediately made Zhao Moxen and the 3 girls look askance. Do they know new words again? Zhao Yan's face was filled with surprise. New words. Slow down. New words. New words. Several lucky treasures learned to jump again. Xingxin, they are so powerful. Zhao Lin said in surprise. They always thought that these auspicious treasures could only speak one sentence. Who knows not? They learn so quickly. Almost as she was thinking this, she slowed down and shouted again, that's amazing. 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 Several other auspicious animals also started calling out, as if they were learning to make them happy, learning new words, and making them jump happily. However, the 3 girls, Zhao Moxen and others were shocked. Is this possible? Can a bird do this? Before they could explore, a moment later they had already flown onto the roof. The 3 girls then remembered their business and immediately walked outside the Taoist temple to the ginkgo tree. They knew that there was an ancient ginkgo tree in Qingfeng temple. The ancient ginkgo tree has withered and seems to be dying soon. Dao Kangwei is using spiritual spring water to treat it. It seems to have recovered a bit, but it is still in a withered state, and not many new branches and buds have grown. Even if the spiritual spring water has an effect, it will have to wait until tomorrow's spring for everything to recover before new leaves can grow, right? But when the 3 girls walked into the forest while thinking about it, they were suddenly stunned because they saw the ancient ginkgo tree from a distance. What did they see? It was a beautiful golden scenery. They didn't know how to describe the golden sky and the golden situation everywhere. They had seen a 1,000-year-old ginkgo on the internet. That ancient ginkgo was planted by the former emperor of the Tang dynasty. It was called a tree that amazed people all summer, and was also called the first ancient ginkgo. But the scene in front of them made them feel that this ancient ginkgo was far more spectacular and ornamental than the one in Tanghuang. While they were attracted, they were also even more shocked because they knew what the ancient ginkgo was in before. That kind of withering, that kind of twilight, even if it is watered by spiritual spring water, it is impossible for it to grow like this so quickly, right? It seems that there must have been some great changes in the plants in the entire Qingfeng mountain. Not only the flowers in the flower garden, but also the plants in the Qingfeng temple, including the incredible ancient ginkgo tree in front of me. This will definitely go viral. It's so beautiful. I'm so lucky to see this scene. Zhao Lin immediately took her phone and started taking pictures of the ancient ginkgo. This is another superb landscape material. Zhao Moxen also immediately took her mobile phone, filmed the video of the ancient ginkgo from a distance, and sent it to the group of devout believers. At the same time, at Lu Fan, Mom, maybe you are right, only the mountain god can do this. As soon as the video of Nagu ginkgo was posted to the group, the devout believers were shocked again. Is this the ancient ginkgo in Qingfeng temple? Chen Hong suddenly popped up. His membership in this group of devout believers was rare. Because he doesn't like to chat using mobile apps, WeChat is also a business contact tool.
Even when everyone was talking about the mountain god, he was extremely curious and did not say anything. But when he saw the video of the ancient ginkgo tree, he was completely shocked, because he was involved in the rescue of the ginkgo tree, and he also funded the construction of fences and fertilizers. The only blessing plaque on the tree belonged to him. That's why he knew very well what this ancient ginkgo looked like, just like an old woman. But now, the old woman has rejuvenated and turned into a young girl at the age of 18, which is dazzling and eye-catching. In such a short period of time, something so shocking happened. Perhaps, as Lu Fang said, it was the mountain god who did it. He had not been to Qingfeng Temple these days and seemed to have missed a lot of shocking things. Others were quickly shocked by the ginkgo video. Isn't this too beautiful? Lu Feng, Qin Hong, it's incredible. It's definitely more beautiful than the Tanghuang ancient ginkgo. I've been to the Tanghuang ancient ginkgo to see it, and I can take responsibility for my words. Ma Yan, I have already pushed away the beauty customers. Let's go up now. I want to take pictures under the tree. While the group was busy, the three girls of Zhao Moxin had already trotted towards the ancient ginkgo tree. When they got closer, they were even more shocked by the golden color soaring into the sky and the golden color covering the ground. This kind of beauty left them speechless and unable to describe it. They also saw Guolin and saw him sitting cross-legged there, so they immediately went over to say hello. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew by, and the leaves of the ancient ginkgo tree began to sway. Almost at the same time, a pleasant sound sounded among the branches and leaves. This gust of wind was a bit strong and a bit long, which made the pleasant sound seem to have been turned up in volume, as if it was a piece of pure music. Zhao Moxin, Zhao Lin, Zhao Yun. When the three women heard this voice, they looked up in disbelief and looked between the branches and leaves of the ginkgo tree. The melodious sound echoed, very pleasant to the ear, as if there was a special power affecting it, and it actually made people feel comfortable physically and mentally. People couldn't help but feel a happy mood, and their spirits were relaxed. The three girls were shocked. It was a very amazing feeling. Xingxin, am I not mistaken? Zhao Lin couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be an illusion, unless I also have an illusion. Zhao Moxin said blankly. Zhao Yun nodded repeatedly. But they really have never encountered such a thing in their lives. Who dares to believe that a tree can emit a sound similar to pure music, and that this kind of pure music can actually make people feel that magical feeling, that kind of joyful mood, even for people who are in a very bad mood? Come and listen to it, will your mood change? Based on this alone, the ancient ginkgo tree planted by Emperor Tang cannot be compared with the one in front of you. From now on, the one in front of me is the first ancient ginkgo. No matter who it is, when they see its extraordinary beauty and shock, they are already impressed. When they listen to its music, they can only have it in their hearts and can no longer hold anything else. 3 female benefactors. Guolin had already noticed the 3 women who had come, and he got up to say hello. He now also knows what the sound of the tree is, and also knows what the attributes of +2 pleasantness and comfort +2 are about. This ginkgo tree has really changed its destiny completely, and it can become a famous tree in the world. After being washed by spiritual energy, the ancient ginkgo tree acquired special abilities that would eclipse all the world's famous trees. Zhao Moxin and the 3 girls also recovered from their shock when they heard Guolin's voice. Dea Zangua, this tree can actually make music. Zhao Moxin said with shock on her face. This is the sound of trees singing. Guolin also explained. Dea Zangua, is this because of the mountain god? Zhao Yun had curiosity on her face, looking forward to the answer. They seem to have come up because of doubts in their hearts. Everything has its fate. Guolin said ambiguously. In fact, there is no need to explain this matter, because there are not many people who know about this ancient ginkgo tree, and the only ones who know about it are believers. If you are not a believer, the other party may not believe you if you say this. As a believer, there is no need to say more, the other party already has the answer in his heart. Since there is such an answer, it doesn't matter whether you say it or not. But the words of the 3 girls reminded him that once some story is added to anything or thing, it will become meaningful or mysterious. Just like the story of the immortal in the spiritual spring vat. Now that we know King Fengedwen, isn't this story deeply rooted in people's hearts? There are countless such stories all over the world. Some may be true, but most of them are probably made up by people. They are either complete or half-truths. So, now that ginkgo is so magical, why not make another one? After Guolin left, the 3 girls Zhao Moxin were very curious about the sound of the trees singing. To be honest, this was the first time they heard about the sound of trees, so they immediately searched it with their mobile phones, and they found some information. For example, in our country there is a legend that the chirping of the sycamore tree attracts the phoenix, and many ancient poems also mention the chirping of the sycamore tree.
Moreover, modern scientists have also studied this matter.
In scientific terms, the structure of the leaves of the sycamore tree is special. In addition, the older the year, the harder the leaves and the deeper the leaf texture, and the wind will make a loud sound.
As for some ancient poems and legends, they are just beautified. Those are just about sycamore trees, not ginkgo trees at all.
There is no record of this aspect of the ginkgo tree from ancient times to the present. Moreover, according to some videos of scientists studying sycamore trees, the so-called tree chirping is also very harsh and does not have that pleasant feeling. They all suspected that the authors of ancient poems had taken money to beautify the sycamore trees.
This kind of thing is not uncommon in modern times. Make money, not shabby.
Therefore, the so-called tree singing in those videos cannot be compared with the ginkgo tree in front of me.
It is even less likely that the chirping of this ginkgo tree can make people feel happy.
Guolin quickly returned to Qingfeng Temple, found a stone slab and carving tools from the backyard, and then started carving in the backyard. There is a legend that the god of the mountain liked ginkgo, so he planted it. From this, the god came out and wandered.
Something happened in the mountain, and the ginkgo withered.
The god of the mountain took pity on it, so he cast a spell to revive it, and gave it miraculous power to make music.
It is pleasant to hear and makes you feel happy. Guolin used tools to carve out each word in ancient Chinese.
Because of his current strength, carving was effortless for him. The speed was very fast and it didn't take much time to finish the carving.
Moreover, the carving technique he used is ancient, and the font alone looks like it was carved by ancient people.
The general meaning of this story is that the ginkgo tree was planted by the mountain god because the mountain god liked ginkgo. Later, the mountain god left for a while and something happened in the mountain, causing the ginkgo to wither.
The mountain god saved the ginkgo tree and gave it a tree. The ability of Ming Zion. It's definitely a mystery that makes perfect sense.
Guolin was very satisfied with the story he had carved.
The stone tablet was so new that it looked like it had just been carved.
So, he took out other tools and began to age the stone tablet.
Unexpectedly, the techniques taught by the old Taoist priest had never been used.
After inheriting Qing Fengguan, they were put to use one after another. It took some time to use a special secret recipe to make it look old.
This special secret recipe was left behind by the old Taoist priests. It can be effective in a short time.
Therefore, the stone tablet carved by Guolin soon changed greatly. It already had a mottled appearance that had been eroded by time and weather, and looked very old. Although those believers may have some associations with what happened before, this is for tourists who come later. Then, he also found Xie Qingyang.
"Senior brother, what are your orders?" Xie Qingyang asked as soon as they met. Guolin ordered, "Bring me the digging tools. I want to erect a story inscription." Xie Qingyang saw the mottled stone tablet next to it. It was obviously very old.
He must have wanted to erect this monument.
So, he nodded and went to get the tools.
Guolin also carried the stone tablet. The steel is very heavy, and usually it would be difficult for two people to lift it, but for Guolin, it really weighs nothing.
The three girls of Zhao Moxin did not leave the ancient ginkgo tree.
They kept taking videos under the tree, and they took one video after another. I plan to post this ancient ginkgo tree video on my short video account like crazy in the future.
This shoot lasted half a day. Moreover, they had just edited the video they had taken before and uploaded it to the short video. Now there were not only the three women under the ancient ginkgo tree, but also many more people. They were the devout believers of Ma Yan who had caught up. Everyone looked at the ginkgo tree in shock and disbelief. Ma Yan had already taken a best friend and was filming videos like crazy under the ancient ginkgo tree. "Really, it's so beautiful. I'm so shocked. I never thought there was such a ginkgo tree in King Fengguan." The key is that they also listened to the tree chirping. It was so sweet and soothing that it was really incredible. Seeing it with their own eyes, they became more and more certain about the mountain god. Not only them, but also tourists will discover the situation here unexpectedly.
Under normal circumstances, tourists will only visit within the Taoist temple area and will rarely come to the forest. However, there are always one or two tourists who are a little leisurely and elegant, and want to take a walk in the forest to cultivate their sentiments. This is the case for Lin Yi and Xu Yao. They are natural landscape artists. They just draw pictures. They are not called painters. They just work in this industry. They usually like to walk around when they have free time. After seeing the video of King Fengguan on the internet, they just had time and came over to take a look. But this time when they came up the mountain, they were shocked. When they came up the mountain road, they saw completely different plant scenes in the upper and lower parts of the boundary monument. When they arrived at the Taoist temple, they were amazed by the wild flowers blooming around them. They often painted natural scenery and had studied some plants. These wild flowers obviously bloomed out of season. They are not supposed to be open at this time. But the wildflowers on the key Taoist temple are still in bloom, and they are connected together, which is very beautiful. Coupled with the densely growing wild grasses, they are connected together, and it turns out to be a very amazing natural beauty. Therefore, they also walked along these wild flowers and grasses all the way into the forest to cultivate their sentiments and collect creative inspiration. But as they walked, they were shocked by the scene in front of them.
Which one is the ginkgo tree? Yao Yao, am I right? Lin Yi asked in surprise.
Chu Yao said subconsciously, it should be right, unless we are mistaken together. But how can there be such a ginkgo tree in such a place?
They are truly incredible.
Because they are painters in this field, they have explored, visited, and admired many famous domestic mountains and trees. But the ginkgo tree in front of them gave them a huge impact at a glance, and the impact was definitely greater than the famous trees they had seen before. The feeling cannot be described, but it is the feeling of being attracted at first sight. After they made this unexpected discovery, they hurried towards the ginkgo. When they got closer, they discovered that there were many people under the ginkgo tree. The arrival of the two women was also discovered by people like Zhao Moxin, but it was normal for tourists to come, as long as they did not disturb each other. When Lin Yi and Chu Yao arrived under the ginkgo tree, they felt the impact was even greater. They couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and start taking pictures. At this moment, a breeze appeared and became stronger and stronger.
Zhao Moxin and others felt the wind and immediately shouted, "The wind is coming again. Well, it's windy again. Listen carefully."
These people's words attracted Lin Yi and Chu Yao.
What's so strange about the wind? Why do these people look so serious, and specifically emphasize the need to listen carefully?
But just as they were thinking this, the sound of the ginkgo tree chirping in the wind sounded again. Lin Yi and Chu Yao were stunned at that moment.
What kind of music is this?
After a moment, they realized that the sound was coming from the ginkgo tree. When they looked up, shock appeared on their faces.
This ginkgo tree can actually produce such pleasant music. And what's going on with the music?
It was so pleasant, and after listening to it, they felt an indescribable sense of joy.
Is this what the sound of a tree can do? Even the most beautiful music in the world cannot have this effect. The two women were immediately fascinated by what they heard.
When the sound of the trees stopped, Lin Yi and Chu Yao came back to their senses. They could no longer bear their curiosity and asked Zhao Moxin and the others, "Excuse me, what is the sound of the ginseng tree?" When Zhao Moxin heard the question, she replied, "If we tell you the specific reason, you probably won't believe it." These words made Lin Yi and Chu Yao look at each other. Why were they still acting mysteriously?
"Dea Zhangwei is here," someone said. People like Zhao Moxin also looked over subconsciously.
Lin Yi and Chu Yao also looked over and saw a young Taoist priest and an old Taoist priest walking towards here. What surprised them was that the young Taoist priest was actually carrying a large stone tablet.
This seems to be the Taoist Guo from the internet.
When Guo Lin came closer, he was not surprised to see the believers coming.
After all, the ancient ginkgo is so shocking now.
As long as someone sees the video, if conditions permit, they will definitely come up and check it out. He also walked to the ginkgo tree again and put down the carved and aged stone tablet. Then he and Xie Qingyang picked up the tools and found a conspicuous location to dig.
After all, this story was made up just for people to read.
Zhao Moxin and other believers, including Lin Yi and Chu Yao, were subconsciously attracted to the stone tablet. They walked over and saw the content on it. Then, everyone was attracted by the content on the stone tablet.
Is this story true? Lin Yi said in disbelief. This tree was planted by the mountain god, and the mountain god gave it this special ability to play music.
She just felt that the story was too mysterious, but the stone tablet was also a bit old, and it should have been made up by the ancients.
But believers like Zhao Moxin were completely shocked when they saw this scene. It's just that they felt that the time was wrong.
They knew that the ancient ginkgo was almost withered before, but now it suddenly revived and became like this, and it also had this special ability of tree singing.
In other words, this may be the ability that the mountain god bestowed upon ancient ginkgo just yesterday. Thinking about the abnormalities in those plants, it further shows that the mountain god just came back to Qingfeng Temple.
Thinking of this, the faces of the group were filled with shock that could not be concealed.
In other words, this story is actually true, but the time of the story is wrong. The story should have happened yesterday. There must be some reason they don't know.
Therefore, seeing Lin Yi and Chu Yao's curious expressions, they felt a special feeling in their hearts. In the future, this tree will attract many tourists, and they will only regard the content of this stone tablet as a story.
Only they know that this is really happening, and it has just happened. Guo Lin and Xie Qingyang spent some time setting up the story inscription.
Believers like Zhao Moxin were already around, as were the two tourists Lin Yi and Chu Yao. The shock of this ancient ginkgo is combined with the content of this ancient stone tablet, and the shock and mystery are even stronger. After the stone monument was erected, they couldn't help but take photos of the stone monument with their mobile phones.
The same goes for Zhao Lin.
She was originally responsible for the short video of the flower garden, and she had to collect all the materials. Just as she was filming the video, she found that she was receiving crazy messages in the background.
A total of 3,086 people including XXXX have liked your video. A total of 1,751 people including XXXX have commented on your video. A total of XXXX and 2,002 people have liked your video. Zhao Lin's pretty face showed joy.
Opening the short video background, it turns out that the previously uploaded video about the Qingfeng Mountain View Trail and the ancient ginkgo tree has become popular. Indeed, the mountain paths and ancient ginkgo trees at Qingfengguan became popular under Zhao Lin's videos.
I don't know how many people on the internet were shocked by the scene in that video. Moreover, this time many Taoist disciples saw it. Wang Xiang is a devout Taoist believer. He used to be a very fun-loving person, known as the Little Prince of the nightclub. It can be said that he has the means to play with any woman he wants, and then dumps her after he has played with her. But it seems there will be retribution.
When he really fell in love with a girl and fell deeply in love, he actually found that the girl had brought him several green hats. What's even more unbelievable is that he discovered that the girl he loved was actually the girl he had dumped, who had undergone plastic surgery to take revenge on him. Wang Xiang collapsed immediately, and later became disgusted with this aspect.
He escaped into Taoism and studied Taoism.
This made him psychologically redeemed and he yearned for Tao very much.
Because he often views videos related to Daemon, based on the calculation of short video big data, he will often recommend videos related to Daemon. He had watched the video of Qingfeng Temple before and knew that Qingfeng Temple had punished a group of Taoist priests, and they all seemed to say that Qingfeng Temple was really mysterious. But today, when he saw the video about Qingfengguan pushed to him by the system, he was really attracted. Seeing the distinct and magical scenes up and down the Qingfeng Guanshan Road, he felt that this was not a normal phenomenon. What kind of situation could cause such a situation that violates the laws of nature?
The key is to use the Qingfengguan boundary monument as the dividing line to make the distinction clear.
There is no such thing as a coincidence.
It seems that Qingfeng Temple really has some magical power.
Of course, the more important thing is the ancient ginkgo tree.
The shocking and ornamental value of that tree really made him incredible. He had seen many famous trees, but those famous trees he really felt could not compare with this ancient ginkgo.
In the previous topic of Qingfengguan, no one mentioned this ginkgo tree at all.
It seemed to appear suddenly. The most important thing is that the current season is not the viewing season for ancient ginkgo at all, and it will not be until several months later.
This also seems to violate the normal growth season of ancient ginkgo. What is the reason why these plants not only violate the normal laws of nature, but also violate the growth season?
You must go to Qingfeng Temple. Wang Xiang murmured to himself. This strange scene and doubt will definitely have a huge impact on those who believe.
Qingfengguan seems to have some mysterious power.
Not only Wang Yang, there are many Taoist believers in the country, but they all have their own Taoist temples, and this is the same Taoist temple where they often go to burn incense and pray. People like Qin Hong only believe in Qingfeng Temple and will only go to Qingfeng Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. They will not go to other Taoist temples at all. But this time, some Taoist believers who saw this scene were shocked, and subconsciously had the same thoughts as Wang Yang, and they all thought of going to Qingfeng Temple. But these people have no idea how violent their spiritual impact will be when they go to Qingfeng Temple.
County. Chen Li is reviewing matters related to the construction of the visitor center. The project has been confirmed, so some things must be paid attention to at all times.
As he was finishing reviewing a document, he saw someone from the Tourism Bureau hurried in and reported, "Bureau Chen, Qingfeng Temple is on the hot search again. It seems that something remarkable has changed."
What's going on?
Chen was immediately attracted. Qingfeng Temple is indeed popular now, and the previous mountain god's order really shocked him, so he kept people watching the situation of Qingfeng Temple. Unexpectedly, there was really movement in Qingfeng Temple.
It's a ginkgo tree in Qingfengguan.
The member of the Tourism Bureau did not dare to hesitate, and immediately took out his mobile phone, opened a video and handed it to Chen Li.
Is there a ginkgo tree in Qingfeng Temple? Chen Li was stunned and immediately took the phone to check. In the video, a shocking ginkgo tree appears. The ginkgo tree is so eye-catching that you can't turn your eyes away once you see it.
Regarding tourism, when he saw the ginkgo, he knew how much this tree would help tourism and how many tourists it could attract.
There are many places where tourists flock to just because of a famous tree. But there is such a ginkgo tree in Qingfeng Temple? But why hasn't anyone discovered it before? Their tourist bureau doesn't even have any recorded information. If they had known there was such a ginkgo tree on Qingfeng Mountain, they would have taken advantage of it. The key is that he has gone up to Qingfeng View so many times, but he has never found this ginkgo tree. This is absolutely dereliction of duty. Chun-Li blamed himself and checked other videos on his phone. He soon felt something was wrong. He also saw a video showing abnormal plants on the Qingfeng Mountain Trail. How could this happen? Chun-Li was shocked. He just went to Qingfeng Temple yesterday, so he clearly remembered what the mountain road looked like. In other words, the mountain road became like this overnight? Chun-Li's pupils widened slightly. He immediately thought of one thing: could it be that this ginkgo tree didn't exist before and suddenly it appeared? If it is like this, his heart suddenly turned upside down. Then, he looked at the heat of the ancient ginkgo, which was beyond imagination. This tree is going to explode, and it is so spectacular, so shocking, and so ornamental that the county will definitely add fuel to the fire. Then, he immediately left the office with his mobile phone and went directly to Sun County's office. No matter what happened to the ginkgo tree, it is definitely a great event for the county now, and it must be reported to Sun County first. Sun County has also been under great pressure recently. He is in charge of Tourism Plus strategy and wants to take a step forward with this development. Then the Tourism Plus strategy he is responsible for will be better than other cities of the same level. It's a pity that Ningxing, which originally had the same tourism development as them, was lucky enough to find 2 twin sycamore trees, and they were more than 1,000 years old. The other party carefully packaged the 2 ancient sycamore trees and made up a story about the sycamore and the phoenix for them. Coupled with the lush foliage of the 2 ancient sycamore trees, their growth is truly impressive and attracts many tourists. In terms of comprehensive statistics, they have surpassed Yushan. This made him very depressed. Just because of 2 trees, their Yushan was crushed. This also led him to check some information and found that this kind of ancient trees really have great potential in tourism, especially the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree planted by Emperor Tang. It attracts extremely terrifying tourists every year. At its peak, there can be more than 10,000 people every day. Go watch. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and when he heard that it was Chun-Li outside, he immediately let him in. Chun-Li entered the door and hurriedly handed a mobile phone to Sun County and reported, "Sun County, please take a look at this video." Sun Xian took the video in confusion and saw a shocking ancient ginkgo tree appearing in his eyes. This ancient ginkgo is probably more beautiful and more ornamental than the one planted by Emperor Tang, but he was also annoyed, and said with envy on his face, "Where is this famous tree?" At first glance, this ginkgo tree feels more spectacular than the one planted by Emperor Tang. It will definitely attract many people. Those who work in tourism in that place would laugh out loud. I have to say that it is enviable. Why can such famous trees appear in other places? Our Yushan is an ancient county, but there is only that old maple tree that is almost dead? When Chun-Li heard this, he was stunned and said, "Sun County, don't you look at the title and coordinates of this video? It is above Qingfeng Temple." What? Sun Xian stood up from his chair as if he had been stabbed by a needle. He subconsciously looked at the title of the video and was stunned. This ancient ginkgo is actually from King Fengiguan. He has been envious for a long time. Is he envious of himself? In other words, their Yushan also has a famous tree of their own, and is it a famous tree of this level? Let's go to Qingfeng Temple. Sun Xian hurriedly left the office. No wonder he was anxious, because such a famous tree can not only attract tourists, but also become the coordinate of a place. For example, the Dahongbao mother tree, the welcoming pine tree, the ginkgo tree planted by Emperor Tang. As soon as these famous trees are mentioned, people will subconsciously think of their location and have relevant discussions. Even if this ancient ginkgo belongs to King Fengiguan, when others mention it in the future, they will bring Yushan to some extent, which will increase Yushan's recognition to a certain extent. Chun-Li hurriedly followed out. Soon after, Sun Xian and Chun-Li arrived at the King Fengiguan stone tablet. Looking at the lush and tall weeds and blooming wild flowers in front of them, as well as the completely incomparable scene on the mountain road behind them, they also subconsciously thought about the mountain god. They couldn't help but look at each other. The further they went up the mountain, the more shocked they became. They know a lot of inside information, but their identities cannot be as unscrupulous as the tourist shock. They can only hold it in. This makes them very uncomfortable. After taking some time, Sun Xian and Chun-Li arrived under the ancient ginkgo tree. They were both shocked. When the sound of the tree chirping sounded, they looked at each other in shock, as if they were dreaming. This ginkgo tree is actually playing music, and the key is so sweet. Even listening to it instantly makes people feel happy and relaxed physically and mentally. All the bad moods are gone, and only a happy good mood is left. The two of them didn't know how to describe this special feeling. They know very well how incredible it would be if tourists could have such a mentality.
But when they saw the content of the stone tablet, the two fell silent. The content on this stone tablet is too fantasy. It seems that such a thing is impossible in reality.
But they know something. Sun Xian suddenly felt blessed and said, "What would happen if you record the sound of the trees and play it throughout the Qingfeng Guanshan Road, or even in various scenic spots in Yushan and various important facilities in Yushan?"
When Qin Li heard this, he was immediately shocked by Sun County's whims.
But think about it, what would happen if this covered the entire Yushan? Guolin didn't know what the two of them were thinking.
He had already hurried to the medicine field behind the Taoist temple, because he suddenly received a prompt from the game system. Congratulations, the condensation of the medicinal field is completed, and the medicinal materials planted in the medicinal field have been washed and matured.
Attributes of primary medicinal fields. 1.
The medicinal materials grown have stronger medicinal properties. Please research on your own for details. 2. Planted medicinal materials grow faster, which can greatly shorten the maturation time of medicinal materials.
3. There is a 1% probability of a primary breakthrough in medicinal materials.
When Guolin went to the medicine field, he also looked at the sex station information and saw the 3 attributes of this elementary medicine field. The first one is that planting medicinal materials has stronger medicinal properties. As the name suggests, naturally the medicinal properties of planted medicinal materials will be better. The strength of medicinal properties also represents the quality of medicinal materials. The stronger the medicinal properties, the better the quality of the medicinal materials grown. Medicinal materials grow faster and the maturity period of medicinal materials is greatly reduced. As the name suggests, with this primary medicinal field, the medicinal materials planted in the future, which originally took a year to mature, may now only take half a year, 3 months, or even shorter.
Can mature.
This is absolutely against the natural growth laws. On the other hand, the third point has a 1% probability of an initial breakthrough in medicinal materials, which he does not quite understand. However, he remembered a piece of information recorded in a Taoist book about preparing elixirs. It is said above that the lifespan of life is limited and has nothing to do with the form of life.
This is the case with medicine. When the lifespan is up, it will die young. Only by breaking through the limit of life can it continue to exist. This means that whether it is human beings, other animals, flowers, plants, or trees, life is limited. Once the lifespan is reached, people will die, animals will die, and flowers, plants and trees will wither and rot. Unless a breakthrough can be made to the limit of life, that is, if the cultivator is successful in cultivation, and reaches a certain level of strength, he can prolong his life. The same goes for medicinal materials. Once medicinal materials mature, they will wither and rot due to various reasons. Unless they receive a breakthrough in life, they can continue to grow. Just like the legendary century-old medicinal materials and 1,000-year-old medicinal materials. Not every medicinal plant can grow to this extent, just like not everyone can succeed in cultivation. After most medicinal materials mature, the seeds are left behind and then naturally wither and rot. Only a small number of medicinal materials can make breakthroughs, continue to grow, become centuries old, or even become miraculous medicines. Now the third attribute of this medicinal field should mean this. The medicinal materials grown in this medicine field have a 1% chance of such a breakthrough. It is just a primary breakthrough, and it should be the limit and not too high. But no matter what, since there is a breakthrough, it is definitely beyond ordinary medicinal materials. Guolin quickly arrived at the medicinal field, and sure enough he found that the light mask covering the medicinal field had disappeared, and the original soil color of the medicinal field had also changed, becoming darker than before, showing a dark brown color. He immediately checked the medicine field, and sure enough, as the game prompts said, the medicinal materials previously grown in the medicine field had been washed away and were already mature. Moreover, he discovered medicinal herbs that grew better, such as polygonatum, one of which was significantly larger and older. This should be the medicinal material for primary breakthrough, right? As for the specific years, he had no way to determine, he could only estimate some years. The old Taoist priests taught me this knowledge, but I didn't have the opportunity to practice medicinal materials, so I didn't learn well. But it doesn't matter, he has a game system. He directly dug up a portion of every medicinal material in the medicine field, including the older Polygonatum vulgaris plant, and then took these medicinal materials back to the Taoist temple. When I arrived outside the Taoist temple, I saw 2 people. Aren't they Qin Li, the director of the Tourism Bureau, and Sun County? The 2 of them also saw him and immediately stepped forward to greet him. Taoist priest. Taoist priest. 2 gentlemen. Guolin also saluted the 2 of them, and then asked, "You 2 want to enter the Taoist temple?"
Sun Xian nodded and said, "Well, I have something to disturb the Taoist priest.
We have seen the ancient ginkgo tree and were completely shocked by its beauty. And the sweet tree chirping it makes us feel overwhelmed by the pressure of work. No more, only a happy mood remains. So, we were thinking about whether we could record the sound of the trees and edit it into a piece of pure natural music to see if there is still such an effect. If it still works, we can use the playback equipment to play it on the Qingfengguan mountain trail, and it can also be played everywhere in Yushan. So, we would like to seek Taoist Master Guo's opinion. After all, the ginkgo tree belongs to the Taoist temple. Guolin couldn't help but admire Sun Xian's words. What a fantastic idea. If you follow what the other party said, tourists can hear the sound of the trees anytime and anywhere, and they will definitely be in a happy mood. At that time, they will definitely be curious about what this music is about, and they will find out that the sound is coming from the ginkgo trees in Qingfengguan. There will definitely be people coming to Qingfengguan to pay homage to the ancient ginkgo trees. As long as some of them are believers, or some of them are converted into believers, they can gain a lot of willing power. Even he was not sure whether the recorded sound of tree chirping still had this effect. Thinking of this, he also said, "Two gentlemen, I have no objection to this matter. You can handle it yourself." Sun Xian and Shen Li were slightly relieved when they heard Guolin's words. Just agree to this one. After that, the two of them also entered the Taoist temple and burned a stick of incense before walking down the mountain. Guolin also went back to the dressing room, closed the door, enter the game. He saw the notes on the dug medicinal materials. This is a polygonatum plant. Because it is grown in a special medicinal field, its medicinal properties are +1. This is a Nangxing plant. Because it is grown in a special medicinal field, its medicinal properties are +1. This is an 800 stick plant. Because it is grown in a special medicinal field, its medicinal properties are +1. Guolin looked at the attribute information of each medicinal plant. Almost every plant had a medicinal property of +1. In other words, the medicinal materials grown in this primary medicine field will have a higher level of medicinal properties than ordinary medicinal materials. Then, he looked at the Polygonatum japonica that was obviously a primary breakthrough and had been aged for some years. This is a primary breakthrough and mature Polygonatum vulgaris, with +2 medicinal properties. The remark information still does not specify the specific year, but the medicinal properties of this Polygonatum vulgaris strain have reached +2, which is one level higher than the previous ones. In other words, the medicinal properties of these primary breakthrough medicinal materials are 2 levels stronger than ordinary medicinal materials. Let's take Polygonatum sibericum as an example. Polygonatum odorifer has the effects of moistening the lungs and replenishing the kidneys. The Polygonatum japonica on the market is ordinary, and everyone knows its effect. The Polygonatum odorifer grown in this medicinal field has the effect of moistening the lungs +1 and replenishing the kidneys +1. The 1% primary breakthrough of Polygonatum japonica in the medicinal field can continue to grow on this basis, and the medicinal effect reaches the level of moistening the lungs +2 and replenishing the kidneys +2. Guolin looked at the primary breakthrough and mature Huanjing in his hand. This is definitely a good thing for men. He suddenly remembered the Taoist secret record of refining medicine that he had read before. The old Taoist priest had taught him the secret book of refining medicine before. He had also purchased medicinal materials according to the formula in the secret book before and tried to prepare the medicine above. Unfortunately, the medicine he prepared had no effect at all. He once asked the old Taoist priest in confusion whether the steps and processes of his own preparation were wrong. The old Taoist priest did not say that he had made a mistake, but that the materials did not have enough medicinal properties and could not be refined. Once the medicinal properties are sufficient, at the end of refining, energy needs to be used to thoroughly gather the medicinal properties of the medicinal materials into one place and seal them so that the medicinal properties will not be lost. None of them have this ability. He probably understood what it meant. Now that the primary medicinal field has been successfully condensed, the previously planted medicinal materials have matured under the influence, and all have medicinal properties of +1. Moreover, he also has energy in his danshan now. In this way, it is not necessarily impossible to refine the medicines listed in the Taoist secret medicine refining records. Thinking of this, Guolin was eager to give it a try, and immediately quit the game. He went to the bookshelf in the corner of the dressing room where scriptures were stored, found the Taoist secret book of refining medicine, and then checked it, while comparing it with the medicinal materials he had grown. Many Taoist temples have this Taoist secret record of refining medicine, but they are all shelved because no one can refine it. If you really try to practice, you will be regarded as a liar even if it has no effect. Naturally, if you want to refine the medicine in this secret medicine refining record, you must have the medicinal materials in the formula.
Even if you can't have all the medicinal materials, at least most of the main medicinal materials must be mature in the medicine field and have the attribute of +1 medicinal effect. Other medicinal materials are mixed with those purchased from outside. But after searching for a long time with the secret records, he found that the formulas were passed one after another. The medicinal materials he planted in the medicine field had no way to meet the quantity requirements of these formulas. After flipping through the pages, not even a formula that met half of the main medicinal ingredients appeared. After all, these medicinal materials he planted were to cooperate with the practice of Qingfeng Fist and temper the body. But now that he has the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xian Jing and has succeeded in breaking his pulse, he no longer needs to use these medicinal materials to temper his body. After successfully breaking the pulse, his physique has also been strengthened a lot, and the tempering of these medicinal materials has no effect. He could only continue to search for the formula in the Taoist secret book of refining medicine. Finally, when I almost finished reading all the above recipes, I found a recipe that could satisfy more than half of the main medicinal ingredients. This is a formula called false Rong Dan. Moreover, this false appearance pill has a very miraculous effect, that is, after taking it, people can look 20 years older. That is to say, a 24-year-old person who takes this fake appearance pill will continue to look like a 44-year-old in a short period of time. Of course, this doesn't mean getting older, otherwise it wouldn't be called fake beauty pill. Generally, after taking this fake appearance pill, as the medicinal properties are consumed, the appearance will return to normal within 2 months. There is a faster way, which is to take another false appearance pill, which can return to normal immediately and provide some benefits to the body. Guolin didn't know that there was such a weird medicine in this secret book. It's just that he couldn't imagine what use this thing had in modern times. If it was in ancient times, if someone wanted to do something bad or was wanted, no one would be able to tell if a young man turned into an old man after taking this medicine. It's just that in modern times, he doesn't seem to have this need. Are you just pretending to be a show-off in front of believers and changing your appearance? Like in the TV series, he first turns into an old man and strikes up a conversation with a young man, and then finds an opportunity to become young again in front of the other person? This can be quite shocking. Just doing this specifically doesn't seem necessary. However, there is only one formula that can be made now, and he plans to make this thing first. Guolin immediately found several medicinal materials in the medicine field according to the formula. After that, he went into the warehouse to see if there were any substitute medicinal materials. He took out some and went down the mountain to buy some and returned to the Taoist temple. After being prepared, he found a special small medicine stove. The medicine furnace is also indispensable for refining medicine. Refining different levels of medicine requires different furnaces and even different levels. The medicine furnace he was looking for was the lowest level medicine furnace, but it was definitely enough for refining the false appearance pill. Then comes the medicine. Crush all the required medicinal materials. After the medicine stove is on fire, add the medicinal materials one by one according to the order and proportion of the steps. This process also requires the control of gentle and powerful fire. If there is a slight mistake, all the previous efforts will be wasted. The most important thing is that refining the medicine is still a long process, it is not accomplished overnight, and you need to keep an eye on it. However, many people have mentioned on the internet that rice cookers can be used to refine medicine. But that is unrealistic. Because the rice cooker only sets the temperature, there is no way to control the subtle control of slow fire and strong fire. There are many secret recipes for refining, and the control of civil and martial fires must be extremely meticulous. If you don't have enough patience and care, even an experienced person will fail to make it, let alone use a rice cooker. For example, when Guolin refined the secret medicine for the first time, he failed halfway through. The second time, still because of my lack of proficiency, I failed with one mistake. The third time, the repeat failed. The fourth time, continuous failures. It can also be seen from this that refining medicine is not something everyone can do. For the next time, Guolin was completely immersed in the closet, refining the false appearance pill skillfully. Finally, after spending a day mastering it, he refined a false appearance pill to the end. He immediately activated the energy in his danshan to be fed into the medicines in the medicine furnace, gathering all the medicinal properties into one place, and finally sealing them with energy. This will ensure that the medicinal properties of the false appearance pill will not be lost. Otherwise, if the refining is completed today, the medicinal properties will be lost immediately. After a few days, the medicinal properties will be gone. This is probably another reason why modern cultivators are unable to refine the elixir contained in this secret record. Firstly, it is difficult to find medicinal materials that meet the requirements. Secondly, no one has the energy and there is no way to seal the secret medicine. After a while, Guolin had already taken out a small plate with 6 more fake appearance pills in it. He immediately brought the idea of 6 fake appearance pills into the game novice's residence and checked the notes. It remains to be confirmed whether this elixir has been successfully refined. This is a special fake appearance pill. It originally had the effect of making people age 20 years after taking it. Now, due to the medicinal materials, the medicinal properties are somewhat lacking, and it can only make people age 15 years.
How to use: 1. Take it orally.
2. Take 1 pill to get the effect, and take the second pill to return to normal. Seeing this remark information also shows that the false appearance pill was successfully refined. Seeing that there was no problem, he also took out 1 and tried to put it into his mouth. The taste of medicinal herbs instantly spread in his mouth. He also took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera, and saw an incredible scene. Wrinkles appeared quickly on his face, as if more than 10 years had passed away. Obviously, the effect of this false appearance pill is very miraculous. He immediately picked up another false appearance pill and took it, and the same magical scene appeared. The wrinkles on his face also quickly disappeared, and he quickly returned to his original appearance. After a moment, he quit the game and took the fake appearance pill, and he started to feel a little confused again. Because the elixir is refined, I always want to use it and experience the effect.
We can't really let him take a fake appearance pill and go find tourists to pretend, right?
Almost as soon as this thought came to his mind, the fragment of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck vibrated slightly, and a chill rushed into his mind. When he got the information about the evolved Bagua pan, he was slightly surprised.
Is this okay? Could this good fate be the inspiration for the bloody TV series?
Guolin took out a small bottle and put away the fake appearance pill he had refined. Under normal circumstances, it is most appropriate to use jade bottles to store elixirs. The jade bottles can prevent the loss of medicinal properties to a certain extent. But without that condition, I can only use ordinary bottles. However, with his energy sealing the medicinal properties, there is no need to worry about the loss of medicinal properties before the energy is consumed. After putting away the fake appearance pill, he walked out of the closet and walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Since the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc suggested a good destiny, he naturally wanted to meet the female devotee for a while.
Under the ancient ginkgo tree,
a tall, elegant girl was leading a group of members to play with a set of radio equipment. She and the team members had shock on their faces. When she received the arrangement from Burochin, she was a little confused about what the sound of trees was and why she was asked to bring people up to the mountain to record it.
You know, it's very laborious to bring those equipment.
When she really listened to the sound of the trees, she knew why she was asked to record the sounds. After living in Yushan for so long, she had no idea that there was such a magical ginkgo tree on Qingfeng Mountain.
There were a lot of tourists gathered around. They were all attracted by the video of the ancient ginkgo being popular a day ago. These tourists were also completely shocked by the ancient ginkgo. Its beauty prompted tourists to take photos and upload them online. The popularity of ancient ginkgo is therefore even higher.
Naturally, visitors who come are also shocked by the sound of the trees. But the shock was obviously not limited to this ancient ginkgo tree.
Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the news about Qingfeng Temple on the internet."
This Qingfeng Temple not only has this ancient ginkgo, but also a very shocking Huangshan pine.
That Huangshan pine, the result of the shooting, is amazing.
This aroused the curiosity of all tourists, who took out their mobile phones to check online. Chen Li, who was under the ancient ginkgo tree, also heard this and subconsciously took out his mobile phone to check the video. Soon, he saw the Huangshan pine that the tourist was talking about. Just by looking at it, he was shocked to find that the Huangshan pine in the video was more spectacular and more ornamental than the ginkgo tree. Moreover, the effect in the video was extremely good. Obviously, this is a Mount Huangshan pine with attributes of camera +2, ornamental +2, and spectacular +2. It was discovered by tourists, and then it was filmed and uploaded to a short video platform by tourists. After watching the video, Chen Li couldn't hide the excitement on his face. I originally thought that the appearance of this ancient ginkgo tree was enough of a surprise, but who knew that there was actually an ancient tree in Qingfeng Temple? He even felt that if this ancient ginkgo didn't have the sound of trees singing, it would be worse than the Huangshan pine just from the video. If Sun County sees this video, I am afraid he will jump with excitement. The tourists around were obviously attracted by the Mount Huangshan pine in the video, and they left the ancient ginkgo one after another and headed to the place where the Mount Huangshan pine was located in the video. Chen Li also wanted to go and see the Huangshan pine, but before he was done, he also said to the elegant girl with a good figure, "Menjao, how is the collection of the sound of trees singing?"
"Burochin, the editing has been finished, you can listen to the effect."
Lee Manjao said, took 2 headphones, put one on herself, and handed the other to Chun-Li.
Chun-Li took the headphones and put them on too. The person next to him was already operating an instrument and pressed play.
In an instant, the pure sound of trees, which had been recorded and edited with no noise, rang in the headphones. Although the melodious sound is not as pleasant as that of the ancient ginkgo, and the pleasant effect is also much weaker, this magical effect is still there.
Chun-Li had a happy face. This also works.
In the future, those who want to listen to the authentic, full-effect sound of the singing tree can only come to Qingfeng Temple in person. Chun-Li thought about it, and also told Lee Manjao, please let someone collect the equipment. We will also tell Taoist Master Guo about this news, and then go and see another Huangshan Pine.
Okay, Director Chen. Lee Manjao nodded.
But he was very curious about the Taoist priest Mr. Chen mentioned. She had heard the name of Director Guo from Director Chen more than once. It seemed that Director Guo had a very magical ability, which made Director Chen both respected and awe-stricken. This made her feel incredible. After all, Director Chen's status generally did not require this. Cut the recording separately and put away the equipment. Lee Manjao also ordered the team members. She and Chun-Li listened to the recorded sound of the trees again. Then, her phone rang with 2 messages one after another.
Manjao, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Beautiful Lee, let's show you some face tonight and let's have dinner together. These are invitations sent by 2 members of the opposite sex. Looking at the 2 invitations, she was really confused. Maybe she was too greedy, or maybe she couldn't see her true intentions clearly. But she really has difficulty choosing, whether it's things or people. One of them has known each other since high school, and now they realize that he is a handsome gentleman in the eyes of women. He has achieved success in his career and has a promising future. Women all look forward to such a boyfriend. One is the hero in her heart. She can't forget the scene of the other gang fighting with the 2 gangsters blocking her way. Even if her nose was bleeding, she still told her to leave quickly. I heard that he later mixed up in society and got tattoos on his body. According to people who knew him well, rudeness and brutality seemed to be synonymous with him. But she had not forgotten the throb in her heart. When they met again, he seemed different from what others said. The most important thing was that she felt an inexplicable sense of security when walking with him. She was also pushed by her family. It was because of her difficulty in making choices that she had been pursued by many opposite sexes, but she was still single at this age. Now she also wants to find a boyfriend, but she really doesn't know how to choose. She is not a playboy, nor is she a woman who likes to hang out with several men. She really didn't know how to choose. Once she chooses, she will definitely love you well. Now she really hopes that there is some God in this world who can answer her questions and guide her on a path. Not only is it difficult to choose, she is now also afraid of regretting if she makes the wrong choice, and she is also afraid that choosing one person will hurt another person. When the group packed up all the equipment and Chun-Li planned to go find Dea Zhanghua, he found that Dea Zhanghua had already come towards them. Taoist Master Guo.
Chun-Li immediately bowed respectfully and followed the local customs. He had learned this after coming to Qingfeng Temple so many times.
Dea Zhanghua.
Lee Manjao greeted him with some surprise on his face. She had watched this Taoist priest's video online before, and he seemed to be much younger than the video. She really couldn't imagine what ability the other party had at his age to make someone with Qin Bureau's status be so awe-inspiring and respectful. Guo Lin returned a greeting to the 2 of them, and then looked at the tall, elegant girl in front of him.
This is the protagonist of Good Karma.
He didn't know the reason why the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc were triggered, but he knew there must be a reason for it. Lee Manjao seemed to feel Guo Lin's gaze, and was a little confused and embarrassed. She didn't know why the Taoist priest was staring at her. If a man were to stare at her like this, she would definitely feel an unknown fire, as if she had never seen a woman before. But for some reason, when she was stared at by this young Taoist priest, she felt inexplicably that his gaze seemed to have deep meaning. She wondered why she felt this way. Guo Lin saluted Lee Manjao again with a smile. A good believer, I am destined to commit the evil of Peach Blossom and 2 dragons.
Are you confused, tortured, painful, and difficult to make a choice? I wonder whether you should choose someone elegant or someone else. Ah.
Lee Manjao subconsciously widened her eyes when she heard this, and said in disbelief, Taoist priest, how did you know? She never told anyone about her recent troubles, not even her family or best friends.
Outsiders should not know. Now the Taoist priest in front of me actually said it so accurately. Somewhat incredible. Good believer, there are always different fates in this world. Guo Lin naturally saw the surprise on Lee Manjao's face. However, he did not answer the other party's words. Instead, he took out a false appearance pill and handed it to Lee Manjao with a smile. This elixir will be helpful to believers.
Take it when you don't know how to make a choice, and don't panic. When you get the results, believers can come to Qingfengguan again, and everything will return to the way it was before. Li Menjiao looked at the pill in her hand in astonishment, with confusion and shock on her pretty face. Taoist priest Gua not only saw through her worries, but also gave her a pill that he said would solve her worries. She seemed to be experiencing a fantasy story. She wanted to ask for details, but found that Taoist Gua had turned around and left. She could only look at Qin Li for help. Believe me, Taoist master, go back and give it a try. Qin Li was also a little surprised. He understood the meaning of Gua Daokang's words. Li Menjiao was being pursued by two men, and now she doesn't know what to choose. Now Daokang Gua actually gave her a pill, saying it could help her make a choice. It's incredible that a pill can have such an effect. He did not doubt Daozang Gua's words. If Taoist Gua said yes, then this elixir must be okay. Next, Qin Li took people to the place where the Huangshan pine was located. When they arrived, a large number of tourists had gathered here, taking pictures of the Huangshan pine with their mobile phones and cameras. Qin Li also saw the Huangshan pine. It was indeed shocking and full of ornamental value. It was also at the level of ancient and famous trees, but they had no idea about this Huangshan pine before. It was as if he had been completely hidden before, and now he was born with Daozang Gua. Li Menjiao obviously had no intention of appreciating the Huangshan pine. The young Taoist's words and the pill kept appearing in her mind. It wasn't until she came home from the mountain that she took a bath to calm down and think carefully about what happened on the mountain. But just after she calmed down, she received two more messages one after another. Menjiao, are you busy today? Beautiful Li, it's already dinner time. It's time to have a delicious meal. After looking at the two messages, she was conflicted again. She knew that she shouldn't be like this. She should choose to be with one person and keep a distance from the other person. But with this thought, she became entangled again. She had difficulty choosing, which made her want to pull her hair. This also made her subconsciously take out the elixir given by Taoist Gua. At the same time, she also thought of Director Chen's words, and he believed in Director Gua. Thinking of the entanglement that had caused her some pain, she inexplicably chose to believe in Taoist Gua, put the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. Just after taking the elixir, she raised her head and looked in the mirror. Her expression turned extremely ugly. She panicked and saw that wrinkles were visible on her face and her skin became wrinkled. It was as if her life was being stolen away quickly, and she became pale. In a short period of time, she seemed to have aged by 10 or 20 years, from a woman in her prime to a middle-aged woman. Li Menjiao was frightened to tears by this scene. What woman doesn't cherish her beauty? After her legs were almost weak from fear, she immediately remembered the words of Taoist Gua, "Don't be surprised if you take the elixir. When there are results, go back to Qingfeng Temple to find him, and everything will be restored to its original state." Is this all caused by the elixir? But a pill can have such a strange and terrifying effect? Is this why Director Qin is in awe of Director Gua? Thinking of this, she immediately forced herself to calm down and waited for a while before looking at the mirror again. After taking a deep breath, she took out her phone. She understood Daozang Gua's purpose in giving him the elixir. This should provide her with an opportunity to test her sincerity. She opened WeChat, first pulled out the invitation from charming Lin Zionese, and replied with a message, "Something happened to me, can you come to my house?" After some time, she made another invitation from Lin Apeo, and responded with the same message, "Something happened to me, can you come to my house?"